starting with a sign-in system. After signing in, I get confessed to by the aloof school beauty. Signing in gives various rewards. Luxury sports cars, billion-dollar mansions, miraculous doctors, invincible martial arts, culinary masters, singing superstars, renowned calligraphers and painters, extraordinary musical talents, and a high-cold school beauty girlfriend. Li Qing, is this the peak of life? Indeed, the life of the rich is so simple and low-key. I just want to quietly sign in. Please stop making me show off. Chapter 1. The School Beauty's Confession, September 18, 2020. Ningjiang City, Ningjiang University. Class 1 of the 20th level finance. Li Qing sat in the classroom, waiting for the class to end. Ding dong, sign-in system is starting. 5:99 ding dong. Activation successful. Would you like to sign in for the first day? Li Qing was stunned. As a seasoned bookworm, he certainly knew what a sign-in system was. No way, such good luck actually fell on him. Li Qing was a bit excited and took a deep breath. Sign in. Ding dong, sign in successful. Sign in reward. School Beauty, Xia Yu's favorability, 999 School Beauty Xia Yu. Li Qing frowned as he recalled. Xia Yu was the prettiest girl in their class and ranked among the top in the whole school. Just a few days into the semester, she overshadowed all others and was crowned the School Beauty by the seniors, and it was widely acknowledged. Li Qing remembered her skin like cream, clear eyes, and long legs, just like a girl from a comic book. The key was that such a school beauty was extremely aloof, spoke very little, and rejected any boys who confessed or sent flowers. It was said that Xia Yu's family background was quite impressive, which deterred many boys with average conditions. Was the system joking? Such an aloof school beauty, favorability 999? Would she really kneel and lick up to him? How could that be? Soon, the class bell rang. Xia Yu walked straight up to Li Qing. Li Qing, I really like you so much. I hope you can accept my confession and be with me. Just as class had ended, the classroom was super quiet. Xia Yu's words sounded like thunder, and the class instantly erupted. WTF? The school beauty actually confessed to Li Qing? The school beauty likes Li Qing? Ah, my youth has gone so quickly. How is this possible? Even a loser like Li Qing can get confessed to by the school beauty. Where did I go wrong? The classroom was in an uproar. Li Qing was dumbfounded. No way. The aloof school beauty fell in love with me? Am I dreaming? Looking at Xia Yu's flushed face, Li Qing finally shook his head. Sorry, Xia Yu, we don't know each other well yet. This is too sudden. Li Qing rejected her. Ding dong, Xia Yu's favorability, 99 Xia Yu bit her lip tightly, stomped her foot, pouted, and covered her face as she walked out of the classroom. The class erupted again. Ah, he actually rejected the school beauty. Is this something a person can do? Exactly. The school beauty is rejected. Don't let it happen to me. Just you? Do you think you're worthy? Finally, the school day ended. After Li Qing rejected the school beauty, Xia Yu didn't talk to him again. Li Qing didn't feel particularly regretful after all. Although Xia Yu was really beautiful, there was no emotional foundation between them. It had only been a few days since the semester started, and even if they were to be together, they needed to get to know each other first. After all, he wasn't someone who was casual about relationships. Li Qing quickly packed his books and prepared to go to the cafeteria for a meal. Just as he went downstairs, Li Qing heard a sudden screech of brakes. In front of the teaching building, a black extended Rolls-Royce stopped right in front of him. The car doors slid open quickly, and 3 burly men in black suits and sunglasses jumped out, grabbing Li Qing as if he were a chick and stuffing him into the car. Li Qing was about to speak, but felt something stuffed in his mouth and could only make muffled sounds. The Rolls-Royce sped away. Moments later, the car stopped in front of a luxurious villa. The leading burly man tore the rag from Li Qing's mouth and led him straight to the second floor. Li Qing behaved honestly the whole time after all. His small frame was no match for 2 burly men. He didn't dare to speak or ask and was taken to a room. Knock, knock, knock. Miss, I brought the person. Got it, you can leave now. It was a girl's voice, somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. Li Qing tilted his head in thought, but couldn't recall. Before long, the door opened. Inside the room was a girl with wet hair draped over her shoulders, wrapped in a bath towel, highlighting her tight and delicate figure, revealing smooth and tender feet and arms, making one unable to help but fantasize. Ching bro, I was just taking a shower. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Li Qing swallowed hard. Only then did he recognize that it was Xia Yu. He almost didn't recognize her without clothes on. Did you send someone to kidnap me? Li Qing was annoyed. How could her favorability be high and still have him kidnapped? This doesn't make sense. Ching bro, come in. Seeing Li Qing's surprised expression, Xia Yu couldn't help but playfully stuck out her tongue, stepped aside, and motioned for Li Qing to come in to talk. Since things had come to this, Li Qing didn't back down and directly walked into the room, finding a chair to sit down. What the hell is going on? Li Qing asked, wide-eyed and confused. Ching bro, you're the first man in my 18 years to make my heart race this much. I really like you. I've never been so unreserved before. I've never confessed to a boy. Xia Yu said, suddenly at a loss for words, staring at Li Qing with infatuation, lightly biting her lip. Li Qing was about to open his mouth to refuse again when suddenly, bang, the door was pushed open. A slightly overweight middle-aged man in a suit walked in, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking cultured and refined. Hello, young man, you must be Li Qing. Li Qing, puzzled, asked, Uncle, who are you? I am Xia Yu's father, the chairman of the Xia Group. I heard that Yushi has a good impression of you. Since she lives here alone, I'm not at ease, so I'm hiring you as her caretaker and bodyguard, with a monthly salary of 100,000. A monthly salary of 100,000? Li Qing was shocked. He came from an extremely ordinary family, with both parents being regular workers. A monthly salary of 100,000 was enough to match their entire family's annual income. Li Qing was a bit tempted. Whether she was a school beauty or not didn't matter. Mainly it was about the money. Okay, uncle, seeing how kind you are, I'll do it. Very good. Here's a contract agreement. Please sign it. Uncle Xia, like performing a magic trick, pulled out a piece of paper and a pen from his pocket. Li Qing picked up the contract and glanced over it. Everything seemed normal, except for the last sentence. For the next 4 years, you must be by Xia Yu's side every day. If you leave for more than 1 day, you will compensate 10 times the salary paid. The pen in Li Qing's hand suddenly became hard to hold. 10 times the salary? Let alone 10 times. He couldn't even come up with 1 times. Li Qing was stunned. Uncle Xia, this is an unfair contract? Uncle Xia smiled kindly. How is this unfair? As long as you obediently stay by Yushi's side, protect her safety, and do your job well, how could you breach the contract? By the way, young man, are you going to sign or not? You agreed, so well just now. Sigh, actually, it wouldn't matter if I didn't sign. I'm the honorary president of the Qing University Board of Directors. If you don't sign, I can send you to study abroad in Africa as a model exchange student of our school in a few days. After saying that, Uncle Xia sighed. It's just a pity for such a good young man like you to go to such a great place in Africa. I really don't want you to go. Li Qing was immediately at a loss for words. Uncle Xia, don't say anything else. I'll sign. Is that okay? Chapter 2, The School Beauty Invites Me to Hot Pot. Uncle Xia took the contract and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. We'll be on the same side from now on. If you have any requests, feel free to mention them. As long as they're reasonable, it's fine. By the way, I hope you'll do this job well. Or I can send you to study in Africa at any time. You understand what I mean, right? Don't worry, Uncle Xia, I'll do this job well. Li Qing painfully nodded. Uncle, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. I have classes in the afternoon. The young man hasn't eaten yet. Why not have a meal here? Li Qing quickly waved his hand. No, Uncle Xia, I suddenly find the food at school very appetizing. Li Qing shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum and quickly fled the villa. He feared that if he stayed here a bit longer, Uncle Xia, that old fox, might trick him into signing some unfair contract again. Li Qing walked out of the villa area and glanced at the large sign at the entrance, only to realize he was in the Qianchuan Villa district. It's only about a kilometer from their school, but the price of a villa here is over 10 million. The residents here are either rich or noble. Li Qing helplessly looked at the clock tower of the school, not far away, realizing it would take him about 20 minutes to walk back. It's not too far, still acceptable. Li Qing quickened his pace and walked toward the school. Drawing, a galloping Mustang and a thorny rose. The phone rang and the caller ID showed. Mom. Li Qing answered the call. Son, are you coming back this week? Mom, I've just started school for a week. I've been home for 2 or 3 months during summer vacation. Didn't you always say I was a nuisance? You silly son. What mother would dislike her own child? How are you adjusting to university? How's your relationship with your roommates? Are you keeping up with your studies? All right, Mom, I got it. I'll come home next week. How about that? Okay, just be sure to keep warm at school, eat and drink well, and don't neglect yourself. All right, I know, Mom. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. I have some things to do. After saying that, Li Qing hung up the phone. Mom is still as chatty as ever, but also warmed his heart. His parents are ordinary factory workers with low salaries, but they can at least support him through school until he got into college. Ningjiang University ranks in the top 10 nationwide. Although it's an average ranking, it's a private school, and most of the students there are either rich or noble, with many prominent figures in their families. Students like Li Qing, who got in with nearly 700 points, are very rare, so his parents were very excited. Their son getting into such an excellent private school means that the classmates he meets there will definitely be impressive, and once he graduates, his connections will be unmatched by other schools. Although the tuition for a year is only tens of thousands, it's still a bit of pressure for a family like Li Qing's. Thinking of this, Li Qing clenched his fists. He now has a sign-in system, and he will definitely let his parents live a good life. Lost in thought, Li Qing entered the dormitory. Ning University's dormitory consists of 4-person rooms with bunk beds and desks, providing ample space. Wooden floors, private bathrooms, balconies. Dazzling high chandeliers that make the dormitory as bright as day at night. Plus, there's air conditioning in summer and heating in winter, making it quite luxurious. Li Qing's roommates are also impressive. Bed number 1 is the dorm leader, Wu Dashui. His family is in business and very wealthy. Standing at 188 meters tall, he joined the college basketball team as soon as school started, and his height has attracted the attention of many girls. The roommate in bed number 2 is named Zhang Xiaoqian, a medium-height, slender young man with glasses, somewhat refined. His relatives seem to be high-ranking officials in Ningjiang City, but he is very low-key and humble. Bed number 4 is a handsome young man, Qi Fan, known as a romantic. His family runs a beauty salon, and he has a head of fluffy black hair and a chiseled face, which makes him quite attractive. And then there's bed number 3, which is Li Qing. He has a handsome appearance, scoring at least 9, 5 out of 10 in looks. Among them, Li Qing has the most ordinary background. His roommates are dressed in brand-name clothes, while Li Qing is wearing a simple white t-shirt bought for a few dozen yuan, paired with denim shorts and generic white shoes. Although it's not high-end, he looks clean. However, after spending a few days together, Li Qing has found that his roommates treat him quite well. They joke around with him and don't regard him as an outsider at all. After all, men quickly become brothers after a few drinks. They even assign nicknames based on their bed positions, calling each other big brother, second brother, third brother, and fourth brother. Li Qing pushed the door open. Wow, the third brother is back. Third brother, you actually hooked up with the school beauty. From now on, you're our third brother. Yes, from now on. We'll all call you third brother. The 3 dorm brothers shouted excitedly when they saw Li Qing finally return. How can I accept this? I've only been confessed to by the school beauty once. Li Qing pretended to be calm and waved his hand, jokingly. Wow, listen to this. What does it mean to say you've only been confessed to once by the school beauty? I'm so jealous. The dormitory was instantly filled with a joyful atmosphere. In the afternoon, during the economics class, Li Qing entered the classroom 10 minutes early. Most of the students were already sitting in the classroom. As soon as Li Qing stepped through the door, a classmate nicknamed Black Bull walked over. Lu Ming, known as Black Bull, is all muscle and has spent a lot of time in the gym. It's said that his family is prominent. The famous Lu Group Corporation in Ningjiang City is owned by his family, having just entered the school for a few days. He has been boasting about how he must win over the school beauty, Xia Yu. As a result, this morning, the school beauty Xia Yu confessed to Li Qing. Black Bull was instantly dumbfounded. Why would this seemingly ordinary guy be confessed to by the school beauty? During lunch, after specifically inquiring about Li Qing's lack of background, Black Bull planned to confront him in the afternoon. Kid, do you dare to steal the woman I like? You want to mess with me? Seeing Black Bull coming aggressively, Li Qing's expression changed. A few of his dorm brothers noticed Li Qing's predicament and hurriedly came over to stand by his side. Seeing a few more people arrive, Black Bull weighed the situation and retracted his tightly clenched fists. However, his fierce expression did not change at all. Kid, consider yourself lucky that you rejected the school beauty this morning. Xia Yu must have lost a dare or something and had no choice but to confess to trash like you. If I see you talking to her again, just wait and see. Black Bull's words echoed in the classroom, and at that moment, the teacher hadn't arrived yet, so all the students' attention was drawn to the scene. Li Qing was in deep trouble now. Exactly, I said the school beauty couldn't possibly confess to him. Hee, get ready for the show with Li Qing. The classroom was instantly buzzing with discussion. Qing, what are you doing standing there? By the way, let's go eat hot pot together at Haixinglao tonight. At the classroom door, the school beauty Xia Yu's clear voice rang out. This afternoon, she had changed into a white long dress, paired with canvas shoes, looking exceptionally pure and lovely. The classroom instantly fell silent. All eyes were focused on the two of them. Li Qing touched the pocket with his living expenses. There is still more than half of the month left, but he only has about 300 left. The hot pot at Haixinglao is actually considered a slightly upscale hot pot. But he heard from the people in the dorm that eating there costs at least over 100 per person. Li Qing scratched his head awkwardly. I can't afford to treat you. Xia Yu smiled sweetly. No need. Who said I wanted you to treat me? I'll treat you. Chapter 3. This hot pot is really white. What? The school beauty actually calls Li Qing Qing, and she even treats him a hot pot? The class instantly erupted. If anyone previously thought that the school beauty's confession to Li Qing was due to losing a dare or something similar, not coming from genuine feelings, they had nothing to say now. No way, no way. This seemingly ordinary Li Qing is actually so impressive. Confessed to publicly by the school beauty in the morning and treated to hot pot by her in the afternoon. This series of events made the boys in the class instantly envious. Li Qing is simply a role model for us. The girls' gazes towards Li Qing also changed slightly, starting to look at him with admiration. After all, someone who can be noticed and confessed to by the school beauty must have something special about him. The more they looked, the more they felt Li Qing was handsome, and the more they found him pleasing to the eye. Oh dear, how did they not notice such a treasure of a boy like Li Qing before? He actually got ahead of them by being noticed by the school beauty. One by one, they began to pound their chests and stomp their feet, regretting their past. The most awkward one was Hanyu. He was completely stunned. Just half a minute ago, his loud and confident words echoed in his mind. At this moment, his face was as if it had been slapped hard. With so many people in the class, he couldn't continue to act tough, especially since the school beauty was there, so he could only walk back to his seat in shame. Qing, can I sit with you during class? Xia Yu tugged at Li Qing's sleeve, looking at him with fiery eyes. Ah, but we're supposed to go eat hot pot together tonight. I should sit with my roommate for now, to strengthen our brotherhood. Li Qing found a rather unreasonable excuse and slipped away like the wind. Ding dong, school beauty Xia Yu's favorability, 99. Ah, Qing, you jerk. Xia Yu put her hands on her hips and couldn't help but stomp her foot. This Li Qing actually rejected her again. However, she quickly thought that such a man is worth liking, if he could be easily attracted by her looks and bowed down to her charms. Wouldn't he be more easily swayed by other women in the future? Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Xia Yu's face again. Sure enough, he is a man I have my eyes on. Even his rejection fascinates me. Ding dong. Xia Yu's favorability, 666. Li Qing. Didn't it just drop by 99? What's going on? Li Qing turned around and just happened to see Xia Yu gazing at his back with a mysterious smile. Their eyes met. Confirming the gaze, Xia Yu's face turned red again, and she quickly shyly avoided Li Qing's gaze. Ding dong. School beauty Xia Yu's favorability, 99. School beauty Xia Yu's favorability, 88. School beauty Xia Yu's favorability. Li Qing felt depressed. Ah, can you please not increase so drastically? It's just over 1,000 favorability, and she confessed to him and even kidnapped him. If it increases more, wouldn't she be forcing herself on him? With a full schedule in the afternoon, class ended only after dark. Li Qing quickly tidied up his books and asked his roommate to bring them back to the dorm. The fourth brother, known as the Love Saint, Qi Fan. Kiet li pulyed, li Qing asida. Third brother, be careful tonight. Li Qing waved his hand. It's fine, I'm a big man. How could Xia Yu eat me? Qi Fan still held on to Li Qing, shaking his head. Good brother, that's not what I meant. He took out a small square package, ready to hand it to Li Qing. You definitely want TB back tonight, so make sure to be safe. Qi Fan looked at Li Qing with a mischievous smile. Li Qing instantly understood and quickly raised his hand with righteous indignation to refuse. Fourth brother, I will definitely return to the dorm tonight. After saying that, Li Qing walked away without looking back. Qi Fan's voice came again. Dude, third brother, why are you still pretending? Remember what you said. If you dare not come back tonight, I'll break your legs. Ha ha. Behind him, several roommates burst into laughter. Li Qing felt a little moved. In fact, having such a not-so-serious roommate who cares for him is really nice. Li Qing walked up to Xia Yu. Qing, what were your roommates saying to you? You seem to be having a good time. Oh, they were just saying to be careful on our way home. Your roommates are really nice. Of course. Li Qing walked with the school beauty all the way to the school gate. The two didn't talk, maintaining a distance that was neither far nor close, quite harmonious. Sometimes speaking can be a bit awkward, while not talking can elevate the atmosphere. Li Qing hailed a taxi. Driver to Haishan Lao Hot Pot. Okay. The taxi driver stepped on the gas and sped away. The Hot Pot restaurant was about 4 to 5 kilometers from Ningjiang University, not too far nor too close. If Li Qing were alone, he would have chosen to take the bus, but now that he was with Xia Yu, he decided to take a taxi. After all, the Hot Pot was free for him. He just needed to cover the transportation cost. As they approached Haishanglao, Li Qing was about to pay the fare when Xia Yu stopped him. "Qing, let me pay this time, you can pay next time." "So considerate of me?" Li Qing felt a bit touched. "All right then." Li Qing nodded. The driver looked at Li Qing through the rearview mirror. "Young man, your girlfriend is great. So beautiful, and she doesn't want to spend your money. TSK. I really envy you." "Haha, actually it's not that great." Li Qing scratched his head awkwardly, not wanting to argue. The two got out of the car and walked into Haishanglao. The waiter immediately came up, surrounding Li Qing, making him feel a bit overwhelmed by the enthusiasm. "It's my first time here. You can ask her for the menu. She'll take care of it." Li Qing pointed at Xia Yu. Xia Yu was also unreserved and confidently took the menu. "This, half a portion of spicy beef from the Lao Pai, half a portion of duck intestines from Lao Pai, half a portion of beef tripe from Lao Pai. For the pot base, I want a chili oil pot, a tomato pot, and 2 plain water pots." "All right, that's enough for now." Xia Yu handed the menu back. Soon, the pot bases were served first, and the boiling steam rose, making Xia Yu's pretty face blush, looking particularly charming. "Xia Yu, I've noticed that you look really beautiful right now." Li Qing suddenly complimented Xia Yu, making her face even redder, like a ripe red apple, her cheeks flushed. "Stop it. Qing. Haven't I always been beautiful?" Xia Yu slightly parted her too thin lips and playfully stuck out her little tongue to lick them, looking incredibly tempting. Li Qing felt a thrill of excitement. He never imagined that the usually aloof school beauty could be so charming. Suddenly, he felt that this sign-in system was quite powerful. In his excitement, Li Qing accidentally knocked over his chopsticks, which fell to the ground. "Let me get another pair of chopsticks. I'll pick these up," he said, bending down to retrieve them. As he did, his gaze inadvertently flickered across to the opposite side. Xia Yu was wearing a pure white long dress today, revealing her slender calves, smooth and fair. Li Qing found it hard to swallow. Who can withstand this? "Qing, what's wrong?" "Nothing, this hot pot is really white," he replied. Chapter 4. Taking a photo with the school beauty. "Qing, what are you talking about?" "I mean, this clear broth base is really white." Li Qing secretly wiped the sweat from his brow. He almost let something slip just now. Luckily, he quickly came up with an excuse to cover it up. "Qing, are you silly?" "Of course, the clear broth is white," Xia Yu giggled, covering her mouth. Indeed, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Even when Li Qing felt a bit awkward, to her, it was adorable. The dishes were quickly served. Xia Yu had ordered everything earlier, so Li Qing stood up willingly, following the proper etiquette to add ingredients to the pot. At least he still had this bit of a gentleman's demeanor. "Qing, you look so serious when you're adding ingredients. It's so handsome," Xia Yu said, her big eyes fixed on Li Qing. "Xia Yu, stop saying that. If you keep this up, I'm afraid I'll really be won over by you." After saying this, Li Qing picked up a piece of meat, dipped it in sesame sauce, and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing heartily. The sesame sauce mixed with the broth's flavor, combined with the unique chewiness and subtle meat aroma of the beef, filled his taste buds, making Li Qing feel like all the cells in his body had been activated. One word, refreshing. "Qing, look how happy you are eating hot pot. Why don't you just give in to me? I can take you to eat hot pot every day." Li Qing was taken aback. He actually felt a little moved. He quickly suppressed this bold thought. No, he couldn't just sell himself so casually. It was all the hot pot's fault for being so delicious that it made him waver. Li Qing shook his head. "Do you think a hot pot can buy me out? Am I that kind of person?" Xia Yu rolled her eyes at Li Qing. "TCH, whatever." Li Qing stood up to continue scooping meat, and a young female server quickly approached. "Hey there, what do you want to eat? I can help you scoop it up." Li Qing's face turned red. "No need, I like to do it myself when eating hot pot." The idea of someone else doing it for him, almost serving it to his mouth, made him feel a bit overwhelmed and uncomfortable. Look, that guy over there," when the server helped him scoop food. He looked so awkward, like a country bumpkin who's never seen the world before. It's hilarious, right? Look at how simply he's dressed. And he still brings such a pretty girl to eat at Haishanglao. Haha, he must be a total simp. How pathetic. He's willing to starve himself just to treat a goddess to Haishanglao. Ugh, I wish I could meet such a quality backup. At the next table, there were 3 young, vibrant girls in their 20s, but unlike Xia Yu, they didn't have that pure appearance. Their outfits looked cool and quite social. Whether intentional or not, despite lowering their voices, they were still overheard by Xia Yu and Li Qing. Li Qing didn't mind. There are good people and bad people in the world. He had encountered many good people growing up, but there were also quite a few unfriendly ones. Occasionally encountering such people, while it felt as disgusting as swallowing a fly, he had already come to terms with it. So after hearing those harsh words, he seemed completely unfazed, continuing to eat as usual. But Xia Yu couldn't hold back. Since she was born into a prominent family and had been beautiful since childhood, people had always treated her with courtesy. Now, they were actually mocking the boy she liked? That was absolutely intolerable. Xia Yu clenched her little pink fist and stood up, ready to confront them. Forget it, Yushi, people like that aren't worth it. Li Qing quickly stopped her. As Li Qing pulled Xia Yu's arm, their skin brushed against each other, creating a strange sensation that made her sit back down without thinking. Just now, Qing called her Yushi. A faint smile appeared on Xia Yu's lips as she sweetly thought about it, savoring the moment. Qing Ye. What did you just call me? Xia Yu. No, you clearly called me Yushi. Oh, you must have heard wrong. You got too excited. Nonsense, I didn't. Xia Yu became anxious, her beautiful brows knitting together as she glared at Li Qing, looking stubborn. Li Qing couldn't help but laugh. Why are you so serious about this? Xia Yu was at a loss for words. Usually slow and aloof, she suddenly transformed into a little woman in front of Li Qing. Thinking of this, Xia Yu's face flushed, and she lowered her head to start picking food from the pot. At the next table, sisters, let's take a photo for our moments. Sure. I'll stand back a bit. That way my face looks smaller. This side has bright lighting. It'll make me look whiter. The three girls quickly began taking group photos, trying various poses back and forth several times until they finally managed to take a photo that all three were satisfied with. Xia Yu looked at them with disdain. TCH, these women are so vain. I hate taking photos. It feels like a routine. Wherever we go, we take photos, even when eating, like they've never seen the world. While eating, Xia Yu pouted and complained. Li Qing smiled lightly, listening to her complaints without saying anything. After a while, Xia Yu looked at Li Qing, hesitating to speak. Qing, how about we take a picture too? It's my first time having a meal with you. I think it's very meaningful. Li Qing couldn't help but laugh. So soon, you really want to take a picture? It seems no one can escape the real fragrance theorem. He gave Xia Yu a thumbs up. Steel-boned Xia Yu. After being teased by Li Qing, Xia Yu's face instantly turned red, and she whispered defensively. I just wanted to take a photo because I was having a meal with you. I promise this is my first time. Qing, can we just take one picture? Please? Xia Yu, who was initially a bit proud, suddenly began to act cute towards Li Qing. Li Qing truly had no way to resist a girl acting cute. All right, I promise you. Upon hearing that Li Qing agreed to her request for a photo, Xia Yu instantly broke into a silly smile, looking like a satisfied child. Xia Yu took out her iPhone 11 and sat next to Li Qing, directly opening the Apple camera. Li Qing was stunned. As a girl, you really don't use a beauty camera? Xia Yu paused for a moment, realizing that she was always being teased by him. That's too much. She had previously been pursued by various boys at school, receiving all kinds of flattery, but she didn't care at all. Unexpectedly, in front of Li Qing, all her authentic sides were accidentally exposed. Xia Yu looked at Li Qing with a pitiful expression. Do I really have to use a beauty camera? I've never used one, and the photos I take are actually fine. Chapter 5. I just don't want you to go back to the dormitory. Li Qing glanced at Xia Yu's smooth and beautiful face and seemed to understand why she never used a beauty camera. Indeed, as the campus belle, with such high looks, why would she need a beauty camera? It's like the big stars online taking selfies with fans. The stars are already beautiful, but after being edited by the fans' beauty cameras with face slimming and skin smoothing filters, they end up looking like monsters. Thinking of this, Li Qing nodded. All right, it's fine. After all, Li Qing was quite confident in his own looks. It didn't matter whether he used beauty filters or not. Xia Yu opened the front camera and quickly found an angle. Qing, brother, smile a bit. Li Qing forced out a fake smile, imitating the boyfriend smile, showing just his teeth without any real expression, looking quite silly and awkward. Xia Yu couldn't help but laugh, bursting out loud. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qing quickly pressed the capture button on Xia Yu's phone. Click. That moment was frozen in the phone. Ah, Qing, brother, you're so bad. You made me laugh and ruin my look, and you dare to take a picture of me. That's too much. Delete it quickly. Xia Yu was anxious, her delicate fingers pinching Li Qing's arm as she murmured. This is the best look, okay? Don't you think this appearance is the most natural and real? I like you like this, pure and genuine, not pretentious. Li Qing said seriously, trying to fool her. Xia Yu looked closely at the photo. In it, she was smiling a bit too hard, her mouth wide open. Although it wasn't very elegant, she looked genuinely happy in the photo, and it was very infectious. Even someone who wasn't too happy would smile after seeing her photo. Thinking of this, Xia Yu nodded again. Qing brother, you do have a point. Then let us use this one. I want to post this photo on my moments. Not knowing if it was intentional. Xia Yu's voice was particularly loud when she said this. The three girls at the next table looked up curiously. Do we hear that right? Such a beautiful girl is actually going to post about her backup on her moments? Wow, it seems like this backup meal wasn't tea for nothing. Qing was stunned as well and quickly thought of a way to refuse Xia Yu. After the campus, Belle confessed to him in the morning. The afternoon was when the trouble started with the black cow. It's important to know that in Qing University, there were definitely many people who liked Xia Yu. As an ordinary person, if he really managed to win over the campus belle, he would surely attract trouble from others. Big trees attract the wind. Qing understood this principle. At least he should wait until the system gave him some powerful skills before he could do anything. So it's better not to post a group photo for now. What if someone targets him? Thinking of this, Qing quickly tugged at Xia Yu. Xia Yu, I don't want to be too high profile, so can you please not post our group photo on moments? At least, not for a while. Seeing Qing's serious and unnegotiable expression, Xia Yu softly replied, "Oh," revealing a disappointed look. She had to delete the carefully edited caption word by word. Qing felt a bit reluctant watching her and thought for a moment, then sighed. Actually, you can post on moments. I just don't want our group photo to go up. After hearing this, Xia Yu looked up at Qing as if she had received some hint and smiled knowingly. Qing brother, I understand. Soon, Xia Yu's fingers flew across the phone keyboard, and in no time, she had re-edited the caption. Then, she directly hit send. Look, is this okay to post? Xia Yu smiled as she handed her phone to Qing. Qing couldn't help but roll his eyes at her. You've already posted it. This is a case of taking action before consulting. The caption Xia Yu had just posted was very simple, just one sentence. So happy to eat hot pot with a person I like, oh yeah. The accompanying image was the hot pot base from Haidi Lao. Qing couldn't help but click his tongue. The caption was so straightforward and blunt. Many people in their class had already heard that Xia Yu treated Qing to hot pot. It was clear as day who this person was. Even a fool would know it was Qing. Qing immediately felt a bit regretful for letting her post it. After they had finished eating, Xia Yu got up to pay at the counter. Qing sat alone at the table. At the next table, the three girls were stunned to see Xia Yu actually going to pay. What? This meal was actually treated by that beautiful girl? What's up with this guy? How did he manage to get such a beautiful girl to take the initiative? Is he an invisible rich guy? So low-key. Did he dress like this on purpose? After picking up on some information, the three girls quickly reached a consensus. This guy was definitely not ordinary. So, the three girls eagerly tried to get Qing's WeChat. One of them hesitated for a moment, but finally gathered the courage. Handsome, can I add your WeChat? I've been secretly observing you for a while. And I'm a bit moved, Qing had been playing with his phone, but hearing her voice, he looked up in surprise, realizing it was one of the three girls at the next table. Instantly, a few strands of disgust rose in his heart. He remembered how they had brazenly discussed him earlier. So disgusting. You think you're worthy of asking me for WeChat? Get lost. The girl never expected Qing would actually curse at her. She had looked down on him before, and since she was in the wrong, she had to leave in embarrassment. After Qing cursed, he felt a sense of satisfaction. It felt good, so good. When Xia Yu finished paying and turned around, she found Qing walking towards her with a smug expression. Qing brother, what made you so happy? Nothing, just scolded a silly girl. When they took a taxi back to the school entrance, it was already 10:30 p.m. The dormitory closes at 11 p.m. Qing calculated the time. If he walked fast, he could still make it back to the dorm. Thinking of this, Qing said goodbye to Xia Yu and prepared to head back to the dormitory. Wait a moment, Qing brother. Qing turned back to look at Xia Yu. Qing brother, I'm so thirsty. Can you help me buy a bottle of water over there? Qing followed the direction Xia Yu pointed and saw a retail store not far away. He was taken aback. You don't have long legs, just go buy it yourself. It's so dark over there without streetlights. I'm scared. Qing helplessly glanced at Xia Yu. You wait here. After saying that, Qing quickly took off running. After a moment, he ran back, panting, and handed Xia Yu a bottle of water. Brother Qing, I want it cold. Can you help me change it? Xia Yu didn't even take the water from Qing's hand, She just blinked her big, innocent eyes at him. Li Qing finally understood something. I get it. You're deliberately stalling for time. You don't want me to go back to the dorm before 11, right? Xia Yu nodded with a pitiful expression. That's too much. You actually nodded. Chapter 6. Check-in reward Bugatti. Li Qing's expression was determined. No matter what, I have to go back tonight. Xia Yu frowned and stamped her foot. Li Qing, do you remember the contract you signed with my dad? As my bodyguard, how can you not protect me at night? What if bad people come into my house at night? Besides, this is considered a breach of contract. This. Li Qing was dumbfounded. Did he really have to see the contract he signed with tears? Seeing that Li Qing looked troubled, Xia Yu lowered her head and fiddled with her fingers. How about this, brother Qing, you go back today, but starting tomorrow, you have to move in with me. Li Qing was relieved to hear Xia Yu relent, but quickly tensed up again. That's not too good, though. About the breach of contract, Xia Yu deliberately elongated her voice to remind him. All right, I agree to you. Li Qing felt like he was at a loss. Logically, living with the campus belle should be the life many people dream of. In the end, Li Qing still bowed his head to life, no to the rich girl. Oh yeah, Xia Yu proudly blinked her big, innocent eyes. Brother Qing, hurry back. If you're late, you really want to make it. Bye. See you tomorrow. Li Qing waved goodbye with tears in his eyes and then ran towards the dormitory. Bang! Li Qing pushed the door open, gasping for breath. Good brothers, I'm back. Hoo. Wow. Third brother, you finally came back. Boss, second, quick, my $200. Damn. Third brother, how did you come back? I lost another 100 in the bet. Third brother, if you had come back 3 minutes later, it would have been Qifan losing. Too bad. Qifan was grinning from ear to ear at that moment. I said it long ago. When third brother says he will come back at night, he will definitely come back. You all didn't believe me. Qifan said excitedly as he rushed forward to hug Li Qing. Third brother, I really love you deeply. Go, don't get close. I don't swing that way. Li Qing waved his hand in disgust and pushed Qifan away. It's outrageous that these 3 guys made a bet on whether he would return to the dorm. Li Qing returned to his bed and started tidying up his things. He was moving out tomorrow, and he really felt reluctant to leave these good brothers he had just gotten to know. Third brother, what are you packing for? I'm preparing to move out. With who? Are you silly? Who else could it be? It must be the campus belle. Nice, third brother. You're truly a model for our generation, securing a cohabitation with the campus belle in just a few days since school started. I also want to cohabit with a girl. The dormitory was suddenly filled with sour sounds and a lively atmosphere. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Li Qing's alarm clock rang on time. The other brothers in the dorm were still asleep, and Li Qing quickly turned off the alarm, got dressed, and washed up. Actually, besides being a university student, Li Qing had another identity as a food delivery worker. The cost of living on campus was high, and the allowance his parents gave him each month was only enough for a month's worth of meals, so he had to find ways to earn some pocket money. So, Li Qing chose to be a food delivery worker. Earning money wasn't degrading, it was just a bit tiring. He had no classes in the morning, and his roommates were still dreaming, so he was going to ride his beloved little motorcycle to deliver food. Li Qing changed into his food delivery uniform and just stepped out of the dormitory door. Ding dong. Would you like a check-in today? Check-in. Ding dong. Check-in successful. Reward a Bugatti. A Bugatti? Li Qing was stunned for a moment. He vaguely recalled something and quickly took out his Mi 6 phone to look up a news article he had seen earlier. Famous football star Luo bought a luxury supercar Bugatti worth 13 million euros, 28 billion yuan. Today's check-in reward was actually such a luxury supercar. Li Qing was a bit excited. Ding dong. The reward has been issued to the bottom of the dormitory building. Please check it. Li Qing finally came back to his senses, feeling in his pants pocket, where he found an extra car key. Looking around, he indeed spotted a black supercar not far downstairs. With a handmade carbon fiber body and glossy black finish, plus its elegant overall curve, it was hard not to attract attention. Several students were already standing by the Bugatti, curiously taking pictures. Li Qing walked over and pressed the car key. The car beeped, and then one of the doors slid up like a lid. Damn, the Bugatti can open its own door. So impressive. Ning University really is a hidden gem, having such a supercar worth over $1 billion. Quick, let me stand by the car, take a picture of me, make it look cool. Li Qing walked over casually and directly sat in the car. The students were instantly dumbfounded. The owner of such a luxury supercar was actually a food delivery worker? Is this the new wave, deliberately experiencing life as a delivery worker? So cool. Li Qing didn't care how others saw him. He just wanted to try out this new car. Sitting in the car, he lightly pressed the clutch, stepped on the accelerator, and slowly started the Bugatti. The sports car let out a deep, beast-like roar, a muffled sound that had an indescribable charm. Even the engine sound was so pleasant. Li Qing just wanted to take a small test drive. He still had to hurry to deliver food. Soon, he found his most eye-catching delivery scooter among the rows of cars downstairs. Just as he was about to start it, he suddenly noticed something was wrong. Why is this tire flat? Li Qing was stunned. He had just inflated it a few days ago, and it must have punctured. If he had to fix it, it would take several hours. He couldn't afford to waste time earning money. Li Qing felt a bit helpless. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. Didn't he just check in for Bugatti? Looks like he could only deliver food using the Bugatti. Life is so hard. Li Qing quickly got back into the Bugatti and received his first delivery order. A customer from a garden community ordered a portion of Hangzhou dumplings and 8 treasure porridge. Li Qing quickly started the Bugatti and headed straight to the Hangzhou dumpling breakfast shop. Such breakfast shops are economical and practical most of the time. Busy office workers just drop by for a quick bite before heading to work. Li Qing parked his Bugatti in front of a Zilongbao shop in Hangzhou amid the dull roar of the engine. Wow, this sports car looks so cool. Such a flashy car shouldn't be parked in front of a breakfast shop, right? Why is it here? TSK. The person driving this car is so down to earth. Coming here for a breakfast that costs just a few bucks. Am I seeing things? Is that really a delivery guy from Baolim coming out of the car? When the people at the breakfast shop saw Li Qing, dressed in a Baolim delivery uniform, get out of the Bugatti, they were instantly stunned. Li Qing didn't have time to worry about that. Driving a supercar was not as convenient as his beloved little motorcycle, and the traffic jams were seriously affecting his delivery efficiency. He rushed into the shop. Boss, 1 steamer of dumplings and a bowl of porridge. Please hurry. I'm in a rush. The owner, surprised by Li Qing's supercar, quickly got to work. A few minutes later, Li Qing hurriedly grabbed the breakfast and rushed back to his car. The people eating breakfast were once again dumbfounded. What? Is he really a delivery guy? This is too crazy. When did delivering food become so professional, starting with the Bugatti? I'm done for. If this continues, I won't even deliver food anymore. Li Qing didn't pay attention to how people viewed him. He just wanted to deliver the food on time to avoid penalties for being late. Making money is crucial. Chapter 7. Delivering food in a supercar drawing a Mercedes Mustang in a thorny rose. Li Qing answered the phone. Hello, is this the delivery guy? I'm in a hurry to get to work. Can you just drop the food at the entrance of our community? I'll come down now. Delivering food in a Bugatti was really inefficient. Li Qing missed his little motorcycle that could maneuver easily. Riding my beloved little motorcycle, it will never get stuck in traffic. Li Qing hummed softly, soon arriving at the entrance of the garden community. Hey, I'm here. Where are you? I don't see the delivery guy. Li Qing looked around and spotted a beautiful female office worker not far away, with stunning legs and black stockings and pointed high heels. She was on the phone while also looking around. Looks like this is the lady who ordered the food. Okay, I see you. I'm coming over now. After hanging up, the female office worker felt puzzled. She clearly didn't see any delivery vehicle nearby. Yet the delivery guy said he saw her and was on his way. What a liar. At that moment, a luxurious black supercar slowly approached her. The smooth black, gem-like body of the car, combined with its incredibly cool design, was eye-catching. The female office worker's heart suddenly raced. She was 23 this year, had been single since birth, and still held a beautiful longing for love. She often fantasized that one day, her ideal partner would come riding a colorful cloud to marry her. Dreams need to be more realistic. At the very least, he should be driving a flashy supercar, making a sharp drift, and stopping perfectly in front of her. Then he would step out in a suit, holding a large bouquet of roses, kneeling down, and passionately proposing to her. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Today he was here. She suddenly felt her breath quicken, her heart race, and her face flush. She began to imagine how she would respond to his proposal with the right tone and graceful movements. Bang! A faint sound of the car door opening broke her thoughts. The door swung open, but instead of her imagined prince in a suit, a delivery guy in a Baolim uniform stepped out. The delivery guy approached her. Beautiful lady, your food. This is not what I imagined. Her Prince Charming turned out to be a delivery guy. The female office worker looked at Li Qing in surprise. This delivery guy was quite handsome, but if only he could wear a suit, that would be even better. Li Qing looked at the professionally dressed lady in confusion. Not understanding why she had a strange smile on her face, and didn't he respond to him. He pointed at her, gesturing. "Lady, your food." "Oh, just give it to me." The office worker finally came to her senses. Li Qing handed over the food. "Remember to give a 5-star rating." After saying that, he left gracefully. "Wait." Li Qing turned around. "Can you leave your WeChat?" Li Qing waved his hand. "No, I still have orders to take, no time. Just because I drive a supercar, you want my WeChat?" For women. Without looking back, Li Qing got into the Bugatti and zoomed away. The female office worker stood there, stomping her foot in anger. "This is too much. Did you think I was interested in your car? I was interested in you." Soon, Li Qing received another order in the car. This one was to deliver a bowl of hot dry noodles to the Qianshui Bay Villa area. Qianshui Bay? Isn't that the community where Xia Yu lives? Li Qing hesitated for a moment, but decisively pressed the gas pedal. Life is tough. He had no choice but to keep going. After buying the hot dry noodles, Li Qing quickly headed to Qianshui Bay. When he was near the entrance, he found a parking spot to stop. The security in Qianshui Bay Villa area was always strict. Unfamiliar cars were not allowed inside. Even when Li Qing rode his little motorcycle before, the security would stop him and insist he park at the entrance before letting him walk in to deliver food. This time, Li Qing could only choose to walk to deliver the food. At the entrance of the community, a security guard in uniform stood straight, eyeing Li Qing in his delivery uniform. "Hey, how much do you make delivering food in a month?" "Not much, about 2,000 to 3,000 a month." "You guys ride in the wind and rain every day just to make 2,000 to 3,000? Look at me, I stand at the entrance. And all the luxury car owners have to greet me and pay their respects. I don't make much either, just 5,000 a month, double what you make." The security guard said proudly, puffing out his chest, seemingly very proud of his security uniform. Li Qing didn't have time to chat with him. He had to hurry to deliver the food. He smiled dismissively and rushed inside. "Hello, your food has arrived. Please come down and pick it up." Shortly after, a man in his 30s came down. "Remember to give a 5-star rating." The man didn't even glance at Li Qing, turning around and heading back upstairs. Li Qing didn't mind. After all, he was delivering food, and he could encounter all kinds of customers, and this one was still decent. Li Qing walked back to the entrance. Just as he reached the door, he saw a somewhat plump, wealthy woman standing next to the security guard, glaring at him fiercely. This wealthy woman looked somewhat familiar. As Li Qing recalled, he prepared to leave. "Hey, you delivery guy, stop." "Me?" Li Qing turned around, stunned for a moment. "Do you remember the last delivery I brought you?" The wealthy woman said loudly to Li Qing, hands on her hips. Li Qing looked at her and recalled for a moment. "Oh, it's you. Last time I delivered to you, you said you weren't home, but you didn't let me leave it at the door. You insisted I stand there and watch your food because of that order, which wasted me over half an hour." Li Qing was reminded of this annoying customer by her shouting. The fat on the wealthy woman's face quivered in anger, making her look even more furious. "You filthy delivery guy, what were you doing standing at my door for half an hour last time? Did you hear that no one was home and take the chance to sneak into my house and steal something? The security in this community is so good. Only homeowners and filthy delivery people like you can get in, and in that half hour of surveillance, you weren't even visible. Where did you go? Speak up. Is that jade bracelet worth over 100,000 from Myanmar that I own stolen by you?" Li Qing was taken aback. He remembered that during the half hour he waited for the wealthy woman to return. He had found a shady spot to rest and played a game of Honor of Kings. That shady spot was likely a blind spot for the surveillance cameras. With that said, he really couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. The security guard nearby saw that Li Qing was speechless and immediately stood up straight, joining in to question him. "Young man, I see you work so hard delivering food. I didn't expect you to be involved in such activities. That's too much. If you don't clarify today, I'll hand you over to the police." Li Qing squinted at the security guard. "Oh, really? It won't help who you call. I wouldn't do such a thing." Just as he finished speaking, a crisp female voice rang out. "Qing brother, what are you doing here?" Not far away, Xia Yu waved excitedly at him. Today, she wore denim shorts that exposed her slender white legs, with a white short-sleeve shirt and a cute bun hairstyle, large sunglasses covering half her face. Chapter 8. It turns out delivering food has the best prospects. Xia Yu ran over excitedly, took off her sunglasses, and looked Li Qing up and down. "Qing brother, why are you still in your delivery uniform? Are you working? Honestly, you look handsome in anything." It was clear that Xia Yu was very happy to see Li Qing. "Oh, little girl, you know this thief? You look pretty, and you're actually his accomplice?" The wealthy woman sneered upon seeing Xia Yu, falsely accusing her. What thief? What accomplice? What are you talking about, Andy? Li Qing pulled Xia Yu aside and briefly explained what had just happened. Oh my god, Qing brother, she's too much. She's actually wronging you. No way, I'm calling my dad. This filthy woman should be punished. The wealthy woman nearly jumped up upon hearing Xia Yu's words, almost roaring. You can call? Just wait, I'm calling my husband right now. At that moment, her phone happened to ring. The wealthy woman took it out and saw it was her husband calling. She excitedly raised her phone screen. Look, it's my husband calling. I'll tell him about this. And neither of you will get to leave today. After saying that, the wealthy woman smugly put her phone on speaker. Hello, husband. The wealthy woman's tone changed from arrogant to suddenly sweet, giving a feeling that made one's skin crawl. Wife, I found out what happened to your jade bracelet. It turns out her son secretly took it to sell for pocket money. Don't worry, I'm going to the jewelry store to redeem it right now. Hello, wife. Did you hear that? Say something if you did. At that moment, the wealthy woman's face turned extremely pale. Husband, I heard you. I'm hanging up now. I have something to do. The wealthy woman quickly hung up, smiling apologetically at Li Qing and Xia Yu. Then, she turned to sneak away. Stop. Now that the truth was out, the wealthy woman actually wanted to leave, just like that. Xia Yu was the first to express her discontent. Just thinking about the wealthy woman's earlier slanderous demeanor made her angry. We can't just let this old woman go. At the very least, she should apologize to both me and Qing brother. This filthy woman wronging her was one thing, but wronging her Qing brother was simply too much. The wealthy woman turned back, looking awkwardly at the two, her expression embarrassed. Auntie, weren't you just full of yourself? Why do you look like this now? The wealthy woman glanced at the security guard who had been speaking up for her earlier and gave him a look, hoping he would come to her aid. The security guard immediately understood and cleared his throat before turning to leave, leaving only his back. The wealthy woman's face began to look very bad. Her throat moved. And she finally spoke. I'm sorry, I wronged both of you earlier. Actually, I didn't mean to accuse you. You, as a delivery guy, work so hard riding a motorcycle to earn money. Who else would I suspect if not you? If you were driving a sports car, would I still accuse you? The more the wealthy woman spoke, the more she felt justified. She even changed from her earlier dejection to being arrogant again. After all, this young man was just a delivery guy. What could it matter if she wronged him a few times? Am I right? If you were driving a sports car, I wouldn't have accused you of stealing my bracelet. Hearing this, Li Qing couldn't help but glare at her and retorted, I came here today in a sports car. What did you say? You, a delivery guy, are delusional. How could you afford a sports car? The wealthy woman laughed. Li Qing didn't waste any time, pulling out the car keys from his pocket and pressing a button. Not far away, his incredibly cool Bugatti responded. The wealthy woman was immediately speechless. She never expected that a delivery guy would actually drive a sports car. The beautiful girl standing beside him was also a resident of this upscale villa area. Moreover, anyone could tell from her attitude towards him that it was not just a casual friendship. Thinking about this, she suddenly realized that this delivery guy was not ordinary. She wasn't stupid. She quickly put on a smile. I'm sorry, delivery guy. I was blind earlier and wronged you. I hope you won't take it to heart. Li Qing chuckled lightly and ignored her. He really hoped that this old woman's husband would cheat on her, find a younger woman, and kick her out. Li Qing took out his phone and checked the time. It was already 11 o'clock due to her delay. It was getting late. Forget it. I'm not delivering anymore. Li Qing turned and walked toward the car. Seeing that Li Qing didn't even look at her and was leaving alone, Xia Yu angrily stomped her foot and called out, Qing brother, wait for me. At the entrance, only the stunned security guard was left watching this scene, which immediately plunged him into deep thought. He remembered how he had been showing off in front of Li Qing earlier, boasting that his job kept him dry and safe from the rain, and that he earned more than Li Qing. But now he felt utterly ashamed. The delivery guy has such a beautiful and wealthy girlfriend, and he even has a luxury supercar. The security guard suddenly felt that his uniform was a bit embarrassing. It turns out that delivering food is the most promising job. Xia Yu caught up with Li Qing. Wow, where did you get the sports car? Qing rented it. Li Qing kazwali raplia. Xia Yu nodded thoughtfully. She always thought Qing was amazing. Even if he did something surprising, she wouldn't be too shocked. That's right. The man she likes is capable of being this impressive. Xia Yu skillfully sat in the passenger seat. Qing, let's go eat. Li Qing was a bit surprised. Normally, when someone sits in such a luxury sports car for the first time, they often don't know how to sit properly and even feel awkward once seated. But Xia Yu sat down so easily as if the passenger seat was custom-made for her. Have you ever been in this kind of car before? Xia Yu nodded. My brother has several, but none are as cool as yours. He used to drive his sports car to take me out for a spin, but now he's studying in the U.S. Li Qing nodded in understanding. No wonder. He knew Xia Yu's family was well off, but he didn't expect it to be this impressive. Able to casually buy several million-dollar cars. What do you want to eat? Just to let you know in advance, I only received a few delivery orders today, so I can't afford to treat you. How about this? Xia Yu shook her head with a smile. She really liked Li Qing's principled personality. Wealthy is wealthy, and poor is poor, without any pretense or affectation. She loved it. It's okay, Qing, let me treat you this time. How about you be my boyfriend? And you won't have to work so hard delivering food anymore. I can support you. After fastening her seatbelt, Xia Yu took off her sunglasses, her big watery eyes gazing affectionately at Li Qing. Li Qing swallowed hard. He had fantasized countless times about meeting a little rich woman. At the moment he wanted to give up the most, he could tell her, Annie, I don't want to work hard anymore. Now, this opportunity was right in front of him. Chapter 9. Meeting an old classmate, Li Qing took a deep breath to calm himself. Buckle up, I'm about to start. Qing. Seeing that Li Qing had skipped the topic, Xia Yu was a bit unhappy and playfully hit him with her small pink fist. Hey, a gentleman speaks, but doesn't use his hands. I'm not a gentleman. I'm a cute little girl. Xia Yu pouted. At this moment, she looked nothing like a cool campus beauty, but more like a neighborly little sister. So, where are we going to eat? I heard there's a new Western restaurant recently, called Night Shanghai. Li Qing nodded. The name of the restaurant sounded very upscale. Anything with Shanghai in its name carries a sense of luxury. Anyway, since it's Xia Yu treating, he didn't care about the price. They would just go eat. He took out his phone, opened the navigation app, and started navigating to Night Shanghai. 20 minutes later, Li Qing parked in front of the Night Shanghai restaurant. The two of them got out of the car and walked in, one after the other. The restaurant had a nice environment, with new tables and chairs, and the dim yellow lighting created a unique atmosphere. Not far away, a waiter was playing the piano live. Before the waiter could greet them, Li Qing heard someone calling his name. He turned his head in the direction of the voice, searching. Oh, it's really you, Li Qing. I didn't expect to see you here. It's been so many years. You still look so youthful. Still studying, right? You students. It's not easy to come here and have a feast. How about this? Let us sit together and catch up as old classmates. The speaker was Li Qing's middle school classmate, Lu Xiaoyu. Li Qing had seen him post on social media a few times. He had dropped out of high school and seemed to be doing business with his uncle, now thriving. Li Qing felt a bit emotional, not expecting the joke he saw online to become a reality. Those who get into college should maintain good relationships with those who don't, so after graduation, they can work for their company. And rich second-generation kids should get close to the pretty girls in class because they might become their stepmothers. Li Qing felt a bit helpless, but that was the reality. Who knows? He might really end up working for Lu Xiaoyu in the future. What are you waiting for? Come sit down. Lu Xiaoyu waved for Li Qing and Xia Yu to sit down. Beside him was a flamboyantly dressed girl, tightly holding Lu Xiaoyu's arm, presumably his girlfriend. By the way, this is your classmate, right? I knew when I saw you two walk in one after the other that you weren't a couple. You're still pursuing her, right? No worries, bro will help you out today. Lu Xiaoyu seemed particularly enthusiastic, even saying this without avoiding Xia Yu. Upon hearing this, Xia Yu couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Li Qing nodded and casually explained. Actually, she is pursuing me. She is pursuing you? Not bad. You become quite the ladiesman. The four of them chatted as they found a table and sat down. So how is it? I heard college is like heaven. Much better than the tough high school days. How are you doing now? Lu Xiaoyu started the conversation naturally after sitting down. Li Qing nodded slightly. It's okay, but it can't compare to your freedom. Lu Xiaoyu looked pleased after hearing this. Of course. The waiter came over and handed him the menu. Lu Xiaoyu took it without hesitation. You students don't have much money, so this meal is on me. Without asking what Li Qing and the others wanted to eat, Lu Xiaoyu directly started ordering from the menu. The steak is only 80? Let us get 4. French red wine chicken steak. Let us have 4 portions, so cheap. Only 120. By the way, let us also get 4 bottles of 200 Lafite. And this. How's that? Is it enough to eat? When eating with me, you gotta make sure to eat well. Lu Xiaoyu ordered a bunch, still looking unsatisfied. Li Qing hurriedly nodded. That's enough. Let us not waste food. He just glanced at the menu and noticed that the prices listed were in US dollars. Li Qing realized that Lu Xiaoyu had mistakenly ordered based on the dollar price, as if it were in yuan. To know, the current exchange rate is over 6 to 1. So the prices Lu Xiaoyu mentioned should actually be multiplied by 6 to get the real price. Calculating that, this meal would cost at least over 10,000. Li Qing couldn't help but chuckle. Well, since Lu Xiaoyu likes to show off, let him be. Dishes were served one after another, and during this time, Lu Xiaoyu continuously chatted with Li Qing, reminiscing about their carefree and happy times in middle school, which would never return, lamenting about life. Their female companions, who did not know each other, did not interject much. Of course, Lu Xiaoyu also urged Li Qing to drink. But Li Qing declined, citing that she had to drive later, so she did not drink. Instead, Lu Xiaoyu and his female companion drank quite a bit. After a few rounds of drinks, the meal was almost finished. Lu Xiaoyu was a bit tipsy, and his speech began to slur. Good brother, after you graduate from college and can't get by, just come find me. I promise to take care of you. Lu Xiaoyu enthusiastically wrapped his arm around Li Qing, patting his chest to assure her. Li Qing felt a bit touched. In fact, Lu Xiaoyu had a good relationship with him in middle school, but after entering society, his way of speaking had lost its previous charm. All right, I will definitely come to you then. Li Qing replied with a smile. Xia Yu glanced at Li Qing and smiled faintly, but did not say anything. Soon, Lu Xiaoyu waved his hand. Waiter, the bill. A young female server walked over. Hello. Sir, your total is 13,423 yuan. Will you be paying cash or with a card? What are you saying? I only spent at most 2,000. How could it be so expensive? Lu Xiaoyu was stunned, his eyes wide with surprise. Look at the prices on the menu. It should only be around 2,000. You're extorting us. Sir, the prices on the menu are in US dollars, which converts to this amount in Chinese currency, the server said, pointing to the symbol next to the price numbers on the menu. Lu Xiaoyu's face turned pale, and cold sweat began to pour down. 13,000 yuan. This meal cost him over a month's salary. He usually spent money lavishly, living paycheck to paycheck with no savings at all. So he simply couldn't afford this 13,000 yuan bill. Chapter 10. The school bell was caught on camera. Lu Xiaoyu awkwardly scratched his head, glancing at the server apologetically. Could you possibly give a discount? The server shook her head. I'm sorry, sir. I can't make that decision. Sir, are you going to pay the bill? The female server noticed Lu Xiaoyu's embarrassment and began to inquire. I don't have enough cash in my wallet. Could I possibly get credit? The server shook her head in annoyance. This guy actually wants to eat for free? Sir, if you can't pay, I'll have to call the manager. The server said as she quickly walked away. A moment later, a very sexy and capable-looking female manager in a uniform and black stockings walked over in high heels. After hearing the server's explanation, she seemed a bit helpless. Sir, how much do you still owe? Lu Xiaoyu rummaged through his wallet, emptying it out completely. I only have a little over 3,000. I don't know if that's enough. The female manager sighed after hearing this. Suddenly, when she spotted Xia Yu sitting nearby, her eyes lit up. Miss Xia, you're here. If I had known you were dining here with friends, we wouldn't dare to charge you. Miss Xia, if you find our new restaurant good, you can bring your friends next time. The manager's expression changed dramatically. Her previously aggressive demeanor toward Lu Xiaoyu turning into utmost respect for Xia Yu. Xia Yu was slightly taken aback and then casually waved her hand. Got it. You can go now. Don't disturb us. The manager bowed several times to Xia Yu before retreating. Lu Xiaoyu was instantly dumbfounded. At that moment, his emotions were like ice and fire. 1 second, he was facing a 13,000 yuan bill. The next second, he was informed that the bill was waived. And all of this was because of the beautiful female suitor beside Li Qing. He glanced at Xia Yu, then at Li Qing, and quietly asked, Qing, what is the background of this female suitor of yours? Li Qing shook his head, indicating he did not know either, although he was also a bit surprised. It was not to the extent of Lu Xiaoyu's shock. He looked at Xia Yu and asked, Xia Yu, what was that all about? I don't know. I guess this restaurant is one of my family's businesses. Sigh, there's so many family businesses, I can't keep track. Xia Yu shrugged innocently, shaking her head to express that she also didn't know this restaurant was part of her family's assets. One of my family's businesses, Lu Xiaoyu mulled over this sentence, and instantly felt a chill down his spine. His mouth dropped open in disbelief. Such a high-end Western restaurant was actually one of her family's businesses, and it was something she could easily forget. The key point was that such a wealthy young lady was also Li Qing's suitor. At this moment, he felt his mouth dry, barely swallowing a gulp of saliva to suppress his shock. He recalled how he had boasted to Li Qing that he could hang out with him anytime, and his tipsiness evaporated almost instantly. With such a formidable suitor, why would she need to cling to him? It was more appropriate for him to cling to Li Qing. Old classmate, it's getting late. I have to go to class. Let us meet up another time. After the bill was settled, Li Qing stood up, waved goodbye to Lu Xiaoyu, and prepared to leave. Lu Xiaoyu nodded, silently watching Xia Yu follow behind Li Qing, seeing them off. He glanced at his female companion beside him, who seemed to pale in comparison to Xia Yu. Look at his girlfriend, so impressive. And you? Lu Xiaoyu, how can you still blame me? It was you who insisted on grabbing the menu alone, and now you're blaming me? You little brat, dare you talk back? Let us break up. Fine, let us break up. Who do you think you are? Li Qing walked out of the Western restaurant, completely unaware that just moments ago, his old classmate had been so envious that he even broke up with his girlfriend. He only felt that Xia Yu still had some use. At least, she could help him avoid paying for a meal that cost over 10,000. Li Qing drove the Bugatti back to the school gate. It was now noon, and students had just finished their classes, coming out in groups. Li Qing parked his eye-catching Bugatti at the entrance, letting Xia Yu get out first to return to the dormitory. Wow, ISNT this Luo-S Bugatti. I saw pictures of it in a magazine. How did it come to our school? Look at the license plate. It's definitely not Luo's. TSK, TSK, TSK. The students at our school are really wealthy. That beauty, ISNT, she the newly crowned school, Belle Xia Yu. She actually came out of it. Wow, who is that mysterious man in the driver's seat? Could it be that the school bell is taken? Students were discussing animatedly, many taking out their phones to snap pictures to post on social media. Some even capturing the moment the school bell stepped out of the car. Even a student who loves to stir up trouble directly posted a photo of the campus beauty getting out of a Bugatti on the Ningda forum. The post was titled, "Shocking. A luxury supercar appears at the entrance of Ningda, and the new campus beauty Xia Yu steps out of it." Shortly after it was published, the post went viral, remaining at the top of the forum. Comment 2. Wow, the campus beauty actually has a boyfriend? Comment 3. Please tell me who the person driving the Bugatti is. Comment 4. The campus beauty looks so beautiful even when being secretly photographed. I really envy the guy driving the supercar. Comment 5. I also want to drive a Bugatti. Then girls will definitely crowd around me. In just half an hour, the post received hundreds of replies, mostly filled with envy and speculation about who the mysterious man in the car could be. Meanwhile, the mysterious man, Li Qing, was completely unaware of this. After dropping off the campus beauty at the school gate, he drove the car directly to the front of his dormitory. With some time left before class, he decided to head back to his dorm to kill some time. Li Qing pushed open the dorm door. "Boys, Daddy's back. Did you miss me?" "Stupid son, you're thinking too much. Daddy wouldn't miss you. Only you, the son, would miss Daddy." His roommates quickly retorted, and the atmosphere instantly became lively. The brother from bed number 1, Wu Dashuai, walked over. "Li Qing, have you seen the forum?" "Didn't see it. What's up?" "Look at this post photo. Xia Yu actually got out of that supercar." "Li Qing, you better be careful. Don't let the campus beauty be taken away by someone else." Chapter 11. Bullying the campus beauty. Wu Dashuai handed over his phone, reminding him with concern. Li Qing picked up the phone and took a closer look. It turned out to be a post from the Ningda forum. The photo captured the moment Xia Yu stepped out of his Bugatti. "What the hell? Someone actually took a photo of my new ride, and they made my cool and flashy vehicle look so ugly. My supercar looks like a sedan in that picture." Li Qing glanced at the photo and complained. "What? That car is yours? Damn, we were worried for nothing. We thought the campus beauty was cheating on you and found a tall, rich, and handsome guy. We were even discussing how to comfort you. Where did you get such a good car in just the morning?" His good friends in the dorm breathed a sigh of relief for Li Qing. But soon, they started to envy him again. "What's the big deal? It's just a lousy car. If you want to drive it, go ahead and take it. Just park it at the dorm." Li Qing, however, was generous, waving his hand and passing over the car keys. After all, what man doesn't have a dream of owning a luxury car? Besides, his roommates treated him well. So he thought, why not let them take his newly signed Bugatti for a spin? Li Qing had always been generous to his friends. "What the hell? It really is your car. You're something else, third brother. Of course, you're a good son to your dad. Such a good car. And you just lend it to your fathers." Li Qing couldn't help but smile bitterly. Damn it, these guys. They were taking advantage of him and acting like they didn't consider him an outsider. In the afternoon, Li Qing and Xia Yu had different classes, so they didn't see each other. However, as soon as the school bell rang, Li Qing's QQ phone rang. He pulled out his phone and saw that it was Xia Yu calling. I said, Annie, it's only been half a day since we last saw each other, and you're already so anxious to call me? This isn't a breach of contract, is it? What are you talking about? Breach of contract. I just want to talk to you. Just as class ended, the noise was a bit loud, so Li Qing didn't quite catch her words. I said, I wanted to talk to you. Li Qing, I don't want to talk to you. Stupid Li Qing. Would you die if you didn't tease me for a day? On the other end of the line, hearing Xia Yu's voice, Li Qing imagined her being furious. All right, I was wrong. Auntie, tell me, why did you call me? Li Qing guessed that it probably wasn't anything serious. If it were important, Xia Yu would have called him directly instead of using QQ voice. Do you have time tonight? Let us go shopping. Where to? Hearing this, Li Qing felt a bit flustered. He dreaded accompanying girls shopping. Despite their petite figures, girls seemed to have endless energy when it came to shopping. We're just going to stroll around the commercial street near the university. Li Qing nodded. Okay, let us meet at the school gate in 20 minutes. After hanging up the phone, he realized that the university town at Ningda's gate was particularly lively. A significant reason was that Ningda's students were wealthy and generous, driving the economic development of the area. Although the commercial street offered a wide variety of goods and high-quality items, the prices were steep. After all, Ningda was one of the top private universities in the country, and for the shops in the commercial street, the students there were like golden geese. Li Qing had been shopping there several times with his roommates, but he had never bought anything, as he didn't have spare cash to spend. 20 minutes later, at the school gate, in just one afternoon, Xia Yu had changed her outfit. She wore light-colored denim overalls paired with a white shirt, looking fresh and capable. Below, she wore a pair of white shoes and even playfully styled her hair into 2 braids, reminiscent of the student girl who made her first appearance in The King of Comedy. However, Xia Yu looked even more youthful and beautiful than that character. Li Qing stared at Xia Yu without blinking. Stop it. Qing, why are you looking at me like that? It's making me shy. Xia Yu walked over, blushing. Your outfit today is so pure. Li Qing held back for a long time before finally managing to say that. Do you like it, Qing? If you do, I'll wear it for you every day. Li Qing shook his head. No need. I prefer clothes that are only worn for me. Clothes only worn for you? What kind of clothes are those? Xia Yu lowered her head, pondering carefully. After a moment, Qing, you're so shameless. You guys are all perverts. Xia Yu put her hands on her hips, her little face turning red. Li Qing innocently shrugged. Hey, I didn't say anything. You're the one thinking too much, blaming me for your impure thoughts. Hearing this, Xia Yu became even angrier and, without saying a word, playfully hit Li Qing with her small fists. Ouch, be gentle. That hurts. You really hit hard. It hurts. Li Qing quickly cried out in pain, and with a sorrowful expression, he made Xia Yu feel sorry for him, instantly stopping her hand. Ah, Qing, are you okay? I clearly didn't use much force just now. I wouldn't want to hit you hard. Xia Yu looked at Li Qing with a worried expression, feeling very regretful. Li Qing saw that he had successfully tricked Xia Yu and couldn't help but chuckle at her anxious concern for him. After holding in for a while, seeing Xia Yu still looking worried, he couldn't hold back any longer. Ha ha ha! Xia Yu, your expression is killing me. How can you be so silly? You actually fell for this. Ha ha ha! Ah, Qing, are you okay? What do you mean? Oh, I get it. How can you be so mean? That's too much. Xia Yu instantly realized she had been played by Li Qing. She became both shy and angry, quickly swinging her small pink fists at him. Li Qing grabbed her tiny fists tightly with both hands, preventing her from moving them. Xia Yu, you've changed. You weren't this bold when you confessed to me yesterday. It's only been a day, and you're already so casual with me. Xia Yu gritted her teeth and replied, Humph, shameless. Who's being casual with you? Yesterday was yesterday. Today is today. Who told you to bully me so unreasonably? Big bad guy, you scoundrel Li Qing, shameless. Ding dong. Xia Yu's favorability, 88, Chapter 12. The first cup of milk tea in autumn while Li Qing listened to Xia Yu scold him. He received a system notification that the school beauty had actually increased her favorability towards him. What's going on here? How could she scold him and still increase her favorability? Is it love and pain? Li Qing didn't quite understand this strange operation. In the blink of an eye, he realized he was still tightly holding Xia Yu's small pink fists. Meanwhile, Xia Yu's face was flushed, looking even more radiant than before. No wonder. It turned out he'd been taking advantage of her all along. The accidental skin contact made Xia Yu even more bashful. Li Qing quickly released her hands. With her face still red, Xia Yu looked reluctant and was ready to swing her fists at Li Qing again. Stop, stop. Are we still going to stroll through the commercial street in the university town? Hearing this, Xia Yu finally stopped, glaring at Li Qing. Who told you to keep annoying me and taking advantage of me? Li Qing didn't want to continue this entanglement. It was broad daylight. With so many people coming and going at the school gate, it wouldn't look good if this continued. All right, young lady, it's all my fault. I'm a man. I admit my mistakes and apologize. Is that okay? Xia Yu glared at him. Dream on. You're not a man. You're a little man. Li Qing rolled his eyes, but didn't retort. Deep down, he was quite unconvinced. Just because you say I'm not, I'm not. Finally, the two reached a temporary peace and walked side by side, maintaining a comfortable distance until they arrived at the commercial street. This street was only a few hundred meters from Qing University, and the people passing by were mostly young and attractive students from the university. Among them were a few groups of girls, but mostly couples holding hands and intertwining fingers. The scent of youth filled the air, with each person exuding a tempting aura. Xia Yu stopped in front of a store selling small accessories, where everything was quite cheap, just a few bucks. Qing, I love these little things the most. When I was a child, my dream was to have a small shop like this one day, selling whatever I could. After finishing her sentence, she suddenly turned to Li Qing, her eyes sparkling. Qing, would you like to help me run such a small shop in the future? We can sell anything. As long as I can be with you, I'll be very happy. Li Qing hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. You girls' dreams are indeed a bit too naive. I'm different. My childhood dream was to be rich, and then I could marry many wives. Hee. Xia Yu rolled her eyes at him. Qing, you men are all the same. Li Qing Shuja. You see my true colors, huh? Hee. It's not too late to change your mind. Xia Yu decisively shook her head. Qing, don't worry. You will eventually be my man, my Xia Yu's man. Li Qing scoffed, not taking her seriously, and turned to leave. You think you can easily conquer me, just because you're the school beauty? I won't fall for it that easily. Seeing Li Qing walk away, Xia Yu stomped her foot, but helplessly followed him. However, she soon stopped again in front of milk tea shop, refusing to move. Qing, let us buy 2 cups of milk tea. Why buy milk tea? I want to have the first cup of milk tea of autumn. Li Qing was momentarily confused, but seeing Xia Yu's eager expression, he nodded. Xia Yu excitedly exclaimed, oh yeah, and quickly went inside. 2 cups of pudding milk tea. 2 minutes later, the staff handed over 2 cups of milk tea. Xia Yu happily took one and handed it to Li Qing. Just as Li Qing picked up the milk tea, Xia Yu stopped him. Wait a minute, Qing. Raise your cup and clink it with mine. I want to take a photo for my moments. Although Li Qing didn't quite understand, he complied for the photo. Soon, Xia Yu finished taking the picture. Awesome. I also have the first cup of milk tea of autumn. Thank you, Qing. After saying that, Xia Yu unexpectedly stood on her tiptoes and quickly pecked Li Qing on the lips. Li Qing felt something soft touch his face. He touched the spot where he was kissed. It was warm and slightly damp. He was momentarily stunned. Seeing Li Qing in a daze, Xia Yu snapped back to reality, feeling a bit silly herself. That action had been too sudden, mainly because she was too excited. After a moment, Xia Yu raised her head and broke the awkwardness. Qing, quickly check your moments. Today, the trend is all about the first cup of milk tea of autumn. Everyone's posting about it. Li Qing opened his WeChat moments and scrolled down, realizing that everyone was sharing the same format. A picture of milk tea with the caption, I also have the first cup of tea of autumn. Li Qing was a bit dumbfounded. What is this trend? Has he become so out of touch with current trends? After buying the milk tea, Xia Yu dragged Li Qing off to continue shopping. In fact, her purpose for coming here was very simple. She just wanted to have a meal with Li Qing. Not the previous meals in a restaurant, but the kind of simple food from a small stall. Just right, there are all kinds of snack shops here. Although they are not very upscale, they are packed with various students and couples. Most of them were simple jeans and white shirts, looking youthful and vibrant. Although Xia Yu appears very cold on the surface, revered by boys as the campus beauty of Qing University for a century, she secretly yearns for a simple and pure love. It's the kind of college romance where 2 people hold hands and happily eat at a roadside stall, feeling very satisfied. On the road, Xia Yu keeps looking around and recommending what to eat to Li Qing. Brother Qing, let us eat at this snail noodle place. Li Qing shakes his head and refuses. How about that one? This spicy hot pot tastes good too. Li Qing says he doesn't want to eat that. Then let us go eat grilled fish. Li Qing still doesn't want to. He squints and glances at Xia Yu. So you brought me here to shop just to eat these snacks, huh? Li Qing pointedly exposes Xia Yu's little thought. Xia Yu looks at Li Qing with a guilty glance and nods a bit shyly. Is that okay, Brother Qing? I want you to accompany me to eat. Chapter 13. The Foodie Campus Beauty No Way. ISNT. The food in the cafeteria delicious? Why do we have to eat outside? The street snacks are heavily flavored, spicy and numbing, and they use gutter oil with questionable hygiene conditions. Xia Yu nods thoughtfully. Then where do you think we should eat? Li Qing's words do make sense, but Xia Yu doesn't have any other intentions. She hasn't considered so much. She simply wants to experience the sweet feeling of couples sitting at the same table, eating together, and leaning on each other. A glimmer of insight flashes in Li Qing's eyes. How about we go home instead? Tonight, I'll show off my skills and cook a few home-cooked dishes for you. What do you think? Li Qing thinks, according to the promise he made to Xia Yu last night, he will go to her house to protect her anyway. Eating at a roadside stall isn't safe, so it's better to cook at her place. Li Qing has loved studying culinary skills since he was young. Although he is not a professional chef, he can cook several home-cooked dishes quite well. Great! Upon hearing Li Qing actively offer to cook for her, Xia Yu instantly becomes ecstatic. Since Brother Qing is even cooking for me, how far can it be from him truly becoming my man? The two of them no longer shop around and head straight to the supermarket. After Li Qing simply buys a few ingredients, he prepares to head home. Seeing that Li Qing is about to leave with just a few groceries, Xia Yu looks a bit puzzled. Brother Qing, is this enough for us to eat? Li Qing looks at Xia Yu, who has both hands full with just the groceries she managed to carry, and helplessly pats her head. Haven't you ever bought groceries or cooked before? Xia Yu innocently shakes her head. The food at home is all made by the auntie. I don't know. Li Qing gives Xia Yu a white glance. This girl is indeed a little princess who hasn't touched a drop of water. She doesn't even know how much food to buy. When they return to Xia Yu's villa in Qianshui Bay, the security guard sees the two of them walking in and even salutes, standing straight, seemingly not recognizing Li Qing. Li Qing doesn't mind. He is afraid that if the guard recognizes him, it would be even more awkward. He was delivering takeout in this neighborhood in the morning and now lives here in the afternoon. Only someone like Li Qing could pull off such a turnaround. Once back in the villa, it is currently empty. Uncle Xia is at the company, and there used to be an auntie responsible for taking care of Xia Yu's daily needs. However, since he signed the contract, the auntie was also dismissed, leaving the large house with just the two of them. Li Qing sighs a bit. Why dismiss the auntie? So you're moving in to take care of this little ancestor, huh? Can you pick vegetables? No. Can you cut vegetables? I can't either. All right. Then can you wash the dishes? I can do that. Xia Yu excitedly nods, indicating that she can help with this. Okay, then you'll wash the dishes later. Xia Yu feels a bit happy. She finally has some use and can help Brother Qing a little bit. Li Qing goes to the kitchen. He bought only tomatoes, eggs, and potatoes today. He plans to make two simple dishes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes and spicy shredded potatoes. These are the most common home-cooked dishes and also his specialties. Li Qing skillfully selects vegetables, washes them, and then cuts them up and places them on the cutting board. Heat the pan and add oil. 20 minutes later, Li Qing walks out with the two dishes. Wow, Brother Qing, it smells so good. What did you cook? Scrambled eggs with tomatoes and shredded potatoes. Wow, these are my favorite dishes. Brother Qing, how did you make such simple dishes taste so good? With Xia Yu's continuous praise, Li Qing shows a pleased expression. Every time he goes home, he personally cooks, and it's always these few dishes, so now he can do it effortlessly. It's not an exaggeration to say he could even cook with his eyes closed. The key is that the taste he creates is unique to home-cooked meals. It's completely different from what is sold outside. He didn't use too many spices to enhance the flavor. He relied on the natural aroma of the ingredients, using just a few simple seasonings to bring out the most authentic taste of the dishes. Xia Yu can't wait to pick up her chopsticks. Taking a bite of each dish, she slightly parts her cherry lips, chewing carefully and savoring it slowly. The expression on her face gradually relaxes, and her delicate brows slowly lift. Then, she closes her eyes, wearing a look of bliss. After a moment, she finally swallows. Xia Yu opens her eyes in shock. Brother Qing, your cooking is so delicious. There is clearly no seasoning flavor, but it's so fragrant. It's too good. Li Qing looks at Xia Yu's delighted expression with pride. For a chef, the happiest thing is to be praised for making delicious food. It gives him a great sense of accomplishment. Is it good? If it's good, eat more. Li Qing says, bringing out 2 bowls of rice, which he had steamed before cooking, and they are just perfectly done now. Xia Yu takes the bowl of rice and digs in with her chopsticks, eating heartily without caring about her image as a cold campus beauty. Although her eating style isn't very elegant, it appears quite genuine and cute. A few minutes later, Xia Yu's bowl of rice is nearly empty. Brother Qing, your cooking is so delicious. It goes so well with rice. I can still eat another bowl. Xia Yu looks at her empty bowl and rubs her stomach. No way, you can't eat anymore. Look at your belly, it's all round. If someone didn't know better, they'd think you were pregnant. Cut it out. It's so delicious. Why can't I eat more? I'm not afraid of getting fat. As long as you cook for me every day, I'd be happy even if I weighed 200 pounds. If you get fat to 200 pounds, I'll pretend I don't know you, and when I see you on the street, I'll act like I can't see you. Li Qing teased Xia Yu. Xia Yu shook her head with an incredulous expression. I don't care. Even if I weigh 200 pounds, it's fine. I have an interesting soul. Li Qing shrugged. Stinky sister, you're thinking too much. I don't like little tanks. Stinky man, you boys are all superficial. It's so infuriating. Xia Yu put her hands on her hips, a bit annoyed. What should I do then, Qing? Your cooking is too delicious. I want another bowl. Li Qing patted Xia Yu's head. It's fine. Go ahead. Just eat one more bowl today. Nothing will happen. Oh yeah. Xia Yu seemed to have received permission and hopped off to the kitchen. The second bowl of rice was quickly devoured by Xia Yu like a whirlwind. Xia Yu touched her protruding little belly. I'm so full today. Li Qing looked at Xia Yu speechlessly. Don't be lazy. We agreed before. I cook and you wash the dishes. Okay, I'll go right away. Xia Yu didn't act spoiled, obediently standing up, tidying up the bowls and plates, and went to the sink to wash the dishes with great fanfare. Chapter 14. Signing in at a shop. The two of them used only a few bowls and dishes. Yet Xia Yu took nearly 10 minutes to come out after washing them. Xia Yu, you're too slow. Washing dishes takes this long? Have you ever washed dishes before? Li Qing asked mercilessly. I think this is my second or third time washing dishes. I'm not very skilled yet. At this moment, in front of Li Qing, the aloof school belle Xia Yu lowered her head, completely like a different person. She had turned into a timid little girl, allowing Li Qing to scold her without daring to retort. Okay, I hope you'll be faster in the future. I'm tired. I want to sleep. By the way, which room do I stay in? Xia Yu pointed upstairs to her room. Li Qing. Xia Yu, are you trying to eat me? I'm a young man. How could I stay in the same room as you? Forget it. I'll just sleep on the sofa. Xia Yu shook her head and spat at Li Qing. Stinky Qing, you're so shameless. What are you thinking? I mean, you stay in the room next to mine upstairs to protect me. That's more like it. Li Qing finally nodded in relief. Some things. He didn't want to progress that quickly. Xia Yu led Li Qing upstairs to her neighboring room. After briefly explaining some things to Li Qing, she left, leaving him alone in the room. Li Qing quickly locked the door, comfortably lying down on the soft mattress. After a tiring day, that feeling of relaxation made him not want to move at all. Recently, Xia Yu's affection for him had skyrocketed, and he didn't know if there was a specific threshold for her feelings, after which she might take inappropriate actions towards him. Thinking of this, Li Qing glanced again at the door, confirming it was locked, and tightly grabbed the quilt beside him. As a boy, a young man, he had to protect himself when out and about. The next morning, as the alarm on his phone rang, Li Qing groggily opened his eyes and struggled to wash his face in the bathroom. After washing his face, he still felt a bit sleepy. So, he closed his eyes and started brushing his teeth. Ding dong. Would you like to check in today? Check in. Ding dong. Check-in successful. Reward. A shop at number 88. University Town, Commercial Street. Ding dong. Check-in reward has been issued. Please check. What the heck? A shop at University Town, Commercial Street? Li Qing instantly opened his eyes, spitting out the toothpaste foam in his mouth. He couldn't have heard wrong, right? A shop at University Town, Commercial Street. That place is just a few hundred meters from the entrance of Ningda, a bustling area with heavy foot traffic every day. The rental prices for shops there are astronomical. And even if you have money, it's hard to get one. Most are leased out, and even then, it's difficult to find a rental because the contracts are usually signed for 3 to 5 years. Such a prime location shop was actually a check-in reward from the system. Too amazing. System Dad is awesome. Li Qing quickly rinsed his mouth, got dressed, and walked out. He took a quick glance and found a small red book and a key placed on his bedside table. The small red book was labeled Property Ownership Certificate. When Li Qing opened it, he was instantly stunned. University Town, Commercial Street, number 88, property owner, Li Qing. This shop really belonged to him. Even the name on the little book had been changed. He was now very excited to see what his little shop would look like. With that thought, Li Qing quickly got dressed and walked out. He glanced at his phone. It was only 7 o'clock. Their class didn't start until the second period, so Xia Yu, that little lazy pig, was definitely still dreaming. Li Qing walked next door and knocked on Xia Yu's door. "What is up?" Xia Yu replied groggily. "I have something to do, and I'm leaving first. If you're looking for me, remember to come to the shop at number 88, University Town, Commercial Street." "Okay, got it." Xia Yu didn't think much of it and turned over, drifting back to sleep. Li Qing quickly walked out. He was very excited. Finally, he had a little shop that belonged to him. He had been struggling to deliver food as a part-time job to make money. Now, with this little shop, he wouldn't have to work so hard for money anymore. He could use this little shop to sell things and earn some pocket money. Even if he didn't want to run a shop anymore, leasing it out would still be a significant income. However, Li Qing still planned to do something. He didn't want to be the kind of landlord who just collected rent without doing anything. That kind of life was comfortable, but too boring, lacking any excitement. Li Qing excitedly considered how to make money with this shop, thinking of all kinds of plans. Before he knew it, he arrived at the commercial street. Standing in front of his shop, number 88. Li Qing looked up and saw the sign left by the previous owner still hanging at the entrance. "Delicious little restaurant." It's actually a little restaurant? Li Qing felt a bit excited. In that case, he could personally take on the roles of general manager, chef, and waiter. Li Qing took out the key, gently turned it, and with a click, opened the door. Looking around, the shop wasn't very large, only about 30 square meters, with a few tables and chairs inside. At the back, there was a kitchen separated by a glass wall with no door. There were pots, pans, cooking utensils, and fresh ingredients. The tables and chairs were about 80 new, the walls were very white, and the overall decor of the shop looked quite new and clean, giving a very comfortable feeling. What was even more impressive was that Li Qing saw the latest business license and health permit hanging on the wall. To his surprise, the name on it was his own. This system is just too amazing. It has prepared everything for him. Incredible. Li Qing walked over and discovered that at the back of the shop, there was a small iron door. Curiously, he pushed the door open and found it led to a backyard, which was much larger than the shop, about 50 to 60 square meters. Inside, various seasonal vegetables were neatly planted, resembling a small vegetable garden. Li Qing was once again stunned. This system is just too powerful. He even wanted to kiss it. His childhood dream was to have a vegetable garden of his own, so he could eat fresh, organic, and natural vegetables every day. Now, this wish could finally come true. Chapter 15. The little restaurant is open. Li Qing took a quick glance at the backyard. Although it wasn't very large, there were indeed many types of vegetables planted. In addition to the recent seasonal vegetables like green leafy vegetables, cucumbers, tomatoes, and eggplants, there were also flavoring vegetables like fennel, cilantro, chili peppers, scallions, and leeks. It was quite comprehensive. It was practically a mobile vegetable supermarket, and he wouldn't need to go out to buy vegetables anymore. Li Qing even walked over, picked a cucumber of just the right size, washed it by the sink, and took a bite, savoring it. The texture was crisp, and the taste was sweet. Most importantly, it was a pollution-free, pure green food produced from his own garden. For some reason, it tasted much better than the cucumbers he had eaten before. After finishing one cucumber, Li Qing licked his lips in satisfaction. It seemed that from now on, he would be able to eat all kinds of vegetables he grew himself. Just as Li Qing was happily thinking about this, a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. "Boss, are you in there?" Outside, a young female student wearing glasses was peeking into the shop. Li Qing quickly walked out from the backyard. "Welcome. You must be here to eat." He was a bit excited that he had his first customer so soon. After all, this was his first order of business. "What would you like to eat? Just let me know, and I'll prepare it for you." The female student glanced at the menu posted on the wall. Li Qing immediately became a bit flustered. The menu on the wall wasn't written by him. It was left by the previous owner, and there were many dishes and meals he didn't know how to make. If this girl happened to order something he couldn't make, it would be awkward. This was his first order. He couldn't let it go wrong. "How about a fried rice with egg?" The girl finally chose a very home-style dish. Li Qing let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, he not only knew how to make fried rice, but was quite good at it too. To show his sincerity and cater to his first female customer, Li Qing specially picked a cucumber from the ground, washed it, and offered it to her. "This cucumber is from my garden. Try it." He casually handed a cucumber to the girl with glasses. However, she seemed momentarily stunned and then blushed as she took the cucumber from Li Qing. "Thank you," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Li Qing suddenly realized that there might have been some ambiguity in what he just said. After all, which guy just gives cucumbers to girls for no reason? He instantly regretted it. I just wanted you to try the fresh and crispy cucumber from the garden. I really didn't mean anything else." What was up with this girl? Were they all so suggestive? Shaking his head, Li Qing tied on his apron, returned to his little kitchen, and got busy. Before long, a steaming bowl of fried rice was served. The white rice was paired with bright yellow scrambled eggs, garnished with red carrot pieces and green scallions. The combination of white, green, yellow, and red looked quite appealing and gave a refreshing and appetizing feeling. Most importantly, the fried rice emitted a subtle fragrance of oil, rice, eggs, and vegetables under the stir-frying with soybean oil, making one's mouth water. "Your fried rice is ready." Li Qing brought the fried rice over. The girl picked up her chopsticks and quickly took a small bite of the fried rice. "Not bad. It's soft and sticky." She chewed carefully, finding it fragrant yet not greasy. "This taste is amazing. Boss, your fried rice is really well made. The rice is neither too soft nor too hard. It has a great chewiness, and it leaves a lingering fragrance." Then she added, "By the way, has this shop changed owners? I remember the boss wasn't you before." Li Qing scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. "Actually, today is my opening day. You're my first customer, which is why I gave you a fresh cucumber to try." Upon hearing Li Qing mention the cucumber again, the girl's face turned red once more. Li Qing then realized he had misspoken again and quickly returned to his kitchen. "Sai, it's not really my fault. I just gave her a cucumber, after all. If anyone should be blamed, it's these girls for being so suggestive. It's just a cucumber, yet they blush." Before long, a large plate of fried rice was cleaned up by the girl. She smacked her shiny lips and, still wanting more, extended her little tongue to lick them. "Boss, I'd like to settle the bill. That'll be 8 yuan in total. The fried rice is 8 yuan, and the cucumber is on the house." "What? So cheap?" The girl looked surprised. After all, in the expensive commercial street of Ningda University, meals generally cost 10 yuan or more. Li Qing's large bowl of fried rice, which also tasted excellent, was only 8 yuan. "What? If you want to give me more money, I wouldn't mind," Li Qing joked as he took off his apron. No. I just think your shop is really great. The portion is big, the taste is good, and it's so affordable." In fact, Li Qing didn't intentionally set such a low price. The high prices at other shops were largely due to high rents. However, since Li Qing's shop was signed over, he saved a lot on rent. Therefore, the prices could be much lower, but he still made a good profit. Since you think it's good, feel free to come often in the future. Also, you can recommend it to your friends. The girl nodded and waved. "Okay, boss, I will. See you next time." Li Qing quickly cleaned up the dishes of the girl with glasses and waited for the next customer. A few minutes later, the second customer arrived at his little shop. To be precise, it was a second batch of customers, as this time 2 girls came together. They were both the kind of girls who could easily score 8 out of 10. However, Li Qing didn't feel overly excited. After all, the campus beauty, Xia Yu, had been fluttering in front of him every day recently, making it hard for him to notice other girls. After seeing too many campus beauties, looking at these girls with looks not exceeding a score of 10 basically gives me no strong feelings. In fact, after seeing too many, it can even feel quite bland. This is a unique worry of Li Qing. There's no way around it. After seeing too many campus beauties, he experiences visual fatigue and doesn't want to see beautiful women anymore. It's tough for him. What would you two like to eat? According to the menu above, you can order some simple dishes. I can't handle anything too complicated or obscure. Li Qing greeted the 2 girls with a calm expression. Has the previous boss changed? Li Qing nodded. "Yes, I'm a new boss here." "You're the new boss? You look so young, just like a student from Ningda, still a little fresh meat." Another compliment from the girls. Li Qing smiled, but said nothing. Chapter 16. The girls asked for WeChat. One of the tall girls was staring intently at Li Qing. She wore a cropped tight shirt that exposed her midriff and wide-leg pants, giving the impression that below the waist, she was all legs. Her long black hair cascaded down her shoulders, looking youthful and vibrant. Her friend, with a head of yellow hair that was slightly curled at the ends, wore a loose short-sleeved shirt and a pleated skirt, showing off her slender legs and sporting a pair of black combat boots, looking both cool and sexy. The 2 girls whispered among themselves and eventually decided what to eat. "Little boss, 2 bowls of vegetable noodles. Okay, just a moment. Li Qing quickly returned to the kitchen to prepare their meal. The kitchen was essentially just a small glass counter, with no door, completely open to the outside. The tall girl's friend nudged her and whispered while pointing at Li Qing. "Bai Yao, look at this little boss, he's quite handsome. Opening a shop at such a young age, he seems very caring." "Ah, Xian, you're falling for him again. Go ask for his WeChat." The girl with yellow hair shook her head. "I've already asked for so many handsome guys' WeChat. I can't keep up with all the chats. But you were staring at him just now. What do you think of this little boss? You've always said you like mature, stable guys who can take care of people, but not too old. Ideally, someone your age. I think this little boss fits the bill quite well." The tall girl glanced at Li Qing again. To be honest, Li Qing was 183 meters tall, handsome with clear features, and quite fair and slim, with very high looks. Although he couldn't be called the campus heartthrob, he was at least a class heartthrob in high school, with countless girls confessing to him. Unfortunately, he was focused on studying back then and didn't want any distractions, so he rejected them all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so calm when the campus beauty confessed to him. Perhaps he had gotten used to rejecting girls. The tall girl was blushing and staring at Li Qing, who was busy cooking at the stove. At that moment, Li Qing, seriously cooking in front of the stove, exuded a unique charm. It was that special aura that a man has when he is seriously engaged in something, which attracted her. The tall girl glanced at Li Qing and quickly turned back. After a while, she started to sneak glances at him again. Unknowingly, she felt her ears getting hot. "Bai Yao, I told you, you're interested in the little boss. Look, your expression has given you away. Your face is so red. I've never seen you this shy, sneaking a look at a boy. Xian, don't say that. I'm not. Cut it out. You haven't dated anyone. So you're just shy." Li Qing was busy at the stove, while the tall girl, sitting across from him, occasionally stole glances at him, but he had already noticed. Recently, he had been quite popular. He hadn't even managed to win over one campus beauty, and now another tall girl appeared. Li Qing shook his head inwardly. He was not a playboy. He couldn't give his affection to so many girls at once. Before long, Li Qing brought over 2 bowls of vegetable noodles. "Here you go. Please enjoy." Li Qing quietly stepped aside and sat in a corner, preparing to play with his phone. "Little boss, why are you sitting so far from us? Come sit next to us. 2 cute girls like us want to eat you." The girl with yellow hair looked at Li Qing with a smile and pointed to a spot next to the tall girl, indicating that he could sit there. "No thanks. I'm more comfortable sitting here." The girl with yellow hair rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. "Little boss, are you really clueless or just pretending? Can't you see this girl is shyly looking at you, practically shaking with excitement, and you still want tea come over?" Li Qing raised his phone and showed it. On the screen, he had just started a game of Honor of Kings. "I can't let my teammates down. My game has started." The girl with yellow hair rolled her eyes at him in frustration and complained in a low voice. "Straight guy. How can such a beautiful girl be sitting here and not attract you? I made it so obvious, and you're still unmovable?" The tall girl had remained silent. Seeing that Li Qing was unmoved, she shot her friend an annoyed glance. "Just enjoy your noodles. If you don't eat soon, they'll get cold." Li Qing's egg noodles were made decently. Not the best, but they tasted good, leaving the 2 girls wanting more. 15 minutes later. "Little boss, it's time to settle the bill." Li Qing pointed to the Alipay QR code, indicating that they could pay by scanning it. "No WeChat. My Alipay is out of money." Li Qing nodded. "Wait a moment. Our friend Crystal will be here soon." "Still playing when she arrives?" Li Qing shook his head while concentrating on his phone. "This is called esports spirit, you know? Knowing it's not allowed, but doing it anyway." 10 seconds later, a notification sound came from the phone screen. Li Qing then raised his head and looked at the 2 girls. 1 bowl of vegetable noodles is 8 yuan, so 2 bowls are 16 yuan. As he spoke, he opened the WeChat payment code page. The tall girl, blushing, walked over to scan the code. "Hey, wait a minute, little boss. My friend S phone is having issues and can't scan for payment directly. She can only transfer money via WeChat." Li Qing instantly understood what she meant. He looked helplessly at the girl with yellow hair and then at the tall girl. In fact, the tall girl was also very pretty. Although not as stunning as Xia Yu, she had a charming, demure quality that was very cute. Even her flirting with Li Qing was mostly facilitated by her friend with the yellow hair. It seemed that if he didn't give her his WeChat today, it wouldn't be good. Li Qing nodded in agreement. All right then. He opened his QR code. Scanning was successful, and he successfully added her as a friend. The tall girl quickly transferred 16 yuan to Li Qing. Even though they were 2 beautiful girls, Li Qing still unhesitatingly accepted the payment. No matter how pretty the girls were, they couldn't get a free meal. Otherwise, all the girls in the school would come to eat at his place. And what would he do then? Li Qing thought to himself, comforting himself, and accepted the payment with a clear conscience. Little boss, we're leaving now. We'll definitely come back again. Hee hee. Bye Yao. Quickly say goodbye to your little boss before we go. The tall girl gently nudged her friend. Then, blushing, she turned her head to glance at Li Qing. Goodbye, little boss. Goodbye. Li Qing waved weakly. What to do? He was a bit flustered now. Although he was somewhat handsome, scoring about 9. 5 out of 10, he was now running this small restaurant. What if girls started asking for his WeChat every day? He had always wanted to make a living with his cooking skills. Did he really have to rely on his looks now? Sigh. Being too handsome is also a kind of trouble. Chapter 17. Landing in a box not long after the two girls left, Li Qing's WeChat notification chimed. Little boss. Hello, grinning. Li Qing was a bit speechless. Another glitch opening? Could they come up with something more original that would catch his attention? After thinking for a moment, he replied, I'm definitely good. Aren't you? I'm good too, dog emoji, dog emoji, dog emoji. It seemed this girl was a bit silly. Li Qing chuckled lightly and didn't reply to her. By the way, little boss, my name is Xia Yu. What about you? Li Qing. A customer is coming by. Li Qing casually made up an excuse and prepared to slip away. Okay, goodbye, little boss. Li Qing exited WeChat and quickly opened Honor of Kings. What was there to talk about with girls? Games are much more fun, right? Oh, wait. He was now a shop owner. What if a customer came in later? He would have time to play. He could mess up anyone, but he couldn't let down his teammates. Actually, Li Qing wasn't afraid of letting down his teammates. He was mainly worried that if he was idle for too long, the system might ban him from playing. Forget it. He would play PUBG instead. Li Qing opened Peace Elite, waited at the airport for half a minute, chose a landing spot, and jumped out of the plane. As soon as he jumped, he noticed several people landing in the same place. He didn't find a gun and perfectly landed in a box. Li Qing wasn't discouraged. After all, landing in a box was completely normal. There were always a few people landing in a box every match, either him or others. Since it was like this, let him bear it all. He didn't know if it was because he was comforting himself, but the game targeted him. In the second match, he was quickly ambushed from behind. Damn, this old silver coin. Li Qing couldn't help but curse, quickly exiting to prepare for another round. Ching bro, you're so bad. How about I carry you? Li Qing turned around and realized that Xia Yu had somehow appeared behind him. Damn, you scared me. When did you come? Ching bro, I've been here for a while, watching you play. Do you have cat-like qualities? You walked in without making a sound. Li Qing rubbed his chest, feeling a bit overwhelmed seeing Xia Yu while playing the intense Peace Elite. Nonsense. You must have been too focused on the game to hear me come in. Li Qing nudda. That made sense. Maybe he mistook her footsteps for enemy footsteps in the game. Li Qing closed the game since Xia Yu was here. He wouldn't play anymore. Ching bro, why are you sitting alone in this little restaurant? You're not just here to play games, are you? What else could I be doing? Can't you see? I'm the owner of this place. You? Owner? You'd be better off as a waiter. Xia Yu was immediately amused by Li Qing's words, looking incredulous. Actually, strictly speaking, I am a waiter, but I'm also the owner of this restaurant. Ching bro, you ordered several dishes just now. Didn't you forget? You were too busy drinking and got yourself drunk. Xia Yu covered her mouth and laughed. Look at the sign above. ISNT my name written there. Li Qing didn't argue, directly pointing at the business license and health permit on the wall. Xia Yu leaned closer. No way. Ching bro, this really is your restaurant? Li Qing shrugged and joked, no more pretending. My true identity is just a small restaurant owner. Awesome. If you're the boss, then I'm the boss lady. Xia Yu said happily to Li Qing. Dream on. You're at most a little employee. I'm fine with that. As long as I can see you every day. I'll be anything, hee hee. After Xia Yu said this, she suddenly changed the subject. But with a little employee like me working at your little restaurant, you'll definitely make a fortune. By then, the number of people attracted by my unparalleled beauty will be overwhelming, and they break down your shop as threshold. Hee hee. Xia Yu, you become quite narcissistic after not seeing you for a night. Li Qing squinted his eyes, teasing her. I'm not. Can't you tell? I'm just joking. I really can't tell. Sigh, maybe you're just silly like this all the time. Xia Yu instantly felt a bit annoyed and raised her hand to scratch Li Qing. Stop messing around. Are you hungry? I'm starving. When I woke up this morning and couldn't find you, I almost panicked, thinking you were lost. I vaguely remembered you said to go to number 88 Commercial Street. Ching bro, Is this restaurant really yours? What else? Didn't you see it clearly written in black and white? Xia Yu exclaimed excitedly. Qing bro, how are you so impressive? Do you remember, I told you last night that my childhood dream was to open a little shop like this, serving a few customers daily. And I'd be satisfied with just being a bit busy? Now it's finally realized ahead of time. Qing rolled his eyes at Xia Yu. Wes realized. Just to be clear, this restaurant is still mine. Xia Yu giggled. Qing bro, what else yours is mine? Silly, what are you thinking? Xia Yu laughed. Accustomed to being called silly by Qing, and didn't he care. Qing bro, I'm hungry. Hurry and cook for me. I want tomato and egg noodles. Qing nodded. Okay, tomato and egg noodles, but without tomatoes and eggs. I'll go make it. Qing bro, you're so bad. I want the tomato and egg noodles. Remember, don't play tricks. Xia Yu knew Qing was joking and looked at him with a pleading expression. Got it. Who told you to be so glib just now? Qing rolled his eyes at Xia Yu and walked into the kitchen. Outside, 3 boys walked in. Boss, 3 bowls of tomato sauce noodles. Qing nodded in the kitchen. Okay. The boys sat at another table, and one of them glanced at Xia Yu. Wow, this girl is really pretty, and somehow she looks familiar? Hey bro, you would have seen her on a modeling site, would you? Hee hee, what nonsense. She is such a pure girl. Damn, I just remembered. Yesterday, the post I saw at Ningda featured the new campus flower stepping out of a supercar. The girl in the photo is her. I thought she looked familiar. Chapter 18. Here for the campus flower, one of the boys took out his phone, looked at the photo, then glanced at Xia Yu and, after a careful comparison, he exclaimed, Wow, it really is the campus flower, Xia Yu. The boy quickly opened the camera and secretly took a photo of Xia Yu, too shy to capture her face directly. So he only took a side profile from a distance. However, even just a side profile of Xia Yu could easily outshine a large number of girls. After taking the photo, the boy quickly wrote a caption and posted it on the Ningda forum. The whole process took less than 5 minutes. Shocking. Ningda's new campus flower. Xia Yu was spotted eating tomato and egg noodles at a popular little restaurant on the college student commercial street. The post was accompanied by the photo he had just taken. It didn't take long for the post to gain immense popularity. Because Xia Yu was photographed stepping out of a supercar yesterday, the forum had been buzzing with discussions about her all day long. The boys were talking about Xia Yu's looks. If they could have a girlfriend like her, it would be worth it. The girls were enviously discussing Xia Yu, wondering when they could achieve such beauty. They would die without regrets. So today, this post about the campus flower was reposted, and the heat quickly peaked. The replies under the post were numerous. Wow, I just compared it to yesterday's photo 8 times, and it really is Xia Yu. This little restaurant looks so shabby. How could the campus flower eat here? It's too easy to support her. Brothers, I feel like I can do this. Let's go to the popular little restaurant and order a meal while waiting to see the real Xia Yu. Is anyone teaming up? The post quickly became lively. Although those replies seemed to be discussing Xia Yu, they also brought invisible traffic to Qing's little restaurant. Xia Yu didn't eat much. She couldn't even finish a bowl of tomato and egg noodles before feeling satisfied. Boss, check please. Xia Yu called out loudly. Apart from her and Qing, there were 3 strangers, and she didn't want to act so familiar in front of them. It wasn't because Qing was a small restaurant owner now. Joking with him would undermine her campus flower status. It was mainly because she usually maintained a cold demeanor, and she was afraid that if she chatted with Qing as usual, she might accidentally laugh, which wouldn't be good, at least in front of outsiders. She needed to maintain her aloof campus flower persona. A bowl of tomato and egg noodles costs 8 yuan. Xia Yu nodded and whispered to Qing. I'll transfer it to you later. Qing. I still have elective class. I'll come back at noon. You go ahead and be busy. Qing nodded. He only had 1 class in the morning, and it wasn't a core subject, so he could skip it without affecting his earnings. After Xia Yu left, it wasn't long before Qing noticed that many boys from Ningda seemed to have organized themselves and came in groups. However, all their gazes were strange. They didn't even look at the menu, just scanning the room for something. Some of the bolder ones noticed the campus flower wasn't there and turned around to leave. Others, too shy to leave after coming in, settled for a meal at Qing's place. At this moment, it was only halfway through the morning, and there were still 2 to 3 hours until noon, typically a slow time for restaurants. However, his little restaurant was already full, and people kept coming in. Qing felt a surge of excitement. Why are so many people suddenly here? That's a lot of meals. Each meal costs at least 8 yuan. So every table is money. Thinking of the money, Qing's eyes lit up instantly. Running this little shop, no matter how tiring it was much better than delivering takeout in the rain and wind. Li Qing was motivated as he cooked. In his spare time, he suddenly noticed something odd. All these customers were male? Is there not a single female customer? He had just dealt with 2 female customers who asked for his WeChat earlier, and now he was puzzled as to why it was all men. It could be that the 2 batches of customers from earlier helped promote his place, leading to so many people coming in now. However, logically speaking, even if it was through recommendations, it shouldn't have such immediate effects. It had only been a few hours. Li Qing decided to ask the customers how they found out about his little restaurant. Hey, did someone recommend my place to you? Li Qing asked with a smile to one of the boys wearing glasses. To be honest, I haven't heard of your restaurant at all, let alone a recommendation. If I hadn't heard that the campus flower ate here, I wouldn't have come for a meal. Li Qing's face instantly darkened. The lyrics, snowflakes flutter, the north wind howls. The world is vast, and bleak fit his mood perfectly. He felt a ruthless blow. Excuse me, how did you know the campus flower ate here? The boy took out his phone and pointed to the hottest post on the Ningda forum. Li Qing saw the photo of Xia Yu being secretly taken in his little restaurant as the background. He was dumbfounded. So what Xia Yu said actually happened. Sure enough, these boys who came to eat were all there to catch a glimpse of her beauty. After a busy morning, Li Qing tiredly closed the shop door. He could finally relax and go to class. Suddenly, his WeChat notification chimed. Li Qing thought it was his roommate asking him to bring back food. So he quickly opened WeChat. It turned out to be a message from Xia Yu. Little boss, are you busy? Li Qing glanced at it. This long-legged girl wanted to chat with him again. Just as he was about to ignore her, another message came. I'm Xia Yu's best friend. She ate your food this morning and is now feeling unwell. Li Qing was taken aback. What? No way. He was stunned. The other party retracted a message. I made a mistake. Xia Yu had your food this morning and is now running a fever. I can't move her. Can you come and help me? Li Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. But soon he felt something was off. This was absurd. How could she blame my food for her fever? What does that have to do with me? Li Qing sighed. Forget it. Who told him to be soft-hearted? It's not easy for a girl to get sick at school. What dorm building is she in at Ningda? Building 3, grinning. Li Qing's Bugatti was taken by his roommate for a joyride, and he only had a pedal tricycle from the restaurant to deliver food. Chapter 19. Riding the tricycle to save the girl. Li Qing didn't think too much. Saving people was the priority. Li Qing pedaled his tricycle without hesitation, heading straight for the number 3 dormitory building of Ningda. Along the way, a tall and slender handsome guy with long legs was vigorously pedaling his tricycle, becoming a striking sight. Wow, sisters, look, there's a handsome guy. Wow, this handsome guy's unique ride is so cool. Especially those long legs pedaling the tricycle. TSK. So enviable. Sisters, help me catch up to him. I want to get this brother's WeChat. Li Qing pedaled quickly, completely oblivious to the stares from passers-by. He pedaled with all his might, leaving everyone behind. Finally, Li Qing wiped the sweat from his forehead and stopped panting at the entrance of the number 3 dormitory building. In front of him stood a dormitory manager wearing a blue uniform, giving him a hostile look. Young man, you're here to collect waste, right? Auntie, I'm here to save someone. A girl has a fever and is unconscious. I'm here to pick her up. Who are you calling, Auntie? Can't you speak properly? Call me Auntie. The dormitory manager instantly became angry. I'm sorry, Auntie, can you please let me in? It's an emergency. No, can't you see it says here, girls' dormitory? No entry for boys. Li Qing was a bit speechless. He simply sent a voice message to Xia Yu on WeChat. Hey, I'm here, come down quickly. I can't go up so fast. Okay, I'll help her down. 2 minutes later, several girls struggled to help Xia Yu come out. Xia Yu's eyes were tightly closed, her lips pale, and her face burning hot. How could she suddenly have a fever? Is it really because she ate my food? Xia Yu's best friend, Sun Xian, glanced at Li Qing with guilt. After we came out of the library at noon, I dragged her to walk by the lake for a couple of laps. Maybe it was a bit hot, and she was dressed too thickly. I see, this is heat stroke. With the sun so strong at noon, are you too silly? Complaining now was useless. Li Qing directly picked up Xia Yu in a princess carry and placed her in the tricycle. He had just cleaned the tricycle that morning, and it was very clean. He glanced at Sun Xian and explained, the situation is special. I only have this tricycle, so bear with me. Sun Xian nodded and didn't say anything. After all, they had just met in the morning, and it was already very good that Li Qing could come over to help her. Which hospital are we going to? The city hospital is far from here. Li Qing hesitated. The school hospital will do, Sun Xianxian suggested. Li Qing nodded. There was no time to waste. He pedaled the tricycle toward the school hospital. On the way, Li Qing pedaled hard, thinking to himself, indeed, it's easier to pedal when alone. With two people, it feels significantly more strenuous. I don't know how much Xia Yu weighs. It must be over 100 pounds. But she doesn't look fat. Where did all that weight come from? Along the way, students from Ningda turned their heads to watch Li Qing. Wow, this guy is impressive, pedaling a tricycle with a girl. TSK, 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 a model for our generation. I've learned. If you want to impress a girl, just go buy a tricycle. Wait, why is the girl in the back with her eyes closed and lips pale? This guy must be rushing her to the school hospital. Quick, take a picture. Such good deeds must be recorded. Upon reaching the school hospital, Li Qing picked up Xia Yu again in a princess carry. It wasn't that he was romantic. Given the circumstances, it was the only way to carry her. He couldn't just pick her up straight on, facing her directly. That would raise suspicions of being inappropriate. Li Qing found a doctor and briefly explained Xia Yu's heatstroke symptoms. The doctor quickly prescribed medication, set up in 4 for Xia Yu, and brought 2 bags of ice to place on her head for physical cooling. Xia Yu lay on the hospital bed with her eyes closed and a pale face. Li Qing quietly watched her. They had just met in the morning, and by the afternoon, he had brought her to the hospital. His progress was too fast. I'm not a cat. You're the cat. Xia Yu suddenly muttered with her eyes closed. Li Qing. I'm a dog. Woof, woof, woof. Was this girl delirious from the fever? She even started self-deprecating? He never expected that the usually quiet girl would be so unrestrained when she fainted. Li Qing suddenly had a bold idea. He quietly slid out his phone, opened a recording app, and pressed the button. Xia Yu, are you a cat? No, I'm not a cat. You're the cat. Your whole family are cats. Meow, meow, meow. Li Qing's face turned black instantly. This girl was usually so shy. How could she be so fierce in her dreams? Then what are you? I'm a dog. Woof, woof, woof. He. Under Li Qing's gentle coaxing, Xia Yu finally said the answer he was satisfied with. Mission accomplished. Li Qing nodded in satisfaction and saved the recording. When Xia Yu wakes up, he would let her listen to it. At that time, Xia Yu would definitely be extremely shy and embarrassed, wishing she could dig a hole and hide in it. Naturally, she wouldn't dare to flirt with him on WeChat every day. After all, how could she face him after such a huge embarrassment? Li Qing was very satisfied as he saved the recording. Just to be safe, he listened to it again. Then, the corners of his mouth slightly curved up. 20 minutes later, Sun Xianxian arrived. Thank you, little boss. Thanks to you, I didn't know what I would have done without you. I might have had to call 120. It's nothing, it's what I should do. Li Qing nodded with an expression of duty. By the way, little boss, since you're not cooking this afternoon, can you take care of Biao here for me? I have back-to-back classes this afternoon. Look, it's so unsafe for Biao to be alone here. What if she wakes up and something happens? Little boss, you will agree with me, right? Li Qing opened his mouth, unsure how to refuse. Actually, he had a class in the afternoon too, although it wasn't a core class. All right then. Li Qing eventually nodded reluctantly. Helping someone to the end is the right thing to do. Besides, if he left, how would he let Xia Yu listen to the recording he had secretly saved? He wanted to personally see the expression on Xia Yu's face when she heard the recording, one that wished she could just disappear. Thanks for your trouble. I'll treat you to milk tea tonight. Sun Xianxian waved at Li Qing and left. In the spacious hospital room, only Li Qing and the unconscious Xia Yu remained. Chapter 20. The campus bell wants me to compensate with my body soon. Li Qing's WeChat notification sound rang. Qing bro, why didn't you come to class? The teacher called your name. I didn't go. Can't you help me mark my attendance? I roll. I'm a girl. How can I help you mark your attendance? By the way, Qing bro, where did you go? I rode my little tricycle to deliver vegetables. Oh, got it. Brother Qing, you really are a hard-working and good man. Love it. Doghead. Pay attention in class and don't play on your phone. Got it. Li Qing finally put down his phone, a hint of a smile on his lips. Thank goodness for that little restaurant. It helped him cover up at a critical moment. Li Qing suddenly looked up and realized that Xia Yu on the hospital bed had woken up at some point. At this moment, her big eyes were rolling around and just happened to meet Li Qing's gaze. Where are we? Xia Yu looked a bit dazed upon seeing Li Qing. She never expected that the first person she would see after waking up was that handsome young boss from this morning. Young boss, why are you here? Unsurprisingly, Xia Yu's face quickly turned red again. Being alone in a room with a man, it was easy for her to overthink. Her pale face became even redder. If someone who didn't know walked in right now, they might think that Li Qing had done something to her. Moreover, the most important thing was that Xia Yu's gaze towards Li Qing was also not quite right, her eyes sparkling with light. Wait, let me play something for you. Seeing Xia Yu like this, Li Qing guessed that she must be imagining something. He quickly took out his phone, ready to crush her bold thoughts in the cradle. What is it? Seeing Li Qing's serious face, Xia Yu became a bit excited. Could it be that he was going to confess to her? Thinking of this, Xia Yu closed her eyes excitedly, her breathing a bit rapid with happiness. Li Qing expressionlessly opened his phone and played a saved recording. After a series of questioning voices, the classic line came. I'm a dog, woof woof woof. Hearing her own voice, Xia Yu opened her eyes wide. At that moment, her eyes were round and she was instantly petrified. If she were a tree, she would have been completely thrown off. This can't be me speaking. Li Qing waved his hand with a mischievous smile. Don't say anything. Explanation is just a cover-up, and a cover-up is the truth. Now I have your little secret. Xia Yu was both shy and angry, never expecting that this young boss was actually this kind of person. You're bullying me. Xia Yu looked at the smug Li Qing, suddenly at a loss for words. After holding it in for a long time, she finally blurted out, I wouldn't bully a little dog, hee hee hee. By the way, since you're awake now, you should be fine, so I'll take my leave. Bye-bye. Li Qing achieved his goal and waved his hand, getting ready to leave. Wait, young boss, please don't post that recording online. Don't worry, Xia Yu. As long as you listen to me. Li Qing walked out with a mischievous smile. At the door, the female nurse who was about to come in to change the drip froze at the entrance after hearing the conversation between the two. Did she hear that correctly? Did they engage in some indescribable transaction? What? Don't post it online. What? You just have to listen to me. After seeing Li Qing come out, the nurse quickly walked in. Upon entering the ward, she saw Xia Yu's shy face. Instantly, her sense of justice exploded, looking very righteous. Sister, are you being threatened? Don't be afraid. Just tell the police, uncle. This bad person will definitely never hurt you again. Xia Yu. Sister, what are you talking about? You just recorded me, saying I'm a little dog. Ah, this. The nurse was instantly confused. As soon as Li Qing walked out of the school hospital, the class bell rang. At the same time, he received a call from Xia Yu. Li Qing, what on earth is going on? Didn't you go deliver vegetables? Hearing Xia Yu's questioning tone, Li Qing was taken aback. What's going on? The campus bell wouldn't have discovered something, would she? Right? I did go deliver vegetables. Are you sure you delivered vegetables? Not some other tender stuff? Oh, how do you know? I delivered a big cabbage. Li Qing said with a smile. Cabbage, my foot. I think you were out there with a big cabbage, right? Xia Yu angrily hung up the phone. Soon after, she sent Li Qing a photo on WeChat, along with a message. The photo I saw on the forum. Li Qing opened the photo. In the picture, a handsome young man was pedaling a tricycle with great effort, and sitting behind the tricycle was Xia Yu. Damn, someone else took a picture of me? Li Qing was stunned for a moment, quickly calming down. Not bad. The picture makes me look pretty handsome. Grinning. Handsome my foot. Who is that girl? Li Qing thought for a moment and replied with the last message. Can explain on WeChat, school gate, don't miss it. 20 minutes later. At the school gate. Li Qing, you're too much. You actually went behind my back too. Xia Yu was momentarily speechless, unable to find suitable words to describe Li Qing's behavior. So, tell me, how are you going to explain this? Alright, I won't pretend anymore. Actually, this girl suffered from heat stroke. I was busy taking her to the school hospital, pedaling as fast as I could, just wishing my legs were longer to get her there in time. Li Qing said with a serious face to Xia Yu. Really? Otherwise? Come on. Who goes out to pick up girls on a tricycle? Wouldn't it be better to drive my Bugatti to pick up girls? That is true. Okay, brother Qing, I forgive you. However, considering the mental distress you caused me, you owe me some compensation. How to compensate? You know, I don't have much money. Li Qing glanced warily at Xia Yu, unsure of what bad idea she was plotting again. Brother Qing, don't you still have your body? Hee. You can compensate in kind. Upon hearing this, Li Qing swallowed hard. The world is going downhill. A sexy male college student, because he has no money, is actually... Forget it. Since this person is the campus belle, it's not a loss, right? If Xia Yu's words were to spread, who knows how many boys from the whole school would rush to compensate her. Thinking of this, Li Qing reluctantly nodded. All right, then I'll treat you to meet tonight. Xia Yu, brother Qing, do you really not understand? Isn't this supposed to be compensation in kind? I'm very innocent. Okay. Chapter 21. Check in at a five-star hotel. All right. Then let us eat meat. I can eat a lot of meat. Huh. With your little frame? How much can you eat? You'll probably eat me poor today. Li Qing looked at Xia Yu's slender arms and legs, not impressed. Xia Yu puffed out her chest. Otherwise, how do you think I grew this big? Li Qing. He instinctively glanced at Xia Yu's two peaches. Indeed, being able to stand out among beautiful women at Ning University and be revered as the campus belle. Besides having perfect looks, her figure naturally wouldn't be bad. However, he really didn't expect that the cool campus belle could drive so well. Stop talking. If you say more, I really can't hold back anymore. What did you say? I can't understand. Xia Yu looked at Li Qing with an innocent expression. I said, I can't control the speed of the car. Xia Yu rolled her eyes at Li Qing. It's fine. Let's go eat barbecue. 2 hours later, Li Qing and Xia Yu walked out of the barbecue restaurant. Today, his small restaurant only made a little over 300 in the morning. But just now, the campus belle spent over 400 on a barbecue meal. Damn, he even lost more than 100. It was the first time he realized that the campus belle could eat more than her. According to Xia Yu's words at that time, I belong to that kind of physique where I can't get fat no matter how much I eat. And as long as I want to eat, my appetite is huge. At this moment, Li Qing looked at Xia Yu, who had a satisfied expression, with a face full of resentment. Did I fill you up? I'm full. Hee, brother Qing, looking forward to the next time. Li Qing's face instantly darkened. You think too much, there won't be a next time. The next day, Li Qing woke up as usual. Ding dong, do you want to sign in today? Sign in. Ding dong, sign in successful, reward. 30 shares of the national chain Regal Hotel, a 5-star hotel. Congratulations, host. You have become the second largest shareholder of Regal Hotel. The share transfer agreement and related property documents have been issued. Please check. Li Qing was shocked again. Daily sign-ins always brought him surprises. Every time he just woke up, he had to endure such a big stimulus. Of course, Li Qing didn't mind. Such stimulation could definitely come a bit more often. Today's sign-in reward was actually Regal Hotel. It should be noted that Regal Hotel, as the top chain hotel in Ningjiang City, had a market value of over $1 billion. Not only in Ningjiang City, but also several chain branches in the entire province. It was a large-scale 5-star hotel that integrated accommodation, dining, and other services. Li Qing had just woken up and was still a bit dazed. Why did they give him shares of Regal Hotel? Did it mean he wouldn't have to worry about where to stay in the future? Looking at the agreement and share transfer documents that had already been issued on his bedside, Li Qing sighed. Come on, can you give me something practical? Today he woke up a bit late and had classes all morning. He didn't think much about it and hurried off to class. Meanwhile, in Ningjiang City, in the Regal building, in a luxurious office on the top floor, a sexy secretary in black stockings walked in high heels, swaying her hips as she approached the office door and knocked. Mr. Xiao, someone has purchased 30 shares of the hotel. Who? The silver-haired Xiao Shank raised his head and glanced at the secretary. This person is called Li Qing, but this name has never been heard in the business and political circles of Ningjiang. Quickly, investigate this person's identity. Yes, Li Qing was sitting in the classroom next to campus belle Xia Yu. Ding ding. The sound of notification from QQ rang out. Li Qing glanced at it and saw it was a message from the class group of his senior year. The class leader Zhao Yashuan had tagged all the classmates. Classmates. Most of our class members are in Ningjiang City. It's been almost 2 weeks since university started. How's everyone doing? How about we gather tonight? Sure. The class leader has spoken. It must be fine. Instantly, a bunch of classmates who had been silent in the group responded enthusiastically to the class leader's dinner invitation. Li Qing looked at the messages in the class group, familiar names popping up. Memories instantly pulled him back to his high school days. He couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. Although he missed his high school classmate a bit, he wasn't really looking forward to this gathering. Because the initiator of this gathering, class leader Zhao Yashuan, had targeted him everywhere back then. Wasn't it just because he was too handsome and always liked by the girls in class? The class leader Zhao Yashuan frequently approached him because of a girl he liked. So he made things difficult for Li Qing. Li Qing hesitated, unsure of what choice to make. Brother Qing, why do you look unhappy? Xia Yu asked with concern. Noticing Li Qing's furrowed brows, Li Qing showed her the message about the senior year class gathering. Your senior classmates are having a reunion? Hee. Does that mean there's meat to eat? Can I go? Take me with you. No way. It's our senior class reunion. Why would you kind of make a fuss? If I go, wouldn't I embarrass you? Just let me go, okay? Xia Yu tugged at Li Qing's sleeve, starting to act cute. Li Qing still shook his head to refuse. With so many girls in the senior class being ambiguous toward him, if Xia Yu suddenly showed up, it would definitely be a problem. They definitely wouldn't be very friendly towards Xia Yu. Moreover, class leader Zhao Yashuan might make things difficult for him again. It's better to keep a low profile. He just wanted to meet up with old classmates and would do his best to avoid causing trouble. Seeing that Li Qing still refused him, Xia Yu got a little angry and pouted, "Humph, brother Qing, we'll see. I will definitely follow you." Meanwhile, in the Regal Building's luxurious top-floor office, the secretary in black stockings knocked and walked in. "Mr. Xiao, I found out about Li Qing's background and identity. From what I've gathered, Li Qing is quite ordinary. His parents are regular factory workers. However, he is now a freshman at Qing University, and besides that, he is also the personal bodyguard of the daughter of the Xia Group, staying close to her every day. It is said that he has signed some kind of contract with the Xia Group's young lady. But this time, he actually managed to purchase 30 of our hotel shares, which is truly astonishing." Xiao Shenk calmly glanced at the secretary. "Xiao Chun, some people may seem ordinary, but they are far from it. Someone like Li Qing, who could buy 30 of our hotel shares, is definitely not just an ordinary person. What you can find out is only on the surface. Since he already holds the second largest shares in our company, we must establish a good cooperative relationship to prevent him from selling off shares, which would affect our company's future development. Pass down my orders, print out Li Qing's photo, and distribute it to all hotel staff. Besides recognizing me, they must also recognize this second largest shareholder of the company, especially when he comes to our hotel. We must not neglect him. Yes." Chapter 22. Tonight, all expenses are on young Master Li. In the afternoon, with 5 minutes left until school was over, Li Qing quietly slipped out the back door while Xia Yu was still reading. He went directly back to his small restaurant in the commercial street. His Bugatti was taken by his roommate, who said it was still parked outside some nightclub in Ningjiang because he got so drunk last night that he couldn't drive it back. Li Qing originally wanted to drive the Bugatti to the gathering to show off, but now it seemed impossible. He could only ride his tricycle there low-key. Li Qing pedaled the tricycle vigorously. Soon, he came to stop in front of the Regal Hotel. A few security guards quickly came over warmly. Li Qing was somewhat puzzled. The security guards at the entrance were surprisingly not snobbish. They greeted him with smiles, as if they were seeing their own father. "Hello, sir. Is there anything we can assist you with?" "Sir, let me help you park in the parking lot." In fact, these security guards had received a photo of Li Qing 2 hours earlier and were instructed by their superiors to remember his handsome face, just in case this second-largest shareholder made a sudden visit. He didn't expect to arrive so soon. "No need. I guess you guys can't drive this tricycle." "Let me handle it," Li Qing said. He wasn't afraid of bothering the guards. Mainly, parking at the Regal Hotel meant that even the least expensive cars were luxury brands like Mercedes or BMW. If his vehicle were to get scratched or bumped, it wouldn't matter to him, but he couldn't afford any damages to those luxury cars. Li Qing skillfully pedaled the tricycle, backing it into the parking space perfectly within yellow lines. The large parking space was so vast that his tricycle barely occupied half of it. Next to him, a Porsche Cayenne happened to park right beside. The car window slowly rolled down. "Oh wow, isn't that Li Qing? What a coincidence. Nice to meet you. Your ride is really cool." Sitting inside the Porsche Cayenne was Zhao Yashuan, the class monitor from their senior year. Li Qing's face instantly darkened. "Damn, this is too much. The timing is ridiculous. I just came to park and ran into my old class monitor. So how about my car? Isn't it cool? Want to switch for a drive?" Zhao Yashuan said. "This car is nothing special. It's just spacious, well-ventilated, and I don't have to worry about DUI checks." Li Qing replied with a smile. This time, it was Zhao Yashuan's turn to be speechless. With a dark expression, he didn't respond and entered the hotel with Li Qing. At the hotel entrance, a row of servers, even the lobby manager, came over, bowing at a perfect 90-degree angle. "Welcome, welcome, welcome." The welcoming voices continued until the two got on the elevator. "How's that for high-end service?" "Actually, they aren't always this enthusiastic. Mainly, the manager of this hotel is my uncle," Zhao Yashuan proudly told Li Qing. Li Qing nodded, giving a perfunctory response. "Class monitor, impressive." The elevator reached the 6th floor. Their class was having a gathering, and this time they had booked the entire 6th floor of the Regal Hotel. Li Qing and Zhao Yashuan pushed the door open and walked in one after the other. Instantly, all the classmates turned to look. "Wow, Li Qing is here too. He is still so handsome. He has still the eye candy from our high school. Way better looking than those awkward university guys. Li Qing, come sit with us." The girls in the class completely ignored class monitor Zhao Yashuan and enthusiastically greeted Li Qing instead. Zhao Yashuan felt a bit annoyed seeing this. How dare Li Qing steal my thunder? Soon, he glanced at the classmates and spoke loudly. Li Qing, why are you riding a pedal tricycle today? Are you trying to show off? Honestly, I have to say, it's quite unique and flashy. Hearing this, the classmates instantly began to gossip. No way, Li Qing. Your parents actually bought you a pedal tricycle for college, right? At least get an electric bike like my mom did. This is too tragic, Li Qing. You can ride home with me later. Li Qing smiled and explained, actually, it's nothing. This tricycle is the delivery vehicle for my restaurant. I just rode it over. What? You just started college and already opened a small restaurant? You're starting a business so early. Impressive, Li Qing. Wow, you have a business mind. I can work at your restaurant after I graduate. The classmates immediately expressed their envy. Only Zhao Yashuan sneered a few times. Ah, wait a minute, Li Qing. How come I heard from students at Qing University that you opened a 20-square-meter shop at the entrance of Qing University? The classmates initially thought Li Qing had opened a larger restaurant, but suddenly hearing from the monitor that it was only 20 square meters? Li Qing, that is not opening a restaurant. That is just setting up a stall. I thought it was something serious. Setting up a stall is something anyone can do. Class monitor Zhao Yashuan finally clapped his hands in satisfaction, signaling for quiet. All right, everyone, stop mocking Li Qing. After all, he just wanted to show off a bit. No harm intended. Today's gathering was my idea, so naturally, I'm treating everyone. Therefore, tonight, all expenses will be on young Master Zhao. Instantly, the entire class erupted in cheers. At that moment, there was a loud bang. The hall door was suddenly opened. A floor manager in formal attire walked in directly. He was specifically responsible for managing gatherings on this floor. Sorry, young Master Zhao, you don't need to cover the expenses today. Zhao Yashuan was taken aback, quickly realizing what was happening. He waved his hand dismissively. No, even if I know Uncle Wong from the Regal Hotel, he doesn't need to be this polite to me. Zhao Yashuan wore a proud expression. The envious gazes from the entire class made him feel even more spirited. Sorry, young Master Zhao, what I meant is tonight, young Master Li will be dining with you. And since young Master Li is our hotel as second largest shareholder, naturally, you won't be covering the bill. Young Master Li? It's not because of him. Zhao Yashuan felt his face heat up. The entire room fell silent. No one could recall any young Master Li from their class with such great influence. Yes, it's Li Qing, young Master Li, the floor manager said loudly. Then walked directly to Li Qing. Young Master Li, Mr. Xiao asked me to convey his sincerest greetings. Since you chose to purchase 30% of our hotel as shares, we assure you that you will not incur any losses. By the way, the custom-made exclusive pedal tricycle you parked in the lot has already been serviced by the best technician in our shop. We hope you are satisfied. I'll be standing outside, so feel free to call me if you need anything. After finishing, the floor manager gave Li Qing a 90-degree bow and left. At that moment, the entire large private room fell into a dead silence, where a pin drop could be heard. All eyes were focused on Li Qing. Chapter 23. The School Beauty Visits. Originally, these old classmates only thought Li Qing was handsome, but they didn't expect him to be a hidden rich man, owning 30% of the most luxurious Regal Hotel in Ningjiang City. It's known that the market value of the Regal Hotel is as high as 10 billion. If calculated this way, Li Qing's personal wealth must be at least several billion. The key is, despite being so wealthy, Li Qing remained very low-key. He came to the class reunion riding a pedal tricycle. Such a man, aside from being handsome, is also young, rich, and successful. How many women dream of a man like that? The female classmates, who already had a good impression of the handsome Li Qing, were now even more starry-eyed. What a good man. How come they didn't notice him back in high school? At that time, they only teased Li Qing verbally. Sigh. If only they had pursued him directly. No, wait. They should have worshipped him directly. As long as they made Li Qing feel good. They would all be rich wives now. At the very least, they would have saved a lifetime of struggle. Of course, Li Qing has only been in college for 2 weeks now. It's not too late. There's still time. These female classmates were secretly calculating in their hearts, each momentarily awakening to this realization. Among them, the class flower of their senior year, Jiang Mengting, was the first to come over without hesitation. Jiang Mengting had been practicing dance since childhood, with a slender and graceful figure, curves in all the right places. Her arms and legs were slender and fair, making her a top-tier beauty. Although her looks were only around 8 or 9 points, Her stunning figure earned her the title of class flower among all the boys in class. However, she was very indifferent towards men. She looked down on the boys who showed interest in her. At this moment, she was wearing a sexy black form-fitting dress, revealing her slender legs, striding towards Li Qing. "Hey, Qing, do you remember when we were in school? You sat behind me and always stole glances at me? I actually knew all along." After saying this, Jiang Mingting threw a flirtatious glance at Li Qing, quite seductive. "Li Qing, aren't I supposed to look at the blackboard? Am I supposed to face backwards during class? I don't care. I'll just assume you were looking at me. By the way, can you take me home tonight? I think I drank a bit too much and I'm a little tipsy," Jiang Mingting said, while rubbing her temples, looking somewhat dazed. The once aloof class flower was now acting like this in front of Li Qing, which he never expected. The key point was that the whole class also didn't expect this. The once high and mighty Jiang Mingting, who looked down on all the boys, was now openly flirting with Li Qing in front of everyone. If they were the only two in the private room on the 6th floor, wouldn't Jiang Mingting be even bolder? The scene was too beautiful to imagine. Hiss! All the boys in the room instantly gasped. Li Qing took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. If the class flower had flirted with him like this back in high school, he might not have been able to handle it. But now, he was a man who had rejected the school beauty and was still being pursued by her. So now, he just found it amusing. "This is too funny. Are you kidding? Can you really get drunk from drinking juice?" Li Qing shrugged, expressing his confusion. Jiang Mingting looked at Li Qing without answering, her gaze hazy, continuing to walk slowly towards him. When she was almost by his side, she suddenly staggered, pretending to lose her balance, and fell into Li Qing's arms. Li Qing felt two soft things pressing against him. He hurriedly supported Jiang Mingting. However, Jiang Mingting seemed to lose her balance completely, allowing Li Qing to hold her waist. The two of them looked into each other's eyes, both silently understanding without speaking. Who can resist such a classic scene? Li Qing felt a fire in his throat, making him dry-mouthed. The fragrant and soft Jiang Mingting seemed to be hanging on him, impossible to shake off. Oh no, is he going to break his composure today? The classmates, witnessing this alluring scene, immediately started to cheer, helping to hype up the atmosphere. The boys knew they could never compete with Jiang Mingting, so it would be better to let Li Qing have her. After all, they were classmates, one of their own. The girls originally planned to flirt with Li Qing, but now they saw the class flower take the lead. They knew they couldn't compete with the class flower, so they might as well assist. Kiss her. Kiss her. Kiss here. As the scene was about to reach a climax, bang, the door to the hall was pushed open again. Everyone's gaze instantly shifted to the door. Li Qing quickly let go of Jiang Mingting and stood up straight. At the entrance stood a girl in a white shirt and pleated skirt, paired with a pair of little white shoes. Although her outfit was ordinary, her exquisite features, fair skin, and perfectly proportioned figure made her instantly captivating. Some people even began to compare her to class flower Jiang Mingting in their minds. However, no matter how you looked at it, Jiang Mingting was in a disadvantaged position in front of this girl. The boys present almost swallowed their saliva. They couldn't understand how such a girl ended up here. Was she a friend of someone? The girls present were both envious and jealous of her beauty, feeling sour in their hearts. If measured, she would definitely rival top-tier beauties. Class monitor Zhao Yashuan couldn't help but take action. As a class monitor, he naturally had a better chance to seize the moment. He elegantly walked over, very gentlemanly, and approached this stunning girl. Using the opening line he had silently rehearsed countless times in his mind, pretending to be polite and calm. "Miss, are you also here to find someone? You can sit down with us and eat. You are very welcome." After saying this, he made an inviting gesture towards the stunning girl, showcasing his charm. At this moment, the eyes of the entire class turned to him. The hall fell unusually silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was almost frozen, watching this stunning girl, unsure of what decision she would make. However, the stunning girl merely glanced at Zhao Yashuan and completely ignored him. She didn't even say a word, treating him as if he were air. Then, she quickly scanned the crowd, and soon her expression brightened with joy. She smiled happily and naturally, like a blooming lily, making her particularly pleasant to behold. She bounced towards the crowd, showing movements that clearly came from genuine joy. Chapter 24. Slapping faces crazy, she stopped in front of Li Qing. "Qing Ji, I told you long ago that you can't escape my grasp." Qing Ye. The whole room was stunned. This beautiful and stunning girl was actually here looking for Li Qing. It had only been a short time since the start of school, and Li Qing actually knew such a beautiful girl. Moreover, it seemed their relationship was very special. As Xia Yu approached Li Qing, she unconsciously stood next to Jiang Mingting, originally very outstanding among girls. Jiang Mingting now felt as if she were a sparrow standing before a phoenix, feeling ashamed. At that moment, she felt a surge of inferiority. She had never felt so unworthy in her life. No wonder Li Qing remained indifferent to her advances earlier. It turned out he had such a stunning girlfriend. The class was now in complete silence. The classmates couldn't have imagined that only a few months after the holiday, Li Qing would have changed so much. He had become so outstanding, so impressive. Qing, why are all your classmates looking at us? Oh my, I'm feeling a bit embarrassed. Xia Yu's pretty face suddenly flushed with a hint of red, different from the deep red she had in front of Li Qing. This time she was a bit shy. Only then did Li Qing wave to everyone. Let's eat, everyone. It's a class reunion, not just my gathering. You all must have a lot to talk about. The classmates in the hall then turned their gazes away, chattering among themselves. However, their topic of conversation never strayed far from tonight's focus, Li Qing. Among these classmates, the angriest was Zhao Yaxuan. He had painstakingly organized this class reunion, originally thinking he would once again steal the show like in high school, becoming the center of attention. Maybe after the meal, he could take advantage of the drinking and have a romantic encounter with some of the female classmates. It would be perfect. Damn it. And now this Li Qing has messed it all up. It was even quite embarrassing for him. However, he quickly remembered the old, pedal-powered tricycle Li Qing had ridden when he arrived. Li Qing, you're so impressive, but soon you'll have to ride that tricycle home, right? Let's see how you take this girl back. Compared to luxury cars, it surely can't compete with my Porsche Cayenne. At that time, I'll park next to your tricycle with a few female classmates, say a few words on purpose, and then hit the gas, splashing mud all over you. As Zhao Yaxuan thought of this, his previous gloomy mood disappeared, and he soon began to smirk with satisfaction. As the drinks flowed, the atmosphere of the gathering reached its peak. Many classmates were flushed from drinking, and the conversations became less restrained and more enjoyable. Xia Yu kept her word. She really came to eat. At that moment, she completely transformed into a little food lover, focusing solely on devouring her meal. Since these were all Li Qing's classmates, she didn't know them and didn't want to get to know them, so she just ate without any small talk. Her pretty face was puffed up like a little hamster, and occasionally she would lift her head to look at Li Qing, who was chatting enthusiastically with classmates. Her lips curling into a faint smile. The meal gradually came to an end. Old classmates were chatting in groups of 3 or 5, preparing to head downstairs. Today's gathering was suddenly initiated by Zhao Yaxuan, so it was just a simple meal without plans to go karaoke afterward. Li Qing walked ahead while Xia Yu closely followed behind him, like a well-behaved little follower. Many classmates watched this scene with surprise. It seemed that this exquisite girl was actually pursuing Li Qing. Li Qing was too impressive. No wonder he had previously looked down on Jiang Mingting. With such an exquisite girl, who would he look down on Jiang Mingting? At the entrance of the Lijing Hotel, old classmates were saying their goodbyes, their eyes slightly red. At this moment, Zhao Yaxuan approached Li Qing. After failing to show off at the gathering, he had been avoiding Li Qing. Now, he finally had a chance to show off. Li Qing, how are you planning to take this beauty home? Riding your pedal-powered tricycle? No way. Are you going to embarrass yourself, riding a tricycle with such a beautiful girl? Zhao Yaxuan spoke in a sarcastic tone, feeling quite pleased with himself. The only thing he had over Li Qing was his vehicle, which made him feel like he had regained some face. The Porsche Cayenne, worth over 900,000 yuan, was a far cry from Li Qing's tricycle worth a few hundred. It was a complete crush. After Zhao Yaxuan finished speaking, before Li Qing could respond, Xia Yu surprisingly got excited first. Wow, Qing, you actually came on a tricycle. I've never ridden one in my life. It must be really comfortable, especially with you taking me. Xia Yu laughed particularly happily. A genuine smile that anyone could see was filled with happiness. Zhao Yaxuan was instantly dumbfounded. He had intended to make Li Qing look bad in front of Xia Yu to dampen his spirit, but unexpectedly he ended up helping Li Qing. Zhao Yaxuan's face darkened instantly. He said nothing and directly walked toward the parking lot. However, Li Qing remained motionless, standing in place. Qing, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and ride your little tricycle. I'm so looking forward to the feeling of riding it. Li Qing glanced at the text message that had arrived 5 minutes ago and shook his head. No need, my roommate just texted me, saying he has already driven my Bugatti to the Lijing Hotel, and I've instructed the security to bring it over. Xia Yu let out a faint "oh," a bit disappointed that she couldn't ride the tricycle. She had sat in all sorts of luxury cars growing up. Having never ridden a tricycle, she was somewhat looking forward to such an experience. The security guard drove Li Qing's Bugatti, slowly approaching and stopping in front of Li Qing. The guard's legs trembled slightly as he got out of the Bugatti. It was his first time driving such a luxury supercar, and he was a bit excited. He worried that if he scratched or bumped the car, he would probably have to sell both his kidneys to pay for it. The guard stepped out and gave Li Qing a 90-degree bow, then handed the car keys to Li Qing. Seeing the luxury supercar Bugatti in front of them, all the classmates were once again shocked. Although the night was dark with the hotel entrance lights, they could see the car gleaming like it was coated in black diamonds. The streamlined shape of the car made them envious. Didn't Zhao Yashuan say that Li Qing came on a tricycle? This Zhao Yashuan was becoming increasingly unreliable. He deliberately belittled Li Qing to show off. Too much. Some classmates even quietly compared Li Qing with Zhao Yashuan in their hearts. The low-key rich Li Qing was far superior to Zhao Yashuan, who was just a foolish show-off. Li Qing simply said goodbye to the classmates and got into the Bugatti with Xia Yu. Just as they were about to leave, Zhao Yashuan's Porsche Qing turned back from the parking lot. Chapter 25 picked up a Siberian Husky. Clearly, he could have left from the parking lot, but Zhao Yashuan insisted on turning back to make a circle at the hotel entrance. On the surface, he was saying goodbye to old classmates, but anyone with discerning eyes could tell he was just trying to show off again. Show off! Show off! All he knew was to show off. What is there to show off? Can his showing off compare to Li Qing's? If Zhao Yashuan had shown off like this before, the classmates might not have thought much of it. However, today, after seeing the low-key rich Li Qing, Zhao Yashuan's displays of wealth made him look more like a clown. In comparison, Zhao Yashuan instantly dropped a tear. But Zhao Yashuan was still unaware of this. He just wanted to show off his Porsche Qing, worth over 900,000 yuan, in front of Li Qing. Let us see how I can overshadow your little tricycle today. Zhao Yashuan parked the Porsche Qing in front of the hotel and swaggered out of the car. Oh, where's Li Qing? I didn't see him just now. His custom-made exclusive pedal tricycle is still parked in the parking lot. Look at that nouveau riche Li Qing. Just looking at him makes me angry. It's just a tiny share of the Regal Hotel. What is there to show off about? He is just riding a broken tricycle. Why isn't Li Qing here yet? Could it be that he is too embarrassed to come out? Ha. Zhao Yashuan laughed out loud, thinking that the classmates at the door would cooperate as usual and laugh along with him. However, when he laughed, these classmates were surprisingly quiet. Only his laughter echoed awkwardly throughout the venue. The classmates in the class looked at him with strange expressions. He felt that something was off. Where's Li Qing? Could he have left? He cleared his throat and asked again. The classmates exchanged glances, but no one spoke or explained. He scratched the back of his head, realizing that he was a bit awkward. Suddenly, he looked up and saw the Bugatti in front of him, instantly showing a surprised expression. Wow, isn't this Luo's car? I've seen it online. This car is said to be worth 120 million yuan. Don't be fooled by Li Qing acting like he is something special. He just got lucky. For a car like this, he probably can't even afford a tire. Zhao Yashuan said proudly, expecting to hear agreement from his classmates, but it was still silent. Bang! There was a crisp sound. The Bugatti's door slowly opened. Li Qing stepped out of the car, casually tidying up his clothes. Then, he curiously glanced at Zhao Yashuan. I just took a call in the car. Were you calling me just now? Li Qing smiled playfully, looking at Zhao Yashuan. Zhao Yashuan's expression instantly darkened. If possible, he could even dig a bird's nest out of his toes. He was suddenly speechless, unsure of what to say. Oh, right. Your Porsche Qing worth over 900,000. Maybe it's not even as expensive as my steering wheel. Li Qing smiled and gently patted the already petrified Zhao Yashuan. This gathering was very enjoyable. I look forward to our next dinner. After saying that, he returned to the car and closed the door. Li Qing lightly stepped on the Bugatti's gas pedal, producing a loud, beast-like growl as he sped away. Zhao Yashuan stood there, feeling awkward and somewhat at a loss. He recalled Li Qing's words. Look forward to our next dinner? Impossible. It's never going to happen in this lifetime. He never wanted to see Li Qing again for the rest of his life. Li Qing drove the Bugatti through the night in Ningjiang City. It was already past 10 o'clock at night, and there were very few pedestrians on the road. Qing stopped for a moment. Xia Yu glanced outside the window and suddenly called for Li Qing to stop. Li Qing slammed on the brakes, and with a clear sound of tires screeching against the asphalt, The Bugatti came to a steady stop by the roadside. Xia Yu quickly opened the car door and rushed toward a tree by the roadside. Under the tree, a large dog was sticking out its tongue, tied with a leash. Expressionless, and looked a bit dazed standing there. Wow, it's actually a husky. Xia Yu hurried over and gently patted the husky's head. The husky had a look of enjoyment, glancing at Xia Yu, acting cute. Qing, look at this poor husky, standing all alone on the street with no one around. It might be lost. Why don't we take it home? Xia Yu quickly suggested. Li Qing shook his head. Huskies, commonly known as aside from being cute, also have a reputation as homewreckers. Although they look fierce, they're actually quite silly, truly a dumb dog. Qing, please. If it's left here, what if it gets taken away by bad people at night and eaten? Xia Yu tugged at Li Qing's sleeve, acting cute. Li Qing looked at the husky. The husky also raised its head to look at Li Qing, its innocent little eyes looking quite pitiful. He softened and nodded. All right then, as long as you don't mind it. Oh yeah, Qing, you know, my childhood wish was to have a dog. But my dad was worried about dog hair being dirty and wouldn't he let me keep one. Now that my dad is gone, I can finally keep one without any worries. You have quite a few wishes, right? Didn't he want to open a small shop before? Yes. And I have many little wishes like that, such as finding a handsome boyfriend to be my husband and then having a pair of beautiful twins. Xia Yu hugged the husky while counting on her fingers. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something, her face turning red as she looked at Li Qing and fell silent. Qing, really? Why am I telling you all this? After saying that, Xia Yu gave a cold snort, turning away proudly to look at the scenery outside the window. Li Qing was left dumbfounded. Come on, I didn't say anything. You were the one who was happily fantasizing. Indeed, a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. It's truly unfathomable. Soon, Li Qing parked the Bugatti in front of Xia Yu's villa. Xia Yu pulled the husky and got out of the car. Mrs. Li's son, a chubby little boy, saw the husky and quickly ran over. Looking at the husky's silly appearance, the little boy liked it very much. Auntie, can I pet this dog? Xia Yu was a bit annoyed. Call me sister. The little boy was taken aback, showing a conflicted expression, but after thinking for a moment, he spoke up. Auntie, can I pet this sister? No. Xia Yu stamped her foot. She was almost driven crazy by this mischievous kid. That's hilarious. Li Qing was laughing so hard that he held his stomach, nearly in tears. Chapter 26, Sign-In Reward. Animal communication skill back at the apartment. Xia Yu thoughtfully set up a dog bed for the husky in the living room for it to stay in. Li Qing watched Xia Yu and couldn't help but laugh. You might as well just bring it to your bed. After hearing this, Xia Yu actually nodded thoughtfully. Good idea. Don't. The husky is rolled around outside who knows how many times. Be careful, it has fleas. All right then, I'll give it a bath first so it's clean. Li Qing suddenly felt a bit envious of this husky. To have the school beauty Xia Yu personally give you a bath. This treatment, TSK, he hasn't experienced that yet. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Li Qing opened his eyes on time. Ding dong. Would you like to check in today? Check in. Ding dong. Check-in successful. Sign-in reward. Animal communication skill. Li Qing was taken aback. Animal communication skill? What kind of weird reward is the system giving him every day? What use does he have for this? Is he supposed to communicate with dogs every day? Ridiculous. Li Qing scratched his hair, feeling a bit helpless as he got up to wash up. Today is Saturday, so there are no classes all day. He walked out of the room, and the door to Xia Yu's room next door was still tightly closed. It seems that this little lazybones is still sleeping. At the door, the husky that was picked up yesterday lay in front of Xia Yu's door. Xia Yu returned not long ago last night and gave this husky a bath, making it smell nice. She even hugged it and played with it for a long time. Li Ving envied her. Damn it. Is he doing worse than a dog? Woof, woof, woof. The husky growled at Li Qing a few times. Li Qing was taken aback. He was surprised to find that he actually understood the meaning behind the husky's barking. All right, stop barking. I know you're hungry. I'm going to find you something to eat now. Li Qing helplessly went downstairs, found a bag of milk in the fridge, poured it into a bowl, and casually cracked 2 eggs into it. He went upstairs and placed it in front of the husky. Woof, woof, woof. The husky happily barked a couple of times and ate joyfully, with white milk all over its fur around the mouth. Li Qing patted its head, feeling a bit weird. He could actually communicate with a dog now. This is too magical. But what is the use of it? At most, he could know that the dog was barking for no reason because it was hungry or sick. while Li Qing was staring blankly at the husky. Xia Yu opened the door in loose pajamas, looking sleepy, and at a glance saw Li Qing feeding the husky milk at the door. Wow, Qing brother, you're so loving. Just yesterday, I had to beg you to agree to bring it home, and this morning you're actively feeding it, hee hee. Xia Yu praised Li Qing a few times. She quickly went back inside to change her clothes, put on some light makeup, and came back out. In fact, with Xia Yu's looks, even without makeup, she could easily overshadow over 90 girls. After putting on makeup, she could directly outshine 100 girls. However, after seeing Xia Yu's stunning face every day for the past few days, Li Qing was somewhat desensitized to her beauty and didn't he find it remarkable. To him, no matter how beautiful the school belle was, in front of him, she was just a little girl who liked to act cute. Xia Yu looked at the husky seriously drinking milk and couldn't help but squat down to pet its head. The husky felt someone petting it, lifted its head, and let out a howl, licking Xia Yu's hand. Ah, don't lick me, it's so ticklish. Xia Yu was most afraid of being tickled and quickly pulled back her hand with a smile. By the way, Qing brother, we still Haven T named this husky. As a new member of our family, it must have a name. It should be something cute, hee hee. After thinking for a moment, Xia Yu quickly blurted out, how about we call it Dodo? Not good, it sounds like a child's name. Li Qing glanced at the husky, which was still focused on drinking milk. He had to admit, this dog looked big, but its expression was quite silly and adorable, dazed and clueless. Let us call it Erhua, literally second fool. It looks so silly, it fits this name pretty well. Qing brother, how can you casually give it such an ugly name? Li Qing smiled and ignored Xia Yu. Instead, he spoke to the husky. Erhua, if you think this name is good, bark twice. As soon as Li Qing finished speaking, the husky, which had been focused on drinking milk, instantly lifted its head and barked twice at Li Qing. It was as if it understood what Li Qing said and was responding. See, it doesn't mind at all. Why are you so concerned? Li Qing nodded in satisfaction and glanced at Xia Yu with a bit of pride. Xia Yu looked surprised. No way. This dog can actually understand Qing brother's words? That's amazing. After thinking for a moment, she also tried calling out. Erhua, woof woof woof. The husky cooperatively turned around and licked the hem of Xia Yu's pants. All right. Seeing how eagerly Erhua responded, Xia Yu seemed to accept this name reluctantly, although the name Erhua is too ugly. But since the husky acknowledged its new title, what else could she say? Qing brother, can we go out to play? Li Qing was focused on playing Honor of Kings. His rank was T high, just a little diamond player. Just now, he lost his character because he got distracted by Xia Yu talking and was ambushed by a dodgy in the bushes, losing the game. Sure, where do you want to go? Li Qing raised his head in a bit of frustration and asked Xia Yu. I heard the zoo allows you to take pictures with tigers. I want to go, Qing brother. Li Qing's character quickly respawned. He lowered his head, controlling his hero while replying. A big tiger, king of beasts. You're not afraid it will eat you when you take a picture with it. Not afraid, not afraid. Many friends in my circle have taken pictures with tigers. I want to go too. All right, after I finish this game, we'll go see the little tiger. Oh yeah. Hearing Li Qing agree to go with her, Xia Yu jumped up excitedly, ready to go upstairs to change into a different outfit. She had to look beautiful for the photos later. Li Qing was playing as a jungler in this game. He hadn't ganked any marksman yet, but was keeping a good rhythm, so it was going well. Li Qing raised his head and glanced at Erhua. Erhua was currently lying on the ground, focused on licking its paw. It is said that huskies are notorious for their destructive capabilities. He didn't want to come back to find the house unrecognizable because of Erhua. Erhua, I'm going out for a while. You behave at home and don't mess with the furniture. If you need to poop, remember to go to the bathroom, got it? Chapter 27, Communicating with Little Brain Cube. Erhua turned its head and looked at Li Qing with a silly expression upon hearing his words. Then it howled twice in response. It was actually quite surprised that this magical human could communicate with it so smoothly. Previously, it couldn't understand what its owner was saying, which often led to it getting inexplicably scolded, looking confused. Soon, Xia Yu came down from upstairs. She had changed into a white dress, wearing a pair of white sneakers, and her hair was simply tied back, cascading down her back, looking youthful and beautiful. Qing brother, let us go. By the way, should we tie up Erhua? What if it misbehaves while we're not home? Xia Yu clearly had heard about Husky's notorious destructive capabilities and was a bit worried. Li Qing shook his head. No need. I've already told it that if we come home tonight and find anything wrong, we'll have iron pot stew dog meat. As soon as Li Qing finished speaking, Erhua shivered all over and howled once, then tucked his tail between its legs and went behind the sofa, looking quite dejected. It seemed it understood Li Qing's words. Qing, brother, look at Erhua's reaction. It can actually understand what you're saying. That's amazing. Erhua is truly a smart dog, Xia Yu said as she walked behind the sofa and comforted Erhua by petting its head. Don't be afraid. We want to eat you tonight. Just be good. The silly one looked at Xia Yu with a confused expression. In fact, it only understood Li Qing's words. Li Qing and Xia Yu took the bus directly to the bus stop in front of the zoo. Today is Saturday, and there are exceptionally many cars on the road. If Li Qing were to drive his Bugatti to the zoo, it would be smoother to walk there instead. Li Qing asked Xia Yu to wait at the entrance while he squeezed through the crowd to buy tickets. As a gentleman, he still had some chivalry. Before long, Li Qing bought the tickets, and the two entered the zoo. Xia Yu walked along the path, counting on her fingers. The zoo has big lions, small tigers, little brainless ones, angry monkeys, little fortune mud, little sea pains, fat butterflies, big chickens, big flying bags, big flows, strong-necked anger, big python shoes, little white ones, ostriches, big belts, big poor cats, big fat ones, big you fish, danding goods, little black piles. After Xia Yu finished speaking, she looked at Li Qing with a smile. Qing, brother, how many did you understand? Li Qing, what kind of plastic Mandarin are you speaking? Can't you straighten your tongue and speak properly? Xia Yu smiled proudly. Hee, Qing, brother, you don't know this. Recently, these cute names have been so popular online. Actually, I was going to read the Mandarin version, but as I read, I unconsciously got led astray. Li Qing shrugged, feeling a bit speechless. Indeed, he was getting old. He had no sense of these trendy internet terms. Xia Yu came to the zoo today specifically to take a photo with the little brainless one, so they headed straight for the lion and tiger exhibit. However, today the little brainless one wasn't doing too well. Usually very docile and willing to take photos with people, the tiger Cici was unusually irritable, pacing and roaring in its cage. Beside it, the caretaker apologetically explained to the long line of visitors. Sorry, everyone. It seems that the tiger Cici is not feeling well today. I've already called the veterinarian, and he's on his way. Cici might not be able to take photos with you today. The visitors who had already lined up began to complain, some visibly unhappy. Upon hearing this news, Xia Yu also pouted her lips, feeling a bit disappointed. Qing, brother, let us go back. Xia Yu had come specifically to take a photo with Cici, and it seemed like she would have to return empty-handed. Li Qing looked at the pacing tiger Cici in the cage and suddenly grabbed Xia Yu. Wait a minute. There seems to be a chance. What do you mean, Qing, brother? Li Qing didn't answer, but walked directly to the tiger Cici's caretaker. Hello. I've learned a bit about veterinary knowledge. Can you open the cage and let me take a look? The caretaker looked at Li Qing in surprise, sizing him up. Li Qing noticed that he looked quite young, definitely not over 20. As the saying goes, no hair on the mouth, not reliable in action. If it were something else, letting him try wouldn't be a problem. But at this moment, he was facing the king of beasts, a tiger weighing over 300 pounds, which could unleash its primal instincts at any moment. Given Cici's irritable state, he didn't dare to approach, let alone a young man like Li Qing with no experience. Are you sure? Young man, this is not something to take lightly. The caretaker firmly shook his head, refusing Li Qing. Li Qing didn't say anything further but walked over to the cage and softly called out. The previously low, growling Cici was pacing back and forth in the small cage. Upon seeing Li Qing, it actually let out a gentle roar and obediently squatted down. Li Qing even walked closer to the cage and reached out his hand toward Cici. Be careful. The caretaker shouted to stop Li Qing's risky action, but unfortunately, he was too far away. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qing's hand had already reached in. The large tiger Cici extended its tongue, which had little bristles, and gently licked Li Qing's hand, mixed with a warm breath from its nostrils, making Li Qing feel a ticklish sensation. Ha! Stop licking, it's a bit prickly. At this moment, the cage held the so-called king of beasts, a ferocious animal weighing over 300 pounds. However, now, it was behaving like a little cat in front of Li Qing. The previously restless and dissatisfied crowd instantly quieted down. Everyone watched this scene in amazement. After licking Li Qing's hand, Cici even allowed Li Qing to gently pat its big head. This was Li Qing's first time getting close to such a fierce animal. The reason he could be so intimate with it was entirely due to the animal communication technique he signed in for that morning. which allowed Cece to understand his words and calm down. It seemed that the system's sign-in rewards had some usefulness after all. The caretaker was even more astonished at this miraculous scene. He stared blankly, completely forgetting to stop Li Qing from taking such a dangerous action. Li Qing withdrew his hand from the cage and walked back to the caretaker. So, do you believe me now? Open the cage. I can help you find out what's wrong with Cece without needing a veterinarian. The caretaker looked at Li Qing in shock, speechless. Chapter 28. Unlocking Hidden Achievement Rewards. To be fair, even if the veterinarian came, he would have to give Cece a sedative first, putting it into a deep sleep, like a corpse, completely still. Only after that would the veterinarian dare to approach it to diagnose the illness. Now, according to Li Qing's intention, he wanted to open the cage and directly treat Cece. The caretaker's mouth dropped open in disbelief, unsure of what decision to make. Hurry up, don't think too much. You saw it. Cece is like a little kitten in front of me, very obedient. The caretaker hesitated. Indeed, just now, Cece was even more obedient and docile in front of this young man than in front of him. Realizing this, he hesitantly pulled out the key to the lock and handed it to Li Qing. Li Qing confidently walked toward the cage after successfully getting the key. Not far away, some visitors who came to see Cece saw that Li Qing was about to open the cage and stepped back. They looked at Li Qing in shock, filled with a mix of surprise and fear. Actually, Li Qing had already communicated simply with Cece earlier. The reason Cece was agitated and restless was that a chicken bone was stuck between its teeth, making it feel very uncomfortable. It didn't have the dexterous fingers like humans to use a toothpick for removal, since humans couldn't understand its meaning. It could only express its dissatisfaction by pacing back and forth and growling. Li Qing approached, comforting it while inserting the key into the lock. With a click, he unlocked it and confidently walked into the cage. Wow, isn't this person a visitor? He dares to go directly into the cage? He actually went in. Is he crazy? Look, the tiger is looking at him and seems very docile. As soon as Li Qing stepped in, Cece let out a gentle roar and opened its mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, looking very fierce and terrifying. Hiss! The crowd gasped collectively, feeling anxious for Li Qing. The timid people even covered their eyes, too afraid to continue watching. Xia Yu was so scared that she covered her mouth, almost crying. However, surprisingly, Cece just opened its mouth and stood in front of Li Qing, completely still and very obedient. Li Qing was startled when he saw Cece suddenly open its mouth towards him. Now seeing it so docile, he finally relaxed. He seized the moment to closely examine Cece's mouth full of sharp teeth. Soon, he noticed a small, sharp chicken bone wedged between its two inner fangs, with a hint of blood oozing out from the gaps. No wonder Cece was so angry. It was clear that it was in pain. Without hesitation, Li Qing reached in, grasped the chicken bone, and gently pulled it out. The chicken bone that had troubled Cece all day was easily removed by Li Qing. Cece then closed its mouth again, let out a satisfied low growl, and looked at Li Qing with grateful eyes, extending its tongue to lick his pant leg. Li Qing also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it was his first time pulling a tooth from Tiger's mouth. It was a bit thrilling. Along with the thrill, there was also a bit of excitement. Outside the cage, the tourists who had come to take pictures with Cece cheered and applauded as they saw Li Qing successfully remove the chicken bone from Cece's mouth. The young man is amazing. Pulling teeth from Tiger's mouth is truly manly. So today they can take pictures with Cece again. That's great. Some even took out their phones to capture this magical moment. Li Qing stepped out of the cage and handed the chicken bone he had just pulled from Cece's mouth to the zookeeper. Be careful next time. Don't feed it chicken anymore. If you do, make sure to clean the bones. At that moment, the zookeeper was completely in awe of Li Qing. Dazed as he took the chicken bone, excited and unsure of what to say, Li Qing waved to Xia Yu, signaling her to come over. Xia Yu had been watching Li Qing from the crowd, her heart hanging on every move he made. Seeing him safely come out, she immediately ran over and jumped into Li Qing's arms. Qing, you scared me to death just now. It's fine now. You can take a picture with it. Li Qing smiled and patted the Xia Yu who had jumped into his arms, comforting her. Qing, you took such a big risk just so I could take a picture with it? Why are you so silly, risking so much for such a small wish of mine? Do you know I was so worried about you just now? Xia Yu said with a choked voice, unable to resist lightly punching Li Qing's chest with her small fists. Li Qing smiled and comforted her. Look, I'm fine now. There's nothing to worry about. Cece was very docile in front of me. Hearing Li Qing's words, Xia Yu finally stopped crying and smiled again. Then you promise me not to take such risks next time. Okay, I promise you. Ding dong. School beauty Xia Yu's affection 999. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a hidden achievement reward. When the school beauty's affection reaches 99.99, she will devote herself to the host. Please be prepared in advance. Li Qing was stunned when he heard the system's prompt. The thing he was most worried about had happened. However, after spending so many days with Xia Yu, he had gradually developed feelings for her. The aloof school beauty in front of others appeared to be a little girl in front of him, which sometimes touched his heart even more. If one day in the future, Xia Yu suddenly wanted to devote herself to him, he might really not be able to resist and would be half pushed into it. Li Qing patted the fragrant and soft Xia Yu in his arms and told her that they could go take pictures with Cici now. He had cured Cici's ailment, so he naturally had some privileges. This time, Xia Yu could take pictures with Cici directly without waiting in line. Moreover, it was a free photo session. She could take as many pictures as she wanted. Because Li Qing could communicate with Cici, it could also pose in various unique and cool ways when taking pictures with Xia Yu. For example, a big tiger paw resting on Xia Yu's shoulder, or Cici opening its mouth wide in a majestic pose, looking very impressive. Compared to the photos of other people in Xia Yu's friend circle with Cici, where Cici looked a bit like a doll, in the pictures with Xia Yu, Cici appeared very lively and realistic. After finishing the photo shoot, Xia Yu happily flipped through the pictures. Qing, you are so amazing. I really like you. After saying that, Xia Yu suddenly walked quickly to Li Qing, stood on her tiptoes, and gently kissed Li Qing on the cheek. Li Qing was stunned. Wow, I was kissed again? Just a small reward for you. Qing. After Xia Yu said that, she made a funny face, blushed, and ran away. Chapter 29. Saving the elderly Xia Yu had a great time today. She finally took the photo she had been dreaming of. So on the way home, she was bouncing along, a playful and cute smile on her face. She was thinking about how to write the caption for her post on social media. In fact, she had just secretly taken a picture of Li Qing standing in front of the tiger Cici, with Cici showing its full set of sharp teeth while Li Qing bravely reached in to pull the tooth. Although Qing was only showing a side profile, with the fierce tiger as a backdrop, it looked incredibly cool. No, she had to post this handsome picture of Qing along with her other photos to fill up the 9-grid layout. As for the caption, she would write, "Only a man brave enough to pull a tiger's tooth deserves me." It sounded quite cheesy, but also a bit playful. Xia Yu edited it and clicked to post. 2 minutes after this post went live, Xia Yu instantly received more than 10 likes and 3 comments. Wow, Jime, how did you take this photo? That man pulling the tiger's tooth is so handsome. I want his contact information. Why does the tiger look so spirited and lively in the photo with you? Love it. Xia Yu lowered her head, reading her friend's comments filled with envy while she couldn't help but let out a pig-like squeal of laughter. Li Qing was walking ahead when he suddenly heard a strange laugh and turned to look at Xia Yu. Was it you laughing just now? You're talking nonsense. It wasn't me. You heard wrong. Xia Yu quickly covered her mouth, denying it. Li Qing shook his head. He didn't believe Xia Yu's nonsense. Such a silly laugh could only come from Xia Yu when she was in front of him. It is said that the longer a couple is together, the more familiar they become, and the more flaws they reveal to each other. However, he and Xia Yu weren't together yet, and the school beauty was already showing her silly side in front of him. Li Qing felt a bit helpless. Women are indeed 2 different species in front of others and behind closed doors. Just as Li Qing was thinking this, he looked up. Not far away, a group of more than 10 pedestrians was gathered together. Among them, an elderly man in a gray Zhongshan suit was lying on the ground, motionless. Next to him, there was a golden retriever on a leash, constantly licking the old man's face, occasionally letting out a low whimper, hoping to wake him up. There were at least 20 onlookers, but the old man lay quietly on the ground, and no one went to help him. Li Qing and Xia Yu hurried over. Who dares to help? Do you dare to help? I definitely don't dare. What if the old man tries to frame me? Exactly. I have several properties at home, and you wanted to help an old man. Let's just call 120 and wait for the doctor. The thing is, we ordinary people don't know any medical knowledge. What if we help him in the wrong position and end up harming him? The onlookers gathered together, discussing animatedly, standing aside and quietly listening. They roughly figured out the situation. It seemed that the old man had suddenly fallen ill, lying here without anyone he knew around, only a golden retriever by his side. Li Qing looked at the dog that was whimpering next to the old man, squatted down, and patted the golden retriever's head, preparing to try to communicate with it to see if he could gain any insight. What the hell, what time is it? And this young man is actually in the mood to pet a dog. Young man, this is too much, even if you like dogs. You should know the right time and place. At such a critical moment, you're still playing with the dog. Look, the dog isn't even paying attention to you. Today's youth. TSK, TSK, TSK. Truly one generation worse than the last. The onlookers, uncles and aunts who wouldn't even help, were now filled with righteous indignation, instantly criticizing Li Qing. Li Qing didn't bother to explain to them, just quietly communicated with the golden retriever. At that moment, the golden retriever lifted its head and let out a couple of low whimpers towards Li Qing. Li Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if he understood its meaning, excitedly patting its head. Then, he turned back and quickly reached into the old man's pocket. Li Qing pulled out a small medicine bottle, twisted off the cap, and poured a few pills into his hand. At that moment, the voices attacking Li Qing finally stopped. Everyone stared at him in shock, completely surprised. Does anyone have water? Li Qing asked the crowd. I do. A kind passerby offered up an unopened bottle of mineral water. Li Qing took the water, one hand supporting the old man's back, while he stuffed the pills into the old man's mouth. Then, he poured a bit of water into the old man's mouth, pressing on his throat to help him swallow the pills with the water. The onlookers stared at Li Qing in astonishment, instantly speechless. They never expected that Li Qing would be the one with the solution. 2 minutes later, the old man, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly began to cough violently and then slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Li Qing, who was still holding the medicine bottle, he immediately understood what had happened. Thank you, young man. I just had a sudden heart attack, and thanks to you giving me the medicine in time, otherwise if it had exceeded the 20-minute golden period, even an ambulance would be useless. The old man stood up directly. It seemed the medicine had worked wonders. He was completely fine now. At that moment, he excitedly grabbed Li Qing's hand and thanked him. The onlookers, who had just criticized Li Qing a moment ago, now looked at him in astonishment. Remembering how they had just scolded him, they suddenly felt their faces burning. Young man, I can't thank you enough. My life was saved by you. You are my lifesaver. The old man became increasingly emotional, almost kneeling down to Li Qing to thank him. Li Qing hurriedly waved his hand. No need, Grandpa, it was just a casual act. Nothing special. After saying this, Li Qing was about to say goodbye and leave. After all, he wasn't expecting any reward from this old man. The old man looked like an ordinary elderly person, just like his own grandparents. Wait, young man. The old man called out to Li Qing and then took out a business card from his pocket. The business card looked very ordinary. Compared to many beautifully crafted high-end business cards, it was just a small piece of paper. Li Qing respectfully took the card with both hands, even though he thought it probably wouldn't be of much use. After all, as someone who owned 30% of the Regal Hotel, he didn't really care about this level of networking, but he still wanted to show some respect to the old man. Seeing that Li Qing had accepted the card, the old man felt assured and reiterated to Li Qing, "This is my son's business card. You are my lifesaver, and you are the lifesaver of our entire family. If you ever need anything in the future, as long as my son can help, just let him know." Chapter 30 Sign-In Reward. 10 billion Birdwings account for Do Niao live stream. All right, Grandpa. Thank you. Take care and be safe on the road. Li Qing waved goodbye to the old man. He didn't even glance at the business card. After the old man left, the onlookers gradually dispersed. Xia Yu looked at Li Qing in surprise again. My gosh, Qing, you're amazing. You're so caring, and you actually saved the old grandpa. How did you know he had the medicine in his pocket? Li Qing smiled faintly and pointed at the golden retriever next to the old man. Actually, it told me. You mean this dog told you? When Xia Yu heard that it was the golden retriever that informed Li Qing, her face was filled with disbelief. Qing, do you think I'm an idiot? If you don't want to tell me, that's fine, but why insult my intelligence? Li Qing didn't respond to Xia Yu. He just looked down at the business card the old man had given him. Qi Baosheng. This name sounds a bit familiar. Li Qing paused for a moment and then continued reading. President of Ningjiang University, phone number 139-3683. The entire business card had just these few simple words. But the weight of it was self-evident. Li Qing was instantly stunned. He couldn't have misread it, right? Just now, he saved the father of the university president. Li Qing took a deep breath. It seemed he now had a powerful backing at school. He remembered how Uncle Xia had warned him that if he bullied Xia Yu and broke the contract, he would be sent to study in Africa through the board of directors. Thinking of that desolate place in Africa, he had been terrified. But now, he wasn't afraid at all. After all, he was now the lifesaver of the president's father. Li Qing and Xia Yu returned to the villa. Li Qing turned on the living room lights and saw that the silly dog was sitting on the floor, looking at them with a dazed expression. In its confusion, there was a hint of sadness. Qing, look at the silly dog's expression. It seems a bit unhappy. Is it missing its owner? Hearing Xia Yu's words, Li Qing looked at the silly dog again. He felt something wasn't quite right. So he walked over and exchanged a few simple words with it. The silly dog let out a few low whimpers, and Li Qing understood its meaning. Xia Yu was right. In fact, the silly dog had an owner. However, due to the owner's carelessness yesterday, it accidentally got separated from him. Now, after 2 days, it misses its owner very much. At this moment, it is drooping its head, looking quite dejected. Li Qing gently patted the dog's head. Although both Xia Yu and he liked this silly husky a bit, it still had an owner. Since that's the case, let's help it find its owner. It's already late today. How about I help you look for your owner tomorrow? As soon as Li Qing finished speaking, the dog instantly perked up as if it understood, stood up, shook itself, then walked up to Li Qing, licked his pants, and howled to express its gratitude. Xia Yu watched this scene in surprise. She was once again amazed by Li Qing. Today, he had given her too many surprises. She looked at Li Qing's handsome face and thought to herself, a boy so handsome and capable must be won over. Brother Qing, you will definitely become my man. Xia Yu. Ding dong. Sworn to pursue by the school beauty Xia Yu. Favorability increased by 999. Li Qing was taken aback and noticed that Xia Yu was gazing at him with sparkling eyes, almost on the verge of tears. He remembered that the system had reminded him earlier that when Xia Yu's favorability towards him reached 99.99, she would offer herself to him. He had gained 2,000 favorability points today alone. Oh no, if this keeps up, that date doesn't seem far off. The next morning, Li Qing opened his eyes. Ding dong. Would you like to check in today? Check in. Check in successful. Check in reward. A top-level illusion god account for Donyao Live with 1,000,000 bird wings already charged in the account. Li Qing was instantly dumbfounded. What? He must have misheard. Although he didn't know what level of nobility the illusion god was, the bird wings on Donyao Live had a 1-to-1 ratio with the Chinese currency when recharged. Based on the system's reward just now, he had essentially acquired Donyao Live's reward currency equivalent to 1 billion Chinese yuan. Well, it's not Chinese currency, but at least he could have some fun on Donyao Live. He could mercilessly reward any streamer he found pleasing. Donyao Live is the largest live streaming platform in the country, with top-tier traffic and various popular streamers. Even someone like Li Qing, who didn't watch live streams much, had heard of some cute female streamers' names like Demi and Xiao Wantuan, although he had no money before. Watching others generously send gifts in beautiful streamers' rooms and being sweetly called boss by them was quite enjoyable to watch. He wanted to experience that feeling himself. Soon, Li Qing opened the Donyao Live app on his phone. He opened his Donyao account. The account was directly given to him by the system, and even the name was chosen for him. It was called That Girl to Me Suck, although the name sounded a bit tacky. It had a dazzling and powerful noble icon in gold and purple, with a large character god on it. After carefully checking, he realized that the illusion god was the newest and most prestigious nobility on Donyao Live, even more powerful than the emperor. The emperor needed 120,000 bird wings for renewal, but the illusion god required 500,000 bird wings and possessed 17 privileges, including customizing exclusive bullet screen colors and 5 site-wide speakers. 1 level higher than the emperor's privileges. Wow, that's amazing. Li Qing rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Then, in the beauty section, he casually opened a female streamer whose cover looked somewhat pleasing. In the live room, a fair-skinned, curvaceous female streamer with heavy makeup was sweetly interacting with the bullet screen. Suddenly, a super luxurious special effect forcibly took over everyone's screen. Welcome, illusion god, That Girl to Me Suck to the live room. The female streamer's expression momentarily froze. Then, her face lit up as if she had reached a climax, extremely excited. Welcome, illusion god, to the live room. Suck suck daddy, welcome welcome. What would you like to play? The streamer immediately started to flatter Li Qing, even calling him daddy. There was no choice, as a small streamer in the beauty section, lacking high looks and sexy body, She could only rely on this kind of crazy flattery to get gifts from those big shots. Small streamers like her usually had at most a few hundred VIPs. Occasionally, if a king showed up, they could get so excited they might even cry. Chapter 31. Meeting Qing again today, the first time encountering the legendary illusion god, the highest level nobility on Donyao, in her live room. This was unbelievable. She could practically climax 10 times. She was even a bit tongue-tied and quite nervous. However, Li Qing was quite disappointed after just one glance at this female streamer. Dressed so revealingly, with such heavy makeup, and her maximum looks only at 7 points, she gave off a strong sense of a fallen woman. Damn it, another photo deception. Seriously not matching the beauty on the cover. It was like a head swap. Li Qing muttered a complaint and didn't bother to look at this female streamer any longer, directly exiting. He scrolled down a bit, but there weren't many female streamers that caught his interest. In fact, spending these days with Xia Yu had unknowingly raised his standards. He simply decided to search for a female streamer he had liked before, Demi from PUBG, and entered her live room. Demi's streaming style was lively and interesting, and she would occasionally stir things up in the live room. Although she was highly attractive, her appearance was often criticized due to a certain aspect. However, considering she was an experienced gamer, Li Qing still liked her. He couldn't help it. He was just drawn to slightly naughty female streamers. Welcome, Illusion God. That girl to me sucked to the live room. In the live room, Demi was playing a chicken dinner game, interacting and chatting with the audience while gaming. Suddenly, seeing the system message that the Illusion God had entered her live room, Demi's expression also froze for a moment. But being a seasoned big streamer, she sweetly welcomed him. Welcome, that girl to me suck boss to the live room. Li Qing opened the gift page, didn't hesitate, and directly sent Demi 10 super rockets in one go. One super rocket costs 2,000 bird wings. With a 1-to-1 ratio with Chinese currency, that means one super rocket is worth 2,000 Chinese yuan. 10 rockets total to 20,000. Such an expensive gift, and he just sent it without a second thought. Once the gifts were sent, the bullet screen in the live room instantly exploded. Wow, boss is generous. Boss 666, indeed a big shot who open Illusion God. Gifting 20,000 bird wings just like that. So strong, Demi is indeed amazing. Even the Illusion God came to send gifts. Demi's expression also changed in shock upon seeing the gifts. This boss, on their first visit, was so generous. Thank you, that girl to me suck, boss. For the 10 super rockets. Boss is so generous. May the boss grow bigger and harder, changing brides every night, becoming a groom every night. Sure enough, the silly girl can even start a car when thanking for gifts. Li Qing felt delighted in his heart, thinking that spending 20,000 fish fins was totally worth it. No wonder those rich people love to give gifts to streamers. The feeling of gifting is just amazing. Of course, Li Qing's account originally had 1 billion fish fins. And after spending 20,000, he still has 980,000 fish fins left, which is impossible to spend all. For him, it was like a cracked version of Donyao Live, one-click modification, unlimited money. Even if he sent the most expensive gift, the super rocket, even if he sent them one by one, he would have to click 1,000,000 times to finish. 1,000,000 times? Wouldn't that break his finger? Just thinking about how many times he would have to click to spend it all made Li Qing feel a bit bored. The fun of being rich is indeed rather bland. Today, he also planned to help the silly dog find its owner, so the live stream stops here for now. Li Qing turned off his phone, quickly washed up, got dressed, and went downstairs. He made the last meal, fed the silly dog, and then took it out. Originally, Xia Yu said she would go with him last night, but she got too into a drama and couldn't get out of bed. Now he had to go alone. Sundays are prone to traffic jams, and public transport doesn't allow pets. So Li Qing decided to take the silly dog and walk directly to the place where he found it the day before yesterday. Upon arrival, he took a quick stroll around the area and actually found a lost dog notice on a telephone pole. Although the picture of the dog on the notice was in black and white, Li Qing recognized it at a glance. The dog in the picture was indeed the silly dog. Li Qing called the phone number left on the notice. The person on the other end was a girl. Li Qing told her to wait for her right there. Half an hour later, a girl with light makeup, long flowing hair, and an extraordinary aura walked toward Li Qing. She was wearing light-colored tight jeans that accentuated her long legs, along with a cropped leather jacket, looking both cool and sexy. When she saw the silly dog standing next to Li Qing, she ran over excitedly. The silly dog was also ecstatic to see its owner. As soon as Li Qing loosened the leash, the silly dog dashed toward the sexy girl like a wild horse. The reunion of the dog and owner was a heartwarming and touching scene. Li Qing's eyes even became a bit misty. After the sexy girl spent some time affectionately interacting with the silly dog, she finally remembered Li Qing. She walked over and said, "Thank you. Here, as 200 yuan. Please accept it as a token of my gratitude for taking care of Huan Huan so well these past 2 days." After finishing her sentence, she looked up and made eye contact with Li Qing. Li Qing was instantly stunned. The sexy girl was also taken aback. Although she was made up, Li Qing recognized her at a glance. She was Lu Wanqing, his childhood neighbor and childhood sweetheart. He remembered that later. When her mother got leukemia, their family had no choice but to sell their house to pay for her mother's treatment. Ever since her family moved away, they had lost contact and hadn't seen each other again. It had been 7 or 8 years since they last met. Thinking of this, Li Qing felt excited. Lu Wanqing was also very excited to see Li Qing again. She opened her mouth and called out to him affectionately like when they were kids, "Qing ge, what a coincidence, it's you. Qing Qing, long time no see." The two exchanged pleasantries after not seeing each other for so long. They naturally couldn't just stand on the street and chat. Lu Wanqing found a Starbucks coffee shop, tied the silly dog at the door, and they went inside to drink coffee and chat. They chose a table by the window and sat across from each other. Originally, when they met on the street, they both had a lot to say, but once they sat down, they felt a bit shy. "Qing ge, you must be in college now, right?" Li Qing nodded. Lu Wanqing was the same age as him, both now 18. "I'm studying at Ningda, how about you?" Lu Wanqing's eyes gradually dimmed. "As for me, I naturally didn't continue my studies. My mother's illness required a lot of money, so I didn't finish high school and went to work. My mother's surgery costs 300,000, but my family really can't come up with the money. I work during the day and do part-time live streaming at night to earn money. However, as long as I save enough for my mother's surgery and cure her illness, no matter how tired I am, it will all be worth it." Chapter 32. Peeking at Lu Wanqing's live stream, Lu Wanqing calmly recounted her experiences over the years as if she were telling someone else's story. Li Qing knew that Lu Wanqing was a well-behaved girl in her childhood, and her studies were good. It was just unfortunate that she encountered such unfortunate events. Otherwise, she would definitely have gone to a good university, just like him. By the way, you just heard Lu Wanqing say she is doing part-time live streaming? Are you streaming on Douyin now? Li Qing suddenly blurted out. Lu Wanqing nodded, looking a bit strange. Why is Li Qing's focus so unique? Upon hearing that Lu Wanqing was on Douyin, Li Qing instantly became excited. Since she was streaming on Douyin, that would be easy. After all, he had 1 billion fish fins on Douyin. Just giving Lu Wanqing some tips could improve her life, right? However, he couldn't say anything yet, because in his memory, Lu Wanqing was always a very strong girl. If he directly told her, "How much do you want? I'll tip that much in your live stream." Whether Lu Wanqing would believe him was one thing, but she would definitely refuse his good intentions. Next, Li Qing subtly devised a plan to secretly find out Lu Wanqing's live stream room number, committing it to memory. Then, he comforted and encouraged Lu Wanqing for a bit. When they were about to part, Li Qing smiled at Lu Wanqing and told her to believe him. She would soon have enough money for her mother's surgery. Lu Wanqing looked at Li Qing curiously, a bit surprised. She remembered that Qing Ge had always been the honest type of boy who never talked much. Why was he suddenly so talkative in front of her today, speaking grandly without blushing? Perhaps the memory of that boy from their youth would never return. Soon, they finished their coffee and parted ways. At noon, Li Qing was punctual, waiting by his phone, squatting in Lu Wanqing's live stream room. During their chat in the morning, Lu Wanqing mentioned that she would be off on Sunday and usually streamed all day when she wasn't working. She was delayed in the morning because she went to pick up the silly dog, but she would definitely stream on time in the afternoon. Sure enough, at 2 o'clock sharp, Li Qing was in the live stream room, waiting for Lu Wanqing. At that moment, in the live stream room, Lu Wanqing, enhanced by filters and beauty effects, looked youthful and radiant. Her looks are a perfect 10. I have to say, Lu Wanqing can almost crush over 98% of female streamers in terms of beauty. It's just a pity that Lu Wanqing is naturally shy and sometimes not very talkative. She doesn't know how to charm people with her words. She doesn't flatter the big spenders in the chat room, and on top of that, she dresses very conservatively during her streams, not revealing what men want to see. So, even with such high looks, her streaming isn't very successful. In fact, she is less popular than other female streamers in the beauty category who intentionally show off their bodies. However, despite this, there are still some people who like Lu Wanqing. Although they don't tip her much, it's still something. After about 10 minutes of streaming, some of her fans received notifications and gradually entered the chat room. At this moment, Li Qing was quietly using a small account, silently lurking in the chat room. If he were to use his main account, he might scare Lu Wanqing. He wanted to check out what Lu Wanqing was like when she was streaming. Is she still the same as he remembered? Welcome, brothers, to the chat room, Lu Wanqing said, wearing headphones, softly humming along to the song while interacting with the comments. Wow, I found a pure female streamer. Lu Wanqing, so pure. Aren't you all ashamed not to follow me? Streamer, let's make a deal. Lu Wanqing. You mean the movie? No deal, no deal. Can you sing during the stream? Lu Wanqing. Of course, I'm humming right now. Lu Wanqing's name in the Donyao streaming room is Qing Loves Meat. So, the viewers in the chat room directly call her Qing. After about 10 minutes of streaming, fans started to arrive one after another. Lu Wanqing then opened up to find another streamer. The so-called competition involves two streamers competing for gift value within a set time. The outcome completely depends on how many gifts fans are willing to give her, and the losing side will face penalties. Often, in such a special environment, fans are more easily influenced by the streamers and can get excited, inadvertently sending gifts to them. Lu Wanqing is still a small streamer, with few fans and little VIP support. Every time, she easily loses and ends up being asked to perform various punishments by the opposing streamer, such as dancing, jumping rope, or doing squats. Although she hasn't won much, for the sake of gifts and her livelihood, she reluctantly agreed to one. Not long after, she predictably lost again. The punishment from the opposing female streamer was to jump 10 times on the spot. Lu Wanqing's face turned red, and she shyly jumped 10 times. The comments flooded in. So big, so big, so big. Li Qing watched the flirty comments in the chat room and Lu Wanqing's expression, knowing she was very embarrassed. He immediately felt displeased. Damn it. Next time, Lu Wanqing must win. Let the opposing fans shout, so big, so big. Lu Wanqing lost and made a crying face in the chat room. But soon, she reluctantly opened the next round. This time, the opposing female streamer was a voluptuous one, dressed in sexy and cool attire, showing off her cleavage. She was flirting and swaying her hips in the chat room. Welcome, big brother moi. Love you. Sending you a little heart. Thank you for being so kind to me. While flirting, she glanced at Lu Wanqing. When she saw that Lu Wanqing's chat room had only a few thousand viewers, her expression instantly turned condescending, looking down on her. Ugh, why did I match with a small streamer again? How boring. You tell me, as a big streamer with over 500,000 viewers, what good is it to compete with you small streamers? It's completely without suspense, okay? Little sister, I suggest you just admit defeat. Don't waste my time. On Lu Wanqing's side, hearing the flirty streamer's words felt like a lightning strike, and her expression clearly froze. But she still tried to smile. Sister, I finally met a big streamer like you. Let's have some fun. Let the big brothers in your chat room give me some follows to increase my fans. Chapter 33. Tips for the female streamer with 188 super rockets. Although there were only a few VIPs sending gifts in Lu Wanqing's chat room, seeing the opposing streamer so arrogant and looking down on her, they all started to shout, Qing, you must compete with her. I'll give you my entire month's salary in gifts. Starting today, even if I only eat instant noodles, I want you to win this time. Yes, yes, me too. This woman has no respect at all. It's too much. This time, our fans must work together to help you win. We support you, Qing. Although there were only a few comments in the chat room, they were all in support of Lu Wanqing. Lu Wanqing felt warm inside. Although her fans were few, they were so united. How could she not try? Soon, she pressed the button. Wow, this little streamer really wants to compete with me? The heat on your side isn't even 1/10 of mine. Little sister, do you want to challenge me? The opposing female streamer sneered and quickly started to ask for gifts. Big brothers, let's send some small gifts for the little sister. With so many big brothers in our chat, we can easily make this little streamer unable to get up. The flirty female streamer excitedly said in the chat room. Then she looked at Lu Wanqing mockingly. Come on, little sister. If you lose, how are you going to punish yourself? How about you say 3 times? I am a pig. Remember to say it loudly. The streamer confidently laughed as she spoke about Lu Wanqing's punishment. Her expression was as if she had already won. Since Lu Wanqing insisted on playing, she could only nod in agreement to the humiliating punishment proposed by the other side. And what do you do if you lose? Lu Wanqing asked back. Me lose? Are you kidding me? Ha ha ha, you're making me laugh. If I lose, I'll say 100 times, I am a pig. After saying that, the flirty female streamer smiled smugly. What a shame, I won't have that chance at all. I wish I could say it. Hearing this, Lu Wanqing pouted her little lips in anger and could only silently pray that her fans would give her some support. Soon, the time was up. The viewers who had promised to send gifts to Lu Wanqing in the chat room began to send gifts, and her gift value skyrocketed to over 10,000. However, the heat was still more than 10 times less than the opposing streamer. The opposing female streamer lightly swayed her hips, and her gift value had already reached 100,000. 100,000 was more than 10 times Lu Wanqing's. Lu Wanqing's gift value was only slowly and painfully increasing, and the progress bar was quite disappointing. With half a minute left, Lu Wanqing's chat room still hadn't reached 20,000 in gift value. On the other side, the flirty female streamer stood up, preparing to unleash her big move. She revealed a pair of beautiful legs in black stockings, gently twisting her hips while playfully chatting with her viewers, causing the gift value to instantly soar to nearly 200,000. Little sister, remember the punishment later? Don't forget it. The flirty female streamer said, laughing especially happily. Lu Wanqing felt a bit regretful now. Had she known, she wouldn't have listened to the encouragement from those viewers. This time, it might be the most humiliating punishment she has ever accepted. Lu Wanqing quietly pleaded for gifts in the live stream, although she knew it was already of little significance. She sighed helplessly, thinking about how she would say the humiliating phrase later. Suddenly, a super cool and flashy entrance effect took over everyone's screen in the live stream. A few big characters followed. Welcome the godlike girl to my stream. That girl sent 10 super rockets. That girl sent 20 super rockets. That girl sent 50 super rockets. Li Qing's fingers were frantically tapping on the phone screen, continuously sending super rockets. The number of super rockets sent was increasing at a visible rate. In an instant, it reached 188 rockets. At that moment, time seemed to stop. Lu Wanqing's gift value finally froze at over 2 million. However, on the other side, there was only a pitiful 200,000 in gift value. The disparity was obvious. Lu Wanqing took the vast majority, while the other side barely had a small portion. Who was strong and who was weak was clear at a glance. At this moment, Lu Wanqing was a bit stunned. She pinched her cheek symbolically. There was still pain. It seemed that this was not a dream. It was real. Someone was indeed crazily rewarding her. Ever since that godlike person arrived, the super rockets started flying almost instantly. She didn't even have time to react. When she saw that she had won, she finally woke up from her daze and began to excitedly thank for the gifts. Thank you, that girl, for the super rockets. Thank you, thank you. She didn't even know what else to say. This was one of the few times she won, and it was also the most exhilarating win. She was so close, just a little bit away from having to accept the punishment and loudly say she was a pig. Thinking of this, she was particularly excited, her little heart racing. This godlike person suddenly appeared, as if pulling her out of an ice hole. This godlike person was so nice. Although she didn't know him, she felt very grateful in her heart, and her fondness for him increased. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were also instantly boiling. Well, had they ever seen such a grand scene? The last time they saw something like this was when big streamers returned and super rockets were flying everywhere. Today, they actually saw it in a small streamer's live stream. Wow, the rich big shot has arrived. Damn, our Qing has a big brother now. His thighs are so thick, I'm all in. Don't you care about the punishment just now? The opposing streamer has to say I am a pig 100 times. The opposing female streamer was also dumbfounded at this moment. She thought she was guaranteed to win, but unexpectedly, she lost. She lost to a small streamer with only a few tens of thousands of fans. Now, there were hardly any comments in her live stream. Her fans were attracted to the other side to watch the top-tier, godlike person. The 188 super rockets just now had also attracted a large audience to Lu Wanqing's live stream. Her popularity now soared to over 10 million. To think that her peak popularity before was just under 100,000. At this moment, the comments in the live stream were going crazy. Godlike Dad, you're amazing. Godlike Dad, you're amazing. Chapter 34. Meeting the female streamer offline, Li Qing looked at the almost exploding comments in the live stream and smiled slightly. Now, he just wanted to see the opposing female streamer accept her punishment. He wanted her to say, I'm a pig 100 times in front of so many people in both live streams. Let the opposing streamer accept the punishment without hesitation. Li Qing's account, as the top-tier noble in Donyao Live. had a special color for his comments that was very eye-catching. As soon as it was sent, it was instantly highlighted by the viewers in the live stream. The entire live stream's comments instantly changed to, "That girl for me." Let the opposing streamer quickly accept the punishment without hesitation. Crazy spamming. Lu Wanqing saw the comment Li Qing sent and quickly nodded to indicate she received it. This godlike person was indeed interesting. He even remembered to protect her interests at this time. Lu Wanqing felt a few more points of fondness for him in her heart. Our godlike person has spoken, sister. When are you going to accept the punishment? The opposing female streamer was stunned when she heard this. She had thought she was guaranteed to win, so she had made bold claims. Now, the opposing live stream had attracted over 10 million in popularity due to the hundreds of super rockets from the godlike person. With so many people in a live stream, if she had to accept the punishment and say she was a pig, it would be too difficult. But if she didn't say it, how could she have the face to continue streaming in the future? She nodded, reluctantly accepting the punishment. I'm a pig. Yama pig, yama pig, yama pig, yama pig, yama pig, yama pig. The female streamer finished saying it in one breath, and by the end, her voice even changed. Many viewers flooded into her live stream, not to send her gifts, but to spam the comments. Pig, 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 pig. The screen was filled with pig head emojis. After she finished saying a complete 100 sentences, she could no longer withstand the pressure of the comments, feeling overwhelmed, and quickly ended the stream. In Lu Wanqing's live stream, the viewers attracted by Li Qing's super rockets suddenly entered the live stream, unexpectedly discovering that Lu Wanqing, the female streamer, was actually so pure and beautiful. Soon, the comments were filled with praise for her. The female streamer is so beautiful. How come I never noticed before? I'm a fan now. The female streamer looks so youthful and pretty. No wonder she suddenly got rewarded by the godlike person. I can't help it. Streamer, why not add the godlike person's WeChat? In the overwhelming comments, many urged Lu Wanqing to quickly flirt with the godlike person and add his WeChat. After all, it was this godlike person who helped her win. Li Qing was just about to send a comment when he suddenly found himself muted for no reason. He scrolled up through the messages and found that it was actually one of the moderators. Lu Wanqing quickly noticed that Li Qing had been muted. She quickly helped him lift the mute. She was also curious about what was going on. Why did her moderator attack the godlike person who was helping her? At this moment, the previous number one in her live stream room, now the number two, the room manager who had given her over 20,000 yuan worth of gifts, began to wildly send barrage comments criticizing her. This so-called rich guy is fake. I bet he's definitely an insider from Donyao Live. The gifts he gives you, Qing, you won't gain any profit from them. It's just to help you increase your popularity. Qing, don't give this person your WeChat later. You said before that only I can add you. A series of barrage comments were sent out in an instant. The viewers in a live stream were confused as they read the comments. After watching for a while, they began to guess what was happening. It turned out that the previous number one was getting jealous because this person suddenly gifted the host with hundreds of super popular gifts. This drama is so juicy. I'm all in. I'm curious. Are there really rich people who are just plants? No wonder I also think this so-called rich guy is a plant. Normal people wouldn't be so foolish as to give the host so many gifts. Why not spend that money on something more enjoyable, like buying ribs? Lu Wanqing saw this scene. The former number one and now number two was causing a scene, and the target was someone who had just given her a super popular gift worth 188. She was suddenly at a loss. This former number one had always taken care of her and had given her quite a few gifts. Originally, she wouldn't give her WeChat to these people online, but she made an exception and gave it to him. After that, the number one would message her every morning and night on WeChat. She had to even said anything. And now this happened. This was really not what she wanted to hype up. She just wanted this to pass. But she didn't know what to do. Qing, I'm in Ningjiang City right now, and ISN Donyao Live, also based in Ningjiang. You let this Donyao plant come out to meet me offline. I can tell at a glance whether he is really a rich guy. The viewers in a live stream saw that the number two even started to arrange a meeting with the number one rich guy offline. The show effect exploded instantly. The viewers began flooding the barrage with comments. Meet up, meet up, meet up. Lu Qing saw this and smiled slightly. Heh, this person is really interesting. Coincidentally, I'm also in Ningjiang City. What is there to be afraid of in just meeting up? I could even eat him up. All right, since I'm in Ningjiang City, how about we meet offline tonight? Lu Qing boldly sent this barrage. The special customized barrage for the rich guy was very eye-catching, and everyone quickly pinned this message to the top. The number two didn't back down either. Let us meet. By the way, Qing, you're also in Ningjiang City. Come along as a witness. With one sentence from the number 2, Lu Wanqing was pulled into the fray. The viewers in the live stream exploded again upon seeing this comment. They were also curious about what this person who casually gifted hundreds of super popular gifts looked like in real life. Is he really just a plant from Donyao? As the number 2 said, "Host, remember to stream when it happens. Host, remember to me when you stream. I've already followed you. You must go host. I want to see this drama unfold completely." Barges flooded in. Lu Wanqing saw that things had developed to this point and felt a bit helpless. In fact, she was a girl who was good at hyping things up. Otherwise, with her looks, she would have long surpassed just a few tens of thousands in popularity. She really didn't expect things to escalate to the point where her number 1 and number 2 were meeting offline. She was even a bit hesitant now. Should she go tonight? Chapter 35. Lu Wanqing actually came soon. The back end of Lu Qing Esto Niao live account received a private message. It turned out to be the number 2 person messaging him. "Where in Ningjiang City are you? Let us meet at the Regal Hotel tonight. Why aren't you replying to me? You agreed so well in a live stream. You're not backing out now, are you?" A flurry of messages came in, not even giving Lu Qing time to respond. Lu Qing saw these messages and smirked slightly. After such a long roundabout, he was actually invited to the Regal Hotel? How thrilling! The Regal Hotel, being one of the few luxury hotels in Ningjiang City, was a fitting place for 2 people of their status to meet and dine. Of course, it would also allow him to show off a bit. However, what he didn't know was that Lu Qing actually held 30 of the shares of the Regal Hotel. "Okay, let us meet at 6 o'clock. Don't be late. Call me when you arrive. My number is 138237654. Lu Qing smiled. He suddenly felt a bit excited about the upcoming meeting. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Qing drove his Bugatti and arrived at the Regal Hotel on time. His Bugatti, since the last time it appeared at the Regal Hotel, had made all the hotel staff memorize its appearance, just like they did with Lu Qing's handsome face. So at this moment, the car was deeply etched in the minds of all hotel staff. As soon as Lu Qing stepped out of the Bugatti, before he could even react, dozens of uniformed security guards instantly stood in formation. Soon, they lined up neatly in 2 rows. On the other side, a dozen cleaning ladies quickly rolled out a red carpet, which was promptly laid down. As soon as Lu Qing stepped onto the red carpet, dozens of beautiful women in tight uniforms came out of the hotel. They lined up at the entrance, and, at a glance, it was a dazzling array of long legs. Undoubtedly, all these staff members were there to welcome Lu Qing, the young and mysterious Mr. Li. As Lu Qing walked across the red carpet, all the security guards instantly stood at attention. They stood in perfect formation, bowed at a 90-degree angle, and shouted in unison, "Hello, Mr. Li. Welcome to our hotel." As soon as their voices fell, dozens of service girls at the entrance also chirped in unison, "Hello, Mr. Li. Welcome." Lu Qing felt a bit uncomfortable. So many people were here to welcome him. Indeed, being a boss feels great. But strictly speaking, was he really the boss? He was just a small shareholder. Lu Qing thought it was too ostentatious and felt a bit restrained. He waved to the head of the security team. The security captain walked over with a face full of respect. "Mr. Li, how can I assist you? I'm here to wait for someone, so just pretend you don't know me. No need for this special treatment, understand?" After hearing this, the security captain stood straight as a stick, looking honest. I understand. We'll pretend we didn't see you." After the security captain finished speaking, the guards still stood in formation, not moving an inch. "Why aren't you leaving? How am I supposed to wait for someone like this?" The security captain stood still like a tower. He glanced at Li Qing, looking somewhat troubled. "Mr. Li, this is a requirement from the higher-ups. It has to be this way. The rules can't be changed. If we disperse, our salaries will be penalized." "Mr. Li, it's fine. You keep waiting for people, and later I'll have my brothers act like they don't know you. We definitely won't disturb you." The enthusiasm of these people was entirely at the behest of the president of the Regal Hotel. This was specially arranged for Li Qing and was a sign of goodwill towards him. Li Qing nudda. It seemed there was no other way. After all, as one of the major shareholders, he should have a bit of presence, right? He nodded, turned back, and stood by the roadside again. "Where's that second-rank guy? He was supposed to arrive at 6. Li Qing made a phone call. "I have something to handle on my side. I'll be there soon." Not long after he hung up, a black Mercedes-Benz slowly drove up to the hotel and stopped at the entrance. The car door opened, and a somewhat bald, greasy middle-aged man stepped out. He had a beer belly, was dressed in a suit with a tie, and looked like someone with a bit of money. He looked around and saw that only Li Qing was at the entrance, staring at him. Are you the one that girl from Donyao Live is talking about? Li Qing nodded, surprised as he looked at the greasy middle-aged man. Is this the type of person who spends money on female streamers online? No wonder. After all, when you get older and can't attract women, the only way is to get a thrill online by giving gifts to girls. The greasy middle-aged man looked Li Qing up and down, showing a condescending expression. It seems you aren't an internal staff member of Donyao, right? You look like a student. With your outfit, you couldn't possibly be a Huan Shun. Your family background should be below average. The middle-aged man's gaze was indeed sharp. Li Qing's family conditions were ordinary. However, he had a system. He had a Bugatti, a cool campus beauty, a small shop, and the most valuable 30 stake in the Regal Hotel. With such conditions, he could easily surpass 99 of people. Hello, my name is Xian Yu. It seems I overestimated you earlier. You definitely can't afford to give gifts to Qing. I don't care what your reasons are for giving gifts to Qing. I just hope you don't use your ability to give gifts to boss her around. Because the money from people like you might not even reach Qing's account in the end. A few casually spoken words carried a strong undertone of hostility, mixed with a hint of disdain. Li Qing squinted, not saying anything. He was simply too lazy to bother with him. This only gave Xian Yu more confidence. Thinking that Li Qing was truly intimidated by him, he walked over and patted Li Qing's shoulder in a friendly manner, comforting him, "Don't be afraid. As long as you don't steal my spotlight in front of Qing later, just obediently eat and leave when it's time, I definitely won't make things difficult for you. Just don't go into Qing's live stream pretending to be tough. Otherwise, I have my ways to deal with you." Xian Yu's words were laced with hidden daggers, full of malice. Li Qing was somewhat surprised, but he was shocked by another thing. Qing is here too? Xian Yu showed a smug expression. Yes, I invited her. This girl is really hard to invite. If I hadn't said I wanted to meet you offline, she might not have come out at all. Of course, don't worry. This is a lawful society. I won't do anything to you. But if I want to get your words, it's very simple. Chapter 36. Eating cabbage is too low class. Li Qing glanced at Xian Yu. When he spoke, his face was jiggling with fat, and with his beer belly, he looked exceptionally lewd while saying those words. This type of middle-aged man, with a bit of money, usually gives gifts to female streamers online, then takes the opportunity to invite them out to do things he wants to do. It's just a pity. Qing is not that kind of girl. Luckily, he was also there. He would never let Xian Yu succeed. Come on, little brother, let us go up and eat. This is the most luxurious hotel in Ningjiang City. With an average cost of 1,000 yuan per person, you're in for a treat this time. After saying that, Xian Yu sent a WeChat voice message to his phone. Old Wang, I'm here. Come pick me up. A minute later, a similarly greasy middle-aged man walked out of the hotel. As soon as the two met, they immediately put on a skin-deep smile, the kind of polite smile that anyone could see through, and exchanged pleasantries. Xian Yu pointed to the person next to him. This is my friend, the deputy manager of the Lijiang Grand Hotel. Today, in his honor, he is treating you to a state banquet. Kid, have you ever eaten a state banquet? Li Qing shook his head. He really hadn't. You'll get to open your eyes later. Next to him, Deputy Manager Wang didn't recognize Li Qing. He had just been promoted to deputy manager and had only glanced at Li Qing's photo, not remembering it at all. Otherwise, if Li Qing were standing here, he would have already shown him great respect. At the entrance, the security guards who had just welcomed Li Qing were still standing straight. But because Li Qing had instructed them earlier, they pretended not to know him and said nothing. Xian Yu saw this scene and felt even prouder, thinking it was old Wang who arranged it for him. Kid, have you seen such a scene before? It must be my friend old Wang who specially welcomed me. Old Wang, thank you. Old Wang, not realizing anything was amiss, smiled and accepted it. You're welcome. On the 5th floor in the presidential suite, in the spacious room, only Li Qing and Xian Yu were sitting at a round table. Little brother, I advise you to be low-key. I know that Huan Shin account definitely isn't yours. It's okay. Brother is magnanimous. I won't hold it against you. Today, I'll treat you to a state banquet. Have you ever eaten plain cabbage? Buddha jumps over the wall. Li Qing didn't care about these things and ignored him. He glanced at his phone. When would Qing arrive? Soon. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Wanqing pushed open the door and walked in. She was wearing extremely short denim shorts with 2 long, slim legs and a thin shawl on her upper body, accentuating her tall figure. Xian Yu immediately walked up. Qing, you look even more beautiful in person than in the live stream. Come sit down, how about it? You've never eaten in such a place with prices over 1,000, right? You'll have to drink a bit and try the state banquet dishes. Lu Wanqing walked in and first scanned the private room. When she saw that Li Qing was also sitting there, she was instantly stunned. Oh my god, why is Qing here? Could it be? He is the mysterious Huan Shun boss. Thinking of this, her heart raced, hitting 180 beats per minute. This is such a surprise. Sometimes, life is like this, even more dramatic than novels. Hu Tianyu looked at Lu Wanqing, seeing her so excited. She thought it was her first time in a presidential suite and couldn't quite adapt for a moment. Suddenly, her face showed pride, a smug look after showing off. Qing, feel free to sit. I'll have the waiter start serving the dishes right away. Soon, a waitress came in from outside. When she saw Li Qing, the man who was deeply etched in her mind due to her superior's instructions, she was instantly stunned. Wow, I have to be on my toes. I need to make sure this legendary Mr. Li is comfortable. If I upset him during any part of my service, I might as well forget about continuing this job. Thinking this, she quickly nodded and bowed deeply, showing great respect. Good sir, I will notify the kitchen to serve your dishes as soon as possible. Hu Tianyu was very satisfied with the service attitude. He thought it was because he knew Old Wang that he was being treated specially, unaware that it was entirely due to Li Qing. Lu Wanqing also sat down. At that moment, she looked in surprise at Li Qing sitting across the table. Before she could speak, Hu Tianyu said, Qing, you probably don't know yet, this ordinary young man, that's him. He is the top big shot. Is that so? Just an ordinary young man, not sure where he got the money to give you gifts. I estimate the company 1T give you a penny, but no worries. I'll give you gifts in the future. I'll take care of you. Hu Tianyu grinned, his chubby face shaking. Lu Wanqing smiled politely. She glanced at the calm Li Qing. Li Qing said nothing, allowing Hu Tianyu to show off. She didn't expose anything, just exchange a glance with Li Qing. At that moment, both of them tacitly chose not to speak, as if they didn't know each other. During this time, Hu Tianyu kept looking for topics to chat with Lu Wanqing, while she was quite perfunctory. Before long, the dishes were served one by one. Even after the waitress finished serving, she bowed again to the three of them, sincerely. See, this service attitude, I'm telling you, it's all because I know Old Wang here. Old Wang is the deputy manager here, my good friend. This kind of experience, TSK, you can only enjoy here with me. Saying this, Hu Tianyu picked up a piece of cabbage from the boiled cabbage dish. What is this? Cabbage? They serve me cabbage at a state banquet? This is too much. Where's your person in charge? Call them over. Hu Tianyu pretended to be angry and slapped the table, loudly reprimanding the waitress. The waitress hurriedly rushed over. I'm sorry, sir. Boiled cabbage is indeed a dish served at a state banquet. I don't care. Hurry, bring your person in charge to me. Hu Tianyu finished with an unpleasant attitude, then turned his head, smiling broadly at Lu Wanqing. Qing, I'm sorry, these people actually serve as cabbage. It's really a drop in standards. How can we eat such cheap cabbage? Soon, the floor manager responsible for the private room arrived. As soon as he entered, when he saw Li Qing sitting at the table, his attitude instantly became exceptionally respectful. Sir, is there a problem? How can you serve us cabbage? Cabbage that costs a few cents a pound? Does it suit our status? The floor manager was astonished, instantly sweating profusely. Chapter 37. Qing, come sit in my Bugatti. Don't worry about him. You can go out first. Li Qing, unable to watch any longer, stood up and waved his hand, signaling the manager to leave. He despised those who flaunted their status as guests in a hotel, acting all high and mighty and deliberately looking for trouble. Upon hearing Li Qing speak, the floor manager immediately breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He quickly bowed again, preparing to leave. Stop, how can you leave? Is this your service attitude? Do you listen to him? Or do you listen to me? I'm a good friend of your deputy manager Wang. Bring him here. Hu Tianyu shot Li Qing an unhappy glance and continued to scold. The floor manager was dumbfounded. He knew that the identity of this Mr. Li was far more powerful than deputy manager Wang. Wang was just a worker, but Mr. Li was rumored to own 30% of the Regal Hotel shares. The floor manager glanced at Li Qing. Li Qing smirked and nodded, signaling him to go call Wang. He hurriedly went out. Moments later, Old Wang rushed in, followed by the floor manager. Upon entering the private room, the floor manager pointed at Li Qing and whispered in Old Wang's ear. Old Wang's expression changed instantly. However, Hu Tianyu had not noticed this. At that moment, the floor manager had called Old Wang over, making him very proud. He felt he had another chance to show off in front of Lu Wanqing. Perhaps this inexperienced girl would be so impressed when she saw how powerful he was that she would throw herself at him later. Old Wang, tell me, Is this floor manager listening to me or to whom? I'm treating people to a meal today, and you serve as cabbage? This is too much. But, for your sake, I won't pursue it. After saying this, he puffed out his beer belly, raised his head, and put his hands behind his back, looking very high and mighty. He thought he was doing an excellent job of showing off, very satisfied. However, after a brief moment of silence, the atmosphere felt slightly off. Old Wong's face turned pale as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. He didn't even look at Xia Yu again, but directly walked up to Li Qing. Then, he performed a deep bow, almost touching the ground. Mr. Li, I'm sorry, I was blind and didn't recognize you earlier. Please let me know if you have any instructions. I can personally serve you. If you don't like this cabbage, we can directly change your entire table of dishes. After Old Wong finished speaking, he stood up straight, looking at Li Qing with a face full of respect. Xia Yu was stunned upon hearing this. Mr. Li? Why is Old Wong suddenly so respectful to this kid who hasn't even grown up yet? How could this kid possibly be some big shot? His judgment based on appearance has never been wrong. I think it's quite tasty. If anyone doesn't like this boiled cabbage, you can let them roll out. After saying this, Li Qing glanced indifferently at Xia Yu. I still have this little authority, right? Old Wong nodded vigorously, like a chicken pecking at rice. Understood, Mr. Li. Li Qing looked at Xia Yu again. So, do you think this dish is delicious? In an instant, Xia Yu began to sweat. Just now, Li Qing's glance, which seemed so calm, suddenly made him afraid to retort. He knew that even Old Wong was so respectful to this person and called him Mr. Li. After years of navigating society, he was certainly not foolish. He quickly realized that this young man was not ordinary. However, he had just been shouting that the food was bad. Now to say it was good was undoubtedly a loud slap to his own face, a big embarrassment. After thinking for a moment, feeling his face burning, he nodded awkwardly and managed to utter two words. Good food. Looking at Xia Yu's face, which was red and full of embarrassment, Lu Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle silently, covering her mouth. Her gaze met Li Qing's, and the two exchanged knowing smiles. Brother Qing, I really didn't expect to see you here, Lu Wanqing said with a smile, winking at Li Qing. Did you think I suddenly wanted your live streaming room number for no reason? They both smiled at each other, feeling like old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time, very familiar. On the other side, Xia Yu, who had failed in his act, was extremely embarrassed. At this moment, he widened his eyes in surprise, staring blankly at the two of them. What the heck? Qing actually knows this person? So, he was the one being played? This made him feel like he had lost big time. Not to mention that he had been giving Lu Wanqing gifts every day. He had worked hard to arrange this dinner and invite Lu Wanqing out. Unexpectedly, he was the one who knew this fake rich guy. Of course, he was now almost certain that this person was indeed a real rich guy. The dinner he painstakingly arranged turned out to be a wedding dress for Li Qing. Lao Wang and the floor manager retreated. Naturally, he had no face to continue eating there. Li Zong, I'm leaving first. Wait, let's go down together. Li Qing felt uncomfortable eating there. The dishes at the state banquet were actually not that delicious. They only won in terms of the cooking process, which was complicated and time-consuming, thus raising the prestige. Now he just wanted to go to a small stall with Lu Wanqing, casually order a few dishes, chat, and catch up. Downstairs, Li Qing walked in front. Just as he reached the door, dozens of female waitstaff with long legs stood neatly at the entrance. Hello, Mr. Li. Welcome back. Outside, dozens of tall security guards in suits formed a small path. Hello, Mr. Li, welcome back. Li Qing walked out calmly. Xia Yu's mouth dropped open again. These people were actually welcoming Li Qing? Oh my god, this person was indeed the illusion god of Dong Niao Live. He opened his mouth, speechless in astonishment. He decided to cancel that Dong Niao Live account when he got back. He couldn't bear to watch the live stream anymore. At the entrance, a cool Bugatti was parked directly at the door. A young security guard approached respectfully. Mr. Li, your car is ready. Li Qing took the car keys and waved to Lu Wanqing. Qing, get in the car. Lu Wanqing had walked this way, and although her face seemed calm, her heart was already in shock. Li Qing, the little boy she grew up with, was so successful, it felt as if this hotel was owned by him. Moreover, there was such a cool supercar. She already had a good impression of Li Qing. At this moment, her heart fluttered even more, and she felt a bit weak in the knees. Chapter 38. Wait for me to graduate from college, and I'll directly get a marriage certificate with Qing. Lu Wanqing's little heart was pounding. She felt a mix of excitement and fear. Brother Qing, you're not taking me to a hotel, are you? Although her childhood dream was to fantasize about Brother Qing marrying her when they grew up. As she thought about it, her face turned red, and her nervous hands became a bit sweaty. Brother Qing, where are you taking me? Lu Wanqing hurriedly turned her head shyly to look out the window. What if Brother Qing says he wants to go to a hotel? How should she accept it delicately? Li Qing glanced at Lu Wanqing. Why did this girl turn red as soon as she got in the car? Was it too stuffy inside? Li Qing pressed down the car window and gently said 2 words. To the hospital. Hospital. Lu Wanqing turned her head in confusion, looking at Li Qing in surprise. Blinking her big eyes. Right, I want to see Annie. Didn't you say Annie has leukemia, and you would get enough money to have a bone marrow transplant for her? Lu Wanqing's heart warmed instantly. Oh, was I thinking just now? Brother Qing is so nice. Not only is he good to me, but he also cares about my mom. Such a good man. She had to hold on to him tightly. 20 minutes later, Li Qing's Bugatti stopped in front of the First People's Hospital of Ningjiang City. Qing, let's arrange the surgery for your mom as soon as possible. We can't delay treatment. I'll send you 1,000 super rockets. Is that enough? If not, I'll send more. The gift revenue from Donyao Live was split 50-50 between the streamer and the platform, but Li Qing only had this money. That's enough. Brother Qing, you're so good to me. I'm so touched. After saying this, Lu Wanqing's eyes turned red instantly. Since her mom fell ill, her family had lost everything and was deeply in debt. She had to drop out of school to start live streaming. These years had been very depressing for her. But now, Li Qing was like the sun, shining a ray of light into her gloomy life, illuminating her future path. Li Qing gently stroked Lu Wanqing's hair. It's okay. The lows of life will pass. Just keep holding on, and there will be sunny days. The two talked as they walked into the hospital room. Lu Wanqing pushed the door open. Mom, guess who's here? In the middle of the sickbed, a middle-aged woman with crow's feet lay listlessly. Hearing Lu Wanqing's voice, she looked up. After taking a careful look at Li Qing, she said, You're Qing. Auntie, you remember me? Good child. We haven't seen each other for 7 or 8 years, right? Oh, it's all because of my illness. Otherwise, Qing would definitely continue her studies like you. If we hadn't sold the house, you two would probably still be playing together and might have been a couple by now. Aunt Lu looked at Li Qing kindly. Her eyes filled with nostalgia. After speaking, she looked back at Lu Wanqing. Qing, it seems my days are numbered. Before I die, I want to see you happy. Why don't you marry your brother Qing? That would fulfill one of my biggest wishes. Aunt Lu's words, although spoken softly, struck like a bolt of lightning at that moment. Both of them were instantly frozen. After a moment, they finally reacted. Lu Wanqing shyly stomped her foot. Mom, I came to see you, and you're so eager to send me away. Li Qing also calmed down and started to change the subject. Yes, Auntie, your illness can't be delayed. I came to tell you some good news. My family received 10 apartments from the demolition. I plan to sell 2 of them, take the money, and immediately arrange the surgery for you. Aunt Lu was taken aback, her eyes filled with disbelief. How could this aunt feel so embarrassed? Auntie, don't rush to refuse me. Don't feel uncomfortable. After I graduate from college, I will directly get a marriage certificate with Qing. He deliberately said this to prevent Aunt Lu from rejecting him, hoping it would ease her mind. After Li Qing finished speaking, the hospital room fell silent. Everyone in the room was looking at Li Qing. 10 apartments from the demolition? Selling 2 to arrange surgery for you? My goodness. What kind of god is this? It seemed he had his eye on Lu's daughter. Indeed, having a daughter was wonderful. Having a son was not as good as having a daughter. Aunt Lu was also stunned. She no longer rejected Li Qing's goodwill. At this moment, she felt somewhat touched and choked up. You are so outstanding. I can rest assured to leave Qing to you. Indeed, only those with money deserve to be excellent. Beside her, Lu Wanqing was also very surprised. Although she didn't know where Li Qing got so much money, she had just seen his luxurious sports car with her own eyes. She now believed Li Qing's words. Well, mainly because Li Qing's reasoning was good. 10 apartments from the demolition has some persuasive power. He has tried to be very low-key. However, everyone in the hospital room still looked at Li Qing as if he were a god of wealth, filled with envy. He really didn't want to show off. Compared to his 1 billion Bugatti, shares in the Regal Hotel, and 10 billion bird wings, 10 apartments from the demolition really didn't count for anything. He had really tried to be low-key. Of course, only the reason of the demolition could perfectly explain his sudden wealth, making it somewhat plausible. After Li Qing rushed back home from the hospital, he had just opened the door when Xia Yu was sitting in the living room, staring with wide eyes, looking fiercely at Li Qing. Li Qing, how outrageous. Where have you been? I didn't see you all day. I want to see Annie. She's in the hospital, Li Qing said, his expression unchanged. In fact, he really did go to see Annie. Of course, it was just a casual visit to see Aunt Lu's daughter. All right, you have your own things to do, so I can't ask too much. Xia Yu looked at Li Qing's serious face and believed him. After speaking, she changed her shoes and prepared to go out. Let us go, we're going out now. I'll buy you some clothes. Li Qing was taken aback. Why buy clothes? I have clothes. Xia Yu rolled her eyes at him. Qing, we're having a gathering at the Xia family tomorrow. I want you to accompany me, so let us get you dressed up a bit. This outfit of yours is definitely not suitable. Li Qing nodded. Indeed, his outfit was from Taobao. If he went to a gathering of families worth billions, it would be quite embarrassing. It was indeed somewhat inappropriate. Li Qing nodded in understanding. Chapter 39. Pack everything and buy it directly. Half an hour later, downstairs at the Dingxing building, the two got out of the car. Dingxing building is located in the prime area of Ningjing City, with a huge flow of people and land being extremely valuable. The entire building is famous for selling luxury goods. The items inside start at tens of thousands of huabi. Ordinary people wouldn't even dare to go in without some money. The first floor mainly sells gold, silver, jewelry, and ornaments. The second floor is for diamond rings, jade, gemstones, etc. The third floor has various high-end watches from big brands. The fourth floor is a paradise for women, selling designer bags and luxury cosmetics. The fifth floor has various international brand clothes. It is common for an outfit to cost over 10,000. Li Qing knew about this place, but he had never been inside because it was pointless to look since he couldn't afford anything. Today, it was his first time here with Xia Yu. Xia Yu took Li Qing's hand and headed straight for the third floor. It seemed she had been here often. They directly entered a luxury watch store, where all kinds of big brand watches were available. As soon as the female attendant saw Xia Yu, the little rich girl, she quickly greeted her with a bright smile. Little girl, what type of watch are you looking to buy? Xia Yu pointed at Li Qing beside her. I want to buy one for my boyfriend. I want an expensive one that looks impressive. The attendant nodded, understanding the situation. She liked customers like Xia Yu who were quick to buy. In a while, if she made this sale, she could earn at least 1,000 in commission. However, she then took a look at Li Qing again and was stunned. This boy looked young and dressed very simply. How could someone like him afford a Rolex? She glanced at Xia Yu, the little rich girl, and instantly understood. It seemed he was being supported by the little rich girl. TSK. This made her even more envious. Instantly, she had a new goal to strive for and immediately became energized, pointing to a high-end golden Rolex to introduce it. Sir, you might consider this Rolex Daytona in gold. This chronograph watch has a ceramic bezel, priced at around 150,000, and comes with a rubber strap, which is comfortable to wear during sports. Plus, the 18K gold model with a champagne dial looks low-key and luxurious. The attendant had already memorized these recommended words and now spoke them fluently. Li Qing Nuda. This shiny gold watch looked high-end. Damn, a small thing made for 150,000. How could it not be impressive? Indeed, being rich is enjoyable. However, he didn't plan to buy it directly. Just glancing and buying would be too tacky. At least he should look at a few more options. Not bad. Are there any others? Yes. The attendant quickly pointed to another watch. You might consider this Lang 1815 Series 18K Platinum Small 3-hand watch, priced at 170,000 huabi. The 1815 dial has a track scale, Arabic numeral hour markers, and blue steel hands, which look beautiful together. After the attendant finished speaking, she saw Li Qing's calm demeanor and thought he wasn't yet interested, so she hurriedly introduced the next one. This Patek Philippe Nautilus 5711 stainless steel watch is priced at 187,100. This watch showcases a new design of the classic Patek Philippe casual elegance. With some subtle and detailed changes, this series of watches not only adds a touch of fashion taste, but also continues its original essence. After the waiter finished speaking, she attentively glanced at Li Qing. After all, those in their line of work are essentially in the service industry. As long as they can satisfy the customers, they could do anything for them. Sir, are you satisfied with any of these watches? The ones I just introduced to you are all high-end Seiko watches with top-notch design, polishing, and movements. Li Qing was momentarily stunned. It was his first time buying such an expensive watch. If he had to choose, he honestly felt good about all of them. Meanwhile, Xia Yu was starting to feel impatient and waved her hand. These watches are only over 100,000? So cheap. Wrap all three of them up. Brother Qing, just take one tomorrow. The waiter was instantly dumbfounded. This little girl, with just a few words, was spending over 500,000 huabai. She looked at Li Qing with a hint of envy. Indeed, a man being supported by a wealthy woman is quite nice. She quickly wrapped up the three watches and handed them to Li Qing. However, before Li Qing could reach out, Xia Yu took the initiative to extend her hand. Brother Qing, let me help you carry it. In a while, we'll go to the 5th floor, and you just obediently listen to me and buy clothes, okay? The female service staff was momentarily petrified. It seemed that this little beauty was actually fawning over this guy. Is she really his sugar mama? My God, this man is so lucky. She felt a pang of jealousy. She wished she could also have a little brother like that. In the elevator to the 3rd floor, Li Qing was somewhat surprised. Xia Yu's spending speed was too extravagant. If he were to marry her, and the family didn't have wealth, it would truly be hard to support her. Xia Yu, this watch is too expensive, right? I thought it would be a few tens of thousands at most. I didn't expect you to buy over 100,000 worth, and buy them all at once. Li Qing exclaimed in surprise. Even with his system, he couldn't quite grasp the joy of being wealthy. Xia Yu, however, appeared unconcerned. Brother Qing, when there's a chance in the future, I'll buy you a better one, okay? These few watches, just make do with them for now. Do you know the broken watch my dad wears? The Vacheron Constantine. Traditionnel Series Perpetual Calendar Watch, a special limited edition, over 5 million huabai. It's said to be the same model as the richest man Wang Jianlin's. Wang Jianlin. Do you know his son? Wang Xikong, that particularly famous rich 2nd generation. In the future, I'll buy you an even more expensive one. Li Qing was taken aback. It seemed he was indeed being maintained by this little rich girl. The 5th floor, in front of the Blue Leopard store. Li Qing had only heard about this brand online before. It was a mid to high-end men's clothing brand. Blue Leopard suits, inspired by Italian style, combined with Asian body types. Exquisite fabrics and excellent craftsmanship are ideal choices for high-level white-collar workers. The two of them walked into the store. Xia Yu herself seemed like a golden signboard. Several female attendants quickly surrounded them. Little beauty, what style of clothes do you want? Xia Yu pointed at Li Qing behind her. I'm buying clothes for my boyfriend. I'm in a hurry, so you all talk. After speaking, Xia Yu walked in and casually pointed at a few suits, announcing Li Qing's size. This one, that one, and this one. Pack them all up and buy them. The three attendants were so stunned they hadn't even reacted yet. Did they just hear that correctly? Although they had seen many wealthy customers in such luxury stores, they had never encountered someone so extravagant. They didn't even ask for the price. Nor did they try them on, just bought them directly. Chapter 40. Signing for 40 shares of the Xia Group and Yi Group. Soon, downstairs, Xia Yu carried a large bag and small bag and got into Li Qing's Bugatti. Brother Qing, wear these clothes tomorrow. See which outfit looks good, and just choose that one. Tomorrow night, try to be low-key, okay? The venue will be filled with relatives from my family. So just follow me and don't talk too much. Li Qing nodded. After all, he didn't plan to do much. At the party tomorrow, he just needed to enjoy the food and drinks. The next morning, Li Qing opened his eyes. Ding dong. Do you want to check in today? Check in. The daily check-in had seemingly become a habit. Ding dong. Check-in successful. Check-in reward. 40 shares of Ningjiang City Xia Group. 40 shares of Yi Group. Li Qing was momentarily stunned. There are only a few families in Ningjiang City. Among them, Xia Yu's family is the Xia Group, while the Yi Group is another major family that stands in opposition to the Xia Group, with strength comparable to the Xia family. Li Qing finally realized, no way, no way, in the major families of Ningjiang City, did he just acquire half of the shares in an instant? If that's the case, isn't he now basically one of the richest in Ningjiang City? Moreover, he is a hidden wealthy person. Li Qing was somewhat dumbfounded. He looked at the share transfer documents on the bedside. Everything on it reminded him that this was all real. The system is amazing. At the same time, inside the Yi Group building and Xia Group building, almost simultaneously, two female secretaries rushed into their respective offices, speaking almost in unison. Chairman, the 40 shares our company is selling were acquired by the same person this morning. The most important thing is that the name of this person is not shown above. What? As a publicly listed company worth tens of billions, the company is facing a financial crisis due to a recent financial storm, and the shares that were sold were actually bought up by a mysterious person in one go. This left them extremely panicked. What if What if this person sells the company's shares during a future crisis, causing the company's stock price to plummet instantly? The two voices almost sounded at the same time. No matter what method, we must find out who that person is. As the afternoon approached, Li Qing and Xia Yu walked out of the classroom. Just as Li Qing was about to get into his Bugatti, Xia Yu pulled him back. Brother Qing, at the party tonight, someone might toast you, so it's better not to drive. Don't drink and drive. Li Qing nodded and waved to hail a taxi at the school gate. The two first changed their clothes at the Qianchuan Villa before heading straight there. 20 minutes later, Xia Group Building. As one of the few super high-end buildings in Ningjiang City, it stands over 50 stories tall, competing with other family group buildings. The two took the elevator straight to the 55th floor. The 55th floor is the top floor of the Xia Group Building and is also almost the highest point in Ningjiang City. Standing on the 55th floor, looking through the glass window, the scenery outside is unobstructed and even spectacular. Thus, this floor is also used by the Xia Group for gatherings of some high-ranking company personnel. Xia Yu's home naturally has more than just her. She has an uncle, an aunt, and a grandfather who has already retired, among others. Her father, as the chairman of the Xia Group, naturally holds a very high position in the entire family. However, he only controls a little over 20% of the shares, while some other relatives hold over 30%. Therefore, many times for major decisions, he still needs to convene a family meeting to vote on them. The stainless steel and glass elevator rises slowly. Through the glass, Li Qing watches the scenery outside gradually descending, feeling as if the whole world is at his feet, and finally arrives at the 55th floor. Xia Yu pulls Li Qing inside. The interior is as bright as day, with dazzling white chandeliers, marble tiles as white as jade on the floor, and various luxurious seats, all showcasing a sense of extravagance. Men and women dressed in suits and formal attire weave in and out, and everything here announces that this is a high society party. Xia Yu leads Li Qing to a table in the corner, and she goes to greet her relatives first. Sitting here, Li Qing is not nervous or restrained. After all, he doesn't belong here. He could just be a bystander. A waiter, carrying a tray with exquisite pastries, approaches. Li Qing takes a small piece, puts it in his mouth, and tastes it. Sweet, soft, smooth, and delicious. It's quite tasty. Li Qing quickly goes over and stops the waiter. He orders several more in one go, eating them with big bites, stuffing them into his mouth. The waiter can't help but laugh a little. Li Qing gives a thumbs up, complimenting pretty good. Not far away, Xia Yu, dressed in a black formal gown and looking as elegant as a black swan, is chatting with a noblewoman. The noblewoman is well-maintained, in her 40s, with a face as smooth as jade, not a single crow's foot in sight. If it weren't for her slightly plump face, she would look like a woman in her 30s. While chatting, Xia Yu points in Li Qing's direction. The noblewoman's gaze follows. Over there, Li Qing stands in front of the waiter, having just swallowed 3 green bean cakes, his cheeks puffed out. The noblewoman retracts her gaze, looking at Xia Yu in shock. This person is the bodyguard your father found for you? Are you sure he isn't just some random person he picked for you? Why are you keeping someone so ordinary around? Seeing Li Qing being dismissed by her aunt repeatedly, Xia Yu becomes anxious. Her face turns red as she quietly defends, "Aunt, I actually like him a bit." The noblewoman's eyes widen in surprise. How outrageous! As the eldest daughter of the chairman of the Xia Group, do you know how much equity you are set to inherit? Your family fortune is easily worth over 100 million. How can you be so reckless? Cece, it's not that your aunt is criticizing you, but your taste is just too poor. Xia Yu shakes her head repeatedly, preparing to speak up for Li Qing. However, the noblewoman directly interrupts her rudely. "You don't need to say anything. I understand your point. Well, since you can't be tough, I'll help you." After saying that, the noblewoman strides over to Li Qing in her high heels. Li Qing just finished swallowing the green bean cake, licking his lips with a satisfied expression. He thinks this party is worth it. The green bean cakes are so delicious. Just as he turns around to sit back down, a noblewoman stands in front of him, glaring at him fiercely. "You get out, right now." Her tone carries an undeniable authority. Li Qing is taken aback, surprised. Then, he raises the corners of his mouth and even chuckles lightly. "No way. Come on, I just had a few more green bean cakes. And you want to kick me out? Is that really necessary? You're being too stingy." Chapter 41. Xia Yu is getting married. The noblewoman is momentarily taken aback. This young man seems a bit dim-witted. She puts her hands on her hips. I said, get out. Is this the kind of place someone like you can come to? Dressed in low-grade clothes worth tens of thousands, and wearing a watch worth over 100,000? Seriously. TSK, TSK, TSK. It must be Cece who bought this for you with her pocket money. You look uncomfortable in what you're wearing anyway. After all, you don't deserve it. Li Qing is somewhat angry. He has never encountered a woman who disrespects others like this. At this moment, he really wants to slap this unreasonable woman across the face, the kind that makes a loud sound. However, he remembers that Xia Yu told him yesterday to keep a low profile at the gathering. Just as he is about to raise his hand, he slowly retracts it. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, he squints at the noblewoman. I'm not leaving. What can you do about it? The noblewoman is momentarily stunned. Indeed, she really can't do anything to Li Qing. She can't just drag him out by his clothes like a shrew in front of so many people. That would not be fitting for her noble status. She opens her mouth and angrily shouts, "Where's the security? Where's the security?" As soon as she finishes speaking, a middle-aged man hurries over. Behind him follows a helpless-looking Xia Yu. Shiru, you've gone too far. When will you change your arrogant attitude? This person is someone I invited. You mustn't be rude. Upon hearing this, Li Qing looks over and sees that it's actually Xia Yu's uncle who has arrived. After several days, he remembers the last time they met. He was tricked into signing a contract that forced him to be with Xia Yu every day. Oh no, it's this old fox again. Li Qing can't help but be taken aback, feeling a bit shadowed. After Xia Yu's uncle finishes speaking, the noblewoman's momentum is instantly diminished by half. She opens her mouth, but ultimately doesn't dare to retort. She glares at Li Qing one last time before silently leaving. Xia Yu's uncle then looks at Li Qing, his gaze full of kindness. Li Qing, have you and Cece been getting along well these days? Li Qing nods awkwardly. Very well, couldn't he be better? Hearing this, Xia Yu's uncle seems a bit pleased and pats Li Qing on the shoulder. Young man, keep it up. I have high hopes for you. Li Qing is taken aback again. What does Xia Yu's uncle mean by this? It sounds very promising, but he has been scared by Xia Yu's uncle's tricks. What if he tricks him again? For example, forcing him to dedicate himself to Xia Yu. What should he do? But fortunately, after Xia Yu's uncle says this, he raised his glass and went over to socialize at the nearby table. Xia Yu quickly walked over. I'm sorry. Qing, my aunt is quite good to me, but she mainly worries that I might suffer losses. She's nice everywhere, but just doesn't understand how to respect people. Li Qing nodded. It's fine. I don't need to respect her either. But for your sake, I've already been quite patient with her. I hope she doesn't go too far. Xia Yu playfully tugged at Li Qing's shirt. Don't worry, Qing. From now until the end of the gathering, I'll stay by your side, not leaving even a step. Just as Li Qing sat down with Xia Yu, a strikingly handsome man in his 20s with a somewhat feminine appearance, squinted his eyes and looked at Xia Yu from a distance. He was 183 meters tall, 2 centimeters shorter than Li Qing. In terms of looks, while he was handsome, he was still slightly inferior to Li Qing. However, he exuded an air of arrogance. He didn't even glance at Li Qing beside Xia Yu, completely treating him as if he were invisible. He raised his glass and walked straight over, standing next to Xia Yu. Yu, long time no see. You've become even more beautiful. Xia Yu frowned as she looked at the person in front of her, trying to recall. After a moment, she asked, Are you Yihan? Yes, long time no see. It's an honor that you still remember me, Yu. Perhaps when you first saw me years ago, you thought you'd only marry me, Yihan said with a slight smile, displaying a rather narcissistic attitude. Before Xia Yu could respond, he leaned down and whispered in her ear, I heard we're about to get engaged. Seeing that you've become prettier than when we were kids, I feel at ease. So, Yu, are you ready to marry me? Xia Yu was stunned upon hearing this sudden heavy news. Her face turned pale instantly. You're talking nonsense. How would I know about this? Yihan shrugged and explained. I heard that your family has agreed to this marriage and is very optimistic about our union. But it seems your father doesn't agree. Maybe he has been holding off on telling you. By the way, I'll let you in on a secret. As long as you marry me, your Xiao family's financial crisis this time will be resolved. Think it over. Consider it for your family. After saying this, Yihan smiled and walked away. Xia Yu was instantly petrified. As the sole heir of Yi Group, Yihan wouldn't easily joke about such things. It was very likely true. This news left her feeling chaotic and at a loss. Li Qing walked over to her side. He had overheard their conversation completely and was also somewhat surprised. He initially thought that since Xia Yu came from such a wealthy family, she might not have had a single worry growing up. After all, in front of money, there was nothing that couldn't be resolved. But now, seeing Xia Yu's troubled expression, he felt a wave of sympathy. Sometimes, because of family interests, she had to be helpless and even sacrifice herself. But since Li Qing knew about this matter, it absolutely wouldn't happen. He glanced at Yi Han's back with a cold smile. What cocky guy? Just wait, you'll have your moment to cry. On the other side of the hall, the core members of the Xia family gathered together to discuss matters. At the forefront was Uncle Xia. Xia, give us a word. We all know you can't bear to let your daughter marry into the Yi family as a sacrifice. But you can also see that our entire company's finances are on the brink. If this continues, we can only declare bankruptcy. Our family is not just Xia Yu alone. If necessary, what is wrong with her making some sacrifices? Remember, it's all for the family. Uncle Xia listened to his relatives' back-and-forth comments, maintaining a stern face and not saying a word. The atmosphere was tense. He raised his glass and drank down the strong coffee in one go, its bitterness filling his mouth. After a moment of daze, he finally nodded. Then it settled. Everyone instantly breathed a sigh of relief, and many even showed signs of joy. Chapter 42. I'll make your company go bankrupt in an instant. On the other side, Yi Qingyun, the chairman of Yi Group, soon heard that the Xia family had unanimously agreed to the marriage. He was somewhat excited and couldn't wait to announce it in front of everyone. Yi Qingyun walked up to the podium, took the microphone, and cleared his throat a few times. The entire venue fell silent, all eyes focused on him. Everyone, today while we're all gathered, I'm announcing some good news. My son Yi Han is engaged to the Xia family's daughter. From now on, our Yi family and Xia family will be one family. I believe it won't be long before all of you can enjoy the wedding banquet of our two families. The crowd erupted in excitement, applauding and cheering. The atmosphere quickly reached a peak. Mainly, today's gathering consisted mostly of people from the Xia and Yi families, so naturally, everyone was happy about such good news for both families. In a corner, Xia Yu looked despondent, lost in a daze. Silent tears slid down her beautiful face. Li Qing had been with Xia Yu for so long and had never seen her in this state. After all, in his memory, Xia Yu had always been cheerful and sunny. He reached out, took her hand, and gently squeezed it, trying to comfort her and silently give her some strength. Yushi, don't worry. As long as I say it's fine, you absolutely won to marry this person. Do you believe me? Upon hearing his words, Xia Yu looked at Li Qing with a downcast expression. If it were any other time, she would have responded excitedly to his comforting words. But at this moment, she felt completely devoid of emotion, only sensing a future full of obstacles and a life dark and devoid of light. She even thought about simply jumping down from this 55th floor and ending it all. That Yi Han, rumored to have changed countless women since he was 16, with the longest relationship said to be no more than a month, was notorious for being a playboy. Moreover, his exceptionally beautiful yet overly feminine face was simply not to her taste. She preferred the masculine charm of Li Qing. Unfortunately, it seemed she and Qing were not meant to be. She silently shook her head, filled with bitterness. Not far away, when Yi Han saw Li Qing actually holding Xia Yu's hand, his pupils instantly constricted, filled with coldness. Although he was quite flirtatious, that didn't mean his woman could be casually touched by other men. Moreover, she is his fiancée, who is about to get engaged. Yi Han stood up directly and walked straight toward the two. He stood in front of Li Qing and slammed the table hard. Li Qing looked up and merely glanced at him indifferently, smiling faintly. I heard that your Yi family has sold 40 of your shares. Since you chose to sell your shares, how could you possibly have the money to help the Xia Group resolve its financial crisis? So, you are lying. You are deceiving people. Li Qing's voice was not loud, but it was firm and resonant. At this moment, it was like a bolt from the blue. Everyone fell silent at the sound, their gazes focused on Li Qing as they reflected on what he had just said. Who is this person? How does he know that the Yi Group sold 40 of its shares? Such shocking news. When Yi Han heard Li Qing reveal their group secrets, his face instantly turned pale. He was left speechless. Yi Qingyun immediately stood up, walking towards Li Qing without changing expression. You, a boy who isn't even grown up yet. What nonsense are you talking? How could an outsider like you know about our company's share situation? Yi Qingyun's unperturbed words struck right at the core. Everyone was suddenly enlightened. Right? How could this kid possibly know such confidential matters? He must be slandering and making things up to attract attention. But on the other side, Uncle Xia sensed something was off. He quickly instructed his secretary to start investigating. Li Qing had long known that these people would not believe him. He couldn't exactly say that the shares were signed in by the system to prove himself, right? No one would believe that. Li Qing took a deep breath. Since it was like this, he would directly start his performance. He glanced at Yi Qingyun with a calm demeanor, speaking with an unusually arrogant tone. I give you two options. Option 1, let Yi Han and Xia Yu cancel their engagement, and I will guarantee your company's safety. Option 2, do not cancel the engagement, but your company will go bankrupt immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone at the scene burst into laughter. No way. They must have misheard. Where did this kid get such confidence? Even Xia Yu's aunt shook her head. What a pity for such a good girl like Cece. To fall in love with a fool? Everyone thought Li Qing was just bragging, except for Xia Yu. At this moment, she looked at Li Qing, feeling extremely moved. Very few people in the entire hall truly cared about what she wanted or whether she would be happy. Li Qing, standing up to speak for her at this time, had already touched her deeply. Although his approach seemed a bit silly and not very effective, she was still quite moved. She even walked over and gently tugged at Li Qing's sleeve. Brother Qingqing, you should go. From now on, forget about me. I want to see you again. Sometimes, some things are not for us to decide. After Xia Yu finished speaking, tears flowed silently down her cheeks. Li Qing shook his head, his eyes full of confidence. What I say can happen, it definitely can. After saying that, Li Qing turned his head, looking coldly at Yi Qingyun. So what is your choice? I choose. Kid, you tell a good joke. Yi Qingyun sneered, patting Li Qing on the shoulder. Li Qing also smiled. I announce that your Yi group has gone bankrupt. The voice echoed in the hall. Everyone was instantly stunned. Then they burst into laughter. This kid must have been driven silly to say something like that. This is too much. After Li Qing finished speaking, he quickly took out his phone. Earlier, he had already listed the shares of the Yi Group he had signed in at the low price of 0.01 yuan. At this moment, he lightly pressed the sell option. As soon as the stockholders online saw the Yi Group's stock price plummet, they immediately responded en masse, collectively selling off. The stock price of the Yi Group plummeted at a visible speed, dropping sharply and going straight down to the bottom. Such a low price, whether it made money or not, was irrelevant to Li Qing. Even if he sold it at a huge loss, he wouldn't suffer any loss. After all, it was signed in. As long as he could bring down the Yi Group and save Xia Yu, then everything would be worth it. Chapter 43. Xia Yu. Are you ready? Just 10 seconds after Li Qing finished selling the Yi Group stocks, a black-clad female secretary rushed in. She walked straight to Yi Qingyun. President Yi, our company has gone bankrupt. The mysterious person holding 40 of our company's shares just sold them all at 0.01 yuan per share. Now our company's stock price has plummeted, causing the entire company's market value to shrink by 99. What? The entire room erupted in an uproar. Yi Qingyun clutched his chest, unable to accept this reality. How could this be? Then, he fainted on the ground. Yi Han hurriedly supported Yi Qingyun, kneeling on the ground. Dad, wake up. The whole place fell silent. Everyone looked at Li Qing. The mockery from earlier had completely vanished. None of them dared to ridicule Li Qing anymore. Was this person really able to make a multi-billion company collapse in an instant? For Li Qing, this was already expected. He remained calm. In front of everyone, he walked to Xia Yu's side. Now, do you believe it? What I say will definitely count. Xia Yu was also extremely shocked at this moment. Indeed, every time Brother Qingqing could give her unexpected surprises. Brother Qingqing, thank you for being so good to me. Xia Yu smiled brightly. Not far away, Xia Yu's aunt saw this scene and instantly turned pale. No way. This Li Qing is actually so powerful. Now thinking back to her previous attitude towards Li Qing, she regretted it immensely. Meanwhile, the black-clad female secretary from the Yi family rushed in. President Xia, we found out who the mysterious person who acquired our company is. That person's name is Li Qing. Her voice was not loud, but everyone heard it. Instantly, the entire room fell silent again. Everyone turned to look at Li Qing in unison. This young man is hiding such immense power? It should be known that he simultaneously holds 40 of the shares of both the Xia and Yi families. This wealth can be considered the richest in Ningjiang City. Daddy, I actually really like Brother Qingqing. I invited him to this gathering today to take the opportunity to announce this. Xia Yu pulled Li Qing to stand in front of Uncle Xia and her aunt. Li Qing, he is now the one who owns 40 of the Xia Group's shares. Even just now, Aunt Xia Yu, who had always looked down on Li Qing, was dumbfounded at this moment. She looked at the two people, unsure of what to say. She opened her mouth, but her throat felt like it was stuffed with feathers, and she couldn't speak. She was already in her 40s, but had always prided herself on being aloof, which is why she had never married. But she never expected that the young man she looked down upon was actually so impressive. This made her instantly doubt her life and her judgment. Li Qing smiled faintly. Uncle Xia, about the contract I signed with you last time. Uncle Xia adjusted his glasses. I will destroy the contract immediately. But what is your relationship with Cece now? I'll marry Cece after I graduate, Li Qing said quietly. But the hall was silent, and a pin drop could be heard. Naturally, everyone heard what Li Qing said. It should be noted that Xia Yu, as the eldest daughter of the Xia family, held over 10% of the shares. Li Qing held 40% of the shares. If the two got married, it would be a powerful combination. In this case, they would directly hold half of the Xia group. It seemed that the Xia group might soon have to change its surname to Li. Xia Yu naturally heard what her brother Li Qing said. She covered her chest, her heart racing with excitement. Her cherry lips slightly parted, just as she was about to say something. Before she could speak, Li Qing walked over and pulled Xia Yu into his arms, kissing her roughly in front of everyone. The entire room was shocked again. Li Qing didn't think much of it. After all, he had already made the announcement. So, strictly speaking, Xia Yu was already considered his fiancée. Since that was the case, what was wrong with kissing her now? It was legitimate. Who would dare to say anything? Xia Yu felt like something soft and slippery had entered her mouth. Her breath quickened, and her face turned crimson. Brother Qing actually took the initiative to kiss her. And in front of so many people, in front of her entire family, this made her even more shy. She became weak all over and directly sank into Li Qing's embrace, letting him take control. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Everyone was watching the two. Of course, no one dared to say anything. After all, Li Qing's identity was what it was. Who would dare to speak out? After a moment, Li Qing released Xia Yu's cherry lips. He gently licked his lips, still tasting the sweetness from Xia Yu's mouth. He had finally given away his first kiss at 18. He suppressed his excitement and calmed himself down. Then, he gently stroked Xia Yu's soft hair, feeling very content. Xia Yu's mind was blank. Oh my God, just now. She had kissed brother Qing for so long without caring about anything else. Her face felt hot, and she was so stimulated that she couldn't close her legs or her mouth. Li Qing had had his fill. The kiss was done. There was no point in staying here anymore. So, he simply took Xia Yu's hand and walked outside. The entire crowd was silent, staring blankly as the two left. This young man was so young and reckless, it was too showy. But there was nothing they could do. After all, he had the capital to show off. To know that all the people present combined had assets that barely matched those two. The two got into a Bugatti. Li Qing drove it straight to the top of Kapanshan in the suburbs of Ningjiang City. The winding mountain roads were steep and rugged, but the view from the top was excellent, especially during sunrise and sunset. Standing at the peak, looking at the vast land below, one could see everything at a glance, feeling grand and expansive, as if the whole world was beneath their feet. The experience was fantastic. At this moment, the night was dim, and there were no cars on the road. Li Qing directly accelerated the Bugatti to 180 kilometers h. 10 minutes later, the Bugatti slowly stopped at the top of Kapanshan. Inside the Bugatti, the two sat quietly. Li Qing glanced at Xia Yu. Tonight, let's stay here and watch the sunrise, okay? Xia Yu nodded, her eyes full of a charming, dependent look. But brother Qing, it's still a long time until dawn. What are we going to do for so long? Li Qing smiled mischievously. Of course, we can do what we love to do. The two could engage in some couples activities and exercise a bit. Hee. Xia Yu bit her lower lip tightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Li Qing gently stroked her hair. So, are you ready? Chapter 44. Signing for top basketball talent. Brother Qing, I'm ready. Ding dong. School, beauty Xia Yu's favorability, 9,999. Congratulations, host. You've unlocked a hidden achievement reward. School beauty Xia Yu is about to pledge herself to you. Please be prepared. Hearing the system's prompt, Li Qing licked his lips. He felt a bit hot in his throat and leaned in to kiss Xia Yu. This section omits 1,050 words. The Bugatti swayed for an hour and finally stopped moving. Xia Yu lai contentadly bazida a Li Qing. They had just finished an hour of activity and were both exhausted. They quickly embraced, and fell asleep. As dawn broke, the two almost woke up simultaneously. Li Qing held Xia Yu's hand and walked out of the Bugatti. In the early morning, the top of Kapanshan was still a bit cool, but it didn't affect their mood as they held hands to watch the sunrise. They sat on the edge of the cliff, facing the east, watching the sun rise bit by bit, finally illuminating the last traces of dawn. Xia Yu leaned on Li Qing's shoulder. At this moment, her heart was fluttering. She wished time could freeze at this moment forever. Brother Qing, you have to like me forever. Li Qing nodded. Okay, by the way, Brother Qing, I don't care how many women you have in the future. I want to be the biggest one. Li Qing. Li Qing drove the Bugatti on the way back to school. Ding dong. Would you like to check in today? Check in. Check in successful. Check in reward. Top basketball talent. Do you want to learn it immediately? Li Qing was taken aback. His check-in reward could actually grant him a talent? The system is awesome. Learn. Ding dong. Learning successful. Li Qing felt a warm current flowing through his body, as if something had been injected into him, feeling incredibly comfortable. At this moment, he felt full of energy, wishing he could jump up in the Bugatti right now. Although Li Qing was 185 meters tall, he didn't know how to play basketball. Back in high school, he watched those boys dominate the basketball court, and every time they scored, the girls would cheer wildly. He was very envious at that time. But now he is also capable. Moreover, he has top-notch basketball talent. In other words, he's the kind of player who can easily dominate the game and become the center of attention. When he performs, all the girls watching must be thrilled, right? Li Qing suddenly felt very excited. Li Qing walked in the classroom, ready for class. At the back of the classroom, there happened to be a basketball. It seemed that someone had brought it directly to class after playing basketball in the morning. He walked over to pick up the basketball. The moment his hand touched the ball, a sense of familiarity flooded over him, as if it was innate. He felt like all his cells had been activated. He bounced the ball. It was almost an instinctive action. He longed to start dribbling, jumping, and then dunking like crazy. Unfortunately, it was only 10 minutes before class. The classroom was quiet. The noise from Li Qing bouncing the ball quickly drew the displeasure of some students who were reviewing their lessons. Li Qing, could you please go outside to bounce the ball? This is a classroom. Please keep it quiet. Many classmates turned their heads and glared at him. Sorry, everyone. I won't bounce it anymore. Li Qing apologized and immediately stopped. Then, he started spinning the basketball on his finger gently. The basketball spun rapidly on his finger as if it were on flat ground, very stable. This quickly attracted the attention of the class. Some classmates began to whisper. Since he can't bounce it, he starts spinning the ball to show off. Haha. I want to see how long he can keep this up. I guess. At most 10 seconds. You're overthinking it. 3 seconds at most. Not even a second more. However, a minute passed. Wow, am I seeing things? It's still spinning? I kept staring, confirming it hadn't stopped. Soon, 3 minutes passed. Is this even human? How can he be so abnormal? Exactly. Li Qing is ridiculously persistent. Not far away, after hearing this, Xia Yu's face turned slightly red. The last 2 classes in the morning were physical education. Li Qing's elective PE class happened to be basketball. Originally, as a beginner in basketball, he had always maintained a humble learning attitude. But now, what was there to learn? What was there to study? He could teach everyone without any problem. The PE teacher's name was Zhao Zhuangshi. True to his name, he was tall and strong. Standing at 1.9 meters, he wore an Adidas sports outfit. At this moment, he had a whistle around his neck and was holding a basketball in his left hand. Students, the 3 essential conditions for accurate shooting are accuracy, stability, and repeatability. In simple terms. Now, I'll demonstrate a standard three-pointer for everyone to watch closely. Zhao Zhuangshi stood on the three-point line, aimed slightly at the hoop, then bent his knees a bit, squatted, and lightly jumped, throwing the basketball. The ball arced through the air, hit the hoop, and spun twice before finally falling in. Wow, Teacher Zhao's three-pointer is simply amazing. When the teacher was young, he must have been a key player on the school team. Right, when the teacher played basketball back then, he must have had all his little fans screaming. The classmates began to praise Zhao Zhuangshi. After all, the PE class grades mostly depended on Zhao Zhuangshi's mood. Hearing the students' compliments made Zhao Zhuangshi feel delighted, his heart blooming with joy. However, on the surface, he remained calm and modest, repeatedly waving his hands. Not all. This is just a basic requirement for a PE teacher. Although it looks simple, you all must practice humbly and repeatedly. Li Qing, who had been standing in the crowd, felt an itch in his hands. He couldn't wait to start free training. At this moment, he couldn't help but mutter softly, "Is that it?" You just need hands, right? His voice wasn't loud, but happened to reach Zhao Zhuangshi's ears. Who just said you just need hands? That student stepped forward. I'll give you a chance to demonstrate. Li Qing walked out directly. Zhao Zhuangshi sneered. This kid? So thin, he might get blown away by the wind. He tossed the ball to Feng Ming, preparing to ridicule him later. Young man, please start your performance. Li Qing nodded and walked confidently to the three-point line. The moment he received the basketball, he felt a great sense of touch. At this moment, he raised the ball and casually tossed it. Chapter 45. Please. Join the school basketball team. The ball arced gracefully through the air, easily passing through the hoop without even touching the rim. It could be said to be a very perfect three-pointer. Until the ball landed, the room was silent. Everyone looked incredulous. Teacher Zhao, was that shot good? Li Qing casually rubbed his hands. He felt that this show-off could continue. Zhao Zhuangshi was also stunned. Looks like you're lucky. Let's see another one. Saying this, he personally picked up the basketball and tossed it to Li Qing. Li Qing caught the ball, took a deep breath, and then lightly shot. Second three-pointer. Third three-pointer. Fourth three-pointer. Li Qing made a total of 10 consecutive three-pointers, all of them perfect. The entire room was once again shocked. If one three-pointer could be considered luck, what about 10 in a row? Zhao Zhuangshi was instantly excited. As a basketball teacher and coach of the school basketball team, he naturally knew what this meant. At this moment, he looked at Li Qing as if he were gazing at a gold nugget, his eyes shining. This student, you are incredible. You are simply a once-in-a-century basketball genius at Qing University. With this talent, this physique, combined with my professional training, you'll easily make it in less than 3 years. The entire class gasped in disbelief. Li Qing is too awesome. How about it, student? Are you interested in joining the school basketball team? I guarantee. Sorry. Teacher, I'm not interested. Li Qing directly interrupted Zhao Zhuangshi, said it casually, put down the basketball, and walked back to the line. Zhao Zhuangshi was stunned. The whole class was once again dumbfounded. Are you serious? With so many new students at Qing University each year, how many have fought to join the school basketball team? But only a few are accepted every year. Those who make it to the team, if they perform well, might even get into the provincial or national team. If they bring glory to the school and win honors, it would be easy to secure a graduate position later. But Li Qing just rejected it like that. Zhao Zhuangshi swallowed hard. He couldn't bear to see such an exceptional basketball talent slip away like this. Classmate, such a great opportunity. Are you sure you don't want to seize it? Teacher, I just said I'm not interested. Please don't bother me anymore, okay? Just then, the class bell rang. Zhao Zhuangshi was momentarily stunned. He could only helplessly announce the end of class. Then he watched Li Qing walk away, leaving him in a daze. In the afternoon, before the advanced mathematics class, Xia Yu sat next to Li Qing, looking very obedient like a little woman. Li Qing was playing with his phone, and when he looked up, he suddenly saw Xia Yu staring at him. Do I have something on my face? Why are you looking at me all the time? There's nothing on your face, but you look better than flowers. At this moment, Xia Yu gazed at Li Qing with affectionate eyes. For some reason, the more she looked, the more handsome she found Li Qing, the kind of handsome that blew her away. This made her heart flutter, and she completely lost her focus on studying. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed at the door. It turned out to be Zhao Zhuangshi, peeking his head into the classroom. The classmates were very curious. Why did the PE teacher come to the classroom? This reminded them of that online meme. Math is taught by the PE teacher. No way, no way. Is the PE teacher going to teach them advanced mathematics? Excuse me, is Li Qing here? Zhao Zhuangshi asked. Li Qing quickly stood up, ready to go out and see what Zhao Zhuangshi wanted. But when Zhao Zhuangshi saw Li Qing, he instantly became very friendly. He directly walked up to Li Qing and asked in front of the whole class, Li Qing, why don't you want to join the school basketball team? How about this? As long as you join the school basketball team, I'll make you a key player. Of course, the future is bright. The national team coach is my old classmate. As long as you keep performing like this, I guarantee you'll graduate and go straight to the national team. If you don't want to continue playing basketball after graduation, I can also apply to the school to let you directly secure a spot for graduate studies at Ningda. As long as you're willing to join the school basketball team now. The whole class was instantly shocked. No way, Li Qing actually got such a good deal? This is too awesome. If I had known, I would have learned to play basketball too. I must ask Teacher Zhao later if the team is still recruiting. After Zhao Zhuangshi finished speaking, he looked at Li Qing with burning eyes. He came with sincerity this time. He didn't believe that with such generous conditions, Li Qing wouldn't be tempted. So he was quite confident, proudly holding his head high, just waiting for Li Qing to say, "Teacher, I'm willing." However, the corners of Li Qing's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a bitter smile. This Zhao Zhuangshi actually chased him into the classroom? Damn, this is like putting a gun to his neck, forcing him to pretend to be cool. Ahem. I'm really sorry, Teacher Zhao. I appreciate your kindness, but I still don't want to join the school basketball team. The whole class was once again shocked. Everyone looked at Li Qing. Sure enough, he was the man who was confessed to by the school beauty. Terrifyingly so. He doesn't even want to join the school basketball team? Ningda is full of hidden talents. How many rich and powerful students have tried everything, even using connections to get in? Li Qing actually said no and just refused? Damn, don't give it to me. The boys were all heartbroken. The girls looked at Li Qing with infatuated eyes, wondering how they had not discovered such a good man earlier. Zhao Zhuangshi's eyes widened in disbelief. His expression was filled with incredulity. He even dug in his ears to make sure he wasn't hearing things. He couldn't have misheard, right? This student actually rejected him again. He sighed, calmed himself down, and then spoke again. How about this, classmate? Tomorrow. Tomorrow is the finals of the Ningjiang University basketball tournament. I hope you can represent our school's basketball team and play one game. Just this one game. After this game, I won't bother you again. How about it? Li Qing finally nodded reluctantly. Since that's the case, then okay. The whole class was nearly blown away by the shock. Li Qing is too awesome. They suddenly looked forward to tomorrow's basketball tournament finals. They really wanted to see just how amazing Li Qing was. Zhao Zhuangshi left. The whole class was still buzzing with discussions, unable to stop. Xia Yu looked at Li Qing with admiration in her eyes. Brother Qing, you can actually play basketball? Li Qing nodded. I just learned recently. How about it? Do you like it? Li Qing asked in return. I don't like playing basketball, but I like men who play basketball. After Xia Yu finished speaking, she looked at Li Qing with starry eyes, her heart racing. Chapter 46. Sign in for top-level singing skills. Li Qing squeezed Xia Yu's little hand. It was delicate and soft. It felt amazing. Watch my performance tomorrow afternoon. After school in the evening. Brother Qing, you worked hard last night. I'll buy you something to replenish your energy. Li Qing was stunned for a moment. Indeed, after a girl becomes a woman, she's different. She could be considerate. Li Qing nodded. Xia Yu continued talking to herself. The book says that to win over a man, you have to first win over his stomach. So from now on, I'll be the one cooking your meals. So, Brother Qing, what do you want to eat tonight? Li Qing was taken aback. You should know that Xia Yu had only just learned to wash a bowl. Asking her to learn to cook? All right. Li Qing Xia Yu. Xia Yu, please spare me. You can eat your dark cuisine by yourself. I still want to live a few more years. Xia Yu's face turned red when she heard Li Qing's disdain for her cooking. She lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, Brother Qing, I didn't say I would cook for you right now. The next day, Li Qing woke up on Xia Yu's big powder bed. However, Xia Yu was nowhere to be seen. Ding dong. Would you like to check in today? Check in. Ding dong. Check in successful. Check in reward. Top-level singing skills. Would you like to learn immediately? Learn. Ding dong. Learning successful. Li Qing instantly felt something different. He felt a strong sense of rhythm. Even his throat felt a bit itchy, and he couldn't help but hum a few lines of a song. The sky blue waits for the rain. And I'm waiting for you. The moonlight is lifted up, blurring the ending. Like the timeless blue and white porcelain, beautifully self-absorbed. Your eyes carry a smile. After Li Qing finished humming, he felt it was quite incredible. This is too beautiful. You should know that he used to be tone deaf. He could even sing Halua off-key. But now, just casually singing felt like heavenly music. Outside the door, Xia Yu pushed the door open and entered. She was holding a plate with a glass of milk, an orange, and 2 slices of toast with sausage and eggs. Qing, were you playing a song just now? How did you know I like J Chose Blue and White Porcelain? I love this song. Hee hee. Ever since we started communicating more deeply, we seem to be in sync more and more. Li Qing, I wasn't playing a song just now. Look at my phone. It's still charging over there. After Li Qing finished speaking, he paused for a moment and suddenly understood. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted, showing a hint of pride. It seemed that Xia Yu mistook the song he had hummed for the original song playing. Indeed, top singing skills are impressive. Next time, he would be the karaoke king too. Qing, was it you singing? Li Qing nodded and shrugged. All right, I'll confess. It was actually me singing Blue and White Porcelain just now. Xia Yu was a bit surprised. No way. How could such a beautiful voice belong to you? Li Qing smiled lightly. Don't believe me? If you don't, I can sing a part for you again. Hulua, hulua, 7 flowers on 1 vine, not afraid of wind and rain. La 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 la, zing zang zang zong zong zang hulua, zing zang zang zong zong zang, with ability. Although Hulua is a children's song, when sung by Li Qing, it instantly elevated to another level, even sounding much better than the original. Xia Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. Qing can sing a children's song so refreshingly and elegantly. It's even a bit pleasant to listen to. This is amazing, truly worthy of being my man. Xia Yu, I'm in love. Xia Yu's eyes sparkled as she looked at Li Qing. Qing, this is the heartwarming breakfast I made for you. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. You used to skip breakfast often, which is not a good habit. From now on, I'll make it for you every day. Li Qing was surprised and nodded with a hint of gratitude. Indeed, ever since Xia Yu became his girl, she had changed a bit. Previously, she would sleep as long as she could like a little pig. Now, she even got up earlier than him to prepare breakfast. Although it was a simple breakfast, just something quick, it warmed his heart. Qing, this is a cup of warm, yellow, crispy milk to supplement your protein. This is an orange for your vitamins. This is bread with fried eggs and sausage to keep you energized all day. Li Qing sat on the bed and started eating breakfast. Eating in bed felt incredibly enjoyable. It even made him feel like answering questions on Bihu. What is it like to eat in bed? Relaxing. Just finished eating in bed. In the first class of the morning, the class's cultural committee member walked onto the stage. Classmates, we have been in school for 2 weeks, and we are about to hold a welcome party. The school wants each class to prepare a program. As soon as the words fell, the classmates instantly became unhappy. What? New students have to prepare for the welcome party? This is too ridiculous. We're supposed to welcome ourselves? I can't believe this. The cultural committee member clapped to signal everyone to quiet down. Stop complaining. Let's think about how to prepare the program. Does anyone have good ideas or suggestions? Feel free to share. The class buzzed with excitement again. Li Qing and Xia Yu sat quietly in their seats. These days, the classmates have been eating the dog food of the 2 of them daily and were already full. Especially since it was the dog food of the campus beauty. It made all the boys in class feel like they had been served a lot of lemons. A voice quietly rang out in the class. Isn't our classmate Li Qing very outstanding? He even got the campus beauty. So let's leave this program preparation to him. Instantly, many echoed in agreement. Yes, with great power comes great responsibility. I vote for classmate Li Qing. Congratulations to classmate Li Qing. He can show off again. Many students whispered sarcastically, clearly wanting to see Li Qing make a fool of himself. Li Qing was taken aback for a moment, but quickly stood up. The class fell silent at once, all eyes on him. Li Qing smiled faintly and shrugged. Does anyone really think preparing a program is hard? Just sing a song. It's that simple, right? Chapter 47. Wearing sneakers to the basketball game. As soon as Li Qing finished speaking, the whole class looked at him in shock. No way. Is he serious? Li Qing is being too showy, isn't he? Can he really do everything and be the best at it? The cultural committee member nodded excitedly. Very good. It seems classmate Li Qing has agreed to prepare this program. Li Qing nodded. The cultural committee member suddenly grinned mischievously. By the way, I forgot to tell you, the welcome party is tonight. Time is very tight. So classmate Li Qing, you have less than 12 hours to prepare. Get ready quickly. As soon as the cultural committee member finished speaking, the class erupted in laughter. What? Such a short time? Can Li Qing be ready? He won't be able to prepare anything. Haha, brothers, let's just wait to see Li Qing make a fool of himself. Li Qing calmly tapped the table to signal everyone to quiet down. Soon he smiled slightly. No one is really going to spend time preparing a program, right? Can't we just improvise on the spot? Instantly, everyone in the class looked at Li Qing. The classroom fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. No way. Li Qing is being too showy. It's not even time for basketball or to perform yet. This was a seamless bragging, leaving everyone dumbfounded. He was simply the king of bragging. In the afternoon, at the sports field, Li Qing changed into the school basketball team's uniform. At this moment, he stood beside the basketball court with the school basketball team, waiting for the game's start. He was a professional basketball player, and due to time constraints, he didn't buy basketball shoes and came wearing a pair of casual sneakers instead. Zhao Zhuangshi saw that he didn't have basketball shoes and was even ready to take off his shoes to give to him. Li Qing quickly waved his hand to refuse. Teacher Zhao was nearly 9 meters tall, and the basketball team members were generally over 9 meters as well, not to mention the smell of the shoes. They wouldn't even fit properly. Teacher Zhao was instantly anxious when he saw Li Qing was unwilling to change shoes. The competition was about to start, and he hadn't prepared his shoes yet. How could that be acceptable? Li Qing, what about your basketball shoes? Zhao Zhuang was going to give a pep talk to the whole team 10 minutes before the game, and he first asked Li Qing. Among these players, Li Qing was a super rookie. Logically, he shouldn't even be on the court in the first round. At most, he would be a substitute. But now, he was breaking the bias and heavily relying on him. He was going to play in a pair of casual shoes. The whole team turned to look at Li Qing in unison. The average height of these players was over 9 meters, and at that moment, looking at Li Qing, who was 85 meters tall, he felt like a little shorty. He had just come to play basketball and was actually wearing casual shoes. Ha, this is really hilarious. What kind of teammate is this? It's like we are one player short. Can we still play? No wonder Ning University's overall strength ranks first among universities in Ningjiang, but they never win first place in the basketball league. You say someone like this, who got in through the back door, how are we supposed to win? These veteran players began to complain and mock Li Qing. Li Qing didn't think much of it since he had never played a basketball game before. However, he was still very confident. Since he was here to learn with top basketball talent, playing in a mere college league should be a walk in the park, right? Thinking of this, a slight smile appeared on Li Qing's lips. It's fine. You guys just play as you like later. I guarantee you will win. Li Qing's voice was neither loud nor soft, just enough for all the players, including Zhao Zhuang, to hear clearly. Zhao Zhuang had seen Li Qing hit 10 consecutive three-pointers before, so he had a lot of confidence in his ability. At this moment, he nodded with a smile, very satisfied with Li Qing's words. Truly a good seedling he had his eye on, showing off his style. The more he can show off, the better he can play. He really appreciated this kind of confidence in Li Qing. Classmates, since our newcomer Li Qing has said so, what are you worried about? When you get the ball later, remember to pass it directly to Li Qing. I'll say it again, you must cooperate well with Li Qing. After hearing this, the entire team was shocked again. Anyone who's played basketball knows this is never a one-person game. But what teacher Zhao just said was a bit too exaggerated, right? However, the game time was about to start, and they couldn't think too much about it. The university they were competing against today was the Ningjiang Sports College's team. Each has its specialties. Ning University ranks first in academics in Ningjiang City, but Ningjiang Sports College basically dominates all sport competitions, including basketball. After all, in this area, Ningjiang Sports College is professional. Every time Ning University played against Ningjiang Sports College, they usually lost more than they won. This time, Coach Xiao had arranged for a goofy player in casual shoes to join. How could they win? Soon, both teams began to enter the court. The stands of Ning University's gymnasium were already filled with thousands of spectators, with crowds of people everywhere. To ensure everyone in the gym could see the game clearly, the school even set up a giant electronic screen, broadcasting the game live through 8 cameras. When Li Qing walked into the court, some sharp-eyed people quickly noticed something unusual. Wow, I must be seeing things. That person is actually wearing casual shoes to participate in a basketball game? Yes, you're not mistaken. He is indeed a member of Ning University's team. Wow, did these nerds from Ning University forget to change shoes? The audience consisted of both Ning University students and students from Ningjiang Sports College who came to cheer. However, when they saw Li Qing's unique casual shoes, they burst into laughter. Soon, with the sound of a whistle, the game began. Zhao Zhuang positioned Li Qing as a shooting guard. After the players got the ball, they directly passed it to Li Qing, letting him stand outside the three-point line and shoot at will. The Ning University team members cooperated very well with Li Qing. One of the players, after grabbing the ball, casually passed it to Li Qing. Li Qing caught the ball and made a light shot. The basketball drew a parabolic arc in the air. A perfect three-pointer was born just like that. Li Qing successfully scored the first basket of the game. The players from Ningjiang Sports College were not fools. They quickly realized that this seemingly unimpressive Li Qing, wearing casual shoes, was unexpectedly a skilled player. Chapter 48, Crazy Dunk. Soon, they started to consciously double-team Li Qing. But in the blink of an eye, Li Qing hit 4 or 5 consecutive three-pointers. The entire arena was stunned. Keep in mind, the game time had not even reached 5 minutes. As the top team in Ningjiang's basketball scene, Ning University's Sports College had yet to score a single basket. In contrast, Ning University had already made 5 consecutive three-pointers, all scored by that little guy in casual shoes. Wow, this is a big deal. If he can play this well in casual shoes, imagine how dominant he would be with proper equipment. You bunch of idiots don't understand anything. This guy is playing as a guard and doesn't he need to run much? What is wrong with wearing casual shoes? It doesn't he affect his performance at all? On the Ningjiang Sports College side, seeing the situation was not right. The coach immediately called for a timeout to take a short break and discuss strategies before continuing the battle. A few minutes later, with the sound of a whistle, the game resumed. Looking at the players next to him, sweating profusely, Li Qing felt completely dry. He had really run at all. His actions were basically just catching the ball and shooting. It was like being a three-point shooting machine without any difficulty. This was too easy. Playing basketball didn't even require legs. However, he soon realized that something was off. As soon as he received the ball, several players from Ningjiang Sports College surrounded him. Those 2-meter-tall players from Ningjiang Sports College stood right next to him. Wherever he moved, they moved with him, forming a wall that completely blocked him. A few of them were half a head taller than him. As soon as he reached out to shoot, the ball was instantly intercepted. Then, after the players from Ningjiang Sports College got the ball, they quickly dribbled and shot, finally scoring their first two-pointer. Li Qing was stunned for a moment. What? They can target me like this? Zhao Zhuang, seeing the situation, was alarmed and thought it was bad. He had thought Li Qing was just talented at shooting three-pointers. Now that he was being targeted by Ning University's Sports College, how could he continue to showcase his strengths? It seemed he couldn't rely on Li Qing anymore and could only hope for the performance of other players. But soon he realized something was off. He found that Li Qing, who originally played as a guard. At this moment, he unexpectedly charged onto the court like a forward. Li Qing, standing at 185 meters tall, moved like a nimble loach among a group of tall basketball players, dribbling with wild flair. His various flashy feints and lightning-fast speed dazzled everyone. The clumsy players from Ningjiang Sports Institute were just about to reach out to block Li Qing. However, with a dribble between his legs, he feigned left and dashed right, breaking through the defense in an instant. He tore through the encirclement of 5 players from Ningjiang Sports Institute and broke free. Once he was out, he moved like lightning, unstoppable, taking 2 or 3 steps straight to the basket, then leaped with all his might, gripping the ball tightly with both hands, and executed a powerful dunk. As the rim shook violently, a perfect dunk was born. The crowd erupted once again. It should be noted that this was merely a college basketball game, not one where those tall, athletically gifted players could dunk at will. And yet, Li Qing at 185 meters could jump high enough to dunk effortlessly. That jumping ability was incredible. The female audience instantly screamed, wishing they could rush onto the court to worship the astonishing Li Qing. The boys were equally excited, wishing they could be the basketball in Li Qing's hands, witnessing this glorious moment together. After learning how to dunk, Li Qing became even more unstoppable. Did you dare to block my three-point shot just now? Sorry, I can only dunk for 2 points now. From then on, as soon as Li Qing got the ball, the players from Ningjiang Sports Institute could forget about blocking him. It was futile. Nothing could stop Li Qing's path to the dunk. They just needed to wait quietly for a few seconds. Soon, the stands erupted with the female audience's frenzied screams. This basketball game was entirely Li Qing's solo performance. The entire match had just 3 steps. Li Qing got the ball, Li Qing dribbled, Li Qing scored. At this moment, the players from Ningjiang Sports Institute, who had always considered themselves superior, felt utterly humiliated. Playing against Li Qing was like a professional player from a provincial team competing against a group of 6th graders. They thought, is it enough to just have hands and feet? Let us just trample them. The big electronic screen in the stadium showed countless highlights, almost all featuring Li Qing. The girls in the entire stadium had completely memorized Li Qing's handsome face. They were instantly captivated by his stylish and unbeatable dunking moves. They even started inquiring about who this handsome guy in sneakers was. Once they found out his name was Li Qing, it spread like wildfire. Soon, everyone knew. Instantly, the whole stadium began chanting Li Qing's name. Li Qing awesome. Li Qing awesome. Some girls even started taking photos. They captured Li Qing's handsome appearance on the electronic screen and posted it on their social media, captioning it, "Official announcement, my boyfriend, Li Qing." Before long, there were comments from others. "Bestie, Li Qing is mine. My mine. Don't fight me for him." The girls upstairs chimed in. "Stop talking and just go for it." On the court, Li Qing was dunking like crazy, stealing the spotlight. The players from Ningda might have felt a bit displeased, but they were still very willing to watch Li Qing's performance, as they could still win the game. However, the players from Ningjiang Sports Institute were in a tough spot. They couldn't block him, but they couldn't just give up either. So they had to struggle in vain while becoming Li Qing's backdrop. The entire electronic screen was filled with shots of them being dominated by Li Qing. This was so humiliating and embarrassing. As a sports-focused school, they were supposed to be the professionals in this area. Yet now, they were being completely outclassed by just one player for Ningda. They had nothing more to say. They just hoped the game would end quickly, ending their darkest moment on the court. Finally, with the sound of a whistle, the game ended without any suspense. They didn't even want to look at the humiliating score again. The decades-long winning streak of Ningjiang Sports Institute in college basketball was shattered right in their hands, ruthlessly ended by a student named Li Qing from Ningda. Chapter 49. The whole court is pregnant. At this moment, they walked off the court dejected. On the other side, after the game ended, almost all the girls in the stands rushed over. These girls had a common goal, Li Qing. Just as Li Qing finished playing, he suddenly felt something was off. Before he could react, a group of girls surrounded him. Li Qing was taken aback. Is this what it feels like to be surrounded by admirers? He had only experienced this feeling in dreams before. Unfortunately, reality seemed different. The girls transformed into little fans, rushing to Li Qing's side, crowding around him. Li Qing, give me an autograph. Li Qing, I love you so much. Let us date. No need to say more. Li Qing, let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get her certificate. I even brought my household registration book. How can you say that out loud? Li Qing, I love you. I want to have your babies. Li Qing, please stop crowding me. I'm about to get squished. Given the situation, the stadium's loudspeaker began broadcasting to cover the entire school. Dear female students, please do not crowd around Li Qing. He just finished playing basketball and earned great honor for our school. I know you're all very excited, but Li Qing still needs to rest. So please conserve his energy. The loudspeaker echoed throughout the school. Li Qing was furious. The girls who had come to the stadium were left dumbfounded by the announcement. If that is the case, Li Qing must be incredibly handsome. I need to rush to the stadium now to see if I can catch him while it's still warm. The boys, on the other hand, were envious. Wow, this guy has reached the pinnacle of his life. I'm not afraid of being crowded. Female classmates, leave Li Qing alone and come crowd around me. Originally, it only took Li Qing 3 minutes to walk out of the court. He ended up taking half an hour. In the end, it was only with the help of his good brothers from the basketball team that he managed to escape in the chaos. Damn indeed. Girls generally don't easily let go. But once they do, it's a whole different story. Li Qing's remarkable performance on the basketball court instantly garnered a huge wave of fans, 99 of whom were female. After his afternoon class, during a quick trip to the restroom, in his pocket, in an instant, the love letters filled up. Sitting next to him, Xia Yu was dumbfounded. No way. Qing bro, so many girls wrote you love letters? Li Qing shrugged his shoulders, indicating he was just as helpless. What could he do? With so many love letters, he had to read them one by one. He could choose whichever he wanted. This was totally like selecting a concubine. But now he already had Xia Yu. Moreover, these women were complete strangers to him. He wasn't the type to fall for every girl he met. He wasn't a sea king. He couldn't give his love to so many girls at the same time. Sigh, forget it. Just throw them all away, Li Qing said with a bit of heartache. Are you sure? Xia Yu grinned at Li Qing. Qing bro, you truly are the man I like. Love you, moi. After Xia Yu finished speaking, she happily picked up the pile of love letters and tossed them directly into the trash bin at the back of the classroom. At the front and back doors of the classroom, the girls who had just given Li Qing love letters were peering in, eagerly watching. They were waiting for a little luck to fall upon them, hoping that Li Qing would choose the love letter they wrote and fall in love at first sight, starting a romantic relationship with them. However, when they saw that a stunningly beautiful girl beside Li Qing was throwing away that pile of love letters, without even taking a glance, just like that, those letters were what they had spent the entire afternoon writing. Snap, snap, snap. In an instant, the sound of countless broken hearts echoed. That evening, at the welcome party, due to the limited size of the stadium, only a few thousand students could be accommodated. The rest had to watch the live broadcast on their phones or computers. Earlier, the sports committee had drawn lots for Li Qing to determine his performance order. As luck would have it, Li Qing ended up being the last one to perform. By that time, most of the performances were nearly over, and everyone was experiencing aesthetic fatigue. It would be difficult for Li Qing to make an impression. So, when the classmates in his class heard this news, they immediately laughed. Hey, let us just wait to see Li Qing make a fool of himself. Li Qing didn't think much of it. His top-tier singing skills were more than enough. At that moment, he sat calmly in the audience, watching others perform. He didn't even plan to change into formal attire. He was going to go on stage in his casual outfit. No problem. He was confident about it. He wasn't relying on this, okay? He relied on real skills. Time flew by. The host took the stage. Below, welcome Li Qing from class 1, the 2020 finance major, who will sing a song, Xiao Chou. By this time, it was already the last performance. Many students in the stadium were even preparing to leave early. Otherwise, if they all left at the same time after the show, the entrance would be completely blocked. But soon, a deep and ethereal baritone voice, like a heavenly sound, slowly resonated. When you walk into this joyous place, carrying all your dreams and hopes, on the faces of various colors, various makeups, no one remembers your appearance. After 3 rounds of drinks, you sit in the corner, stubbornly singing a bitter song, listening to it being drowned in the noise. You raise your glass and say to yourself, one toast to the morning sun, one toast to the moonlight. The deep and melodious singing voice, paired with the lonely and desolate lyrics, instantly elevated the atmosphere. Li Qing even sang with a sense of sorrow and solitude that the original singer didn't have. Originally, those who were about to leave were instantly stunned. They couldn't move their feet, as if they were frozen in place. They stood there, focused and attentive, enjoying Li Qing's heavenly singing. This was too beautiful. Even if they could listen for just 10 seconds, it would be worth it. Ah, stop it. My ears are almost pregnant. I'm pregnant too. Me too. Li Qing on stage was still passionately singing, completely unaware that his singing had directly made all the girls in the audience feel like they were pregnant. When the giant electronic screen in the stadium slowly projected a close-up of Li Qing, who was lost in his singing with his eyes closed, the audience instantly erupted again. This was clearly the basketball god Li Qing from the afternoon. Chapter 50. The divine medical charm of sign-in Li Qing, Li Qing, Li Qing. The audience instantly shouted Li Qing's name. The voice rose and fell in waves, creating a spectacular scene. Li Qing's celestial voice, combined with the song that even surpassed the original singer, was simply intoxicating. Li Qing stood on stage, astonished at the audience's reaction below. He had never understood why there were overly fanatic fans who would faint upon seeing their idols. Now he finally understood a bit. Sigh. It's all because of his singing. There was nothing he could do. It was just too captivating. So infectious. Music has this magical power that makes people unable to extricate themselves. It seemed that this welcome party, he would undoubtedly take first place. With this scene, it would be unreasonable not to give him first place. If he was first, the audience might just erupt and rush to the judges' seats. After Li Qing finished singing, the students at the judges' table below almost all gave him full marks. Meanwhile, the audience was shouting, one more song, one more song. Li Qing smiled shyly at the microphone and bowed. Next time, definitely next time. There was no way. He had only sung one song, and the atmosphere was already this hyped. The girls were screaming, instantly feeling like they were pregnant. If he sang another one, those girls might just give birth directly. It was better to know when to stop. Anyway, he had already secured first place. After the experience of being surrounded at the basketball court in the afternoon, Li Qing now felt like he had oil on his feet, quickly sneaking away. He couldn't help it. He was now a figure of great prominence in the school. If he stayed too long and got surrounded by the crazy fans, he didn't want to get crushed. Li Qing drove his Bugatti slowly into the Qianchuan community. Inside the car, Xia Yu looked gentle and affectionate. Today, Li Qing had made a splash at school, becoming the dream of every girl. As his girlfriend, she was also extremely excited. Back then, she had a keen eye and immediately noticed Li Qing's extraordinary charm, although she had suddenly confessed to Li Qing and was ruthlessly rejected, with many people laughing at her for it. How could a cold school beauty grovel like that? Now, Qing Bro had proven with his actions just how insightful she was. She discovered this potential stock of Li Qing. Qing Bro, forever a god. You should know that Li Qing is now the idol of all the girls in school. As the girlfriend of the idol, she feels particularly excited. She quickly punches Li Qing's leg with her little fists. Qing brother, you worked hard today. When we get home tonight, I will definitely make it up to you. Summer Yushi's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. Li Qing smiled wickedly. Make up for what? You know. The next morning, Li Qing opened his eyes. Ding dong. Would you like to check in today? Check in. Ding dong. Check in successful. Check in reward. 3 divine medical talismans, each of which can cure all diseases. But each talisman can only be used once. Li Qing suddenly had 3 red-letter yellow talismans in his hand, with unfamiliar small seal characters written on them, looking very mysterious. How do I use this? Ding dong, before using the talisman. The host only needs to hold the talisman and silently recite in their heart to use it automatically. The system seemed to understand Li Qing's question and explained directly. Li Qing nodded. Indeed, the system is impressive. He decided to reserve 2 of the divine medical talismans for his parents, who were getting older. He could freely use the last one. Li Qing picked up his phone and saw a WeChat message from Lu Wanqing. She suddenly notified him to go to the hospital without explaining the reason. He was startled. It seems that the divine talisman he just checked in might need to be used immediately. In the hospital ward, Li Qing pushed the door open. Aunt Lu on the hospital bed was a bit excited when she saw Li Qing. Qing, do you remember what you said before about marrying Qian soon? She's my only daughter, and I'm most worried about her. Li Qing was taken aback and quickly nodded in agreement. Aunt Lu, don't worry. I will definitely treat Qian well. That's good. I know you've always been a reliable good kid. Aunt Lu nodded with relief. On the side, Lu Wanqing looked gloomy. Qian, is Aunt's surgery ready? Li Qing asked with concern. Lu Wanqing silently shook her head, signaling Li Qing to step outside. As soon as they were outside, Lu Wanqing's eyes turned red. Brother Qing, the doctor said it's very difficult to find a suitable bone marrow source for my mom, but we can't delay any longer, or we will have to prepare for her last rites. I really can't bear to lose my mom, Lu Wanqing said, starting to wipe away her tears. Li Qing comfortingly patted Lu Wanqing's head. It's okay, I have a way. Coincidentally, he had just checked in the divine medical talisman that morning. He was still puzzled about why he suddenly received such a thing. Indeed, the rewards from the system's check-in were based on what he needed recently. After saying this, Li Qing, regardless of Lu Wanqing's surprised expression, directly pulled her back to the ward. Li Qing walked up to Aunt Lu. Aunt, don't worry. I will help you cure your illness, Li Qing said as he poured a glass of water. He picked up a medical talisman and raised it above the glass. After silently reciting a few words in his heart, the talisman instantly disappeared from Li Qing's hand. Everyone in the ward had been watching Li Qing intently, and suddenly witnessing the scene left them all in shock. Although at first, they thought Li Qing was being mysterious and didn't understand what he was doing. They had just seen with their own eyes how that talisman vanished in a thin air above the glass of water. This is too unscientific, right? After using the talisman, Aunt Lu's illness was already cured, but to better explain the reason, he fabricated such a superstitious method. Aunt, drink this glass of water. The talisman has already taken effect and is now fully dissolved in it. As long as you drink it, you will be cured. After Li Qing finished speaking, Aunt Lu smiled bitterly. Qing, you really went through a lot of trouble thinking of various ways for me. If this talisman really worked, why would people still need to come to the hospital? They might as well come to you for treatment. Aunt Lu teased Li Qing with a wry smile. Then she sighed slowly. After all, it was Li Qing's good intention. She took the glass and drank it in one go. At that moment, perhaps it was psychological, but she felt much more comfortable all over. Something had obviously changed. Seeing that Aunt Lu obediently drank the water, Li Qing nodded with satisfaction. Doctor, I'll go call him to check your condition. Lu Wanqing then walked over, looking at Li Qing in amazement. Brother Qing, are you sure my mom's illness is cured? Although she felt that her mom's leukemia couldn't be cured so quickly, she still chose to believe Li Qing. After all, since she met Li Qing last time, he had brought her countless surprises. Brother Qing was like the sun, guiding her. To her, Qing brother was already her god. Li Qing confidently nodded at Lu Wanqing. Okay, I believe you. I'll go call the doctor to retest my mom's blood. A few hours later, Lu Wanqing took Aunt Lu's blood test report, her face full of shock. The results showed that her mom's white blood cells had completely returned to normal, with no abnormalities at all. When she handed the blood test report to the doctor who was inspecting the ward, the doctor was momentarily stunned after reading it and then slowly spoke. From the blood test report, it looks like the leukemia has completely healed. As soon as he finished speaking, all the other patients in the ward and their families immediately looked at Li Qing. No way. I didn't expect that the trick Li Qing was laughed at before actually worked. The doctor was also stunned for a moment before continuing. What is going on? A medical miracle? The leukemia patient in the next bed pointed at Li Qing and said, It's this person who cured her illness. The doctor turned to look at Li Qing. He had been practicing medicine for 20 years and had never encountered such a miraculous situation. How did this young-looking boy manage to cure such a difficult illness? It's this person who just took out a divine talisman and performed a ritual with a cup of holy water, and her illness was cured. The doctor was instantly dumbfounded. He adjusted his glasses and became serious. Patient, please believe in science and medical skills. Don't say such superstitious things in the hospital in the future. Clearly, he did not believe in Li Qing's talisman tricks. Li Qing just smiled faintly. This was actually quite good. It saved him from being chased by the doctor later, asking how he cured the leukemia, which would be troublesome. The doctor spent a long time questioning Aunt Lu, but couldn't find any clues. He could only leave with shock and regret. Just as the doctor walked out, there was a loud thud. The family member from the adjacent bed suddenly knelt down in front of Li Qing. Big brother, I know you have divine powers. I believe in you. You must be a celestial being. Please save my wife. Li Qing sighed. Brother, can't you see I'm just an ordinary person? There are no divine powers. You need to believe in science. After saying this, Li Qing patted the bewildered brother's shoulder. All beings suffer, and he could never help Aunt Lu with her leukemia. Yet, miraculously, it was cured. Everyone was shocked, except for Li Qing, who remained calm. After all, the system dad was amazing. Various complicated illnesses were nothing in front of Li Qing's godly medical talismans, which could instantly cure diseases. At the hospital entrance, after completing the discharge procedures, Aunt Lu smiled happily when she saw the long-lost son. Brother Qing, thanks to your spell, though I don't quite understand why it worked, I'm still super grateful to you. Lu Wanqing said, looking at the handsome Li Qing, her face suddenly turning red. She remembered her mother's previous instructions about her future and once again asked Li Qing to take good care of her. Without realizing it, she became shy. Although they grew up together, it had been a long time since they last met, making them somewhat bashful. Brother Qing, about her situation. Li Qing saw Lu Wanqing's face turn as red as an apple and instantly understood her meaning. Sigh, there's no helping it. Ever since I got the system, my luck with romance has skyrocketed. I know what Lu Wanqing means, but I'm only in my first year of college, just 18 years old. I'm still a kid. He gently touched Lu Wanqing's smooth face and vowed, You've worked hard taking care of Aunt Lu all these years. From now on, as long as I'm here, I won't let you suffer anymore. Lu Wanqing felt a bit moved, but was also puzzled. What did Brother Qing mean? Did he promise to support her in the future? She instantly became excited and nodded eagerly. Okay, Brother Qing. Nearby, Aunt Lu, as someone who had been through it all, looked at the two youngsters with a kind and gentle smile. Li Qing, if you have time in the future, remember to come and see me often. And he really likes you. Li Qing nodded. Aunt Lu was helping him out. Did Aunt Lu want him to visit Lu Wanqing more? It seemed he might have to take Lu Wanqing seriously in the future. In the afternoon, after school, Li Qing was preparing to head back to the Qianchuan villa with Xia Yu, drawing the galloping little Mustang and thorny roses. Li Qing answered the phone. Xia Yu leaned in curiously, wanting to hear what was said on the other end. Was it another girl secretly trying to win Li Qing over with a phone call? Son, I miss you. Can you come home for the night? His mother said, I made your favorite dishes, sour shredded potatoes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, fish-flavored shredded pork, and twice-cooked pork. Li Qing was taken aback. Indeed, it had been 2 weeks since school started. Although his home was in Ningjiang City, he hadn't returned even once. Okay. Mom, I'm coming back now. Li Qing replied. Good son, be safe on the road. Got it, Mom. I'll be back in half an hour. No need to worry. After hanging up, he turned to Xia Yu, who'd been eavesdropping on his call. Xia Yu, you're crossing the line. Are you going to follow me to the bathroom next time, too? Xia Yu knew she was in the wrong, so she pouted and shook her head with a wronged expression. Brother Qing, I'm just worried about you. I'm afraid those bad people will grab you through the phone. Li Qing, am I a 3-year-old? I won't be grabbed by bad people. Don't be mad, Brother Qing. I want to go home with you. Li Qing was stunned again. Chapter 52. Brother Qing, where am I going to sleep tonight? Why would you go home with me? We should go our separate ways and find our own moms. Xia Yu lowered her head, tugging at Li Qing's clothes and acting cute. Brother Qing, I want to go to your house and have a look. You know I brought you to my family gatherings, and you said you'd marry me after graduation. So why not let your mom see her future daughter-in-law? Is it because I'm not pretty enough? Are you embarrassed to show me off? As Xia Yu spoke, she suddenly became agitated, shaking her little fists angrily in the air. No way, Brother Qing, I have to go to your house. Do you not like me anymore? Be careful, or I'll punch you in the chest. Li Qing was once again taken aback. Indeed, women's moods changed faster than pulling down pants. Just a moment ago, she was acting cute and pleading, and now she was fiercely doubting him. Li Qing thought about it. He was already an adult in college. His mom was usually very open-minded. She probably wouldn't care about this kind of thing. After all, he couldn't remain single forever. having a girlfriend was perfectly normal. Li Qing ultimately nodded in agreement. All right then. Oh yay. Love you, brother Qing. Xia Yu instantly became super happy. She jumped up, hugged him, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Li Qing slightly disliked the saliva on his face. Okay. No need to be so excited. Let's hurry up, or I'll be late getting home. Since Li Qing was going home, he naturally couldn't drive the Bugatti. If his parents saw him in such a luxurious supercar, they would definitely think he had done something illegal to suddenly become rich. After all, he had to be a bit low-key in front of his parents. So, Li Qing chose to take the bus home with Xia Yu. This way, if his mom saw him taking a taxi home, she would scold him for wasting money. Half an hour later, Li Qing brought Xia Yu home. Only his mom and dad were at home. He was their only child. When the two saw Xia Yu following behind Li Qing, they were momentarily stunned. Hello, uncle and aunt. Xia Yu greeted them warmly. Hello. Li dad and Li mom smiled awkwardly. Qing, who is this female classmate? She's my classmate. I brought her home for a meal. Oh, so she's a female classmate. Li dad and Li mom exchanged knowing glances and smiled, instantly understanding. After all, the son is already grown up. He is 18 years old. Bringing a female classmate home is completely normal. The two of them instantly appeared enthusiastic, quickly inviting Xia Yu to sit down and prepare for dinner. After sitting down, the two of them stared intently at Xia Yu, as if they were picking vegetables at a market, scrutinizing her repeatedly. Their overly direct gaze suddenly made the otherwise calm Xia Yu feel flustered. What should I do? What should I do? Could it be that Qing's parents don't think highly of me? Xia Yu's mind was a jumble, but she still smiled and sat there cheerfully. Qing's family was just an ordinary one, and the furniture was quite old. Qing had told her before that his home was definitely not as luxurious as the villa she lived in. She thought it was fine. After all, she was going to marry Qing, not anyone else. As long as Qing treated her well, that was enough. After carefully evaluating Xia Yu, Li Qing's parents instantly felt that this girl was so beautiful and had such poise. Were their eyes blind? How could she fall for their son? Their son was just average, yet he found such a beautiful girlfriend. The two of them were instantly excited and hurriedly started serving Xia Yu food. Come on, dear. Eat more. Seeing Li Qing's parents suddenly serving her food so enthusiastically, Xia Yu was especially happy. It seemed that Li Qing's mom and dad had recognized her. After dinner, Xia Yu even volunteered to wash the dishes. Seeing how well-behaved she was, Li dad and Li mom couldn't stop smiling. As soon as Xia Yu walked into the kitchen, the two of them hurriedly asked Li Qing, Son, how did you find such a beautiful girlfriend? Tell us, did she like you first, or did you like her first? Who was chasing whom? Li Qing was taken aback. Mom, why are you so nosy? I'm just concerned about you. Li Qing shrugged. Don't get too excited. She's just here to have dinner. Li dad lightly patted Li Qing. Silly boy, you brought back such a beautiful girlfriend. How could your mom and I not be happy? Who knows? Maybe you two will really end up together. You have to treat this girl well in the future, got it? Li Qing nudda. I know. Why are you both more excited than me about my relationship? After dinner, Li Qing squatted at the door, playing with his phone. Soon, Xia Yu came over and stood next to him, looking quite affectionate. Besides Li Qing, there were many old neighbors around, including peers of Li Qing and their parents. At this moment, Xia Yu stood next to Li Qing, acting very close, as if afraid others wouldn't notice their special relationship. A neighbor who was the same age as Li Qing walked over and asked enviously, Li Qing, is this your girlfriend? Li Qing glanced at Xia Yu, who was leaning against him, and sighed, nodding helplessly. Wow, no way, Li Qing. Your girlfriend is so beautiful. Exactly, she looks so fresh. Just like a big star on TV. This kid from the Li family is impressive. He just went to college for a few days and brought back such a great girlfriend. Other neighbors nearby immediately gathered around, gossiping excitedly. Li Qing suddenly felt a bit embarrassed hearing the old neighbors care about his love life, scratching his head. But Xia Yu, on the other hand, was proudly puffing out her chest. These people were Li Qing's neighbors, all praising her beauty. This made her very happy. Qing, look, they're all super jealous of you. You have such a good girlfriend, and you don't even appreciate it. Li Qing rolled his eyes at her. You're so beautiful. Didn't you grow up hearing compliments? Why are you so happy now? Xia Yu pouted. That's different. I'm your girlfriend, and I can bring you glory. I feel very happy, hee. Xia Yu smiled, but soon her brow furrowed. By the way, Qing, where am I staying tonight? Are we going to stay in your room together? Chapter 53. Check in for a villa at the center of the lake. Right? Where is Xia Yu going to stay? Li Qing thought of this and smirked. He couldn't possibly have her stay in his room. If his mom found out, she would definitely break his legs. Since they were at home, it would be better to keep a low profile. Xia Yu, this is my house. You need to be a bit reserved, you know? Xia Yu was taken aback, but nodded. I know, Qing. In the evening, Li Mom thoughtfully prepared a small room for Xia Yu to stay in. Li Qing stayed in his own room. It was a quiet night. In the morning, when Li Qing and Xia Yu were getting ready to leave for school, Li Mom and Li Dad held Xia Yu back with warm expressions, bidding her farewell. Good girl, both Uncle and I really like you. You two should help each other out at school and study hard. If Li Qing dares to bully you, remember to tell Annie. Annie will help you teach this little brat a lesson. Hearing Li Qing's mom say this, Xia Yu was all smiles. Thank you, Auntie. Meanwhile, Li Qing rolled his eyes, feeling indifferent. TCH, are you going to report me to Mom in the future? Doesn't she know whose mom she is? Of course, she will favor her own son. On the way back to school, ding dong. Do you want to check in today? Check in. Ding dong. Check in successful. Check in reward. A villa at the center of the lake in Qianshui Bay. A villa at the center of the lake in Qianshui Bay? Li Qing was taken aback. Qianshui Bay was Xia Yu's neighborhood, filled with villas worth tens of millions. Additionally, there was a large artificial lake in Qianshui Bay. In the center of the lake, there was an artificial island with a super luxurious giant villa. Li Qing had only seen it from a distance before. The outside was surrounded by neatly trimmed greenery, and inside was a massive luxurious villa complete with an underground parking lot and a giant swimming pool. The swimming pool was so large that it could easily accommodate dozens of beautiful girls for a party. Of course, the price of the lakefront villa was also impressive. It was said that the developer offered a full 1 billion wabe. Li Qing had thought at that time, who could afford such a super villa? They must be a super wealthy person. But unexpectedly, after going around in circles, this villa was actually given to him as a reward for checking in. The system is amazing. Li Qing was now even too excited to go to class. The system had already placed the property deed for the villa and a set of keys into his pocket. At this moment, he couldn't wait to see his giant luxury villa worth 1 billion yuan. He decided to skip class directly. A university without skipping classes is an incomplete university. Li Qing unhesitatingly implemented this incomplete policy to the end. Next to him, Xia Yu, upon hearing that Li Qing was going to skip class, widened her eyes. Brother Qing, you're not going to class. What if you fail your finals by not attending class properly? Li Qing waved his hand and smiled calmly. Failing finals? Impossible. Maybe by then, the system would reward him with a super genius talent or something. He could transform into a top student and score first place in exams. Scholarships would flow in endlessly. It was fine that Xia Yu didn't go with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to explain to her how he suddenly acquired a lakeside villa. Half an hour later, Li Qing stood by the artificial lake, in front of a bridge with specially customized white marble railings leading directly to his villa. At the bridge's entrance stood a dedicated security guard to prevent unauthorized individuals from entering the island. After all, the luxurious villa on the island was not a place just anyone could visit. The owner's privacy had to be protected. Li Qing looked at the private security guard standing at the bridge and felt a bit emotional. A villa like this comes with its own dedicated security. This means the property management fees will definitely not be cheap. Li Qing walked over. Hello, sir, the island inside is a private residence, and you do not have access. The security guard, seeing Li Qing approach, spoke politely. After all, anyone who could enter here was surely a billionaire owning several tens of millions worth of villas. Not someone he could easily offend. Li Qing took out the property deed from his pocket and handed it to the security guard. The guard took the document and examined it carefully. Wow, someone actually spent 1 billion yuan to buy this luxury villa. I've been standing here for almost half a year, thinking no one would ever live here. Welcome, sir, please come in. The security guard returned the document, instantly standing at attention and bowing, clearing a path for Li Qing. By the way, sir, I will call over your already assigned private butler, exclusive chef, nanny, and driver to serve you. Li Qing was taken aback. He didn't expect the villa developer to be so thoughtful. So, are their salaries covered by you or by me? Li Qing asked curiously. The security guard immediately laughed. He thought that someone who could afford a 1 billion yuan villa must be worth at least 10 billion. Such a small expense would surely not matter. Their salaries will be deducted from your property fees. He quickly waved his hand. Forget it. I don't want them. Just let the butler come once. I'll only hire him for a day. Li Qing was currently just a broke guy. Although he owned shares in the Xia Group, he hadn't liquidated them yet, and he had no money on hand. His Bugatti was almost out of gas. How could he afford to hire so many people? That would be way too extravagant and wasteful. The young security guard was stunned. He didn't expect that the mysterious tycoon who bought the lakeside villa would be so frugal. As a certain celebrity said, wealth is saved. All right, sir. I'll arrange that for you right away. Li Qing nodded. He planned to explore the villa by himself first. Li Qing walked across the white marble bridge to the small island in the lake. In front of the villa was a super large lawn. The grass was a vibrant green, and it looked very clean since no one had walked on it. Li Qing felt he could roll around without worrying about getting dirty. Such a large lawn could even be developed into a golf course for leisure or to show off. Or, if he eventually got a helicopter as a reward, he could land it right on the lawn. Having a small airport wouldn't be bad either. Li Qing used the key to open the door. Once he opened it, he found that the lock was quite smart, almost like a small computer. As long as it was set up and recognized Li Qing's handsome face, he could unlock the door with facial recognition in the future. Li Qing wouldn't even need to carry a key anymore. He could just swipe his face. Chapter 54. Qing, come live with me. Li Qing stepped inside and was instantly shocked by the luxurious layout. The walls of the entire villa were mostly glass. On the first floor, except for the door, 3 sides had huge floor-to-ceiling windows. The lighting was excellent. During the day, he didn't even need to turn on the lights. Of course, he was too worried about being spied on, as the villa was situated on a small island in the lake. The nearest place outside was at least 500 meters away. Unless someone used binoculars, they wouldn't be able to see clearly. So, there was no need to worry about privacy being compromised. Of course, if he was still worried or thought the sunlight outside was too glaring, he could use a remote control to automatically raise and lower the noise-reducing curtains, completely isolating himself from the outside. Once the curtains were down and the lights were turned on, the room instantly transformed into another scene. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. It was the unique, crisp sound of high heels tapping on the marble floor. Li Qing turned his head and saw a woman in professional attire with black stockings, exquisite makeup, and black-framed glasses standing at the door. Looking like a 9 out of 10, Li Qing was momentarily stunned. Was this beauty his butler? He previously thought it would be a male butler, like those mature, stable middle-aged men in TV shows, managing everything for him in an orderly manner. Who are you? They both asked simultaneously. After all, to the black-stocking female butler, Li Qing looked far too young. He didn't seem like someone who would spend 1 billion yuan on this villa at all. At the very least, he should have gray hair or be a balding middle-aged man, right? But she never expected Li Qing to be this young and so handsome that even a woman nearing 30 couldn't help but feel flustered. Hello, I'm Zhao Wan, the private butler hired by the Lakeside Hard Villa. May I ask if you're the owner of this villa? Li Qing nodded and handed her the property deed to prove himself. After Zhao Wan read it, she returned the document with both hands and bowed. Hello, Mr. Li. I will now be responsible for introducing you to this villa. After saying that, Zhao Wan quickly stood up and began her professional introduction. Mr. Li, the villa in front of you has a floor made of imported black marble from Europe, showcasing its noble luxury. The crystal chandelier above the living room sparkles under the lights at night, transparent and glimmering, alongside the pure black fragrant wood table and exquisite, finely carved bookshelf. There are genuine leather sofas, mahogany furniture, temperature-controlled waterbeds here. And this room is a luxurious esports room, equipped with 5 computers worth around 100,000 each, ready for gaming at any time. By the way, there's also a movie screening room and a private parking lot in the basement downstairs. Li Qing listened to Zhao Wan's professional introduction, amazed as he toured every corner of the villa that belonged to him. With more than 30 rooms, each serving a different purpose, it could be said that it had everything one could need for daily life. On the second floor, there was a private balcony with lounge chairs, offering a broad view when standing there. In the summer, lying on the lounge chair with a bottle of champagne, enjoying sunbathing, he could even jump directly into the swimming pool below. What a perfect high dive! Zhao Wan explained for over an hour before finally leading Li Qing through the entire villa. Afterwards, Zhao Wan handed Li Qing a business card. Mr. Li, if you have any needs or questions in the future, feel free to come find me. Li Qing nodded and took the business card from Zhao Wan. The way Zhao Wan spoke during the introduction, along with the aura she exuded, gave off a sense of sophistication. Especially when she introduced the villa, it didn't feel rehearsed or like she was reading from script. It seemed natural and fluent. Li Qing glanced at the business card. It read, Zhao 1. Harvard University graduate. Currently a private exclusive housekeeper. Annual salary quoted. 3 million renminbi. 3 million renminbi. Li Qing was stunned for a moment. If that's the case, hiring Zhao 1 for just one day, even though she only gave a 1-hour tour, meant that that short hour was worth almost 10,000 RMB. Li Qing suddenly felt like crying without tears. 10,000 RMB for an hour? That's even more expensive than hiring a model for a couple session. At this price, he could easily hire a third or fourth-tier celebrity. However, he was still someone who owned a billion-dollar villa. Although he was a bit short on cash, he could still afford it. After Zhao 1 left, Li Qing stood on the second-floor balcony of the lakefront villa, gazing out into the distance. Instantly, the entire view of the artificial lake was in his sight. The sun shone on the surface of the lake, sparkling. He felt he could easily wear swim shorts and sunglasses, lie on a lounge chair, and enjoy sunbathing. When he felt he had soaked up enough sun, he could jump directly from the second floor for a high dive. It was simply perfect. As he was lost in thought, Li Qing suddenly remembered Lu Wanqing. She was probably still renting a place, right? Why not just bring Lu Wanqing and her mother over? Li Qing took out his phone and called. Qing, I have an extra house here, so come stay with me. I can waive the rent for you. Lu Wanqing on the other end of the line was taken aback. Brother Qing, this is too direct. Does this mean he wants her to move in and live together? Thinking of this made Lu Wanqing's face flush with embarrassment. But she still agreed. Okay, Brother Qing, when can I move in? Now. By the way, Aunt Lu can come too. I have plenty of rooms. Lu Wanqing hesitated. Was she supposed to go with her mother? That didn't seem right. She quickly shook her head. My mom is used to staying in my aunt's house. It's fine. I'll go alone. All right then. Li Qing gave Lu Wanqing an address. 2 hours later, Lu Wanqing arrived with 2 large suitcases. Li Qing was waiting for her at the door, worried that the security wouldn't let her in. When Lu Wanqing walked into the Qianshui Bay community, she was stunned. Oh my God, Brother Qing, are all the houses in this community villas? This is too luxurious. I've never lived in such a nice place my whole life. By the way, which villa is yours? Li Qing shook his head lightly and pointed to a nearby house on the artificial lake. Lu Wanqing looked over and was instantly shocked, her mouth slightly agape. No way, Brother Qing. Is the whole island yours? It should count. Anyway, the house is on her mind. Lu Wanqing's face was filled with shock. She never imagined that Li Qing would invite her to live in such a luxurious island villa. As she entered the Qianshui Bay community, she had already been mesmerized by these luxurious villas. When she followed Li Qing into the lakefront villa, she was even more amazed. The villa was filled with various luxurious furniture that dazzled her eyes. Although she wasn't a gold digger, Li Qing was so nice to her, bringing her to live in such a nice house, which moved her greatly. By the way, Qing, you can live stream here from now on. Li Qing specifically cleared out a room for Lu Wanqing, moved a computer in, and let her start her live streaming. Lu Wanqing nodded, touched. By the way, where's Erwo? I haven't seen it. I was busy during that time and didn't have time to take care of it, so I left it at a friend's place. It will arrive tonight. After not seeing Erwo for a long time, Li Qing felt a bit nostalgic. Now that his house was so big, Erwo could easily roam around in the yard. He wasn't worried about it being a destructive Siberian husky anymore. In such a large place, it could tear things up as much as it wanted. Li Qing set up the live streaming equipment in the room, while Lu Wanqing found some small toys to decorate the background of the streaming room. Once everything was ready, she couldn't wait to start her first live stream in the new environment. Lu Wanqing entered the streaming room and sent out a notification that she was going live. Instantly, many fans flooded into the streaming room. Lu Wanqing greeted the fans just like before. Wei Qing sat beside Liu Wanning, in a place not visible to the live stream camera, discreetly watching her stream. After thinking for a moment, he took out his phone, logged into his account as Huan Shun, and went to support Lu Wanqing's live stream. Welcome, Huan Shun's girl, to the live stream. Li Qing's unique entrance effect as Huan Shun instantly occupied everyone's screens in the live stream. Although Li Qing was sitting right next to Lu Wanqing, he still sent a message to show off a bit and create some excitement. The host is casual today. I guarantee you will win continuously. After Li Qing's cool and impressive message was sent, the entire live stream was shocked. Wow, it really is the woman of a big shot. No wonder the female streamer looks so confident today. We have a rich guy, Huan Shun. Isn't this easy? Streamer, hurry up. I've been watching you for 3 months, seeing you lose every day. Now I just want to see you win continuously. Let everyone enjoy it. Yes, yes, if you lose. Remember to have those female streamers jump rope? Haha. Lu Wanqing nodded in agreement with the fans and clicked to start. It was her first time feeling so excited about a live stream after streaming for so long. After all, with Li Qing by her side, she felt fearless. Not afraid of losing at all. No need to worry about any harsh penalties for losing. After connecting with the opposing streamer, Lu Wanqing directly asked how they were going to play. The opposing streamer happened to be a cute girl. She followed her fans' requests and said that if they lost, she would jump rope for half a minute. Of course, with the help of the miraculous god, there was no suspense in the outcome. The cute girl started jumping rope, and her two peaches instantly swayed up and down. The barrage in the live broadcast room went wild. So big, so big, so big. Stop jumping. I'm dizzy from the peaches. Who can handle this? My nutrition can't keep up. Lu Wanqing streamed for 2 hours straight. She had never felt so exhilarated, always winning one match after another. Soon, she had achieved a 35-game winning streak. When the opposing streamers saw Lu Wanqing's streak, they instantly became timid and conceded defeat on the spot. Miraculous God is amazing. Watching the streamer today is so enjoyable. Yes, today we finally get a show off. At that moment, Lu Wanqing received a call. It turned out her friend had brought her dog over. She needed to go to the door to pick up the silly dog. Guys, I have to step out for a bit. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Lu Wanqing said and turned off the microphone, walking over to Li Qing outside the camera. Qing, I'm stepping out. You can use the Miraculous God account to interact with them in the live room. Li Qing nodded, you go ahead. After Lu Wanqing left, the live room remained lively. Even without the streamer, the fans and viewers continued chatting and having fun in the live room. At that moment, only the chair Lu Wanqing had been sitting in during the live broadcast was left in the frame. The streamer actually left. I now announce it's the chair's turn to stream. Don't joke, that annoying woman finally isn't blocking the streamer. Great. Wow, this streamer is really good looking. Hurry and sing us a song. In the live room, a group of dramatic viewers started joking about the chair. Li Qing couldn't help but laugh at these barges. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through his mind. What would happen if he walked into the shot of the live room now? This group of silly fans can make such a big deal out of a chair. If he suddenly appeared in Lu Wanqing's live room, the effect would definitely explode. With that thought, Li Qing smirked and walked over to sit in the chair Lu Wanqing had just been using. He even turned on the microphone in the live room. Hello, everyone. I am Lu Wanqing's boyfriend. As soon as Li Qing's announcement fell, the live room exploded. The barrage went crazy. Even some fans who had been silent started commenting. No way. The streamer actually has a boyfriend? I'm heartbroken. The girl streamer who kept sending gifts has a boyfriend. Really? We don't believe it unless you prove it. Li Qing saw these barges and smiled bitterly. How the hell can I prove it? Lu Wanqing isn't here right now. After thinking for a moment, he decided to take out his phone and hype himself up. He used the Miraculous God account to send a barrage in the live room. Wow, the streamer's boyfriend is really handsome. So good looking, love it. I suggest the streamer's boyfriend should stream in the future. After sending the barrage, Li Qing started sending gifts like crazy. Instantly, the special effects of the super rocket gift filled everyone's screen in the live room. That girl sent me 100 super rockets. That girl sent me 300 super rockets. That girl sent me 999 super rockets. After Li Qing finished sending gifts from his phone, he quickly transitioned with a faint smile. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you to the Miraculous God for the 999 super rockets. Don't worry, I will take over for Wanqing and stream for everyone from now on. As soon as Li Qing's words fell, the barrage in the live room was already filling the screen. Various crazy comments poured in. The program effect instantly peaked. Shocking. The Miraculous God has been thinking about the streamer's girlfriend all along. Why do I feel like the Miraculous God's words are actually somewhat true? Now that the Miraculous God said it, I also think the new streamer looks pretty good, very much to my liking. The Miraculous God has taste. I also think the new streamer is not bad. Li Qing watched as the rhythm in the live room gradually went off track because of him. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. Chapter 56, Streaming with the Silly Girl. At this moment, Li Qing had completely immersed himself, thinking of himself as a real streamer. He even sang a song in the live room. After all, with his top-tier singing skill signed him before, if he didn't show off now, when would he? He transformed into a singing streamer, passionately singing into the microphone. Now, let me bring you a song by Mao Mao called People Like Me. People like me, who are so outstanding, should shine brightly throughout life. How come after more than 20 years, I'm still drifting in the crowd? People like me, who are so smart, have long since bid farewell to innocence. Li Qing's soulful and ethereal singing instantly captivated 99% of the male viewers in the live room. After all, as a female streamer, Lu Wanqing's audience naturally consisted mostly of male fans. Wow, this voice, I love it. Is the streamer gay? I'm okay with that. Streamer, do you want a duel? I can too, pick me. Li Qing. Since everyone was men, they joked around freely with Li Qing at this moment. The live room was instantly filled with a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. Good brothers, I'm singing so well, you guys can't just sit there without sending gifts, right? As soon as Li Qing's words fell, I don't like eating coriander sent a plane. Forever giving away for free sent 2 planes. This Li Bai's really bad sent a super rocket. Although the gifts sent by these viewers were not expensive compared to his hundreds of super rockets. They were nothing to mention. However, Li Qing still read out every one of these fans' gifts, continuously thanking them. Suddenly, Qing's boyfriend's leg hair sent a plane. Li Qing. Brothers, that's too much, taking advantage of my leg hair. The fans in the live room saw someone had altered their gift name to make Li Qing read it out loud. This operation instantly raised the program's effect again. However, Li Qing still loudly thanked the gifts and read it out. Thank you to Qing's boyfriend's leg hair for sending a big plane. Thank you, boss, very generous. Instantly, the barrage exploded again. Streamer, stop joking. I'm about to laugh my abs out. If every strand of leg hair sent a plane, wow, the streamer would be rich. 2 minutes later, the live room was filled with gifts again. Qing's boyfriend sent out an airplane. Qing's boyfriend only has 3 centimeters and sent out an airplane. Qing's boyfriend sent out a super rocket. In an instant, various outrageous gifts flew around, flooding the live stream with gifts. Li Qing read these quirky comments from fans and couldn't help but want to laugh. Damn, these netizens really know how to have fun. 20 minutes later, Lu Wanqing walked into the room with her silly companion. When she saw Li Qing sitting in her live stream chair, she was momentarily stunned. Qing, what are you doing here? Sure, I'm helping you with your live stream. Look, your live stream's popularity is almost 1 million. After Li Qing said this, he stood up, and Lu Wanqing leaned over to take a look. When she saw the popularity in the live stream and that many people were still sending gifts, she couldn't help but open her mouth in surprise. Oh my God, Qing, how did you manage to get so many people to send you gifts? You've only been streaming for less than half an hour, Lu Wanqing said curiously, inadvertently glancing at the comments. Please let the host's girlfriend move aside. Don't block the host. Yes, what's so good about women? Let the host come back and continue thanking us for the gifts. If the host's girlfriend doesn't leave, I'm leaving. Lu Wanqing was instantly dumbfounded. Me? The host's girlfriend? What the hell? Please, I'm the real host here. These fans are really too much. Although Lu Wanqing understood in her heart that the fans were just joking with her, she still admired Qing. She had only been away for less than half an hour, and Li Qing directly took over her stream. And he's even more popular than her. She was instantly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, Li Qing also walked back into the camera of the live stream. All right, good brothers. Stop messing around. I'll be making more appearances in the future. The host is here. Let her continue streaming. I'll just be here as a sidekick. Instantly, the comments were flooded with crying emojis. These fans expressed their reluctance to let go of Li Qing, a powerful host with both looks and talent. Li Qing looked at the comments and wanted to laugh a little, but he still nodded in agreement. All right then, I'll help Qing give you another live stream. And then I'll log off. How about that? By the way, this is my first time, so please support me and make sure I win later. Now that the godlike big shot is no longer in the live stream, I can only count on you guys. I want to see how much support you really have for me. Li Qing started to persuade these viewers smoothly. In the live stream comments, responses instantly flooded in. No problem, I'll spend my salary for this month on gifts for you. I can live on instant noodles. Finally found such an interesting host. Love it. Don't worry. I'll guarantee your win later. Sure, since you've had a white girlfriend for so long, I'll get you a card later. Don't think it's too little. Li Qing looked at the sea of supportive comments and felt very satisfied. Soon, he started a live stream. Lu Wanqing stood aside, quietly watching Li Qing stream from a corner of the camera. Before long, the live stream matched successfully. To Li Qing's surprise, the match host on the other side was actually the popular streamer, Dai Sister. How could a small streamer like him, with only 100,000 followers, match with such a big streamer? How could he possibly win? Maybe it was because his popularity was too high for a moment. So they matched him with such a million-follower big streamer. Li Qing didn't expect to see a female streamer he often watched in a live stream. And now he was connected to her via video. He was instantly a bit nervous, completely frozen, not knowing how to start. "Hey, handsome, you're so handsome. Want to be my boyfriend?" Dai sister playfully teased Li Qing first. "No way, I don't make friends casually unless you beat me." After Li Qing said this, he winked at Dai sister. Dai sister was taken aback for a moment, looked at the popularity in Li Qing's live stream and his follower count, and instantly burst into laughter. "Little brother, it's not that easy to win against me. So in this round, you're guaranteed to profit." Li Qing shrugged. "Not necessarily, if you lose. You have to treat me to dinner. I heard you're visiting Ningjiang recently." "I'm right here." Dai sister nodded while looking at the comments in the live stream. "All right. If you win, I'll treat you to dinner. It's a deal." After saying this, she suddenly frowned, seeming to have some second thoughts. "Wait, my fans in a live stream are saying that there's a godlike big shot on your side? And I've heard you've had a 35-game winning streak. It's all thanks to that godlike big shot that you win. They send hundreds of super gifts flying everywhere. How can I play like this? It's not fair to me as a small streamer. You're bullying me." As Dai sister said this, she suddenly became dramatic, pouting and mumbling. "But look at my live stream. That godlike big shot is no longer here. He logged off a long time ago. Okay, I think you can easily win against me." Li Qing quickly pretended to be weak and encouraged Dai sister. Indeed, without the support of his godlike account and the easy hundreds of super gifts, he really couldn't compete with Dai sister, who had millions of followers and heat. "TCH, you always act so tough as soon as you open your mouth. If you dare to win against me, I'll make you pay when we meet offline." On the other side of the live stream, Dai sister said fiercely to Li Qing, gritting her teeth. Unfortunately, Dai sister's naturally sweet appearance made it impossible for her to look fierce. She actually appeared a bit cute and innocent. "By the way, who's that little beauty standing behind you?" Dai sister quickly noticed Lu Wanqing behind Li Qing. "That's my girlfriend. She's standing next to me to cheer me on for the live stream." "Puffed, you scumbag. You have a girlfriend, but are still with a female streamer." Dai sister smirked, pretending to spit at Li Qing. "Li Qing, the system randomly matched the host. How would I know the gender? It's not like I control this." Soon it began. Instantly, Dai sister's gift value skyrocketed, directly crushing Li Qing. Meanwhile, Li Qing's gift value was even less than 1/5 of Dai sister's. The progress bars for their gift values were starkly contrasting. This is his first live stream. He can't just lose like this. Brothers in the live stream, let's get some gifts going. Li Qing humbly pleaded for gifts in a live stream. "Not sending gifts? I really want to see the host as Dai sister's boyfriend. Such a good thing. I definitely have to support the host. What's the point of sending gifts? Is the host an idiot? Are you going to win against Dai sister?" Yes. I support the streamer changing girlfriends. It's perfectly fine to switch to an older woman for a change of taste." Li Qing sighed when he saw these comments. "Guys, can you not mess with me?" Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the silly dog lying on the ground with a silly expression. At that moment, it was looking at Li Qing in confusion, completely not understanding what he was doing sitting alone in front of the computer. Seeing the silly dog, Li Qing instantly had a bold idea. "Silly dog, come here." Because he had previously signed a contract for animal communication, he could directly communicate with the silly dog if he wanted to. The dog understood Li Qing's words, wagged its tail, and came over. Li Qing directly vacated his chair for the dog to sit in his streaming chair. The dog didn't hesitate at all and jumped up onto the chair. In a live stream, when the fans saw a silly-looking husky actually sitting in the streamer's chair, they instantly became excited. "No way, the streamer actually turned into a husky?" To be honest, maybe I've been single for too long, but now looking at this husky, I actually find it quite charming. This husky can only be cute. What else can it do? Streamer, show us something. Li Qing quickly ordered the silly dog to sit up straight, then place one paw on its ear and salute. Instantly, the chat exploded. Is this really a husky? Has it become a spirit? Wait, isn't it forbidden to become a spirit after the founding of the country? Silly dog, can you talk? Come sing a song for me. Li Qing couldn't help but want to laugh at these comments. The silly dog definitely couldn't talk. If it could talk, that would be amazing. It would become a divine dog. Over here, Li Qing had already told the silly dog that if it performed well, it would be rewarded with canned beef later. So at this moment, it obediently held the salute position as per Li Qing's request. One paw on its ear. Although the action was quite unstandard, it looked extremely comical when done by a dog. Even the viewers from the opposite stream came over, specifically to see this dog that could salute. The silly girl saw the husky salute and was momentarily stunned, quickly focusing on the silly dog on the screen. No way. Are you sure this silly dog isn't the real streamer? The silly girl joked. Soon, a large portion of her fans had left, with even the top supporters rushing over. They all ran to Li Qing's live stream. Hurry, hurry, what other talents does this silly dog have? Show us. Yes. I watch streams every day and I'm tired of it. Finally, I can see something different. Let's watch the silly dog stream. As long as this silly dog performs well, we will shower you with gifts because of the dog. Li Qing saw the chat and realized the rhythm was picking up. He nodded in satisfaction. Soon, after a brief communication with the silly dog, he promised it some imported dog food from the US. After the silly dog understood Li Qing's meaning, it began a new performance. Li Qing suddenly pointed at the dog sitting in the chair and loudly recited, "Bold demon, I can tell at a glance that you are not human. Mere tricks, daring to show off in front of the master. Great power, great law, world-honored earth treasure. Ban yi ba mahong." After Li Qing finished reciting, the silly dog suddenly perked up. At that moment, it stood on the chair like a person, raising its two paws in a helpless manner. Its innocent and silly expression, coupled with its goofy surrender action, immediately made the viewers in the live stream burst out laughing. This silly dog, haha, I'm dying of laughter. I'm typing with one hand because my stomach hurts from laughing. The other hand has to hold my stomach. This operation of the silly dog is so cool. I'm a fan now. Chapter 58. The silly husky became famous. Soon, the gifts promised by the fans began to flood in. Lonely Little Flying Man sent 10 super rockets. Empty, Lonely Cold sent 50 planes. You and I'm Meet at the Mountain Peak sent 100 membership cards. Super Invincible Handsome Guy sent 5 super rockets. After this spectacular performance by Li Qing and the silly dog, they successfully made the fans from both live streams laugh out loud and capture their hearts. Instantly, many fans became fans of Li Qing's husky. Many of the silly girl's fans also switched sides, rushing over to Li Qing's stream to shower gifts to show their love for the silly dog. Li Qing's gift value skyrocketed at a visible speed. In contrast, the silly girl's side remained almost unchanged. Ultimately, Li Qing's gift value mercilessly surpassed that of the silly girl. A streamer with 1 million fans lost to Li Qing, who only had 100,000 fans. Moreover, this was without any big supporters in Li Qing's live stream. Seeing the reversal, the silly girl looked shocked. To be precise, she hadn't lost to Li Qing. She had lost her dog, a husky. Thinking of this, the silly girl couldn't help but laugh. Damn, such a funny husky. Losing to it isn't a loss, right? At this moment, the silly girl felt completely convinced by her defeat. She never thought that her illustrious reputation would fall to this husky. Okay, after the stream, I'll message you my WeChat. By the way, when we go out to eat, remember to bring this husky with you. I want to see this magical little dog with my own eyes. Li Qing nodded, thinking to himself, you might be disappointed. After all, the silly dog could only understand his words. Soon, Li Qing and the silly girl waved goodbye, ending the connection to the live stream. On Li Qing's side, the viewers who had just come over from the silly girl stream didn't even return. At this moment, they all called out to see the streamer perform talents, hoping Li Qing wouldn't block the dog. Li Qing saw the comments and couldn't help but smile wryly. All right, I'll let the silly dog perform for you shortly. But could you all follow me first? After saying this, Li Qing glanced at the number of fans. Just a moment ago, when he took over the stream, there were only over 90,000 fans, almost reaching 100,000. But in the blink of an eye, it had already reached 120,000 fans. Indeed, there were many benefits to streaming with a big streamer like the silly girl. If it was exciting, gaining a wave of followers would not be a problem. After interacting and chatting with the fans in the live stream for a while with the silly dog, Li Qing finally ended the stream tiredly. Before, when he watched others stream, he felt it was quite easy. Now that it was his turn to stream, after just a few hours, he felt sore all over, and his throat was smoking. Indeed, being a streamer isn't easy. Meanwhile, the real streamer, Lu Wanqing, had completely shrunk into a corner. As an observer, Li Qing was deeply shocked by the wonderful live stream just now. She originally thought that Brother Qing's solo live broadcast was impressive enough. Unexpectedly, he could even bring his own husky to join the live stream, instantly enhancing the broadcast effect. She wondered why she hadn't thought of letting her husky appear on camera before. The most crucial part was that the husky was surprisingly obedient in front of Li Qing. It was well known that the intelligence of a husky wasn't very high. She had trained hers for a long time, but it still couldn't go to the bathroom on its own, always looking silly. However, just now in front of Li Qing, it had transformed into an incredibly well-behaved puppy. Brother Qing, how did you do that? Lu Wanqing looked at Li Qing with wide eyes full of surprise. Well, it's actually a talent. Li Qing smiled slightly and said mysteriously. Meanwhile, some fans who were good at editing had cut out some exciting parts of Li Qing's livestream. Of course, most of the footage was of the husky. The most classic moment was when Li Qing pointed at the confused dog and loudly recited the incantation. These exciting clips were edited into a few minutes of condensed videos and uploaded to various short video platforms. As soon as the video was released, it went viral. The silly and adorable dog was also turned into various meme templates, sweeping across the internet. Some even made a QSO video of Li Qing reciting the incantation to the dog, which also garnered over 1 million views. This indirectly made Lu Wanqing's live stream popular as well. Many people came to her stream after seeing the dog in the video, and her follower count skyrocketed. However, the two of them were still clueless about all this. Li Qing was most excited about the fact that he had made an offline dinner appointment with Dai Meyer. He was thrilled to finally meet a big streamer in person, especially since she was a female streamer who drove better than most guys. He felt a bit anxious, worried that he might not be able to keep up with her in conversation. Li Qing added Dai Meyer on WeChat and quickly arranged to have dinner at the same restaurant tomorrow. Qing, are you coming with me tomorrow? Li Qing asked, looking up. Lu Wanqing shook her head. No, she invited you for dinner, not me. Li Qing nodded and touched Lu Wanqing's hair. You're not jealous, are you? Lu Wanqing dismissively curled her lips. Brother Qing, am I that petty? Ha ha ha, but I think Dai Meyer is a good match. Don't all guys prefer girls with a chest size like peaches? After Lu Wanqing said this, she proudly puffed out her chest. I'm much older than her, okay? Li Qing couldn't help but laugh. Lu Wanqing made a good point. However, he was just going to have dinner with Dai Meyer. He really didn't have any ulterior motives. Of course, there was no guarantee that when Dai Meyer saw him, she wouldn't fall head over heels for him, captivated by his unique charm, and end up worshipping him. Brother Qing, what are you thinking about? Why do you look a bit off? Li Qing instantly stopped his bold thoughts and glanced at Lu Wanqing. I was wondering what to eat for dinner later. Lu Wanqing nodded but muttered. Then why were you smiling like a pervert just now? Li Qing, you're talking nonsense. I wasn't. Serious people smile like that. Chapter 59. Signing in for top musician talent. After finishing his live stream, Li Qing felt a bit tired, so he decided to stay in the room next to Lu Wanqing's. After all, there were more than 30 rooms in the lakeside villa, so he could choose freely. He explained to Xia Yu that he was going back to the dorm to sleep that night. The next day, Li Qing got up on time. Ding dong. Would you like to check in today? Check in. Ding dong. Check in successful. Check in reward. Top musician talent. Mastering all instruments after learning. Would you like to learn immediately? Learn. In an instant, Li Qing felt as if the veins in his arms had been opened up. They felt light and agile. Li Qing felt great. It was no exaggeration to say that if given 2 chopsticks and several different glass cups, he could play a world-famous song. There was no way around it. He was that impressive. The system had granted him such an amazing talent. It seemed that today he would show off again. With the support of his system, no one could stop him from showing off. Li Qing's dinner appointment with Dai Meyer was at noon, so he went to class as usual in the morning. As soon as he walked into the classroom, he saw Xia Yu standing at the door, seemingly waiting for him. Brother Qing, I just saw your roommate. Li Qing nodded, feeling that something was off with Xia Yu. Your roommate just told me that you didn't come back to the dorm last night. Li Qing was taken aback. Oh no, he forgot to inform his good buddies. So, Brother Qing, where did you go last night? I went clubbing with friends last night. Li Qing stammered, scratching his head. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Yu put her hands on her hips, looking displeased. You went clubbing without inviting me. Brother Qing, you're too much. Next time, make sure to bring me along. Li Qing. He instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Li Qing deliberately sat with his roommates. Good buddies. Xia Yu just asked me where I went last night. Why didn't you guys cover for me? You're really not being nice, are you? Zhang Xiaoqian, with a sorrowful face, replied, Third brother, you don't know. The campus bell just stood at the door, and as soon as she saw us, she asked, Where is Li Qing? I thought something happened, and casually replied, I ascend Li Qing living with you every day. As a result, the campus bell instantly figured it out. Li Qing had a look of despair. Did Xia Yu use all her brain power to interrogate his roommates about his whereabouts? A few roommates felt something was off and began to gossip. Third brother, I heard you just got together with a campus belle. How come you're already out all night? Quick, tell us. Are you tired of her and have a new crush now? Wow. Third brother, you're amazing. Even a campus belle can't keep you interested. You truly are a role model for us. Li Qing waved his hands repeatedly. What are you guys talking about every day? Am I that kind of person? After chatting with them for a while, Li Qing quickly waved his hand again. By the way, do you guys know the gaming streamer Daimeyer from Douyin? I know. She's the one with the flat chest who loves to drive in PUBG, right? By the way, Chi Fan used to watch her live streams often. Li Qing smiled smoothly. Okay, since we're all buddies, I'll be honest. This afternoon, I'm going to live stream with Dai Sister. At that time, you can go to her live stream room to see Sanji's handsome appearance. Of course, if any of you wanted to help get Dai Sister's autograph, I can help with that too. As soon as Li Qing finished speaking, the three of them were instantly dumbfounded. You look at me, I look at you, staring at each other in confusion. No way, Sangu, I know Dai Sister is in Ningjiang City recently, but you actually said you're going to live stream with her? Stop bragging. We're all good brothers. What are you pretending for? Right. You probably just found out where Dai Sister is live streaming, and you're definitely going to ambush her. Li Qing shook his head. These roommates must be fake fans of Dai Sister. It's obvious they didn't watch Dai Sister's live stream last night. Forget it. Don't say anything more. Remember to watch the live stream on time this afternoon. The three roommates still looked skeptical. Stop bragging. If you're in Dai Sister's camera for more than 10 minutes this afternoon, I'll eat my desk hole. That's nothing. I'll just ascend to heaven on the spot. Li Qing was stunned for a moment. His roommates were really gambling too much with such stakes. I'll remember your bets. And Chi Fan, what about yours? I'll eat 3 pounds of shit. Li Qing silently swallowed. Just for that sentence. He had to win this time. By the way, Sangu, what if you lose? You Haven Tea said. Li Qing was stunned for a moment. Then I'll treat you all to a week of seafood hot pot. A week of hot pot. The three of them were a bit tempted. If they could have seafood hot pot for a whole week, they would definitely indulge. As long as Li Qing treats, they wouldn't mind eating spicy food continuously, even if it ends up causing them trouble later. It's a deal. Done. At noon after school, Xia Yu obediently ran up to Li Qing. Brother Qing, what are we having for lunch? Li Qing shook his head. I have an appointment at noon. You go eat by yourself first. I'll accompany you in the evening. Oh, okay then. Xia Yu responded softly. Li Qing has been making a lot of excuses lately, although she wasn't sure what Li Qing was up to. She felt that he wouldn't be that kind of overly unreasonable man. Her demands weren't high. As long as brother Qing still liked her, that was enough. Li Qing walked out of the teaching building, directly driving his Bugatti straight to the Tongju building. Unfortunately, his timing was off, and he couldn't meet Dai Sister there. He couldn't show off in front of her. But it didn't matter. Li Qing didn't care about that show off. There's no need to wait specifically in the Bugatti for Dai Sister to arrive, just to show off. Li Qing, being quite gentlemanly, went straight to the front desk to reserve a table. Originally, he thought Tongju building would be a traditional restaurant, but he didn't expect the atmosphere inside to be elegant and somewhat similar to a Western restaurant. In a corner of the lobby, there was even a platform where someone was playing the piano live. Nearby, a person in a black tuxedo was playing the violin. The music was deep and suitable for dining. The seating in the lobby was spaced far apart, making it perfect for guests to speak quietly and chat. In short, the environment was very nice. No wonder Dai Sister insisted on choosing this restaurant yesterday. It seems she really liked the ambience here, which was perfect for live streaming. Chapter 60, Meeting Dai Sister. Li Qing had reserved a table at the front desk, just in the corner by the window, perfect for live streaming without any disturbances. He then took out his phone and sent Dai Sister the table number. He sat down first, waiting for her to arrive. 10 minutes later, Dai Sister arrived late. Sorry, I couldn't get a taxi just now. It took a while. No problem. I didn't have anything going on anyway. Dai Sister quickly sat down while holding a selfie stick to live stream. As soon as she sat down, her first question was, by the way, where's your husky? Li Qing. He was instantly thrown off. Is he really less attractive than a husky? This is ridiculous. I checked online last night. Tongju building doesn't allow pets inside, so unfortunately, I couldn't bring him. Oh, okay then. Dai Sister nodded while adjusting her slightly messy hair from rushing. After all, as a female streamer, she had to pay attention to her image at all times. Of course, after we finish eating, you can come home with me and see the husky. Dai Sister. Li Qing, are you trying to trick me again? Li Qing waved his hand. I just had to let you come to my house to see the dog. You're the one thinking too much. Dai Sister rolled her eyes at Li Qing. Fine. EM speechless. In Dai Sister's live stream room, the chat instantly lit up with messages as they heard the awkward exchange between Li Qing and Dai Sister. OMG, this old woman, the veteran driver, actually fell for this young man today. Look at Dai Sister's expression after being outsmarted. It's making me laugh so hard. Streamer. Let's see the handsome guy. I'm tired of seeing you, old woman. Dai Sister glanced at the chat and waved at Li Qing. Li Qing, come here. The fans in a live stream want to see you. They've missed you after a day. Li Qing, are you sure they don't want to see my dog instead? TCH, what do you think? That husky is so smart. I think as its owner, you can't be too bad either. Dai Sister really knows how to flatter Li Qing with just a few words. He quickly trotted over and sat down beside Dai Sister, appearing in the live stream camera together. So handsome. Why do I feel like when the two of them sit together, it gives off a vibe like a couple-esque photo for a marriage certificate? Wow, this old woman and this handsome guy really look like a couple. Stop talking. You two should just get married right here. For some reason, as soon as Li Qing entered the live stream room, the chat went wild with comments about the two of them. Dai Sister, seeing these comments, even though she was a veteran driver, felt a bit shy. Instantly, her feelings towards Li Qing became a bit strange, but she still stubbornly denied it. You guys, seriously? Every day, as long as a guy appears in my outdoor live stream, you all say we look good together. Last time, that old grandpa sweeping the street appeared in my live stream, and you said I looked good with him too. That is just ridiculous. This is too much. Originally, Li Qing was enjoying the rhythm of the comments, but Dai Sister's words poured cold water on him, instantly cooling his enthusiasm. Okay, looks like he was overthinking it. At this moment, a tall, skinny boy wearing glasses and looking somewhat refined walked in. As soon as he entered the restaurant, he glanced over a few times. Then, he walked directly towards the two people, stopping in front of Dai Sister. Dai Sister, it's really you. Hello, I'm your fan. I just saw your live stream and came here. Looking at the environment, I felt it was familiar, so I came to meet you. Dai Sister was taken aback. As a big streamer with millions of fans, her followers are spread all over the country. Therefore, every time she goes to a new place, especially when live streaming outdoors, she can easily be recognized by her fans on the street. She had long since grown accustomed to this situation. Hello, Dai Sister greeted calmly. Can I eat with you? I'll treat you this time. After all, I watch your live streams every day. As your loyal fan, I really like you. The male fan's expression was very excited. It was clear that he was a fervent admirer of Dai Sister. Oh, is that so? All right then, Dai Sister said. Although she felt it was a bit abrupt for the fan to invite her to dinner, she couldn't refuse. After all, he was her fan, and with so many people watching in a live stream, she could only nod in agreement. The bespectacled male fan quickly took the lead, skillfully ordering dishes from the waiter without even looking at the menu. It was evident that he had dined here many times and was extremely familiar with the place. After a round of ordering, the bespectacled fan politely looked at the two. How about these dishes? Should be enough for the three of us, right? That's fine. Dai Sister nodded. Li Qing, standing nearby, felt that this suddenly appeared male fan of Dai Sister seemed a bit off, especially the look of fervor in his eyes when he gazed at her. It was indeed very fervent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed over and forced himself to sit down for a meal with Dai Sister. Originally, it was supposed to be a dinner just for the two of them, but now a third party had suddenly intruded. Damn, it was a guy. Li Qing instantly felt unhappy. However, he only thought about it internally and didn't show anything on his face. After all, he was Dai Sister's fan. The order had just been placed, and it would take a while for the dishes to arrive. The bespectacled fan watched Li Qing and Dai Sister interact with their viewers in the live stream. Sitting alone across from them felt a bit lonely. His eyes rolled around, thinking of ways to gain some presence in front of Dai Sister. Hearing the piano music coming from the corner of the restaurant, an idea suddenly struck him. Dai Sister, do you like piano music? I can personally play a piece for you. I started learning the piano when I was 5 and have already passed level 10. Dai Sister turned her head upon hearing this and looked at the male fan. You can play the piano? That's amazing. Go ahead. I can stream you playing the piano in the live room. I think guys who can play the piano are very cool. The bespectacled fan's expression instantly brightened when he saw Dai Sister was interested. He walked up to the stage and whispered something to the waiter who was originally playing the piano. Chapter 61. Transforming into a top pianist. The waiter nodded and got up to leave. The bespectacled fan sat down and began to play. Dai Sister held up the selfie stick and moved over to stream the scene of the fan playing piano live. The bespectacled fan's slender fingers danced gracefully over the piano keys. Li Qing listened quietly for a while and surprisingly recognized the piece. At that moment, he was playing a rhapsody on a theme of Paganini. This was a piano piece composed by Rachmaninoff, famous for its slow 18th variation, with a beautiful and moving melody, rich in romantic atmosphere. To be fair, the fan indeed played the piano well. No wonder he had reached level 10. He definitely had some skills. However, at this moment, in front of Li Qing, who had just signed with a musical talent today and was proficient in all instruments, it was simply showing off in front of an expert. Quite laughable. Soon, the piece came to an end. The waiter who had just given up the piano looked utterly enchanted. He walked over and, in front of all the viewers in Desister's live room, openly praised the bespectacled fan. "Sir, your piano performance just now could not have been achieved without over 10 years of practice. I was completely entranced by your music. It was just too beautiful." The waiter earnestly praised the bespectacled fan, making him smile happily, unable to hide his pride. But he still humbly waved his hands repeatedly. "Oh, it's nothing. I just play casually, just a normal operation." While saying this, his peripheral vision secretly glanced at Desister. Seeing her with a look of admiration, he felt quite pleased. To show off in front of his favorite female streamer felt very worthwhile. Desister was also very surprised, looking at him and continuously praising, "Amazing, amazing." The bullet comments in the live stream went wild. "Wow, what a big shot. He played so beautifully. So good when I heard the climax. I almost wanted to explode an egg. So good, so good. Play another billion pieces." Li Qing stood by, watching the bespectacled fan. Seeing him show off like a peacock spreading its feathers to gain mating rights, he found it quite amusing. "It's just playing a broken piano. It's 2022. Can you still show off like this?" Just as the bespectacled fan was lost in the aftertaste of his piano performance, unable to extricate himself, Li Qing's voice casually rang out. "Is this something you can't play with your feet?" Instantly, everyone present turned to look at Li Qing in shock, their expressions filled with disbelief. In the live stream, the viewers also heard this remark, and the bullet comments flooded in. "What? Li Qing can actually show off like this? Stop talking. I just want to see the big shot play the piano with his feet. I want to see it too. Me too. I love watching this kind of flavorful piano performance." The bespectacled fan glanced at Li Qing, instantly petrified. "Get up. Let me give it a try." "Give it a try?" The bespectacled fan was momentarily stunned, completely caught off guard by Li Qing's show-off. He didn't even say much and quickly got up, vacating his seat for Li Qing. Li Qing sat down at the piano and gently touched the keys. Desister was also surprised, looking at Li Qing, and quickly pointed her phone's camera at him. In the live stream, a flurry of bullet comments erupted again. "Wow, didn't he the big shot just say he would play the piano with his feet? Negative review, it's not with feet. Where are the feet? Enough said, I don't want to see piano playing, I just want to see the big shot." Li Qing looked down at the piano, seemingly having anticipated the viewer's thoughts. He simply explained, "After all, using feet isn't very elegant, and everyone here is a decent person, so I won't use my feet. How about you listen to me play the piano with my hands first? Can it make you all have an instant brain orgasm?" After saying this, Li Qing slightly curled the corner of his mouth and began his performance. Just a moment ago, during the short span of his show-off and banter, he had already thought about what piece he would play, thanks to the top musician talent he signed in the morning. Various famous pieces were now readily available in his mind. His fingers also had the muscle memory for playing the piano. As soon as he placed his hands on the keys, it felt as natural as when he used to play basketball, effortlessly finding the right touch. He ultimately decided to play Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata, a piece that is imaginative and improvisational, with a soft and richly colored melody. Li Qing didn't know why, but this piece suddenly popped into his mind, and without any reason, he wanted to play it. Sitting in front of the piano, he placed his hands on the keys and gently pressed down. Soon, a beautiful melody began to resonate, and the light piano sound floated through every corner of the restaurant. All the customers dining in the restaurant paused, curious to look up at the stage. They saw a handsome young man in casual attire, his fingertips dancing back and forth over the black and white keys, producing a delightful and pleasant piano piece in sync with a lively rhythm. Even among those present, many had no understanding of the piano, yet they were captivated by the pure and melodious music, turning their gazes towards him. It was as if they were enchanted by the piano sound, collectively stopping their meals, conversations, and other activities, only raising their ears to fully experience the uniquely rhythmic and exquisite sound of the metal strings. As Li Qing's dancing fingertips struck the last key, the final note drifted away, signaling the end of the piece. In an instant, the entire venue was stunned. All eyes in the restaurant were focused solely on Li Qing. After a moment, a synchronized applause erupted throughout the restaurant, lasting for a long time. That was incredible. What is this piece called? It didn't matter what the piece was. What mattered was that this young man played it so well that I didn't even want to eat. Just wanted to listen to the music. This restaurant is indeed great. Even someone like me, who knows nothing about piano, thinks it's fantastic. On the other side, the live stream room of the girl, Die Sister, also erupted instantly. Various comments exploded. Wow, I'm on my knees for you, big guy. Don't say anything. I almost cried listening just now. It was so damn good. This is the best piano piece I've ever heard. How amazing. Die Sister looked at Li Qing with a sense of genuine admiration, feeling conquered by his piano performance. When she heard the wonderful parts, she even got a bit emotional. Chapter 62, Die Sister's Airport. Meanwhile, a glasses-wearing male fan was completely dumbfounded. His throat felt like it was stuffed with feathers, and he could only dumbly say nothing. After hearing Li Qing's piano, he realized how worthless he was and how little he mattered. As a professional pianist, he could honestly say that Li Qing's level was absolutely that of a national-class pianist. He was on par with genius pianist Lang Lang. There were hardly any pianists nationwide who played better than Li Qing. He never expected to hear such enchanting piano music here, and live, no less. Recalling his earlier foolish bragging, he just wanted to find a hole to crawl into and never come out. Damn, so embarrassing. Knowing he had no face to stay here, he quickly found an opportunity, excusing himself to go to the restroom, and quietly slipped away. After Li Qing finished his piece, an elderly foreigner with gray hair even walked directly over. Sir, the piano music you played of Beethoven was simply exquisite. It even reminded me of my hometown. Oh, my God, I was completely immersed in your playing. Sir, in the name of God, I've decided to waive your bill for this table. It seemed this foreigner was the owner. No wonder this restaurant, while dressed as a Chinese establishment, had a Western restaurant vibe. The glasses-wearing male fan who had boasted about paying their bill had already sneaked away. If it meant a free meal, that was pretty good. Li Qing thought to himself happily. On the other side, the viewers in Die Sister's live stream room also reached a new high. Wow, playing the piano, so well can actually get her meal waived? Incredible. The young man played a piano piece, and the manager called it professional. My wife asked why I'm kneeling on the keyboard. I said it's all because the piano was so good, I just had to kneel. Die Sister was also momentarily taken aback, although she didn't quite understand the piano piece Li Qing played. Seeing all the patrons looking genuinely impressed, and even the owner waiving their bill, made her reassess Li Qing. This person was a bit handsome, had an adorable husky, and could play the piano, talented and humorous. Her fondness for him skyrocketed. Looking at Li Qing, she felt a different kind of feeling. Li Qing, I didn't expect you to play the piano so well. By the way, you promised to play the piano with your feet, right? Come on, play for us. Everyone in my live stream heard you say that. She didn't expect Die Sister would remember Li Qing's earlier bragging. Li Qing was momentarily dumbfounded. To be honest, he really couldn't play the piano with his feet. He had mainly exaggerated to highlight how impressive his piano skills were. At this moment, Li Qing maintained a composed smile. Sure, when you come to my place tonight, and it's just the two of us, I'll play for you. After all, with so many people watching your live stream, I can't really let loose. After saying this, Li Qing curled his lips into a mischievous smile and gave Die Sister a meaningful look. Die Sister was instantly shocked. Li Qing actually dared to tease her in public. Moreover, it was a suggestive hint that was hard to refute. The fans at her live stream room saw this scene and erupted again. Why should only Die Sister get to see? We won't watch too. Please, we want to see Li Qing play the piano with his feet. I'm a newbie, but is playing the piano with feet a paid program? Oh, a paid program? I want to see it too. Don't say anything. I'll just send gifts. Soon, gifts started flying in the live stream room. I want to see Li Qing play the piano with his feet, sending out 10 super rockets. Li Qing's foot hair sends out a plane. Li Qing's piano sends out 10 membership cards. Li Qing looked at the comments and those silly gifts in the live stream room and felt an instant headache. Damn, it's really Damir's live stream room. I was thrown straight into the Mariana Trench. Li Qing smacked his lips and sighed. Of course, just look at who these fans are. Daimyer proudly puffed out her chest. Oops, she accidentally revealed her flat-chested attribute again. What a big pair. I'm in love. I seriously suspect the streamer is actually a guy. I suggest the streamer directly become brothers with Li Qing. In a live stream room, the barrage suddenly changed its tone and instantly started playing the joke about Damir's flat chest. This barrage instantly made Daimire furrow her brows in anger. You guys are too much. What's wrong with being flat? I'm proud to save fabric for the country. As expected of the top streamer Daimire, with just a few words, she cleverly resolved the barrage that was mocking her. Instead, it created a new effect for the show. Maybe it was because of Li Qing's earlier performance at the piano. Or maybe it was because Li Qing's chat was very humorous. In any case, both of them enjoyed the meal very much. After the meal, Li Qing said goodbye to Daimire while greeting the viewers in the live stream room. Goodbye, my good brothers, bye. Damir's outdoor live stream unexpectedly stood out, reaching a peak popularity of 6 million, which was double the 3 million she had during her previous late-night live stream of PUBG. At this moment, fans and viewers saw that Li Qing was about to part ways with Daimire and could no longer watch the two of them bantering. The barrage instantly filled with wails. Li Qing, can you not leave? I hope you come to Damir's live stream often in the future. Yes, yes. It's been a long time since I've seen Daimire smile so happily. I suggest the two of you directly team up for outdoor streams, even if it's fake, as long as it's entertaining. The rhythm of the barrage instantly took off. Daimire saw these messages and her face flushed a little, looking at Li Qing with a somewhat dreamy gaze, wanting to hear what he would say next. Li Qing was taken aback by this wave of barges as well. Honestly, for him, a seasoned female streamer like Daimire had a unique charm. It wouldn't be bad for the two of them to become friends first. As for the opportunity to often live stream together in the future, that would be great too. Sure. I also really enjoy live streaming with Daimire. How should I put it? Daimire gives me the feeling of a long-lost sister. Chapter 63. Signing in with top dance talent. Li Qing said with a smile in the live stream room. As soon as he finished speaking, Daimire shot him a glare, her little eyes filled with resentment. You little brat. Who are you trying to take advantage of? I'm several years older than you. After Daimire finished speaking, she proudly puffed out her chest. I'm older than you. Call me sister. Li Qing smiled legally. Who knows if you're really older than me? Seeing is believing. You have to check to know. Brothers in the live stream room, what do you think? Li Qing said with a mischievous smile at Daimire. Daimire instantly glared at Li Qing in anger. Too much. Does this mean she can't escape the flat chest joke today? In the live stream room, the barrage took off again. What were the two of them just talking about? I didn't understand a word. Wow, what a fast car. Seeing is believing. I also want to see, so we can compare sizes. Count me in as a witness. The atmosphere in the live stream room was lively again. Of course, as a streamer, especially a well-known seasoned female streamer, Daimire naturally wouldn't take Li Qing's jokes to heart. Instead, it made her feel differently about him. It also unconsciously brought the two of them closer together. When saying goodbye to Li Qing, she even took the initiative to say that when she leaves in a few days, she wants to invite Li Qing out for a meal and do an outdoor live stream for the viewers. Daimire even shot Li Qing a glare, warning him not to think too much. Inviting him for a meal was for the sake of the viewers in the live stream room, for the show's effect. Li Qing nodded, grinning, with a look that said he understood, indicating he would be available anytime. Meanwhile, at Qing University in a boys' dormitory, as Daimire ended her stream, several boys instantly screamed, "No way! This is bad, we lost big this time. This guy, hasn't he been on Damir's live stream for almost 2 hours? This is too impressive. When did Sanga hook up with a female streamer?" These three were Li Qing's roommates. Remembering the cruel bets they had agreed upon in class that morning, they felt it was too harsh. Oh no, does this mean I really have to swallow the desk? I can't take it. Am I really going to ascend to the heavens right here? Don't even talk about it. None of you are as miserable as me. My bet was to eat 3 pounds of poop, Chi Fan said with a mournful face. He thought this was something Li Qing would never be able to do, so he casually made a bet with such a disgusting condition. But unexpectedly, Li Qing actually won. The three of them were completely baffled. What do we do now? Do we really have to fulfill the bet? This is absurd. Li Qing drove back to the villa of Xia Yu in Qianshui Bay in his Bugatti. Opening the door, he found Xia Yu lying on the sofa watching Douyin. Seeing Li Qing return, she immediately sat up. Qing, you're back. Look, what is this? After Xia Yu finished speaking, she quickly raised her phone. On the phone screen was a Douyin short video. Li Qing took a closer look and was surprised to find it was a clip from his live stream in Lu Wanqing's room, where he scolded the fool. That clip was precisely when he pointed at the fool and shouted away Tianlong, Daluo Fajiao, and then the fool instantly made a comical expression. This exciting clip, edited into a Douyin short video, now had over 1 million likes. This means the view count was at least in the tens of millions. Qing, you're famous now. Did you know? When did this happen? Why didn't Ti know? Just as Li Qing was about to explain, Xia Yu continued talking. By the way, I specifically checked online. I found out something incredible. Did you go out for lunch with a female streamer today? That Daimeyer streamer. I even went to her Douyin livestream room to watch your outdoor stream together. I didn't expect you, Qing, could play the piano. So impressive. You truly are my man. After Xia Yu finished speaking, she had a somewhat shy expression, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Actually, Qing, if you like her, you can totally go after this Daimeyer female streamer. I would mind at all. Let her be my little sister. Of course. I still won't be the main one. Li Qing was taken aback. Xia Yu's series of words contained too much information. He digested it for a while before finally grasping the meaning behind it. Yushi, you're so good to me. With such an open-minded girlfriend like you, Li Qing felt a bit excited. Other people's girlfriends often roar like lions, but his own school beauty girlfriend was so considerate, even supporting him to be a playboy and have a harem. He was in love. With this alone, Xia Yu would forever be the greatest in his heart. The next day, Li Qing opened his eyes. Ding dong. Would you like to check in today? Check in. Check in successful. Check in reward. Top-level dance talent. Would you like to learn immediately? Learn. Ding dong. Learning successful. Li Qing instantly felt something new within him. Huh. Singing, dancing, basketball. He had learned all of that. Could he, just like a certain popular singer now, debut? He could proudly say to the camera, "Hello everyone. I am a trainee with 2.5 years of practice. I love singing, dancing, and basketball." As he thought about it, his confidence soared. Honestly, his skills were top-notch now, not worse than that Kai guy at all. If he could debut, so could he? Li Qing was happily thinking about it, waiting to see if there would be an opportunity in the future. Soon he got up, dressed, and finished washing up. He saw that Xia Yu, the little lazy bug, was also awake. Qing, I'm going to dance class today. I missed several classes before because I was with you. Can you accompany me today? Li Qing was taken aback for a moment, but nodded. If it were before, he definitely wouldn't have wanted to go. After all, the ones practicing dance were mostly girls, and most of them had fantastic figures and high looks. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to handle the visual shock. Who knows? He might even get a nosebleed. However, today, because he had just checked in for top dance talent, he was very curious about what his dance level was like. Chapter 64. Teaching the girls to dance. Maybe he could go and guide Xia Yu's dance moves and show off a bit. Qing, you actually agreed? Great. To be fair as a girl, learning dance is indeed quite good. Xia Yu was a living example. It was precisely because she had learned dance that she could easily develop various poses. Li Qing thought of this and smiled wickedly. In a large ballet dance classroom on the 5th floor of Tiannan building, Li Qing was sitting idly on the side. He watched a group of slender girls in white tights, on their toes, spinning and dancing ballet. The scene was too beautiful, too stimulating, too tempting. It made his heart race, and he almost couldn't hold back. He quickly lowered his head to play on his phone, scrolling through Douyin to calm himself down. At this moment, a teacher with light makeup and loose dance clothes walked in. Teacher Zhao, do you have any students who can dance the cha-cha here? I have something to attend to temporarily and need someone who can help supervise those beginner students and provide simple guidance. Teacher Zhao paused her dance steps, nodded at Teacher Gao, indicating she could help. She looked at the group of ballet students. Does anyone here know how to dance the cha-cha? The cha-cha is actually a type of Latin dance. Although it's not a very common dance, it's not rare either. However, as Teacher Zhao's words fell, the group of ballet girls fell silent. It seemed none of them could dance it. The teacher who came looking for help felt a bit disappointed and was about to leave when Li Qing suddenly stood up. How about I give it a try? His calm voice broke the silence. All the girls in the dance studio, including the 2 dance teachers, looked at the young boy in front of them in surprise. What? You can actually dance the cha-cha? All right, aren't you that guy, Xia Yu's boyfriend? When Xia Yu was mentioned, all the surrounding girls turned to look at her, making her a bit shy, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Li Qing, her face unconsciously turning red. At the same time, she was quite surprised. No way. Qing is so versatile. He can even dance Latin? Li Qing nodded. Yes, I am Xia Yu's boyfriend. But that doesn't affect my ability to dance the Latin dance. How about I perform a piece right now? The two dance teachers were also taken aback, exchanging glances. After all, not many people learn Latin dance, and male dancers are even rarer. However, they eventually nodded, indicating Li Qing could show them a piece. In front of all the girls in the dance studio, Li Qing walked over. He wasn't wearing a special dance outfit today, but he happened to be in loose clothing, so it wouldn't affect his dance moves. As soon as the cha-cha was mentioned, a memory popped into his mind. The cha-cha is characterized by a lively, warm, and playful style. Its steps move to the music in 4 beats. Slow, slow, quick, quick. The slow steps take 1 step per beat, while the quick steps take 2 steps per beat. Each dance step should apply pressure on the front foot, with the knee slightly bent. When the weight shifts to one foot, the heel lowers, the knee straightens, and the hips swing to the side and back, while the other leg relaxes and bends. Although these descriptions sounded very profound and complex, making Li Qing's scalp tingle, he had to jump out now and just go for it. After all, he had to keep up the act he started. Li Qing quickly got into the dance position. Strangely enough, the moment he got into the stance, he felt an innate sense guiding his body. It was as if his body was no longer his. He just needed to dance freely according to muscle memory. The sexy and vibrant cha-cha is usually better suited for women to showcase their unique body curves. However, at this moment, as Li Qing danced the cha-cha, perhaps due to his top dance talent, he gave off a different vibe. His graceful moves made the two professional dance teachers' eyes water. They stared at Li Qing until he finished dancing, and only then did they come back to their senses. All the girls in the room were also staring blankly at Li Qing. Wow, a guy can dance the cha-cha so expressively. If we didn't know beforehand that Li Qing was Xia Yu's boyfriend, they would definitely have disregarded their shyness and rushed over to ask for his WeChat. Teacher Gao, who was teaching the cha-cha, walked over, looking at Li Qing with admiration. Young man, your cha-cha dance is amazing. I'm not being modest. You're really better than me. Have you considered participating in a Latin dance competition? With your dance moves, you could definitely do well. Sorry, I'm not interested. You just mentioned needing my help to look after those students. Do you still need it? Li Qing interrupted Teacher Gao without hesitation. Honestly, he couldn't be bothered to participate in any dance competitions. If he wanted to show off, he could just join the school basketball team and show off every day on the playground. But doing the same thing every day, what's the point? It's simply boring. Teacher Gao was momentarily stunned by his refusal and then nodded. All right then, follow me. Li Qing followed her out amidst the surprised gazes of a group of girls. Soon, Teacher Gao brought Li Qing to another dance studio. In this dance studio, there were girls aged 16 or 17, right in their youth. At that moment, they were wearing sexy black Latin dance outfits, showing off their thighs. Li Qing just glanced. Wow, it was a sea of white legs. In the previous ballet studio, the girls were all in white tights. But now it was completely bare. He was completely overwhelmed. Teacher Gao pointed at Li Qing and began introducing him to the female students. Soon, this teacher Li will guide you in cha-cha. His cha-cha is even more professional than mine. If you don't understand anything, feel free to ask him. Don't hold back. As soon as Teacher Gao finished speaking, the group of little girls looked at the young and handsome Li Qing, their eyes sparkling, and instantly erupted with excitement. Wow, such a handsome Latin teacher has come. Handsome, how are you going to teach us later? Is it going to be hands-on? Teacher Li, do you have a girlfriend? If not, you can choose me. If you do, would you mind having one more? I'm also okay with that. Li Qing was stunned. Indeed, little girls are much more open. At that moment, he felt like a diligent little bee that had fallen into a flower patch, completely lost. Li Qing took a deep breath and composed himself. Chapter 65, Discovered by the School Beauty. Meanwhile, Teacher Gao, who had led the wolf into the house, felt relieved seeing Li Qing so popular with the students. From now on, everyone, follow Teacher Li to learn Latin dance. I have some things to attend to, so I'll leave first. You all must study hard. I will come back to check on your progress before school ends. After Teacher Gao finished speaking, she left. As soon as she walked out, Li Qing was instantly surrounded by the girls in the dance studio. A few of the girls even rubbed against him and chattered nonstop. Teacher Li, why don't you choose me as your dance partner? I'm very willing to demonstrate for everyone. Teacher Li, can I add you? WeChat is fine too. Teacher Li, you can also choose me as your dance partner. I have an amazing figure and my chest is big. Wow, this group of little girls is just too direct and bold. Li Qing began to wonder who the real wolf was. Wasn't he the little sheep that had fallen into a pack of hungry wolves? Li Qing didn't answer their questions and directly clapped his hands to signal them to quiet down. Everyone, stop the noise. let us dance together now. By the way, if you have any questions about cha-cha, feel free to ask me one by one later. Come on, let us revisit the cha-cha you learned before and let me see how you dance. After saying that, Li Qing turned to lead the dance. In front of him was a large mirror. At this moment, even though he had his back to them, he could see through the mirror how they were dancing. To learn cha-cha, we first need to practice the closing step, also known as the shrimp step. It is the most basic step in cha-cha. The closing step consists of 5 steps, but the ones that best showcase the rhythm and characteristics of cha-cha are mainly in steps 3 and 5. Let's go. Follow me. After saying that, Li Qing pressed the sound system, and the dance music began to play. Soon, Li Qing's body started to sway with the rhythm of the music. These little girls were still in the early stages of learning Latin dance, focusing on basic skills and solo dancing, so they didn't need partners for now. At this moment, they obediently followed Li Qing and began to twist along with him. The cha-cha in Latin dance is actually more suited for girls to dance. The cha-cha relies on the hips, waist, and torso to twist, creating a feeling of passion and excitement, sexiness without shyness, and happiness that is highly infectious. As the music became more upbeat, the movements of the cha-cha grew larger. The skirts in Latin dance are not long to begin with, and once they start to twist, they cannot cover much at all. Through the mirror, Li Qing saw a large area of thighs twisting behind him. Wow, this mirror is so bright. Li Qing stared at the mirror, feeling a bit dry in his mouth. He swallowed and quickly steadied himself, then focused on leading the dance. I must say, this scene is a bit torturous for Li Qing, a healthy boy in his youth with plenty of hormones. He could only watch, yet couldn't he touch. He was really hoping time would pass a little faster. Teacher Li, you're so young and dance Latin so well. How old are you? Yeah, Teacher Li, how old are you? So handsome. Teacher Li, you must answer this question. After dancing a segment, one of the girls asked Li Qing about his age. He had not answered some previous questions, but this one was clearly in the minds of all of them. Instantly, it stirred up a wave of excitement. The little girls all chimed in, pressing him for an answer. Each of them had expressions that suggested if he didn't answer, they wouldn't cooperate with him to continue dancing. It seemed that not answering wouldn't work. Li Qing scratched his head, feeling a bit shy as he said, "All right, actually I'm only 18. Only 18. That's just 2 years older than me. Only 3 years older. Older boys are worth more. Brotherly, you don't have a girlfriend, right? If not, you can consider me. What the heck? It should be older girls are worth more. Older boys are trouble. Brotherly, you're only 2 years older than me. You can consider me too." The girls studying dance seemed to be generally precocious. Upon hearing that Li Qing was only 18, they became even more enthusiastic and directly teased the young and handsome Li Qing. How could Li Qing have the nerve to respond to such bold remarks? He was afraid that if he let them continue, the next comments would be even wilder. He quickly stopped their chatter. No more discussions. Come on, let us keep dancing. Seeing that Li Qing was ignoring them, the little girl sighed and had to obediently dance with Li Qing. Time passed slowly, and Li Qing took out his phone to check. There was still about half an hour left before he could be free and give his little brother a break. Teacher Li, can you dance a segment of cha-cha with me to show everyone? I have learned cha-cha partner dance before, so I have a foundation. One of the girls, who was lightly made up and looked somewhat mature and charming, said to Fong Ming, as soon as she finished speaking, before Li Qing could respond. The other girls chimed in, "Teacher Li, we want to see. Teacher Li, welcome, welcome. Teacher Li, this is our only little request." The remaining girls, hearing the commotion, clapped in agreement. Although they had just started learning, they still wanted to see a pair dance the cha-cha, especially now that the handsome Li Qing was going to dance it for them. All right then, since it was almost time to dismiss school, Li Qing decided to dance while explaining various points and precautions about Latin dance to them. He had already talked so much that his throat was a bit dry and he felt a little tired. Dancing a duet would allow him to take a break from talking and pass the time. Li Qing nodded to show his agreement. He got up and played a classic song as the accompaniment. Soon, as the familiar melody played, Li Qing took the girl's hand and the passionate duet cha-cha began. The two moved back and forth with enthusiasm, twisting and turning, constantly changing their dance poses. After one dance, they were in perfect sync. As the music ended, the cha-cha performance finally concluded, and the two released their hands. Li Qing had even felt a bit nervous and had some sweat on his palms. After all, he had hardly held hands with a few girls until now. The nervousness was hard to suppress. Meanwhile, the girls who had been watching were ecstatic. Wow, Teacher Li is amazing. Love it. Teacher Li, will you come teach us again in the future? Teacher Li, I want to dance with you, too. Chapter 66 Goodbye, Xia Yu. Li Qing wiped the sweat from his forehead, just about to respond when he suddenly looked up and saw Xia Yu standing at the door, focused on him. Li Qing was taken aback. Could it be? It seemed that Xia Yu had been there for a while. She must have seen how close he was dancing with that girl. She wouldn't be thinking too much about it, would she? His heart began to race with a bit of anxiety. But quickly, in the next moment, Li Qing realized he was completely overthinking it. Qing, you must be tired teaching these little girls to dance here. You've worked hard, Xia Yu said, her expression normal, even a bit more affectionate than before. Li Qing was stunned. To be fair, Xia Yu rarely acted so sweetly in front of so many people. After all, Xia Yu had always had a somewhat shy and aloof personality. Otherwise, she wouldn't be called the aloof campus beauty. Li Qing quickly realized what was happening. Xia Yu must have seen him dancing closely with the girl, as well as the way those girls were looking at him with sparkling eyes. She, as Li Qing's only girlfriend at the moment, naturally felt a strong sense of crisis. Now, the way she was deliberately speaking sweetly to him was largely to assert her claim. She was now Li Qing's official girlfriend. Those girls needed to step back a bit. Li Qing quickly understood Xia Yu's meaning and smiled playfully as he walked towards her. I haven't finished teaching yet. Are you done so soon? Xia Yu smiled sweetly at Li Qing, making her seem like a gentle spring breeze that was very comforting. My teacher had something to do today, so we were let out early. I came over to see how you were teaching. You all keep dancing. I'll just stand by and watch. I won't disturb you. After Xia Yu finished speaking, the girls who had been eager to get close to Li Qing and seek his attention instantly felt a wave of despair. They hadn't expected Teacher Li to have such a beautiful girlfriend. After all, Xia Yu's looks were unparalleled among the more than 20,000 girls at Qing University. She had been recognized as the campus beauty since the start of the school year. In terms of looks, she directly overshadowed 999 of other girls. So, when these passionate girls saw the stunning Xia Yu, they all fell silent. After all, Li Qing already had such a beautiful girlfriend. How could he possibly be interested in them? It was clear that only this super beautiful sister was worthy of an outstanding guy like Teacher Li. One by one, they buried their previous little thoughts deep in their hearts. They didn't even dare to ask for Li Qing's contact information. When it was time to dismiss class, they each lined up like obedient little students to say goodbye to Li Qing. Goodbye, Teacher Li. I hope to see you again next time. Teacher Li, you taught so well. I was soaked from dancing. Teacher Li, I really hope you can keep teaching us. Li Qing waved goodbye to each of them. This brief teaching experience ended so quickly. It seemed he was quite suited to being a teacher, especially a teacher at a girls' school. Although the feeling of being surrounded by those girls was a bit annoying, it was still quite enjoyable. Li Qing silently checked that off in his mind. He had added another option to his potential future career. Next to him, Xia Yu pouted, looking at Li Qing with a hint of annoyance. Qing, if I had arrived in time, would you have been overwhelmed by those little girls? Li Qing. He raised his eyebrows, somewhat disdainful. Nonsense, what kind of person do you think I am? Xia Yu lifted her chin. Oof. With so many little girls around you, it was really annoying to watch. Li Qing shrugged. What can I do? I can't help it if I'm too charming. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Yu's small fist swung toward him. Ah, heroine, spare me. By the time Li Qing and Xia Yu left the dance classroom, it was already 6 in the evening. He had taught the girls cha-cha all afternoon. After a tiring yet fulfilling day, he felt completely drained. Suddenly, he received a series of messages on WeChat. Little boss, are you there? YISNT, your little restaurant open. Whoa, I can't find you. By the way, please don't leak that recording of mine. Looking at the string of messages from Xia Yu, Li Qing finally remembered that he had indeed recorded her earlier. Of course, it was a normal recording of her shamefully barking like a dog. He thought Xia Yu would be too embarrassed to come looking for him again. But today, she actually messaged him again, reminding him of the little restaurant he had in the commercial street of the university town. Li Qing was taken aback. He hadn't been to that restaurant in a long time. The vegetable garden in the restaurant's backyard must be overgrown with weeds by now. I wonder if those cucumbers have grown thick and large. Can they still be given to the girls coming to eat at the restaurant? He now owns 35 of the shares in the Regent Hotel and 40 in the Xia Group. Every year, he directly enjoys hundreds of millions in dividends. He no longer needs to humble himself as a small restaurant owner, struggling to pedal a tricycle back and forth. Who in their right mind still runs a restaurant? Anyway, Li Qing isn't doing it anymore. He is now learning to act like a proper person, casually driving his Bugatti, picking up girls, speeding, and subtly showing off. Thinking of this, he reminisced about the long-legged girl, Xia Yu. The long-legged girl was still okay, a refined beauty, looking very quiet and well-behaved. Ultimately, Li Qing replied to her WeChat. I quit that shop a long time ago. What is up? Do you need something? After sending the message, less than 3 seconds passed before the WeChat notification pinged. Xia Yu seemed to be glued to her phone's chat interface and replied instantly. I want to ask you for a favor, okay? Do you have time now? Let me treat you to a meal. Li Qing was taken aback and directly agreed. See you at the gate of Qing University in half an hour. After replying, Li Qing thought for a moment. Just a few minutes ago, Xia Yu said she was going out with her best friend to shop. The three of them were planning to hit the stores. He didn't want to go shopping with girls. When women go shopping, they instantly become extraordinarily excited, especially when two like-minded girls gather to shop together. They have endless energy. Chapter 67. Directly wall slam Xia Yu. In that case, he was afraid he might end up exhausted from shopping. Just right. He could use this opportunity to slip away. Xia Yu invited him to dinner, so he could easily make up a cousin, Xia Yu. My cousin said she wants to treat me to a meal. Anyway, your best friend is coming soon, so you two can hang out first. Hearing this, Xia Yu was taken aback. Cousin? She had never heard of Li Qing having a cousin. Though a bit puzzled, she couldn't resist the temptation of shopping with her best friend, so she ultimately nodded in agreement. Okay then. Half an hour later, at the gate of Qing University, Li Qing's Bugatti slowly came to a stop. He took out his phone and sent a voice message to Xia Yu. Hey, where are you? I've arrived. Hearing this, Xia Yu looked around but couldn't see a trace of Li Qing's tricycle. I don't see you, where are you? Li Qing quickly spotted the long-legged girl. Xia Yu, a short distance away, looking confused while talking on the phone. She was wearing a pleated skirt today, showcasing her signature long legs, slender and fair. The boys couldn't take their eyes off her. You silly girl. Li Qing pressed the horn of the Bugatti. Beep, 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 beep. Xia Yu was startled by the horn, immediately taken aback. Li Qing leaned out the car window and waved at her. Get in the car. When Xia Yu saw the person in the luxurious supercar, honking was Li Qing, she was instantly dumbfounded. Huh, no way. What happened to that small restaurant owner? Where's his unbeatable cool tricycle? Could it be that running a restaurant makes this much money? Did he directly earn a supercar? She walked over to Li Qing in a daze. When she saw the Bugatti's car door slide open like a cicada's wing, her eyes lit up. She was completely shocked. Wow. She instantly thought Li Qing was incredibly handsome. Wait. Actually, it was mainly because his vehicle was too cool. After getting into the car, Xia Yu just stared at Li Qing, not saying a word. Li Qing, where are you going to treat me to a meal? Just say where you want to go, and we'll head straight there. Hearing this, Xia Yu suddenly blushed, shyly looking at Li Qing. Li Qing, why are you shy again? What's going on? Why does every girl who sees him in a sports car turn red? It must be that his one-handed driving of the Bugatti is too charming. I actually just planned to treat you to a snack at school. After all, I don't have that much money. I'm still just a poor student. After Xia Yu finished speaking, she lowered her head. Li Qing nodded in understanding. All right, what do you need my help with? Just say it. I'm afraid it won't be good if I misinterpret your intentions later. Hearing Li Qing ask this, Xia Yu finally lifted her head. Recently, a guy's been pursuing me. Xia Yu bit her lip, looking hesitant. And then, I don't like him. I want you to help me get rid of him. Okay? I was thinking if you rode your tricycle and I sat on it, he would have nothing to say. But I didn't expect you to become so excellent now. And I can't find a way to provoke him. After listening, Li Qing was a bit dumbfounded. It turns out he was being seen as a tool by Xia Yu. Moreover, as a negative example of a tool, she just wanted to use his tricycle to provoke her pursuer. Li Qing's face instantly turned pale, clutching his chest in pain. His dreams shattered. This Xia Yu is too much. Seeing Li Qing getting a bit angry, Xia Yu became anxious. No, I really couldn't handle that guy anymore. So I wanted you to help me. After all, you're the only guy I know in college. I can't find anyone else to help. As she spoke, Xia Yu's face turned red again. Indeed, Xia Yu was the type of quiet girl who spoke little. She might really be bothered by that guy's pursuit. That's why she had no choice but to think of Li Qing, who had leverage over her, for help. Li Qing nudda. All right then, you go ahead and invite him out. I'll help you. I guarantee he won't bother you again. Of course, you just need to cooperate with me. Xia Yu looked obedient and nodded. Half an hour later, Xia Yu stood at the gate of Qing University. A boy dressed in a black hoodie and somewhat refined walked over directly to her. He approached Xia Yao. Yao Yao, you finally thought it through today and agreed to go out to dinner with me. By the way, Yao Yao, last time I confessed to you, you said you'd think about it. How is that going? Xia Yao was taken aback, staring at this annoying boy in front of her. I clearly rejected you last time. You kept asking if I could consider it. I had no choice but to say that. If you keep talking nonsense, I'm leaving. As Xia Yao spoke, her face suddenly turned red. Then he turned around and quickly walked towards Li Qing. The boy in black behind him hurriedly chased after, looking relentless. Yao Yao, how can you treat me like this? Xia Yao quickly arrived in front of Li Qing's Bugatti. Li Qing directly slid open the car door and got out, walking straight to Xia Yao. Beauty, I really like you. The moment I saw you in the car, I fell in love with you. You know, in the 1 minute I just saw you, my heart beat 521 times for you. I am now living entirely for you. After Li Qing finished speaking, he took big strides towards Xia Yao, then pulled her in his arms. He then lowered his head and directly sealed her cherry lips with his mouth. With one hand, he pressed against her head, forcibly walling her in. Hiss! The surrounding students were instantly shocked. At this moment, they all stopped to look at the two. From Li Qing's words earlier, did they know each other for less than a minute? Damn, are people nowadays this bold? They quickly saw the supercar Bugatti behind Li Qing and instantly understood something. Damn, being rich is really good. Meanwhile, the boy in the black hoodie who had been pursuing Xia Yao just now was completely dumbfounded. The girl he had been chasing so hard was actually wall-kissed by someone else so quickly. At this moment, he felt like his heart was shattered. This is too tragic. Indeed, can money allow one to do whatever they want? He looked at Li Qing with eyes full of envy. How infuriating. Why wasn't his dad a rich second generation? He also wanted a supercar. He also wanted to wall-kiss a girl right on the street. Chapter 68. Another addition to the harem. Xia Yao instantly felt as if she had been electrocuted, her whole body going soft. She could only let Li Qing manipulate her. Earlier, Li Qing had only told her to cooperate with him later. But she never expected that it would mean cooperating with him to kiss. This was her first kiss. Just like that, in front of everyone, it was taken away by Li Qing. Xia Yao's mind went blank. For her, time seemed to freeze at that moment. She stopped any thoughts. It wasn't until Li Qing released her red lips that she came back to her senses. When she saw the shocked expressions of the surrounding people looking at them, she instantly felt a rush of embarrassment. A few blushes quickly covered her entire pretty face. Meanwhile, the boy in the black hoodie who had been pestering her just now was completely dumbfounded. He had thought that Xia Yao's refusal was simply because she didn't want to date. But now, seeing Xia Yao kissing a guy she just met in public, his worldview shattered into pieces that could never be picked up again. After Li Qing finished kissing, he looked into Xia Yao's eyes for a few seconds. Then, he turned to the boy in the black hoodie and walked over to pat his shoulder. Bro, did you learn something? To chase girls, you need skills. If you looked as handsome as me, would you still need to grovel to Xia Yao every day like a dog? The boy in the black hoodie was once again dumbfounded. Li Qing was indeed very handsome, but he still felt that this wasn't the main reason. The main reason was still that cool, flashy Bugatti. Did he lose to a Bugatti? Life is too hard. He no longer intended to believe in love. Suddenly hit with such a blow, his heart was already shattered. He prepared to sneak away to find a deserted place to recover. The boy in the black hoodie finally left, without even saying a word, leaving in dejection. Seeing the trouble that had bothered her for so many days finally resolved, Xia Yao breathed a sigh of relief. That annoying person finally left. But little boss, you just... Girls like Xia Yao, who are usually quiet, have no deterrent power when they get angry. Instead, it felt like she was acting cute and spoiled in front of Li Qing. Her voice was soft and sweet, making it impossible to be fierce. What are you going to do now? Hurry up and tell me how you plan to make it up to me. Li Qing was momentarily stunned. Xia Yao's series of questions left him a bit flustered. Actually, his original plan did not include directly kissing Xia Yao. However, the moment he got out of the car and saw Xia Yao, he suddenly realized that she was quite pretty, especially the helpless look in her eyes and her expressions when being harassed by a boy, along with a series of small actions, directly triggered his protective instincts as a man. So he impulsively walked over, took Xia Yao, and kissed her, forcefully displaying his male charm. Damn! It seems that his harem has successfully added another member. At this moment, looking at Xia Yao's eyes that were about to overflow with tears after being kissed, Li Qing was momentarily stunned. Little boss, why aren't you talking? You have to take responsibility for me. Li Qing scratched his head and took a deep breath. After all, he was a man. How could he just abandon her after getting what he wanted? Xia Baiyao, would you be my girlfriend? As soon as Li Qing's words fell, Xia Baiyao instantly let out a soft protest, as she had been waiting for him to say that. Soon, she fell back into Li Qing's arms. The surrounding onlookers erupted in cheers. Love came too quickly, just like a tornado. Indeed, in front of the Bugatti, there is no goddess that cannot be conquered. Damn, why do I feel a bit sour? Li Qing held Xia Baiyao in his arms, feeling somewhat incredulous. He didn't expect his speed in collecting harem members to become so fast. It had been less than an hour. By the way, little boss, you're not running the restaurant anymore. What are you doing now? Did you choose to go home and inherit your family as fortune? Lying in Li Qing's arms, Xia Baiyao suddenly raised her head and curiously asked. She still thought that Li Qing was just a restaurant owner and a nouveau riche second-generation type. Although they were now in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, she still needed to clarify things. Li Qing shook his head. Actually, I'm still a student, a freshman in the finance department at Qing University. Xia Baiyao was instantly dumbfounded. When she first met Li Qing, he was just a small restaurant owner. So she naturally thought he was older than her. But unexpectedly, Li Qing was actually her classmate, and he was even one grade lower than her. My God, you're actually a grade lower than me. Call me senior. Li Qing was momentarily taken aback. He didn't expect that the seemingly silly, slow-witted, long-legged girl Xia Baiyao was actually a grade higher than him. Wow, are you really dating a senior now? Oomph. Do you think you look like a senior in front of me? Xia Baiyao was momentarily stunned. Indeed, every time she was in front of Li Qing, she acted silly. Even last time, she was caught on tape by Li Qing, giving him leverage over her. Well, fine. Anyway, you're my boyfriend now. So it doesn't matter if I act a bit silly in front of you. You're better than me anyway. But you're younger than me. Then I'll just call you Little Qing Qing. When Li Qing heard this cheesy nickname, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Little Qing Qing? Can you not call me that? Li Qing felt like his masculine aura had completely vanished just from being called that by Xia Baiyao. No way, I like it. You can't stop me. Xia Baiyao quickly showed her characteristic possessiveness as a little girlfriend. In the end, Li Qing helplessly nodded. Little Qing Qing, Little Qing Qing. It's actually not bad if I get used to it. It sounds a bit nice. By the way, Little Qing Qing, did you know? Our dorm has an unwritten rule. Whichever girl from the dorm gets a boyfriend first, her boyfriend has to treat all the girls in the dorm to a meal. Little Qing Qing, I just announced my relationship in the dorm group, and they're all clamoring for you to treat them to dinner tonight. Li Qing was taken aback. It's not that he was afraid of treating the girls to a meal. However, meeting Xia Baio's roommates so soon made him feel a bit uncomfortable. It felt strange. By the way, are your roommates still single? Chapter 69, Dormitory Social Event. Xia Baiyao was momentarily stunned by Li Qing's question, but eventually nodded. Yes, there used to be 4 single girls, but now there are only 3 left. Are they pretty? How is their figure? Are they well endowed? Li Qing directly asked a series of soul-searching questions. Almost wanted to see all of Xia Baio's roommates through her. Hearing Li Qing's blunt questions, Xia Baiyao felt a bit annoyed and blushed. Little Qing Qing, why do you talk like that? Now that you have me, are you still thinking about my roommates? Li Qing shook his head seriously. It's not that I'm thinking about them. It's just that my roommates are still single. After all, as a dad, I have to consider my sons, right? After saying that, Li Qing winked at Xia Baiyao. So, do you get what I mean? How about we arrange something for them? After all, we're all friends, so it's like keeping the good stuff within the family. Xia Baiyao nodded, seemingly understanding. Little Qing Qing, you mean, since I'm going to treat your roommates to a meal, why not bring my roommates along to eat together and have a social event with your dorm? If a few pairs hit it off and really get together, Wu Ti, that'd be great. After Li Qing finished speaking, Xia Baiyao was still a bit confused. Her expression was dazed as she thought and digested his words. After a while, she excitedly shook Li Qing's hand. That's amazing, Little Qing Qing. If that's the case, you won't even have to spend your own money. And if they really get together, they will definitely thank both of us. I'm going back to the dorm to tell them that the boys from my boyfriend's dorm also want to treat us to a meal and have a social event. They've all been single for a year in college, and they're all starving for companionship, so they'll definitely be willing to join. After saying that, Xia Baiyao happily said goodbye to Li Qing and went back to the dorm. Li Qing also prepared to return to his dorm to share this good news with his dorm brothers. Li Qing returned to the boys' dorm. Brothers, I'm back. Did you miss me? Li Qing pushed open the dorm door and said loudly. However, after Li Qing's voice fell, the entire dorm was silent for 3 whole seconds. Li Qing looked around and saw that his three good brothers were all looking at him with a face full of terror. Like elementary school students who hadn't done their homework and were anxiously looking at the teacher. They were all huddled in their beds, trembling. Li Qing, what's wrong with you guys? I haven't been back for just a few days. No way, come on. You really don't think of me as your dad, do you? Looking at his panicked brothers, Li Qing suddenly remembered something. Oh no, I just remembered. That bet about the silly girl. Your raw desk eating, your instant ascension, and chief fan. Don't forget your 3 pounds of poop. Li Qing instantly understood the reason. That day when they bet he would appear in the silly girl-esque live stream for more than 10 minutes. They all placed their bets. Now that Li Qing was back, it meant they had to fulfill their promises. So at this moment, when the three of them saw Li Qing, they all panicked. Li Qing, realizing it was this silly reason, instantly smiled calmly. I see. So that's it. Good brothers. I was just joking around with you guys. You didn't really take it seriously, did you? Hearing this, the three of them immediately breathed a sigh of relief and looked gratefully at Li Qing. Wow, why didn't you say this earlier, third brother? Exactly. I've been so scared these past few days that I couldn't sleep. My back ached. I had to pee frequently, and I even had frequent nocturnal emissions. By the way, third brother, how did you pull it off? The brothers all watched your live stream that day. You were just showing off in front of the silly girl. Especially after you played the piano, the way the silly girl looked at you. She practically wanted to jump you right there. I'm so envious of your. Li Qing smiled faintly and waved his hand. Calm down. I was just doing what I usually do. It's just a little silly girl. Just wait and see. Next time I'll live stream with Xiao Tuan for you guys. The three brothers in the dorm were instantly shocked again. Although they thought Li Qing was bragging again, they remembered that every time he bragged, it usually turned out to be true. So now, they believed more than half of it. Wow, as expected of third brother, you can even get Xiao Tuan. Good brother. If you really can live stream with Xiao Tuan, I'll kneel for you. Come on, second brother, you might as well kneel right now. When has third brother ever failed to deliver? Li Qing listened to his brother's banter with a smile and quickly clapped his hands to signal them to stop. All right, brothers, stop messing around. I have good news to announce. Just now, I arranged a social event with a girls' dorm in the school. I heard that the girls in that dorm are all fair-skinned, beautiful with long legs, curvy, and hot-o. By the way, they're also second-year seniors. Li Qing had just finished speaking when he noticed that the three good brothers in the dormitory all looked like they were about to drool. They instantly transformed into old lechers. Li Qing paused for a moment and asked back, are you guys going to say something or not? If you don't want to go on this blind date, then I'll just reject them directly. Saying this, Li Qing took out his phone, pretending to send a message to refuse. No. Good brother, course I'm going. Yes, we must seize such a good opportunity. Which brother in the dorm would dare not go? I'll break his legs. Only then did Li Qing smile, nod, and put his phone away. Half an hour later, at a large chicken restaurant near Qing University in a private room. On one side of the table sat Li Qing's roommates, and on the other side were Xia Yu's roommates. Xia Yu wasn't lying. Her roommates were all quite good-looking, above average, and they looked decent. Although none of them were as pretty as Xia Yu, they weren't far off. Plus, knowing that they were going on a blind date, they had all dressed up carefully, each looking colorful and very enticing. This made Li Qing's good brother certain parts perk up, their eyes shining with lust. Each of them had instantly set their sights on their own targets, bowing their heads to compose themselves, thinking about how to perform later. Chapter 70. I want to see who dares to make a move. After all, apart from Li Qing and Xia Yu, everyone else was meeting for the first time and felt a bit shy. However, as a few beers went down, everyone became slightly tipsy, and the atmosphere gradually warmed up. The conversation started to flow more freely. Li Qing's roommates, who were usually very lively in the dorm, were now trying their best to show off in front of the senior girls, flaunting every bit of their humor. They were eager to win mating rights tonight. Perhaps it was because Xia Yu's roommates had been single for too long. They found Li Qing's roommates, these first-year boys, very pleasing to the eye. They felt satisfied, seeing them as handsome and charming. Coupled with the influence of alcohol, they responded eagerly to Li Qing's roommates, occasionally exchanging flirtatious glances and subtle signals. It seemed that tonight's blind date was quite effective. Li Qing felt very gratified. Being a matchmaker felt quite special. After the 8 of them finished dinner, feeling that they hadn't had enough fun, someone suggested going to sing karaoke. This was met with unanimous agreement. Li Qing and Xia Yu exchanged smiles, their eyes conveying deep meaning. Dishianshan was one of the better places near Ning University, with moderately high prices. For students, it was considered quite upscale. Seeing that Li Qing's roommates were about to gain mating rights, they weren't afraid to spend money anymore. Whatever, just go for it. The 8 of them booked a private room. As they walked up the stairs, they quickly paired off into 4 couples. Apart from Li Qing, who had his arm around Xia Yu, the other 3 pairs maintained a subtly appropriate distance, occasionally testing the waters with touches, which became even more ambiguous due to the influence of alcohol. When Li Qing arrived, he had already informed his dorm brothers that Xia Yu was his girlfriend. His roommates, aside from envying Li Qing, all patted their chests, promising to cover for him and ensure that no one would spill any information about the campus beauty. At that moment, all 8 of them went upstairs and entered the private room. The dim and dreamy lights, combined with the hormonal excitement catalyzed by alcohol, made the previously just acquainted pairs feel much closer. Once inside, Li Qing's good brothers became instant singing stars, grabbing the microphones and passionately belting out songs. Whether their singing was good or not was another matter. At least their expressions were serious and immersed in the performance. Watching his brothers put in such effort to impress the girls made Li Qing feel relieved. Who knows, maybe these brothers would really succeed. Do you need to go to the bathroom? I'll go with you, Qi Fan said to Xia Yu's best friend, the blonde girl's son, Xian, whom Li Qing had known before. She wasn't very good at drinking and seemed a bit tipsy, walking slightly unsteady. This gave Qi Fan an opportunity. He placed Sun Xuanchuan's arm over his and indicated he would take her to the restroom. Just as they reached the bathroom, a slightly drunk man in a suit came out, looking unfriendly. Seeing Qi Fan supporting Sun Xuanchuan's curvy figure, he reached out his hand without thinking. Sun Xian immediately sensed something was off. Her face flushed, and she lightly hit Qi Fan, saying, "Hey, are you revealing your true self so soon? It's still early, why so eager?" Qi Fan: "What are you talking about, miss? Don't talk nonsense, I didn't do anything." Sun Xian instantly sobered up a bit. "If it's not you, then who else could it be? Is there a ghost?" Turning around, she saw the man in the suit staring at her with a lewd expression. "Pervert, how dare you touch me?" Sun Xian felt violated and screamed. On the side, Qi Fan, who had just met Sun Xian, was instantly displeased upon seeing her being harassed. He had a fiery temper. "How dare you touch my girl in front of me? This is unacceptable. You dare to touch me? Sun Xian, watch me avenge you." As soon as Qi Fan finished speaking, Sun Xian screamed, "Qi Fan, don't get excited. Stop." 2 minutes later, the man in the suit had a bruised face, looking like a pig's head. He had taken a beating, and naturally, he sobered up quite a bit. "You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? Which private room are you in? I'll settle this with you later." Hearing the man's threat, Qi Fan was shocked, but Sun Xian was still in front of him. He couldn't lose face. Thinking this, Qi Fan straightened his neck, showing no fear, and loudly said, "I'm in room 303. If you have the guts, come find me." The man in the suit wiped his mouth. "You wait. Today I'll make you crawl out of Dishianshan." With that, he turned and left without looking back. Sun Xian nervously tugged at Qi Fan's shirt, worriedly saying, "I know you did it for my sake, but you were too impulsive just now. What do we do now? Why don't we tell them and just leave?" Although Qi Fan was scared to death inside, he still maintained a calm and imposing demeanor on the surface. "What are we afraid of? With our dorm brothers around, who would dare mess with us? Xian, you don't need to worry. Just follow me, and you can rest assured." Sun Xian had no choice but to nod. Qi Fan and Sun Xian walked into the private room. "What the hell, Qi Fan? Why'd you two take so long? You didn't tea-do in the bathroom, did you? I've seen enough of those kinds of scenes. Still, my brother Fan is amazing. It's been over 10 minutes. Qi Fan was being teased by his brothers and quickly waved his hand, cursing back. Although he was smiling on the surface, he was anxious inside. He had barely sat down for 3 minutes when a heavy thud was heard. Bang! The door to the private room was kicked open. At the door stood 6 strong men in black, each about 185 meters tall. The leader was the man in a suit whom Qi Fan had just beaten up in the restroom. The suit man, now with a face swollen like a pig's head, had a fierce expression as he waved his hand, signaling that none of them should be spared. As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 strong men walked straight in. The 8 people inside were instantly panicked and dumbfounded, not daring to breathe. Li Qing took a deep breath and stood up. "Wait, I'm standing right here today. Let us see which one of you dares to make a move." Chapter 71. "Mr. Li, nice to meet you." Li Qing calmly said this. The six strong men exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. Li Qing's confident demeanor made them feel something was off. Seeing them frozen, the suit man walked over. "You little brats, I still have a big contract to sign tonight, and you've made it like this for me? If you dare to delay my good fortune today, none of you will get out of this door. I don't care who you are. Even if the King of Heaven is here today, I'll still settle this." The suit man arrogantly finished speaking and raised his arm, lightly waving it. He signaled to his men not to be afraid and to go ahead and fight. If anything happens, he would take the blame. The suit man's name was Wu Lei, the young master of a listed company in Ningjiang City. He happened to be here tonight to invite a big shot to sing and discuss some business cooperation. Halfway through, taking advantage of his drunkenness, he went to the restroom and couldn't help but make a move with his hands, resulting in his current pig-headed appearance. He hadn't even finished his business talk, and now his face was bruised, which was a big taboo in business, so he was naturally furious. He wished he could skin these people alive right now. Li Qing stared at the six strong men in front of him. At this moment, although he appeared calm on the surface, he was just as anxious inside. After all, had the system given him any self-defense skills? If he could martial arts now, that would be great. According to the normal routine, with the skills given by the system, facing these ordinary people would be a piece of cake. One punch could take down 10 of them. Unfortunately, he was just an ordinary person now. Behind him, several of his dorm brothers stood ready, rolling up their sleeves as if prepared to fight alongside him. "Brothers, if it really comes to it, let us take him down. It's just a beating. Come on, who is afraid of whom? This isn't our fault. Since they chose to fight, let us not waste words with them." The few of them got into position. The strong men also began to move, looking like they were about to approach. Suddenly, a sycophant rushed to Wu Lei's side. "Brother Lei, President Xiao is getting a bit anxious over there." Wu Lei's expression changed instantly upon hearing this. "Damn it, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you to keep him steady while I teach these little brats a lesson?" "Brother Lei, I really couldn't hold him back anymore. President Xiao is already coming over. Look, right over there." As he finished speaking, an elderly man dressed in a black and red silk tang suit, followed by several bodyguards, slowly walked over. He walked straight up to Wu Lei, but just gave him a cold glance. It seemed he noticed Wu Lei's pig-headed appearance, but wasn't he particularly surprised and didn't he ask much. "The entertainment was decent today. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now." After saying that, he turned to leave. Wu Lei quickly chased after him, standing beside President Xiao, bowing and scraping, looking like a sycophant. "Master Xiao, I'm really sorry tonight. We hadn't even finished enjoying our drinks when I just stepped out to use the restroom. And look, I got my face messed up by these little brats. Please wait a moment while I take care of them. Once this is over, we can continue discussing business between our two families." At this moment, he looked completely different from the arrogant demeanor he had just shown in front of Li Qing and the others. He was like two different people. At this moment, the 8 people in the room had not made a move. It seemed that this so-called President Xiao was still a friend of Wu Lei. The bodyguards behind him looked even more formidable than the 6 strong men. Dealing with the 6 strong men was already a struggle. They didn't want to face more people. So now, they remained silent, watching the situation unfold. If things went awry, they could still make a move later. When President Xiao heard the noise, he turned around but only casually glanced at the room with his hands behind his back. But in an instant, a flash of sharpness appeared in his eyes. That barely noticeable surprise quickly vanished, replaced by a calm expression. "You just said these young people have a grudge against you?" Wu Lei nodded, looking gritted teeth. "Yes, we're discussing business today, and these little brats are so clueless. They've offended me today, and they shouldn't think they can walk out unharmed." As he spoke, he even clenched his fists and waved them in the air. The elderly man in the tang suit nodded slightly. "What if I want to protect them?" Wu Lei had a smile on his face. He hadn't even fully understood what the elderly man had said. "Who will protect them? Whoever dares to protect them, I'll beat them up too." As soon as he finished speaking, the elderly man's expression changed instantly. Meanwhile, one of Wu Lei's sycophants quickly tugged at his sleeve, whispering in his ear, "President Wu, what President Xiao just said is that he wants to protect them." This time, Wu Lei heard clearly. His face turned pale instantly. He looked at the elderly man in fear. When he saw that the elderly man's expression was slightly displeased, he panicked. "Master Xiao, did you just say you want to protect them?" This question was not loud, but it was just right for everyone in the room to hear. Everyone was instantly shocked, including Li Qing and the other students inside. All eyes were now on the elderly man in the tang suit. Even Li Qing and the students could tell from Wu Lei's demeanor and his cautious movements earlier that he was the most formidable person here. But now, he said he wanted to protect them. Wu Lei saw the elderly man merely squinting at him without speaking. He was a bit dumbfounded, not knowing why he suddenly turned against him. Master Xiao, why is that? Did I not treat you well today? If not, I can invite you out to play again another day. As long as you're happy, I can do anything. You can enjoy yourself. In front of the old man in Tang's suit, Wu Lei appeared like a trembling little rabbit, afraid that he might offend him with any inadequate service. However, the old man in the Tang suit didn't even spare Wu Lei a glance and walked straight into the private room. Behind him, several capable bodyguards followed closely. Inseparable from him, the old man, known as Master Xiao, walked directly to Li Qing after entering the room. He then extended his hands towards Li Qing, his demeanor shifting from icy cold to warm and enthusiastic. Mr. Li, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've been wanting to pay my respects to you for a long time, but I didn't expect to run into you here. Chapter 72. Young people should be a little wild. What, Mr. Li? Li Qing was taken aback. What on earth is going on? He looked at the impressive-looking old man in front of him, feeling somewhat familiar, but he just couldn't recall who he was. There was not a single impression in his mind. Excuse me, who are you? Li Qing asked, showing signs of confusion. Hearing this, the old man in the Tang suit suddenly appeared enlightened. Oh, I'm sorry. I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Xiao Shuncheng, chairman of the Regal Hotel Group. You recently acquired 35 of our company's shares. I've been wanting to find time to visit you, but I didn't expect to run into you today. Upon meeting you, it's clear that you are indeed a young and accomplished talent. You are as handsome as they say. Your reputation is well-deserved. Mr. Li, if you have any requests or needs in the future, just let me know. Your matters will be my matters from now on. Xiao Shuncheng warmly shook Li Qing's hand, being extremely courteous. After Li Qing acquired shares in his hotel, he had instructed the entire company to recognize Li Qing's handsome face. He placed great importance on Li Qing. Today, they happened to meet, and he immediately recognized him. Behind him, Wu Lei, who had just been ready to confront Li Qing, was now completely dumbfounded. This young student, owning 35 of the Regal Hotel, his matters would become Xiao Shuncheng's matters? No way. How could he be so unlucky? He had just managed to arrange a meeting with Mr. Xiao today because of a business collaboration with the Regal Hotel. He hoped that the property services of the Regal Hotel would be handled directly by his company. Dozens of five-star hotels. That would mean a significant amount of business. For this, he had shamelessly begged Xiao Shuncheng multiple times, even going so far as to flatter him. Just as he saw Xiao Shuncheng, the old fox, about to relent, he had actually offended his esteemed guest. Well, to be precise, he had almost offended him. Thinking of this, a chill ran down his spine, from the base of his tailbone to the crown of his head. Most of his company's business relied on the supply from the dozens of chain stores of the Regal Hotel. If he angered Mr. Xiao and he chose another supplier, it would be disastrous. He would go bankrupt. Realizing this, as a clever person who knows how to adapt, he walked over to Li Qing. Soon, he plopped down and knelt. Mr. Li, I was blind and offended you and your friends just now. Please forgive me today. If you're not satisfied, I will kneel here until you are. At this moment, Li Qing's classmates behind him were once again shocked. The words of the old man in the Tang suit, Master Xiao, had already left them stunned. This man in a suit, Wu Lei, who had just been extremely arrogant, was now kneeling before Li Qing like a dog? Is Li Qing really that impressive? How come they never noticed before? They didn't expect to have such a powerful figure among them. 35 of the Regal Hotel's shares. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. No wonder Li Qing had been so brazenly standing in front earlier. After all, little Wu Lei was nothing but a speck in front of him. Li Qing looked at Wu Lei, who was kneeling at his feet, with a blank expression. This person had been too arrogant just now. If he hadn't run into Xiao Shuncheng today, he might have really fallen into this trap. Since that was the case, he might as well let him kneel for a while. This kind of fool deserves it. Seeing that Li Qing had not spoken, Xiao Shuncheng silently nodded in his heart. Indeed, he was worthy of being someone who could afford to buy 35 of the Regal Hotel. Young yet composed, he cleared his throat, preparing to lend a hand. Since Mr. Li hadn't said anything, it would be better for Wu Lei to show some sincerity and let Mr. Li feel just how regretful he was right now. Hearing Xiao Shuncheng's words, Wu Lei was taken aback for a moment. As someone who had been in the business world for many years, he quickly understood the meaning behind them. Without hesitation, he extended both hands. Slap, slap. Slap, slap. He rhythmically slapped his own face with both hands, lifting them high and landing solidly, not missing a single slap. In no time, his already swollen face became even more red and swollen, making it look like a pig's head. Li Qing was stunned for a moment, allowing him to self-slap for a full 2 minutes before casually waving his hand. That's enough. Today is our class reunion. We don't want to see blood. It's bad luck. That's enough. You can go now. As soon as Li Qing finished speaking, Wu Lei stood up with a face full of joy, trembling with his swollen mouth. Great. Thank you for your forgiveness, Mr. Li. You are truly magnanimous. Thank you. While bowing, Wu Lei turned and left. Behind him, the 6 burly men who had been completely shocked now felt extremely fortunate. Fortunately, they had listened to Wu Lei and hadn't acted against Li Qing. Otherwise, they might have been the ones kneeling on the ground. Now that they saw Wu Lei leave, they quickly made their escape. Xiao Shenxing noticed the slight sense of pride on Li Qing's face and felt quite satisfied himself. He then walked back to Li Qing and bid farewell. Mr. Li, you look impressive and accomplished. After meeting you today, it is indeed well-deserved. Since you have another engagement today, I won't disturb you. We will meet again next time, and if you need anything, feel free to call me. As he spoke, Xiao Shenshang took out a shiny golden business card from his pocket and handed it to Li Qing. Li Qing took the business card and glanced at it. It was an extremely luxurious card with a layer of gold foil pattern on it. The surface was covered with a thin layer of gold leaf that shimmered under the light, showcasing its nobility and luxury. It was clear at a glance that this was the kind of custom-made, exclusive card worth thousands. Li Qing quickly tucked the card away. No problem. I have to thank General Manager Xiao for his support today. You're welcome. After Xiao Shengke finished speaking, he prepared to leave. Soon, he turned back to look at Li Qing with a smile in his eyes, wearing a meaningful expression. General Li is doing well today. After all, young people should be a bit wild. Chapter 73. Signing in for top fitness talent. Xiao Shengke left. At this moment, in an entire private room, only Li Qing and his roommates remained. Of course, there were also Xia Yu and her roommates. Everyone was staring blankly at Li Qing. Wow, third brother. When did you get so awesome? Yeah, just now the brothers rolled up their sleeves, almost ready to fight. And you just gave everyone a show. To be honest, third brother, you're always a god. Xia Yu and her roommates were also looking at Li Qing in shock. Yao Yao, your boyfriend, is actually this impressive. Yeah. Oh my god, did you see that guy just now? He actually knelt in front of your boyfriend in embarrassment. Your boyfriend was too cool just now. Simply amazing. Xia Yu looked at Li Qing with admiration. Li Qing waved his hand lightly. It's nothing. Everyone don't get too excited. It was just a little episode. Let's keep the fun going. The small episode didn't dampen everyone's enthusiasm for singing. The 8 of them partied until 11 o'clock, just in time to head back to the dorm to sleep. It was late, so Li Qing had no choice but to sleep in the dorm that night. The next day, Li Qing opened his eyes. Ding dong. Would you like to check in today? Check in. Ding dong. Check in successful. Check in reward. Top fitness talent. Would you like to learn? Learn. Ding dong. Learning successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining pectoral muscles, 8-pack abs, and Hercules arms. Li Qing felt his muscles swelling all over, filled with strength. Instantly, he felt that his previously somewhat thin figure was now a bit tight in his clothes. Li Qing hurriedly got up and walked to the dormitory mirror. At this moment, he hadn't even bothered to put on clothes, only wearing a pair of briefs. Standing in front of the mirror, his entire physique was fully visible. If it weren't for his recognizable handsome face, he could hardly believe that the muscular guy in the mirror was himself. With a pair of strong Hercules arms, a broad and full chest, and a neat 8-pack of abs below, he instantly displayed the wild charm of a man. Li Qing kept posing in front of the mirror, admiring himself, looking at his body as if he had never seen it before. This is so damn awesome, especially those 8 defined abs. Wow, just looking at them makes me want to touch them. If those fangirls see this, they would definitely pounce on me and take advantage of me. Li Qing was very satisfied with his now full and solid muscles. At this moment, his physique was perfect for both looking slim in clothes and muscular when undressed. Coupled with his height of 185 meters, he was simply a walking clothes hanger. Perfect, right? The masculine hormones in his body surged instantly. Li Qing stood in front of the mirror, admiring himself for a long time. His roommates gradually woke up and saw Li Qing standing in front of the mirror. Wow. Third brother, how did you get these muscles? So handsome, even I, a big guy, can't help but drool and want to touch. Third brother, your physique is incredible. Why not get a boyfriend? Since we're all good brothers in the dorm, why not let everyone enjoy it first? Li Qing. What the hell are you guys talking about? Are we still in class? If you don't get up, you'll be late. Saying this, Li Qing hurriedly put on his clothes to cover his exceptional physique. Now that he looked like this, he was instantly attractive to both men and women. He just wanted to go to the gym after class, get a membership, and see if his muscles were just for show or if they could really perform. After school in the afternoon, Xia Yu, as usual, wanted to pull Li Qing to the cafeteria for a meal. Li Qing shook his head. You go ahead. I'm planning to get a gym membership. Xia Yu obediently nodded. Okay, Qing, do you want me to bring you some food? Li Qing nodded. Since he now had this physique, he should pay attention to his diet. Then bring me 10 boiled eggs. Xia Yu. Qing, are you sure you can eat that much? Li Qing nodded. Of course, I need to supplement my protein now. After parting ways with Xia Yu, Li Qing turned and went to the nearby Dihao gym. At the gym front desk, the young lady at the front desk was dressed attractively, revealing a patch of white skin at her chest. When she saw Li Qing approaching, she directly spoke. Sir, are you ready to get a membership? The annual card is 3,000, and the half-year card is 2,000. Li Qing was taken aback for a moment and nodded. I saw that there was a promotion when I came in. If someone breaks the gym record for squats, they get a free annual membership. The front desk girl glanced at Li Qing, looking at his somewhat thin frame through his clothes, and nodded. Yes, we have his promotion, but sir, a professional athlete came yesterday and squatted 300 kilograms. Are you still sure you want to try to break the record? The front desk girl smiled as she looked at Li Qing. She didn't believe that someone with a slender frame could break the record set by a 300-kilogram athlete. So asking was pointless. Li Qing smiled lightly. How do you know I can't? Taking a deep breath. Although he also didn't know how strong he really was. He was just inexplicably confident. Let me give it a try. The front desk girl sighed. So many people have asked about this promotion in the past few days. But when they heard the terrifying number of 300 kilograms, they all backed off. But this little guy in front of me wants to challenge it? Coach Sun, come here for a moment. This guy wants to challenge our gym's squat record. Soon, a muscular man with bulging muscles walked over and looked at Li Qing. Young man, are you sure you want to challenge? I advise you to reconsider. How do you know I can't? Li Qing chuckled and walked over. The entire gym turned their attention to Li Qing when they heard he was going to challenge the squat record, looking at him with disbelief, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Li Qing didn't say much and directly walked to the squat equipment. He was wearing casual clothes today, not specialized gym attire, which was a bit inconvenient. So, he simply took off his shirt, revealing perfectly proportioned muscles all over his body. 8-pack abs, his physique resembling an inverted triangle, just like the perfect body of Peng Yuyan. In an instant, he left everyone in the gym stunned. The men lifting weights couldn't help but gasp. This physique was exactly what they dreamed of. The girls who came to the gym for photo ops and to work on their curves were drooling. They wished they could just touch Li Qing's sexy and alluring abs right there. Damn, this is what a young hunk looks like. They wanted him right then and there. Chapter 74. Is it only 500 kilograms? Li Qing naturally felt the gaze of everyone in the room, including those girls in tight workout clothes, all looking at him with sparkling eyes. It made him a bit shy. He didn't say much, directly walking over to the equipment. This was his first time doing squats. Well, let us add 100 kilograms first. After loading 100 kilograms on himself, Li Qing felt a bit heavy. However, he easily squatted down. 100 kilograms, is that all? It was nothing. Li Qing didn't even change his expression, not even breathing hard. He simply decided to skip a level and add another 200 kilograms, challenging 300 kilograms. When the people present saw Li Qing directly skip over 200 kilograms and challenge 300 kilograms for his squat, they couldn't help but sweat for him. After all, while Li Qing's muscles looked great, the amount of muscle was still too little. He wasn't a true muscle giant. How could he possibly lift 300 kilograms? Li Qing didn't think too much. He took a deep breath and slowly stood up. Then, he squatted down effortlessly. 300 kilograms. He accomplished it. The onlookers were instantly shocked. This was a squat with a 300-kilogram load. So, Li Qing's long legs must have at least 600 pounds of strength. Right. If those legs kicked someone, the terrifying force of 300 pounds would directly shatter bones. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Li Qing merely breathed slightly harder. Soon, he picked up 100 kilograms of weight and placed it on himself. 400 kilograms. This young man was actually going to add more. Li Qing didn't pay attention to the gazes of others, focusing solely on his squats. After taking a deep breath, he squatted down again and stood up slowly. Damn, this time he broke the gym record. The front desk girl who had just mocked Li Qing's small frame was now dumbfounded. She couldn't believe that Li Qing was this fit, looking slim in clothes, but muscular when undressed. He actually broke the record of that professional muscle giant athlete. Seeing this scene, the coach's son didn't hesitate and walked straight towards Li Qing. Sir, your image and temperament are great, and your muscle explosiveness is impressive. I wonder if you would be interested in being an honorary coach at our Dihao gym. You only need to have your name listed, and every month, we can offer you a salary of 5,000 yuan. 5,000 yuan for just having your name listed. The people working out around them looked at Li Qing with envy. They instantly found the motivation to continue lifting weights. Look at this young man. He is a complete role model. If only their squats could also reach 400 kilograms. Sir, what do you think of this offer? Coach Sun asked Li Qing eagerly. You should know, during his peak, he barely managed 300 kilograms. Unfortunately, his time has passed. Now it's the era of the young. 400 kilograms. Even participating in a national bodybuilding competition, winning an award would be a piece of cake. A talent like Li Qing, he must seize the opportunity. In the future, when the gym recruits again, having someone like Li Qing with both appearance and strength would at least double their performance. However, this young man, upon hearing such an enticing offer, showed no expression. He merely frowned, seemingly unhappy. Excuse me, could you move aside? It's only 400 kilograms. Why are you so excited? Let me challenge 500 kilograms first, Li Qing said, and in an instant, the entire room fell silent. A pin drop could be heard. Everyone was once again shocked. 500 kilograms. What does that even mean? Last year's national champion barely managed 480 kilograms. But this young man was actually going to challenge 500 kilograms. Weightlifting isn't something you can just add on a whim. A slight mistake can easily lead to injury. Mild injuries can tear muscles. Severe ones can lead to fractures. But at this moment, Li Qing dared to challenge 500 kilograms. Young man, are you sure? If you're not careful, you could end up with a lifelong disability. That is not worth it. Coach Sun cautiously reminded him from the side. Li Qing silently nodded. Without a word, he continued adding weight. Soon, he was challenging a load of 500 kilograms. Li Qing furrowed his brow, gritted his teeth, his calf muscles tensed, driving his thighs as he exerted strength. He slowly squatted down again. His 500 kilograms challenge successful. At that moment, everyone looked at Li Qing, eyes wide in shock. Who would have thought that today, in a small gym in Ningjiang City, they would witness a national-level weightlifting feat? Not to mention breaking the gym's squat record. This could directly set a national record. At this moment, the front desk girl quickly seized the opportunity. She walked straight up to Li Qing, handing him a freshly issued annual card for Dihao Gym, her face full of respect and enthusiasm. Sir, congratulations on breaking our gym squat record. This is an annual card. We welcome you to come and work out at our gym often. You should know, having someone with a jaw-dropping 500 kilogram squat record like this would definitely attract many people. So, the money for this annual card is nothing. It's a definite profit. Li Qing accepted the annual card. This was his reward for breaking the record. So he didn't need to be polite. Li Qing hadn't even unloaded the weight on him yet. He looked down and suddenly changed his expression. In fact, 500 kilograms was just a bit strenuous for him, but it wasn't his limit. He wanted to see what his true limit was. But the weights in the Empire Gym don't even have 600 kilograms. Li Qing turned to look at Coach Sunday. Is it only 500 kilograms? I was planning to give 600 try. It seems I have to give up now. Li Qing shrugged his shoulders, showing a bit of helplessness. Coach Sun was instantly shocked, staring at Li Qing as if he were a monster. No way, no way. You can actually challenge 600 kilograms? Is this guy even human? Li Qing sighed at the stunned Coach Sun in front of him. Sigh, this is really boring. After saying that, Li Qing prepared to leave. Behind him, the receptionist hurriedly chased after him. Chapter 75, Playing Games with the Airhead Girl, sir. Sir, wait a moment. What do you think about the conditions Coach Sun just mentioned to you? As our honorary coach at Empire Gym, Li Qing thought for a moment. Being a fitness coach isn't bad. There will definitely be many girls coming to the gym. He could teach them fitness hands-on. When the girls work out, they mostly wear tight clothes that show off their figures, so he would get to enjoy the view and the experience. But then he thought again. Flirting. All day long, just flirting with girls. What's so good about that? Counting it up, I already have 3 girlfriends. The school beauty, Lu Wanqing, and Xia Yao. I'm already very satisfied. Although there might be more in the future, for now, I'm not lacking in girls. Thinking of this, Li Qing waved his hand repeatedly. No need. I'm already very happy just to get a free annual membership. Sir, are you sure you don't want to consider it? You won't have to do anything. Just have your name on it, and you'll get 5,000 huabi every month. Li Qing raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Seriously, you think 5,000 huabi is enough to hire me? Who do you think I am? No need. I'm not short on money. After saying that, Li Qing pushed the door open and left, leaving the people in the gym stunned, along with the slightly awkward receptionist and Coach Sunday. Li Qing returned to his villa at Qianshui Bay, going back to his room. In his room, there was a computer. In the afternoon, Xia Yu had an elective class, but he didn't have any classes. So now, he could happily play games by himself in his room. As soon as Li Qing turned on the computer, his phone's WeChat notification pinged. Airhead girl. Li Qing, do you still remember me? Chin resting, chin resting, chin resting, Li Qing. Flat-chested girl. Is that you? Airhead girl. Knife, 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 goodbye. Li Qing. Okay, goodbye, you bastard. After Li Qing sent that, within 3 seconds, Airhead girl's voice message popped up. Li Qing, I'm still live streaming. How can you say that about me? Don't I have any dignity? Oh, live streaming? Then it's fine. Everyone knows that you've always been quite embarrassed in front of me. Stop messing around. Want to play a game? Play what? What game? PUBG. Li Qing was taken aback. Although this game called PUBG, Battlegrounds was very popular recently, he hadn't played it much. He always landed and got eliminated immediately. I'm not very good at this game. That's okay. Just call me sister, and I'll lead you. Li Qing. All right then. Will you lead me? Yes, get online. The two added each other as friends in the game and quickly logged in, starting a sexy duo match. Li Qing also pulled out his phone and opened the Do Niao live streaming room. Entering Airhead Girl's live stream, he coincidentally saw her camera and the barrage in the chat room. Wow, she's live streaming with Li Qing again. I'm so excited. Where's Li Qing's husky? I don't want to watch you play games. I want to see the dog perform. With Li Qing's skillful piano fingers. I bet he is good at games too. Yeah, I think so too. How about this? If Airhead Girl dies earlier than Li Qing, I'll send her a plane. I'll keep my word. Go for it, Airhead Girl. Li Qing watched the barrage in the live stream, joking about himself and Airhead Girl. As the person involved, he only found it amusing. Seriously, who said that being good at piano means being good at games? If that were true, wouldn't the piano champion Lang Lang just go pro in gaming? In fact, it was the exact opposite for Li Qing. In the game, he was just a total noob. After getting on the plane, Li Qing naturally followed Airhead Girl to jump. What are you doing? You actually jump with me. Aren't you afraid of getting eliminated? Li Qing calmly smiled. What is there to be afraid of? It's just getting eliminated. As long as there are others, it's definitely going to be me. Li Qing started to act pitiful. Meanwhile, the barrage in the live stream exploded. No way, no way. Li Qing is pretending to be a noob again. Yeah, it's obvious he is preparing to show off. Classic move. I bet Li Qing will suddenly shine later. With a frying pan, knocking out 4 enemies, and winning chicken dinner. However, 2 minutes later, a scream came from Airhead Girl's stream. Oh my god, Li Qing. You're really that bad. I thought you were just pretending. Seriously, you can't even beat someone with a pistol with a shotgun. Li Qing chuckled. Why are you so excited? I've already said I'm quite bad, but you didn't believe me. It's not entirely my fault. It's mainly because the recoil is just too much. I can't control the gun. After Li Qing said that, the barrage in Airhead Girl's live stream went wild. Wow, I didn't expect Li Qing, who looks decent, to actually be this bad. Honestly, he really is terrible. I could play better with my feet. I'm starting to doubt if Li Qing is deliberately pretending to be a noob, classic underdog move. Tomorrow he'll probably turn around and show off. After getting eliminated 3 times in a row, Airhead Girl was already dumbfounded. She didn't expect Li Qing to be even worse than she had anticipated. Seriously, what can you even do? Li Qing was taken aback. He played much. To play well, he'd need at least 100 hours. But he had only played a bit over 50 hours. I can drive. I'm really good at driving. How about we jump further away, find a car, and hide for a while? Airhead Girl nodded. All right then. Although Li Qing played this game poorly, he had a unique charm that made her want to play with him. Moreover, every time they streamed together, her live stream performed really well, with high engagement in the chat room. Even now, despite Li Qing's poor skills and getting eliminated multiple times, the barrage was still buzzing with comments about his performance. However, this group of viewers continued to curse while watching Li Sin get knocked out. There's no helping it. They just love watching Li Sin and Day's live stream together. This time, Lee Sin successfully landed in a remote area with Days, and without anyone else around, he wouldn't be getting knocked out anymore. Lee Sin went straight to find a motorcycle, saying he wanted to take Days to scavenge for supplies. Chapter 76, Playing Games with Days and Xiao Tuan. As we all know, motorcycles are one of the most difficult vehicles to drive in PUBG. A slight misstep can easily lead to a backflip, resulting in a crash and instant death, a scene of a major car accident. Remembering Lee Sin's clumsy operations, Days hesitated a bit. Lee Sin, are you sure you can do this? Don't knock me out, she said. If that happens, the chat will definitely laugh at both of us. Don't worry, just get in. I'm really good at driving, Lee Sin confidently replied. After all, as an experienced driver, he was great at driving in real life. And it was a must-be good at driving in games too. Okay, I'll trust you a billion more times, Days said as she hopped on Lee Sin's motorcycle. The character in the game even instinctively wrapped her arms around Lee Sin's waist, pressing tightly against him. Lee Sin's driving skills were indeed impressive. Even when charging directly down the mountain, it was incredibly smooth, as if driving on flat ground, without a hint of flipping over. Lee Sin even started singing, performing Xiao Tuan's song. Riding on my beloved little motorcycle, it will never get stuck in traffic. Riding on my beloved little motorcycle, I'll be home soon. It takes me away from troubles and sadness. Meanwhile, in the live stream room 2222 of Douyin, the streamer known as the death song of esports and pig squealing girl, Xiao Tuan, was curiously checking out rooms. At that moment, she opened Days' live stream in front of everyone. Coincidentally, Lee Sin was singing her famous song, Riding on My Beloved Little Motorcycle, in Days' stream. Because Lee Sin had signed with a top-tier music talent, this somewhat silly song sung by Xiao Tuan sounded unexpectedly good coming from him. After hearing Lee Sin singing, the chat in Xiao Tuan's live stream exploded. Wow, someone actually sings Xiao Tuan's song better than her. That's amazing. Shouldn't Xiao Tuan learn from this? They wanted to see him and Xiao Tuan sing this song together to see if he could outshine the original singer. Although Xiao Tuan didn't show her face in the live stream, she was quiet for quite a while. It wasn't until Lee Sin finished singing that she exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, this person actually sings even sillier than me. And he plays games just as badly as I do. Does anyone know who this person is? I want to play games with him. If Days has him, I want him too." She and Days, as two of the leading female streamers in the PUBG section, were often compared, discussing who is the true number one in PUBG. She, Xiao Tuan, with her 20 million followers, would never admit defeat. Soon, the chat began to flood in. This person is also someone Days just met, named Lee Sin. Xiao Tuan, if you want to play with him, let's go to Days' live stream and tell him. My Xiao Tuan actually wants to proactively find a boy to play games with. I'm so touched. On the other side, in Days' live stream, a large group of fans with the pig squealing Tuan sign rushed in, flooding the chat. Lee Sin, come out and play. My Tuan wants to play games with you. On Lee Sin's side, while playing on the computer, he was also watching the chat on his phone. He almost simultaneously saw these comments with Days. Days was a bit stunned. Lee Sin was also taken aback. He knew Xiao Tuan, the silly voice comedian streamer. But now, her fans were coming into Days' live stream, saying Xiao Tuan wanted to play games with him. Days felt a bit sour, jealousy flaring up. Oh, does Xiao Tuan want to steal my Lee Sin too? Seriously, it's one thing to compete for platform resources. Now she wants to steal my friend too. Lee Sin, you go ahead and play with her, but don't keep Xiao Tuan waiting, Days said to Lee Sin with a deliberately sour tone. Hearing Days' words, especially seeing her slightly heartbroken pout in the live stream, Lee Sin couldn't help but chuckle. Look at what you're saying, making it sound like we're going to do some sort of duo activity. Anyway, whether it's duo or trio, we can all play together, right? Why not have both of you join? As soon as Lee Sin finished speaking, Days' live stream room erupted with excitement from her fans and the fans of Xiao Tuan who had come to stir things up. Wait, did I hear that right? Lee Sin actually got so bold. You want both of us to join? He actually wants to play games live with two top female streamers from Douyin at the same time. This is something so many of us wouldn't even dare to dream of before. And Lee Sin just said it so casually. This is ridiculous, Lee Sin. What are you thinking? I like both of these female streamers so much. If Lee Sin can get both of them to play together, I'll directly send 100 planes to each of them. Honestly, I'm actually looking forward to such a scene. After Lee Sin finished speaking, Days tilted her head and thought for a moment, then nodded. Okay, but I don't know if Xiao Tuan agrees. As a streamer, having Lee Sin as a middleman to live stream with Xiao Tuan would definitely create explosive content. She quickly realized the logic behind it and agreed. Soon, the news was sent to Xiao Tuan's live stream through the chat by Daze's fans. Xiao Tuan and her fans in a live stream were instantly stunned. What is Li Xin thinking? Does he really want to share the spotlight? Xiao Tuan firmly refused him. If she wants to accompany someone, it can only be our Tuan. We don't want to lose face. Yes, Xiao Tuan, you have to remember. You're already a big streamer with 20 million fans. You need to mature. Xiao Tuan paused for a moment. I thought about it, and this actually sounds pretty good. I've decided I can live stream with Daze, but we have to wait until tomorrow. It's too late today, so let us just skip it. After Xiao Tuan finished speaking, the fans in a live stream were instantly dumbfounded. What on earth is this Li Xin? Could he be a rich player from Douyin? Still the silly son of a Douyu shareholder? Playing games with two big female streamers at the same time? This is just too envious. A winner in life. A role model for us. Chapter 77. Signing in for top-tier gaming talent. Soon, the viewers spread the news to Demi's live stream. Li Qing saw the bullet screen saying that Xiao Chuan actually agreed. He was also taken aback. It was just a casual remark, but unexpectedly, Xiao Chuan really wanted to play with him. Moreover, they were all playing together with Demi. Demi was also a bit stunned. Were they really going to play games together this time? They had never played together before. Although both were top female streamers, if they played together tomorrow, it would definitely be a huge news for Douyu live streaming. After Demi's stream ended, Li Qing sent a private message to Xiao Chuan, and they added each other on WeChat. The next day, Li Qing opened his eyes, ready to get out of bed. Ding dong. Would you like to check in today? Check in. Ding dong. Check-in successful. Check-in reward. Top-tier gaming talent in PUBG Battlegrounds. Would you like to learn? Learn. Soon, after a warm flow, Li Qing felt that something had been added to him, some indescribable sensations. He had no classes during the first period in the morning, so he had about 2 hours of free time. Li Qing directly opened his computer. At this moment, he couldn't wait to experience the top-tier gaming talent he just signed in for. He immediately launched a game of PUBG, matching solo with a squad of 4. As Li Qing's right hand touched the mouse, a familiar feeling surged into his heart. It was like meeting an old friend after a long time, incredibly skilled. He took a deep breath and sat up straight. The plane took off quickly. When he jumped out of the plane with the parachute, he felt as if he had merged with the character in the game. The character's movements had never felt so agile. Li Qing was playing on the island map. Now that he had top-tier gaming talent, he wasn't scared at all. When he pulled out his gun, he was ready to fight. As Li Qing parachuted down, he glanced at the sky and noticed at least 5 teams jumping into the city at the same time. That meant there could be about 20 people in the city. The pressure was a bit intense. Without hesitation, Li Qing jumped onto a rooftop, skillfully flipped to the second-floor balcony, and went in to look for a gun. His luck was a bit poor. He only found one. As a submachine gun, although its firing rate was extremely fast, its damage was quite disappointing. After searching the second floor thoroughly, Li Qing found only a level 1 helmet, 5 bandages, 1 gun, and a frag grenade. Just as he was about to go down from the second floor, he suddenly heard footsteps in his headphones. In just 2 seconds, Li Qing realized that 3 people had entered the room downstairs. 1 against 3. If it were before, Li Qing might have jumped down from the second floor and slipped away quietly. However, that would expose his back, and there was a high chance he would be ambushed by someone on the first floor. But now he wouldn't run away. He was going to fight back. Li Qing silently tightened his grip on the mouse, his heart tense, but his fingers relaxed slightly, preparing for the next move. Li Qing slowly moved his feet, making almost no sound. While pulling the pin on the grenade, he walked to the staircase. Taking advantage of the fact that the 3 people downstairs hadn't heard him yet, he pulled the pin on the grenade. 3 seconds later, Li Qing threw the grenade down. Boom! After a loud explosion, only 1 person downstairs was knocked down. Li Qing was a bit stunned. It didn't matter. He was already exposed. There was no need to hide anymore. Taking advantage of the fact that the people downstairs were still confused, he charged down the stairs. The bullets went rat-tat-tat, crazily shooting at the 3 people. At this moment, with his top-tier talent, Li Qing's reaction speed, accuracy, and positioning were all at their peak. 1 against 2, and both were injured from the grenade. He wasn't worried at all. He easily took down both of them. Just as Li Qing was about to finish off the 3, he suddenly heard a faint sound. Besides the sounds of the 3 people crawling, there was another vague sound of footsteps. It seemed that their teammate had arrived. Li Qing hadn't had time to reload. There were still 10 bullets left in the magazine. There was no time to change bullets. Li Qing perked up his ears and listened carefully. Soon, a burst of fire took out the fourth person, successfully killing 4. Li Qing had all his mics on in the game, so he just happened to hear the voice chat of the team that he had just wiped out. Damn, we were actually taken out by the same person? What a disgrace, a 4-kill streak, and we got wiped out. What the hell? This must be hacking, did you see? Almost every shot was a headshot. I was wondering how he had such firepower. Turns out it was an aimbot. Reported. Li Qing smiled slightly after hearing this. He was actually accused of hacking. This indicated that his top-tier gaming talent was indeed impressive. He was even too lazy to turn on the mic to refute the team he had just annihilated. After all, there would be more people to crush in the future. If everyone called him a hacker, did he need to explain to each one personally? Invincible. There was no need for explanations. Li Qing didn't think too much and directly looted the bags of the team. Soon, gunshots began to ring out in the city as other teams engaged in combat. After the battle, Li Qing had a clear understanding of his current strength. He was now almost at the level of a professional player. Fighting in such a low-ranked match, he was ready to dominate. There was no need to be cautious. He just needed to pull out his gun and fight. Li Qing picked up a gun from the loot and began to look for people in the city to engage in combat. Of course, he wasn't completely reckless. He didn't just rush at anyone he encountered. Every time he met someone, a clear strategy immediately formed in his mind. Should he throw a grenade to blow up the building? Or should he charge indirectly? Or should he play as a sneaky attacker? He always quickly found the optimal solution. One person, one gun. He was killing madly in the city. Completely unruffled. He was in control. Soon, when the first poison circle finished shrinking, Li Qing was the only one left in the entire city. His gear included a level 3 helmet, level 3 armor, and a level 3 backpack, along with an 8x scope on a Car 98K. The supplies were plentiful. The city had also remained in the safe zone. Li Qing simply stood on the roof of one of the houses. Holding his Car 98K, he felt like a god of guns. I can't say it's a kill for every person, but basically as long as I aim, it's a headshot every time, unless they have a level 3 helmet. They go down directly. What's even more ridiculous is that a team was preparing to come to the city, and they were still in a jeep. With one shot, Li Qing took out the driver. Li Qing was also taken aback. This is just absurd, right? You have to know that hitting a moving target is very difficult. Li Qing just casually aimed and shot. It actually worked. Chapter 78, starting with the girls. Li Qing was momentarily stunned, but didn't hesitate. He took advantage of the opposing team stopping their car, and before they could throw smoke grenades, he took down the other 2. For the last one, Li Qing jumped down and blindly threw 2 frag grenades into the smoke, successfully wiping out the team. Li Qing could already imagine that after being wiped out by just him, the other team would definitely report him for cheating. This kind of operation that the opposing team would think could only be done with hacks was completely basic for Li Qing. He wasn't cheating. Feel free to report him. Li Qing was now on a killing spree. He quickly racked up over 20 kills. The city he was in was still within the safe zone. As the number of surviving players on the computer decreased, that number kept getting lower, eventually stopping at 5. The safe zone finally shrank to the urban area. Li Qing quietly approached, hearing footsteps, which should be one team split between 2 houses. After all, in such a low-level game, Li Qing was basically just slaughtering. He didn't hesitate and threw a grenade. One of the grenades took out 2 people in the room, and Li Qing rushed in. After a burst of gunfire, Li Qing successfully claimed victory. On the computer screen, it displayed, "Winner, winner, chicken dinner." Below, Li Qing's kill count was 32. The game ended, and Li Qing could finally relax a bit. Although that match was a slaughter, he still felt tense throughout. Sigh, slaughtering alone is indeed a bit lonely. Now that he had signed in with top-tier gaming talent, Li Qing suddenly looked forward to playing games with Dai Sai and Xiao Chuanchuan in the afternoon. His performance yesterday was terrible, constantly being roasted by the chat for being a noob. But today, wouldn't the chat be kneeling in admiration for Li Qing? In the afternoon, the agreed live streaming time finally arrived. Li Qing entered the voice chat room with Dai Sai and Xiao Chuanchuan. This was Li Qing's first time playing games with Xiao Chuanchuan. Hearing Xiao Chuanchuan's somewhat silly voice in the chat, Li Qing couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Li Qing, what are you laughing at? It's my first time playing with you, and you dare to laugh at me. That's outrageous." Li Qing chuckled again. "I'm sorry, I'm a bit excited. After all, it's my first time playing games with such a big streamer. I'm so excited that I can't even hold the mouse." As soon as Li Qing finished speaking, Dai Sai's voice chimed in. "Li Qing, Are you saying I'm not a big streamer? How despicable. Li Qing. He suddenly felt it was quite difficult. Playing games with two girls at the same time, both of whom were streamers, one wrong word could easily lead to a disaster. The chat exploded. Oh my. This is too funny. Li Qing is having a hard time, stuck between two girls. Just thinking about it feels tough. This is basically a live disaster waiting to happen. Li Qing, Dai Sai, and Xiao Chuanchuan queued for a game and started squad. Yesterday, when Li Qing parachuted down, he followed Dai Sai because he wasn't playing well. But today, he directly invited both of them to follow him down. Dai Sai, Xiao Chuanchuan. Dai Sai, Li Qing, you've changed. Yesterday, weren't you following me down? Xiao Chuanchuan, Li Qing, I heard you're really bad. Why not just follow me down? Li Qing directly refused. After all, as the only male in the squad, he had to be assertive when needed. No way, today for the first game. You guys follow me down? I guarantee we'll win chicken dinner this round. As soon as Li Qing said this bold claim, the chat rooms exploded. It's over. Li Qing is bragging again. Oh no, someone call for a stretcher. Next. Don't say that. If Li Qing can win this game, I'll directly send 10 super chats. Li Qing and the three of them were playing on the desert map. This time, he wasn't being cowardly. He marked the boxing gym and prepared to jump there. This place always has plenty of loot. Of course, there are also many parachuting players. Whenever the flight path goes over, there's bound to be a bloody battle below. After marking the spot, the chat started to stir. Oh no, Li Qing is getting cocky. Daring to jump there? Don't say a word. I'm just waiting for the three of them to land and become boxes. Stick to a less populated area, and maybe you can survive. But how can you win chicken dinner there? Li Qing, you big noob. Out here to embarrass yourself again. As Li Qing parachuted down, he looked at the chat in the other two streamers' rooms. He was really annoyed. Who do they look down on? Just wait. I'll show you all a performance. The god descending to earth. A string of 10 kills. I'll make you all shout 666. After jumping down, he only found a 12-gauge shotgun. The 12 is a semi-automatic shotgun with a very high rate of fire, so it's still usable, just suitable for close-range combat. The boxing gym is small, perfect for Li Qing to start his rampage with the shotgun, since many players in the early game hadn't even found armor. As long as he got close and aimed well, one shot would take him down. Li Qing held his position at the top of the stairs, going in and out 3 times, killing happily, when suddenly he heard Xiao Chuanchuan's voice. Hey, how did that guy sneak up on me? Xiao Chuanchuan was taken out from behind. She glanced at the screen and found her teammates were far away. Oh no, I'm done for. Her hands had already left the mouse, propping her chin, quietly watching the screen, completely giving up on struggling. At this moment, she just waited for the opponent to finish her off. But the person on the other side seemed a bit clueless, missing 2 shots completely. Xiao Chuanchuan, I'm lying still, and you can't hit me? Did you predict I might move, but didn't he expect I was staying still? Oh wow, what a pro. She was thinking to herself. In this seemingly doomed situation, her opponent was actually letting her live a little longer. For her, this was undoubtedly a small torment. Just let me die already, why all this fuss? Just as Xiao Chuanchuan finished speaking, bang. After the dull sound of the shotgun, the person who shot her directly fell to the ground. She quickly moved her mouse to look behind her. Wow, it was actually Li Qing who had come to her rescue. Li Qing knocked down the enemy and without saying a word, directly squatted down on the ground, ready to save Xiao Chuanchuan. Xiao Chuanchuan felt a mix of surprise and gratitude. She didn't expect that after giving up struggling, she would be saved by Li Qing again. Moreover, Li Qing was saving her right on the spot, seemingly unafraid of being shot by others who might arrive. As the seconds to save her dwindled to just 3, Xiao Chuanchuan tightly gripped the mouse, preparing to get up and quickly bandage herself. Chapter 79. I, Li Qing, keep my word. Suddenly, Li Qing's ears twitched slightly. He heard footsteps coming from the staircase behind him. Li Qing froze for a moment. 3 seconds left. Damn it. He was about to save Xiao Chuanchuan. What to do? Should he wait for Xiao Chuanchuan to get up, or put her aside and grab his gun? There was no time to think. Li Qing decisively decided to save Xiao Chuanchuan first. He only had 1 or 2 seconds to spare for the enemy. Logically, he shouldn't die. He believed he could take out the enemy with 1 shot. Li Qing took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the mouse. The person coming around the corner of the staircase instantly spotted Li Qing squatting on the ground. Without hesitation, gunfire rang out. Li Qing's health bar dropped drastically. By the time Xiao Chuanchuan finally stood up, Li Qing turned around and shot. Bang! With just a sliver of health left, Li Qing successfully got a revenge kill. Just a tiny bit. If he had been even 0.2 seconds late, it would have been Li Qing lying on the ground now. The audience in the live stream had been holding their breath for Li Qing, now watching him successfully get a revenge kill with just a sliver of health left. They exclaimed in excitement. Awesome. Watching Li Qing play games is simply a thrill, so immersive. Wow, when did Li Qing become this strong? Wasn't he terrible in Daime's live stream yesterday? So intense. I thought Li Qing was a goner. Scared me to death. Li Qing is amazing. Shout to Anshuan. Li Qing, do you want a big medkit? I'll give you mine. I'll bandage myself. Li Qing, I want it. Why would he want a big medkit earned by skill? Li Qing happily used the medkit while observing the situation in the boxing gym. After the intense battle, there were still half the people left in the boxing gym. The pressure was still quite high. As soon as Li Qing finished using the medkit, he prepared to loot some more. Oh, why did I fall down? Where's that person? I can't see anyone at all. In the voice chat, Daime's voice came through again. At this moment, Li Qing transformed into the bodyguard of 2 people. Hold on, I'm coming. After a fierce battle, only 3 people remained in the boxing gym. Li Qing, Xiao Tuanshuan, and Daime. The supplies in the boxing gym were indeed very rich. All 3 were now equipped with level 3 helmets and armor. Li Qing, how come you're so strong today? How many people have you killed? Daime asked curiously as they walked out. About 12, Li Qing replied casually. What? Daime was stunned. Li Qing, you've killed 12 people already? Damn, was the Li Qing she encountered yesterday a fake? How could yesterday's Li Qing be so bad? And today he's carrying them to victory. In a live stream, the comments flew up. Wow, he's actually capable, managing to come out alive with a full team. I knew it. Li Qing must be good at games. Li Qing. I feel like Li Qing is definitely going to win chicken dinner this time. As they exited, Xiao Tuanshuan insisted on finding a motorcycle to race Li Qing, to see who could sing better. Unfortunately, they only found a Jeep. A Jeep is fine, I'll drive. Li Qing took on the role of the driver. No problem. Without a motorcycle, Li Qing, sing that song you sang yesterday. Riding my beloved little motorcycle. Let us have a little competition. Li Qing nodded. After all, Xiao Tuanshuan was the original singer of that song. He was a bit excited to have the chance to compete with the original singer. Li Qing didn't hesitate and started singing. Riding on my beloved little motorcycle. It will never get stuck in traffic. Riding on my beloved little motorcycle. I will be home soon. It takes me away from worries and sadness. After Li Qing finished singing, Xiao Tuanshuan began to sing as well. But after she finished, she fell silent. After a moment, she said, Li Qing, I've noticed your singing seems to be better than mine. Damn it, a boy is actually singing better than me. I'm so impressed. In a live stream, the comments flew up again. Damn, I'm impressed by Li Qing's singing. Bowing to the big guy. So awesome. Does the big guy need leg hair keychains? I can chip in. In fact, today's main stage for Li Qing's show-off was not his singing, but the game itself. Li Qing drove the Jeep to a high ground in the center of the circle. Holding a Car 98, he transformed into a sniper, crazily racking up kills. It was as if a war god had possessed him. The livestream comments were filled with praises for Li Qing. He was indeed doing great. His kill count had reached 28. Now he was just looking for enemies to kill. Li Qing's ears twitched slightly. Soon he heard the sound of a vehicle behind him. Someone was driving up to the high ground. Li Qing quickly reacted. Just as he turned around, it seemed another Jeep was approaching from the other side. The place where he had been standing was indeed too conspicuous, drawing attention. If they didn't take him out, this group wouldn't stand a chance at winning. So now, they were desperate to charge up and engage. 3 against 8. The 2 girls beside him were a bit inexperienced. They were just slightly better than average players. But it was still 1 against many. Li Qing swept at the enemy's Jeep, but unfortunately, it was too late, and the wheels were about to run over Li Qing's face. Li Qing turned around and swept again, successfully taking down 1 enemy. However, behind him, Daime and Xiao Tuanshuan faced off against their own team, and both were knocked down and finished off. Li Qing was stunned. How dare they kill Xiao Tuanshuan and Daime? Too much. Without saying a word, he opened fire on the remaining 2 enemies. At this moment, on the high ground, only Li Qing was left, surrounded by loot boxes. In the final circle, the screen showed that only 5 people remained. However, Li Qing hadn't heard any gunshots. This meant he was still alone, facing a full team. Unfortunately, he was squatting behind a large rock at the edge of the circle. It could be assumed that the 4 enemies were all aiming guns at him. In a live stream, the comments were filled with concern for Li Qing. Why not just throw a grenade and rush in? I think it's safer to smoke and run in circles. No, it's a deadlock. There are 4 people on the other side, aiming at Lee Sin. Besides, Lee Sin only has 2 smoke grenades and 1 grenade left. How can he cover himself? He can't withstand 4 guns. So, I suggest Lee Sin just self-detonate. The circle is closing in again, and the time is almost up. Lee Sin thinks the time is right. He takes a deep breath, grips the mouse tightly, and prepares to move. Lil Tuan, Days May watch closely. Since I said I would lead you to chicken dinner, I will keep my word. Chapter 80, Extreme Counterkill, 14. As soon as Lee Sin finishes speaking, Days May and Little Tuan are stunned. Both of them find it hard to believe. After all, anyone who has played before can see Lee Sin's current situation. This is a huge disadvantage, and it's 1 against 4. 1 person against a full team. There is no time for them to think too much now. In the game, Lee Sin's character has already started to move. At this moment, it can be said to be a critical moment. Whether they can get the chicken dinner all depends on this. Lee Sin calmly controls his character and tosses out 2 smoke grenades behind a rock. These are his last 2 smoke grenades. If he had more, he might have thrown a few more, filling the entire area with smoke and mixing into the circle. But now he only has 2 left. 2 smoke grenades are just enough to cover Lee Sin's exit from behind this big rock. Once the smoke grenades are gone, he will have no cover and will become a moving target, a lamb ready for slaughter, easily shot by the opponents. This is also the reason many people don't believe Lee Sin can win. It's basically impossible to get a chicken dinner after throwing the 2 smoke grenades. White smoke starts to slowly spread. The 4 opponents on the other side also realize that Lee Sin is about to make a move. After all, he is alone now, and they feel they have already secured victory. So, they boldly step out from behind cover, ready to shoot. The 4 of them fire their guns into the smoke. In an instant, 4 guns and 4 flames are wildly licking the smoke. If Lee Sin were to rush out of the smoke now, he would easily be turned into a dice. He had already guessed that the opponents would shoot like this. So, he chooses to charge out from the edge of the smoke. As Lee Sin rushes out from behind a rock, he spots an enemy not far away, while the others are blocked by the smoke on the other side. Without hesitation, he takes down that 1 person. After eliminating 1, the remaining 3 quickly gather together. Lee Sin doesn't waste words, raises his gun, and rushes back into the smoke to hide. Damn, didn't you just say that person was right in front of you? Where did he go? Who told you to come too late? That person ran back into the smoke. What to do? Should we revive him first? Revive what? There is only 1 person left, and he is playing hide and seek with us. There are only 2 smoke grenades worth of cover. The 3 of us can charge in, shoot him, 1 shot each, and we can take him down. After saying that, the remaining 3 people don't hesitate and charge into the smoke. Soon bang, a dull explosion sound rings out. 2 of the 3 are instantly blown down, leaving only 1 enemy. Lee Sin suddenly flashes out like a ghost. In a 1-on-1 gunfight, Lee Sin effortlessly takes down the last opponent. 14. Successful extreme counterkill. On the screen, 8 big characters appear. Great luck, dinner tonight. At this moment, Lee Sin finally breathes a sigh of relief, releases the mouse and keyboard, stretches his fingers, and smiles. Finally succeeded in getting a chicken dinner. In the live broadcast room of the 2 girls, Days May and Lil Tuan, they also burst into cheers. They have been playing for a while and have had their share of chicken dinners. But a thrilling, memorable chicken dinner like Lee Sin's is a first. Although in this final circle, the 4 opponents were a bit careless, thinking Lee Sin was alone and relaxed their vigilance. Lee Sin's counterkill was undoubtedly classic. The bullet screens in both live rooms are rarely so unified. They are all shouting excitement. Wow, this operation is amazing, incredible. A god descending to crush 4. As expected, it's my brother Qing. Lee Sin was hiding his strength yesterday. Just now, even if Wei Xin came, I think it would be barely okay. I think Lee Sin SCOM operation, just now, is fully capable of going pro. Enough chit-chat. Let us send some planes to cheer for the boss. Saying chicken without bar. 6-card gift sent. Han Xiao Banbu Dian sent a plane. Lee Sin's a big vegetable, 10 super fires sent. Lee Sin is Days May's boyfriend, sent 1 super fire. Besides the bullet screen exploding, the gifts in both live broadcast rooms are also being frantically exchanged. Some even changed their names to bring Lee Sin and Days May together. Days May was stunned for a moment, but still loudly read out and thanked the gifts. Thank you, Lee Sin, for sending a super fire as Days May's boyfriend. The 3 of them are in the same room, so Days May's words are naturally heard by the viewers in Little Tuan's live room. Just now, Lee Sin's classic operation can be said to have made him a legend. But now, Days May and Lil Tuan Tuan are playing the game with Lee Sin together. Are Days May's fans leading the rhythm like this? What about Lil Tuan Tuan's fans? Do they have no pride? Soon, gifts in Lil Tuan Tuan's live room were also flying everywhere. However, those sending gifts all changed to a format like Lee Sin and Lil Tuan Tuan. Lil Tuan Tuan is Lee Sin's girlfriend, sending a plane. Lee Sin is Lil Tuan Tuan's boyfriend, sending a card. Lee Sin has already moved in with Lil Tuan Tuan, sending 10 cards. Lil Tuan Tuan looked at the live room and suddenly realized something was off. She was instantly dumbfounded and her face turned red. With fans leading the rhythm like this, she didn't know whether to thank the gifts or not. Little Duan. Wait, what is going on with you all? I just played a game with Lee Sin for a while. You all are too much. Oh no, here we go again, you group of silly fans. This is really too much. On this side, Days May's fans are also unwilling to back down, continuing to lead the rhythm for Days, May, and Lee Sin. Some fans who just entered Lil Tuan Tuan and Days May's live rooms were even bewildered. Who exactly is Lee Sin, and why are two top female streamers vying to associate with him? At this moment, Lee Sin also swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Who told him to play games with two top female streamers? It was just a small operation, and he was suddenly carried away by the rhythm. Of course, Lee Sin is not very excited at this moment. After all, there will be many more occasions like this in the future. He is someone who has seen the world. Li Qing quickly calmed down. Come on, Dai Meyer, Xiao Chuan, I'll continue to take you to play chicken. Li Qing said confidently to the two of them. Of course. This time, no one sent bullet comments to criticize Li Qing. Instead, the comments were all praising him. Li Qing's subsequent gameplay did not disappoint. He directly let the two female streamers lie down and win chicken dinners. Chapter 81. The Red Bull bottle on the Bugatti. Li Qing also became a god in the streaming world. He transformed into a gaming master. It was also because Dai Meyer and Xiao Chuan were live streaming together for the first time, so their stream's popularity reached an unprecedented height. Various gifts from fans were flying around the live stream. As they neared the end of the stream, the bullet comments in both chat rooms were asking the streamers to invite Li Qing to play games again next time. Watching Li Qing carry the female streamers to win chicken dinners made them feel very immersed, as if they were the ones playing with the two female streamers, which was very satisfying and exhilarating. Li Qing greeted Dai Meyer and Xiao Chuan in the live stream and prepared to leave. He felt a bit overwhelmed playing with two female streamers at the same time. After all, besides playing games with the two girls, he also had to satisfy the audience in both of their live streams. So Li Qing felt exhausted. Next time, he wouldn't do something like this again. Li Qing, bye-bye ladies, there is true love in the world, and with fate, I'll take you to play chicken. See you next time, Dai Meyer. What the heck, Li Qing, why are you acting cool again? Who are we to each other? Dai Meyer, remember to take me to play chicken next time. I just love playing games with you. As soon as Dai Meyer finished speaking, on the other side, Xiao Chuan, Li Qing, you performed pretty well today. Looking forward to my next chicken dinner. Xiao Chuan, Li Qing, do you think I still have a chance? The two female streamers were not backing down and were questioning Li Qing one after another. Li Qing, for the first time, he felt that making a choice was so difficult. I already said if we meet again, it's fate. Those who understand will understand. I want to say more. After saying that, Li Qing hung up the voice chat and left the voice room. Almost instantly, Dai Meyer and Xiao Chuan's voices rang out in the voice room. Dai Meyer, why is Li Qing acting cool again? If he wants to take just me, he can just say it. Xiao Chuan, this is so unfair. It's the first time someone refused to play games with my Xiao Chuan. Both of their live streams erupted at this moment. They couldn't stand Li Qing's actions just now. They wished they could be his mouth and agree to the two female streamers' invitations on his behalf. Li Qing is truly a role model for our generation. That scene just now could be said to be the peak of life that many people dream of. Two female streamers with millions of followers inviting you at the same time. This can be considered the first person in the history of gaming, right? Don't say anymore. I'm feeling envious. Meanwhile, after hanging up the voice chat, Li Qing felt a sudden hunger. He looked down at his phone and realized it was already 6 o'clock. In the afternoon, he skipped class to play games with the two girls. He felt that the teacher wouldn't let him off the hook next time. Oh well, it's just skipping one class. As a freshman, Li Qing was still a bit afraid of the teacher, but the teacher wouldn't eat him, right? Li Qing opened WeChat. Just as he was about to message Xia Yu, Suddenly, he saw that Xia Yu had already messaged him, asking him to accompany her for dinner that evening. As her cousin and cousin-in-law had just returned from the U.S., Li Qing readily agreed and drove off in his Bugatti, heading straight to the entrance of Qing University. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of Qing University, Li Qing's cool Bugatti was parked as always. He was waiting for Xia Yu to finish school. As he looked at the beautiful college girls coming and going at the school gate, he suddenly had an idea and placed an empty Red Bull bottle on the window of his Bugatti. As everyone knows, Red Bull costs 6 yuan a bottle. According to online jokes, soon a female college student would come, pick up the Red Bull bottle in front of Li Qing's window, and then sit in Li Qing's car. Everyone knows what happens next. Of course, Li Qing had no other thoughts. It was just for fun, a little experiment. However, after placing the empty Red Bull bottle on the window of his cool Bugatti, he waited for a while, but no girl came to take the Red Bull and sit in Li Qing's Bugatti. Instead, many college students passed by, looking at Li Qing's Bugatti with mischievous smiles and pointing. Some even took out their phones to take pictures. After waiting for a while, still no one came. A sanitation worker came over, picked up Li Qing's Red Bull bottle without saying a word, and walked away. Li Qing. Oh, this is ridiculous. Finally, Xia Yu arrived. After walking out from a school gate and seeing Li Qing's Bugatti, she quickly ran towards him with joy, completely forgetting her previously aloof and elegant demeanor. Indeed, a woman before dating and after dating is a completely different person, not caring at all about her image. Li Qing didn't mind Xia Yu acting like this. Instead, it showed that Xia Yu was completely relaxed in front of him, treating him as someone very close. Xia Yu opened the door of the Bugatti and sat down. What does your cousin want to eat? Zhou Yi's food stall. Li Qing. He couldn't believe his ears. Zhou Yi's food stall is a very famous food stall in Qing City. To be precise, it's a large food court. Overall, it's a standout among roadside stalls, offering various unique barbecues and snacks at reasonable prices. Xia Yu, didn't your cousin just return from the U.S.? Why would she want to eat at a food stall? With her background of studying abroad, shouldn't she be having a Western meal or steak? Xia Yu shook her head and rolled her eyes at Li Qing. Qing, you don't understand this. My cousin wants something down to earth. She has been eating steaks and burgers every day in the U.S., and she is already tired of it. Now she and my cousin-in-law just want to eat something with Chinese characteristics to change the taste. I think Zhou Yi's food stall is very suitable. Li Qing was taken aback for a moment and then nodded. All right then. The thoughts of rich people are indeed hard to fathom. 20 minutes later, Li Qing's Bugatti stopped at the entrance of Zhou Yi's food stall. It was almost 7 o'clock at night, which was the busiest time for the food stall. The people who come here to eat at the night market and enjoy barbecues are mostly ordinary folks, so they tend to dress very casually, big tank tops and baggy shorts. Whatever is comfortable. Suddenly, a flashy Bugatti drives up, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Wow, really? Driving such a nice car just to eat at a street stall? Chapter 82. Sorry, I haven't touched a guitar in 18 years. Li Qing actually didn't want to be so high profile. If he had known he was coming to a street stall, he would have taken his pedal tricycle. It's low carbon, environmentally friendly, and energy saving. Without hesitation, Li Qing opened the car door and got out. Looking at the surprised gazes from the people at the stall, he naturally knew what they were thinking. They definitely thought he was one of the new waves. If it were his former self, seeing someone driving a Bugatti with a stunning girl by his side, he would have been envious to death. But now, the tables had turned. It was others who were envious of him. Li Qing and Xia Yu found a table and sat down. Li Qing used to be a broke nobody, so he often came here to eat with his friends. Xia Yu, on the other hand, was a young lady who had only heard of Aunt Zhou's street stall, but had never actually been there. At this moment, Xia Yu's cousin and cousin-in-law had not yet arrived, so she asked Li Qing to order first. A young man carrying a menu approached. Li Qing didn't even glance at the menu and directly started ordering. 20 skewers of lamb, 20 skewers of grilled squid, 20 skewers of grilled gluten, 20 skewers of chives, 20 skewers of grilled chicken wings, and 1 grilled fish. Oh, and 2 bottles of snow beer. Li Qing ordered skillfully, leaving the young man stunned. He had just seen Li Qing's Bugatti and the beautiful girlfriend beside him. He thought Li Qing was the kind of person who rarely came here and was hesitating about how to communicate with him. But unexpectedly, Li Qing didn't even look at the menu and recited the dish names from memory. Seeing the astonished delivery guy, Li Qing smiled slightly. He knew very well how much 4 people could eat since he had often come here with his childhood friends. The delivery guy hurriedly jotted down the order and then looked at Li Qing in surprise. Dude, have you eaten here before? A regular? Huh, can't tell. Driving such a nice car and still coming here to eat. Li Qing smiled lightly. Oh, it's just that my family recently demolished 10 houses. This kind-hearted lie left the delivery guy stunned. No wonder. So, he is from a demolition family. They demolished 10 houses. Indeed, demolition brings wealth. The delivery guy felt a pang of jealousy, his hand holding the menu slightly unsteady. When would his family have a demolition too? After waiting for a full 20 minutes, Xia Yuxi's cousin and cousin-in-law finally arrived. According to Xia Yushi, her cousin and cousin-in-law met and fell in love while studying in the U.S. This was her first time meeting her cousin-in-law, and she felt a bit excited. Li Qing, however, was indifferent. Ever since he got the sign-in system, what kind of grand occasions hadn't he seen? So he remained quite calm. The two of them watched as a young couple got out of a taxi. The girl had fair skin, curly, chestnut-colored hair, and wore a knee-length skirt, with a small face that had a pair of sunglasses perched on it. In terms of looks, she was around an 8 out of 10, far behind Xia Yushi's 10. Her male companion was even more outrageous, dressed in a formal suit as he walked down. The two quickly approached. Xia Yushi stood up and introduced Li Qing. Cousin, this is my boyfriend, Li Qing. Hello, I'm Dong Li, and this is my boyfriend, Zhao Hui. Li Qing quickly extended his hand to greet them. The four sat down. Usually, it would be fine for Xia Yushi and her cousin to meet, as they had played together since childhood. However, it was the first meeting between Li Qing and her cousin-in-law, making it a bit awkward. Cece, let me tell you, when I was in the U.S., I had all sorts of fancy meals, but I've always missed the street stalls back home. Finally, I can eat here today, Dong Li said, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she looked around at the unique snacks on other tables. Her boyfriend, Zhao Hui, wore a disdainful expression, seemingly reluctant to eat here. Dong Li and Xia Yushi hadn't seen each other in a long time and chatted enthusiastically, leaving Li Qing and Zhao Hui as mere background figures. At that moment, a young boy holding a guitar, looking around 16 or 17, walked over to the four. Sir, would you like to request a song for the two beautiful ladies? Just 30. In such street stalls, there were indeed quite a few people like him who sang with guitars. However, Li Qing had never requested one before. In the past, it was because he didn't have the money. Now, with his top-tier musician talent, listening to others play the guitar and sing, that would be pure torture. Before Li Qing could speak, Zhao Hui jumped in first. Hey dude, can I take a look at your guitar? He reached out and took the guitar from the street performer. The performer was taken aback, but handed over the guitar. Zhao Hui took the guitar and skillfully strummed it. When I was studying in the U.S., I even joined a band. I was the guitarist back then. How about I play a song for the two lovely ladies to liven things up? Xia Yushi and Dong Li both smiled and nodded. Li Qing, on the other hand, couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. Sure, go ahead. Zhao Hui picked up the guitar. Even though he was dressed in a formal suit, it couldn't hide the carefree vibe he exuded as he held the guitar. Let me tell you, it's not just the wine from last night that makes me cry. It's not just your tenderness that I can't bear to part with. How long must I walk this road while you hold my hand? What troubles me is the struggle for freedom. Zhao Hui played American rock in the U.S., so his rendition of the folk song Qing by Zhao Lei, with its slow and quiet melody, surprisingly took on a wild and unrestrained feel. However, Zhao Hui was completely oblivious to this, still singing passionately. After the song ended, he satisfiedly patted the guitar and glanced at the street performer. How was that, dude? Not bad, right? The street performer nodded reluctantly, forcing a smile. Not bad. The surrounding noise of the bustling street stall, with the loud chatter of diners, seemed completely unaffected by Zhao Hui's enthusiasm. Soon, he readied himself to play another song. Li Qing had already endured one round of torture for his ears. He couldn't take it anymore. He stood up and walked over to Zhao Hui. Let me give it a try. Sorry, I haven't touched a guitar in 18 years, so I don't know if I can still play, Li Qing said, stretching his hands. Zhao Hui was taken aback when he heard Li Qing mention that he hadn't played guitar in 18 years. This young man in front of him looked no more than 20. 18 years without touching a guitar? Is this a joke? Beside them, Xia Yushi was also slightly surprised to see Li Qing suddenly step up. She had known Qing for so long, and he could actually play guitar. Chapter 83. Can I take you as my teacher? Qing is really amazing. It seems like he can do a bit of everything. Simply versatile. She looked at Li Qing with excitement. Next to her, her cousin Dong Li was also surprised to see Xia Yushi's infatuated expression. Xiaoxi, Your boyfriend can play guitar too? I didn't see that coming. I want to hear how well he plays. Although Dong Li was Xia Yu's cousin, she was now Zhao Hui's wife. Naturally, her heart was with Zhao Hui. When she saw her husband not getting to play his guitar to his heart's content, interrupted by her sister's boyfriend, she felt a bit displeased and coldly snorted. She wanted to see if this young man could be better than her husband, who would play guitar in a band. Zhao Hui looked at Li Qing, who had already walked over. Although his interest was dampened and his pride slightly hurt, he still handed the guitar to Li Qing. The original owner of the guitar, the street performer, watched as his beloved guitar was passed around by two people, his face going pale with jealousy. He had come out to perform, but hadn't sold a single song, and now his guitar was being played back and forth by customers. How could he do business like this? But he couldn't say anything, only nodding with an awkward smile. Li Qing took the guitar and cradled it skillfully. Without further ado, he began to strum and softly sing. That person I think of day and night. How should I express it? Will she accept me? Maybe I will never say that to her. It's destined that I must wander the world. How can I have any worries? Li Qing sang the song Old Boy, with its sorrowful and melancholic lyrics, mixed with a touch of youthful exuberance, paired with a lively rhythm that drew people in. Even the diners at the tables around them paused their chopsticks, collectively straining to listen to Li Qing's voice. One by one, they stopped chatting, fearing that their talking would disturb his singing. As Li Qing continued to sing, he noticed that at some point, everyone's gaze had focused on him. He had clearly become the center of attention. Life is like a ruthless carving knife. It changes our appearances. Must we wither before we bloom? I once had dreams. Youth is like a rushing river. Once gone, it won't return in time for farewells. As the lyrics reached the climax of the song, the atmosphere in the entire place was unknowingly stirred up. People held their breath, without exception halting their movements, turning to watch Li Qing's solo guitar performance. Some even took out their phones to record videos, ready to post his impressive performance on Douyin. As the last line of the lyrics was sung, Li Qing also finished strumming the final chord. He looked up and found that almost everyone in the food stall was watching him, forming a circle around him as they snapped photos and recorded videos. They were ready to share it on Douyin or their friends' circles. With captions already in mind, eating in a street stall, encountered an artistic young man, a guitar solo that shocked the whole place. Compared to when Zhao Hui played guitar earlier, few people had even glanced his way. The contrast was stark. Zhao Hui was also dumbfounded. He knew that Li Qing's singing and guitar playing were absolutely top-notch. If he didn't know better, he would have thought a celebrity had come to perform, creating such a lively atmosphere. Just with a wooden guitar and a good voice, he produced such beautiful music. This is simply incredible. Beside him, the owner of the guitar, the street performer, was also stunned. As a street performer, he usually hoped for attention and popularity. But now, this young man had created a sensation with just one song, instantly making him envious. When Li Qing returned the guitar to the street performer, the young man hesitated for a moment while looking at Li Qing's youthful face. Finally, he spoke up. "Hello, can I learn guitar with you? Can I take you as my teacher?" Li Qing was taken aback. His musical talent came completely from practice, and he was just muddling through his singing. He could say it was all about feel, just following his instincts. The young man wanted to learn guitar from him? Wasn't that misleading him? He didn't know anything. Li Qing shook his head decisively, rejecting him. "Sorry, I don't think I can." The street performer looked at Li Qing in despair, his expression full of reluctance. Li Qing sighed, returned the guitar to him, and then took out 50 yuan, handing it to him. "Sorry for borrowing your guitar and taking up your time." After saying that, he quickly sat back down. The street performer was left holding the guitar, tears in his eyes, clutching the warm 50 yuan. At that moment, Xia Yu looked at Li Qing with sparkling eyes. Qing is so amazing. Campus music god, basketball king. Now he plays guitar so coolly too. I'm so lucky to have such a boyfriend. She felt overjoyed inside, her face showing a delighted expression. However, Xia Yu's cousin Dong Li and brother-in-law, Zhao Hui, were not so happy. When they first arrived, they had a bit of pride in being returnees from studying abroad, looking quite pleased. But now, ever since Li Qing played Old Boy after Zhao Hui, he had completely overshadowed them. They instantly felt like they were no longer the most attractive ones in the room. Zhao Hui almost cried. "Xiaoxi, your boyfriend is amazing," Dong Li exclaimed softly. "I didn't expect that after 18 years. His guitar practice truly paid off." Zhao Hui thought he had misheard. After all, with Li Qing's level, he would believe it even if he said he had practiced for 28 years. Li Qing smiled faintly upon hearing this. In fact, I really haven't touched a guitar in 18 years. After saying this, Li Qing felt that her words were a bit pretentious. So she touched her nose and continued to explain. Actually, I just play for fun. I'm not really professional at all. Zhao Hui was once again dumbfounded. He instantly felt that he shouldn't have taken the initiative to show off his guitar skills just now. It was too embarrassing.